I'm clear-headed, so upgraded. Every moment feels like I'm high. They say less is more, it's true. Only one I need is you. I just wanna give my best. I'm sorry if I fail with that. Could it be love? 'Cause we can do anything. Could it be trust? Shivers onto my skin. I can close my eyes, but I got peace in my mind. Could it be love? Could it be us? Keeping me up all night. Keeping me up all night. Keeping me up all night. Could it be love? Could it be us? Yeah. I walked through hell, got out of breath. Then I found you, must be God's sign. Nothing goes bad under your spell. Kinda feels like I'll never die. If you keep me waiting, I'm not moving, I'm here. Keep me waiting. I got trust in you, dear. They say less is more, it's true. Only one I need is you. I just wanna give my best. I'm sorry if I fail with that. Could it be love? 'Cause we can do anything. Could it be trust? Shivers onto my skin. I can close my eyes, but I got peace in my mind. Could it be love? Could it be us? Keeping me up all night. Could it be love? Could it be us? Your love kept me up all night. Your love kept me up all night. Your love keeps me up all night. Your love kept me up all night. I'm hopeless in the crossfire. There's nowhere to go. I'm holding my desires. My heart overflows. The only direction that I'll ever need is a deeper connection that's leading me. And I'm lost in your love when you hold me. Just hold me, 'cause I don't wanna run from your heartbeat. Your heartbeat, no, 'cause I'm lost in your love. I can't break the fall, you're taking it all. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love.
Oh man, dude, this song has good vibes. What is up? Hello. Happy midday. Happy Friday. Oh my god, weekend upon us? Does this mean more live AoE 4 soon? Wow, it actually does, actually. That's quite nice. So, it also means that this will be the last stream for this tournament where we do the recap, because after today, with Saturday, Sunday, and so on, everything's going to be cast on EGC, so there'll be no surplus games. So we'll be looking to lean back towards pubs low elo might be able to start sliding in again. And obviously community games. We might even try to get some community games in today. I'm thinking we do a long stream, probably like 8 to 10 hours. So if we have enough people, we'll smash those out. I've been eager to get back to them. Haven't had a chance to see if there's any additional mods added. I do know that there's been one that's been created by Hosin that is a 1.25 speed modifier that increases almost everything in the game by 1.25x. Which should be quite interesting, especially if they found a way to override the Horseman soft cap. I'm not sure if they did, though. But that should be quite fun from an accelerated gameplay perspective. You know me, guys. I'm literally always looking for ways to squeeze games into smaller time frames and get more things happening. So, what's going to be happening today? We are going to be looking to do, I reckon, 5 or 6 more series. So far this week, we have done 16 series, which is not too bad. We're going to look to cast Lucifron versus Baltim, Wham versus Avali, Killjadi versus Avali, Anasand versus Elyona, and Magic versus Numidan are the prior ones. And then we might try and sneak in something like a Cat versus CSO, or like a Zertin versus Killjadi. We'll see how that goes. But we are going to be opening up with Lucifron versus Baltim. So let me actually get my game started up and I can grab their data. Interesting draft, right? This time around, Lucifron didn't even bother to actually go for the Japanese pick that he quite often is coveted. He didn't even ban it away from Baltim. So I'm wondering if that's something he's noticed. Maybe, well, that's actually weird because we know Baltim does play the Japanese. So I'm not really sure why that wasn't a priority ban here. Maybe something I just haven't noticed about Baltim's Chinese made that a bigger priority. It is a little bit perplexing for sure. I guess like the H3 variants, like they've got Holy Island in there. That's the other thing that's kind of weird about this. Oh, sorry, I'm blind, dude. Baltim got it first pick. I'm an idiot. Yeah, okay, so that makes more sense then, because they got Holy Island, which is why Baltim went straight to Japanese. What's surprising here is Lucifron chose to ban Chinese over Japanese. Typically, the way he draft this is Rus ban, Japanese ban, pick Delhi, leave Japanese pick till last. And either you get it or your opponent has to waste a ban on it. So, yeah, a little bit of a weird way from the approach. Definitely different than what he's been doing. Let me get the game started up now, though. As much as I love this song's giving me the wrong vibes. I can't believe I just skipped Megalovania. I feel sick. It's such an incredible song, but it's like, it's not the vibe we're looking for. We're vibing, we're getting ready. We're not deep yet. Okay, so let's have a look here. So we're looking at... It was the draft... Oh, hold on, let me pick the draft again. So it's Dry Arabia, Cliffside, and Holy Island are the maps they picked. That's interesting. The Mongol pick, it's like, I don't know, man. I'm not sold by Mongols as that high priority of a pick on this draft, and I think that is going to show after this weekend, when you get to finals weekend, because the patch that's coming is going to nerf the early outpost rush timing. With that being screwed over, I think there's not going to be as much desirability left in a Mongol pick. I think if anything, Mongol just feels more like a handcuffing pick to try and keep other certain civs that are desirable locked out. Did you see the call to arms that Drongo made for the custom mode? Yep. I can tell you that I have been non-stop banging doors behind closed doors. I'll be totally real. Sorry to be like pessimistic about this. I just don't think the public outrage is going to make much of a difference. You know, it's something to try and do, I guess, but it's like, it's a desperate cry at this point. I wish we had better features. I wish we had graphs that popped up. I wish we had actual stats that are accurate. I wish we had so many simple, logical things, right? Because actually, like, that tool has reached a point where a lot of the things they've included, it makes it all redundant, if that makes sense. And that, like, because of a lot of it's wrong, it's almost like it just shouldn't even be there. It's just very unfortunate. What's up, Faplop? But yeah, I don't know. My biggest hopes is that we're going to get a Red Bull Wall Low AoE 4 announcement, and then with that, they have no choice but to actively invest in the caster tools, because otherwise, it's a bad look. The crazy part to me is, like, if they... Here's the thing. If they marketed AoE 4 the way it justly deserves to be marketed, it would be one of the biggest RTSs by far, right? Like, it does reasonably right, but we're talking like contest StarCraft numbers. I genuinely believe that. The problem is the marketing consistently around it is like very obscure. And then because of that, other things slip through the cracks because they don't matter because there's not a light shown on them. So for example, the reason why caster mode hasn't really actually been drastically overhauled and fixed and updated is because until a Red Bull Wallow happens again, there's no scrutiny. Because even though EGC does a phenomenal job, the size of their audience is not at a grand scale that every small thing gets nitpicked, if that makes sense. It's not like if you were broadcasting this to 60,000 people at any given point, right? So, like, it's just a shame that it comes to that essentially you have to, like, they have to be held hostage by a big upcoming marketing effort, which isn't even their own marketing effort, really. It's Red Bull's. But I'm hoping that will fix the issue. I'm also hoping that, you know, Red Bull Wallow is going to be happening for AoE4 and it's going to be same price pool or bigger for 4. Two people don't like to hear that, but I'll be blunt with the reality of it. If the price pool is smaller than 2's, it sends a message about 4's game state and what the future holds, which is exactly what Microsoft, if they understand marketing, needs to avoid right now because people are eyeballing up a bunch of different RTSs on the horizon. You've got the Command & Conquer remasters, which have been rumored and are likely to start releasing. You've got Zero Space, you've got Stormgate. Like, these are all games waiting to take your market, right? So any signs of weakness, and you start losing the content creators, the players, and then the community follows, right? So very important that they make sure that they're actually getting on point now with the marketing effort. I really hope that they do. Anyway, we have got our first series. Game 1 is actually going to be the green on green. It's Delhi versus Ottomans. Now, that's interesting. Baltoon... Ooh, dude, he got... yeah, Baltoon got outdrafted. The Delhi pick was for free because you have to save Japanese for Holy Island, right? And Lucifron has English or HRE there. Whereas, like, you know, right? You obviously know that Delhi's probably coming out here. It could be on Cliffside, realistically, but, like, here makes more sense. Lucifron has English for Cliffside. You know your opponent's picking Delhi. But if you pick Japanese, you literally have nothing for a potential map free on Holy Island. So that's pretty tough for Baltoon. Like, definitely put him in a hole there. But let's get ready to go. It's time for some green on green from the top of the ladders and top tournament performances here. We've got Lucifron versus Baltoon. One and all, welcome back to AoE4 Action. This one is interesting, actually, because Baltoon is opening this series with the coveted Ottomans that are often banned by everyone but the Spanish bros. Both Lucifron and Vortex are on record saying they do not think the Ottomans are that OP. And thus, pretty much every single series without failure, they have allowed it through as a first pick. And this has led to some interesting dynamics. For example, the ability to get the Delhi for yourself, get the Japanese. Some they take advantage of. And folks, they've got the Delhi, but Baltoon's first pick was actually the Japanese in this draft. He knew that Lucifron would not ban the Ottomans. He was so confident, he literally left it through an extra banning phase. That's impressive. That's ballsy, but also that's come at a problem here. Over on the draft, some interesting things happened. Holy Island came in. Baltoon's only Holy Island viable civ are the Japanese, and that unfortunately means that Lucifron gets what feels like a mostly free game here. The Delhi opener is not hard counted. The Japanese can't appear here. However, what I will say is the Ottoman matchup still can pose quite the perky present here. The green on green is definitely what I would call more of a 50-50 coin flip right now. There's maybe like a 5%, maximum 10% favorability towards one side. I genuinely think it's a 50-50 and it's skill-based. It comes down to your ability to finesse the early timings. The way this works is typically it plays out in a long feudal. Delhi will try to just oppress the game, close it out very quickly by locking in the sacred sites. Your goal as an Ottoman player is to drag the game out. The longer feudal goes, the better feudal becomes for you, right? Because although you may not have an easily accessible attack speed the same degree to which the Delhi have with the TOV, you do have the mobile attack speed aura with the meta that's also flexible between different functions. But that's not the reason why you can play a prolonged feudal. The reason why you can is that that offsets the Tower of Victory advantage. But then you still have your other perks, right? You have the ability to get extra military schools. You have potentially imams if you get that deep. There's so many extra points. The Janissaries as well is a phenomenal tool to try and GG state the game. And then on top of that, you're talking about Sipahi up against Ghazi. There's another area where Ottomans can actually thrive. So I think that this matchup, for Baltoon, his mindset is I need to apply some pressure early on. I can't let the Delhi have the map for free, but I need to make sure that the game goes deep enough so that I am able to fully enable myself in that feudal age. And I like this opening with the military school. This is becoming more and more popular right now. Most Ottoman matchups feature this because it forces a reaction out of your opponent. One that you perfectly counter, because if your opponent has to open to counter spears, aka archers, your Sipahi follow-up, which is fast becoming the most atypical opening for an Ottoman player, hits straight away. On top of that, you force the Delhi player off of their timing, which is going straight into Ghazi and ramping stable type units for map control. Someone asking, do I coach? I don't actually coach. I've considered it. I don't know if people would be interested in it. I know a lot of people kind of lean towards pro players instead of someone who literally just spends all their time analyzing the game, which I'll be totally honest, I don't think is 100% the way to go. I think both have their place, which is why you see a lot of top tier coaches in different esports scenes might be what you consider a pleb rank. For me personally, I just haven't actually bothered to grind. I think I've said this before, like in a non-cocky way. I think like I sweat lord enough that I'd probably be able to slip into conk. It would just take some time. But I don't know. If there's enough people who want to actually have coaching, let me know. And maybe I'll sort something out. I've got a Patreon up now. I need to add more things in there. So maybe coaching's one way we go. So Spearman actually going around the left side here is kind of surprising. What is Baltoon up to? Is he just coming home? Oh, wait. No, this wasn't scouting. I'm wondering what he's up to. Is he going to push the deer all the way in? Dude, that's bonkers. We've been seeing this a lot more out the Ottomans at the moment, using those passive spearmen to shove deer in. But look how far out this is. That's crazy. That's such a long distance. And Lucifer on the other side of this, tech up complete. What's his opening going to be here? It's going to be the stable. Yeah, okay, I like this. This is really good from Lucifron. Because the spearmen aren't aggroing you at all in your base, you don't even have to worry about it. You can just come out with the Ghazi, and yes, it's going to be 3 or 4 spearmen, but they're going to be Dark Age spearmen, right? There's no reality in which Baltoon bothers to rush the upgrade here. Dude, this is crazy. Wait, Baltoon, no, Baltoon, no! Oh. Yeah, that one's gone, my friend. Just move on. Move on quickly. You know what? You leave a few in the wild so they can breed and repopulate. Eat the rest. It's very smart. And then immediately Lucifron comes in. Now, this is interesting. He has to shoot them down. It's going to be a stab down here. So this is not ideal for Baltoon. This is actually still pretty far out. Great interception there by Lucy. This is why I was a little bit hesitant about this idea of doing this, because it's that far away that a high-level player will intercept. If you're wondering, why didn't he just continue to push back? Why didn't Lucifron just shove those deer away? It's not actually that he was threatened by the spearmen that could kill him. It's actually a little bit funnier than that. Different units have different aggro range on Gaias, and from what I recall, spearmen have the lowest aggro range. That means that they can stand very close and be the first to pressure a deer in a direction, which means the scout will essentially get ignored. All right, other side of this, we've got the archer range follow-up. So Baltoon is at least going to have an answer with Sipahi here, right? This is quite nice as an opening, but wait, what? No. Dude, Baltoon, I think he was intending for a fast castle build here. Like, the fact that he was pushing deer like this, the fact that he hasn't added in a production building, Baltoon was actually just trying to tech up. This is a problem. You've been spotted doing this. You didn't even secure the food. Long-term food-wise, he's got 9 sheep. He has, of course, got the opportunity to trigger Anatolian Heals, but that means you're not going to have anything to defend yourself with the first meta, with the first Vizier point, rather. So no quick meta, no play into, like, you know, Janissaries, obviously this early you don't want to be doing anyway. It's kind of tough with the timing that Lucifron's now going to look to stick here. Ghazi already kind of constricting the map. Archers are stockpiling, and we have got a double blacksmith build. So if this is still this idea of fast castle, it's now dragging him away. Baltoon has to double down on stables to try and get mass. On top of that, he now has to concern himself with blacksmith timing. So Lucifron was so bloody quick about this. He's only 1 minute and 20 seconds away from Steel Darren now. Baltoon hasn't even started to research Undermesh. That's problematic. Sipahi can be scary, sure, but they're also expensive. And if they find themselves at a damage reduction disadvantage, they will be shredded by mass archers. Lucy now going for the 1-1-1. Really efficient transition here, right? Like, if you think about what Baltoon's done, and this is what I don't like, is the double military school first. You've had to now compensate by going double stables. You have 0 unit diversity, right? Sure, we can say there's some spears here, but those spears have not even upgraded to feudal age. They're just the remnants of the opening military school, right? So Luciferon is right now very much ahead. On top of that, because of the fact that Baltoon did not go for the Imam point, right? He hasn't actually gone for that investment. Instead, he very clearly went Anatolian Hills. He now doesn't have an attack speed aura. And because he didn't prioritize getting a meta out, the moment he started using the military school, he's going to lack that meta for the first fight. And that big fight is coming soon, right? You can already see Luciferon moving out for Sacred Sites. And archers are here to contest the spears. Sipahi count is not really that scary yet, especially when you've got kind of a semi-choke point here, right? Where there's body blocking with the Sacred Site. Just means archers can kind of reign supreme, and Steeled Arrow is about to complete. Undermesh was at least prioritized, so well played by Baltoon. He didn't fall behind there. Now this meta, like, he's got to be, what? It says 28 seconds away. That's a fat lie. It's coming out of the military school, isn't it? Oh, no. He's actively producing. Okay, so he's going to have it in 12 seconds. That's good. This is really important, by the way. You can't afford against the Delhi to be behind on attack speed aura. It's just the big game breaker. The nice thing for Baltoon is realistically, like playing heavy into Sipahi, you buff something that your opponent cannot. The negative right now is now that you look very one-dimensional, Luciferon is adding in the spears. This is where things get a little bit spooky, right? Like, you know, on top of that, you've even got melee tech on the way in 3 minutes, which is something which, funnily enough, Baltoon has actually prioritized here. Surprises me. Archers. I'm going to get a little stab. One Spearman versus the World Nagazi as well. Wait, did he activate Fortitude there? Oh, wow. No, surely not. Archers, they snipe out the Spearman. Meta's going to be target down here. The Sipahi Baltoon hesitates and backs away. Okay, no, he didn't activate this. Thank God, he didn't activate Fortitude. That was just the meta aura, but that was a terrible fight. I feel like Baltoon convinced himself he had more of that than he actually did. Like, that dive in by the Sipahi on the Archers, if he stuck to it, I could see this working, but now with a fight like that, he barely wounded them. I think he killed, like, what, 3 or 4 Archers? He lost all his Spearmen in response, so 5 gone. And now, basically, you've got this awkward situation where your opponent has Ghazi to body block Sipahi and Spearmen to contest you if you go too deep. And Baltoon, another problem. This is why a lot of Ottoman players, if they think they aren't going to be the aggro player, do not set their production up on the front side of their base. Because now, any units coming out are forfeit. Archer's looking to move in. Won't be able to get the insta-snipe here. Spearman in the choke points. Not ideal for Baltoon, though. Spheres are just going to stand their ground. Ghazi coming around to body block this off. And it's going to be a wrap onto the remaining Archers. The ones that Baltoon only just got out here. Luciferon, dude, he's looking to end this fast. I think Baltoon is done. Like, realistically, like, he can't get production out now, right? The supply count is down to, what, 5? And you still haven't cleared up the Archers. The Ghazi is still alive as well. The problem right now is, like, realistically, Baltoon just doesn't have the ability to get Archers together. If he could scale up to 10 plus Archers, he could tickle this away, but he doesn't even bother to hang around. Game 1 is an insanely quick opener here. Dude, that was a succulent timing, and it shows you in this matchup, like, the small difference actually turns into a big difference that your opening buildings can make. I think looking at that game, Baltoon, if I had to highlight where something went wrong there, I think the critical error was choosing to build into the double Sipahi spam when he realized he wasn't going to get his fast castle opportunity with the DS safe at home. That screwed him over because going double Sipahi without any sort of other unit comp, not even a Rax upgrade for your Dark Age Spearman, it just makes you very easily clearable and then one-dimensional. And that switch into Archers, dude, I love the read coming out from Luciferon. There was zero hesitation to realize, hey, you just messed up. You clearly went double stables. There's no other logical reason you'd have this many Spy out. From there on out, he just didn't hesitate to dive. And the moment he got in that production, you could sense the game was over, right? Like, that amount of Archers, that amount of Ghazi are simply not going to drop dead. So, really impressive. 10 minutes and 45 seconds to get a win against the Ottomans is bonkers. And now we head into the second game. It is going to be Cliffside. And this is tough as well. It's Mongols versus the Malians. Typically, this matchup is more of a skill-based matchup, a 50-50 in a lot of people's eyes. I personally feel like Cliffside favors the Mongols, Marlian's pit mine options are a little bit far
Now
forward.
you're my
On top of that, the Mongols are very close to your base. They can rush in very quickly. Big shout out to Eisman for the raid. Appreciate you, buddy. You guys just got here in time to see if Baltoon can actually drag a game out of Lucifron. We're going to hop in the second one here. We're going to flip that score around so it is appropriately aligned. And we're going to have a look at this map straight away to judge whether Baltoon has a chance in hell. Forward pit mines is his only option, right? He's got one behind, and this is tricky. Forward pit mines loose as well up against the Mongols gives a prime opportunity to try and rush you with an outpost, rush you with the racks. And it looks like Lucifron, considering he's on the straggler tree, we are going to be getting that racks opener. Now, this doesn't just immediately kill the Marlians, remember? Marlians are a civ that can easily just, get their hands on the Donzos. Donzos are going to cost more than your standard spears, but the cool thing is with that hybrid attack, you win a prolonged Dark Age engagement. The tricky part I've seen on this map is due to the pit mine locations. Quite often in this matchup, Mongol players can kind of just bait a Marlian player to keep adding spears and adding spears and adding spears. And that's very expensive for the Marlians, right? Like the Donzos are very expensive on the wood. And what usually ends up happening because of that is you have to waste time going for a lumber camp while the Mongols do not, right? Like they have their trees already locked close to the TC. So there is this kind of weird break point where, first few, Mongols ahead. Then from like 5 to 10, Marlians are actually better off the Donzo count. Then I think it stays that way until about like 14, maybe. And then there's this weird little window where a Mongol player can actually get an edge still. But typically by then, like if you forced a Marlian player to build that many Donzos, you don't contest. Because if you think about it, realistically, they've lost out already. Because they've spent a lofty amount of resources, 90 resources in each of their spears. You spend 80. You spend a better balance of that resource. And then on top of that, part of the time, it's been paid for by the Uvu, right? So it's kind of crazy how that matchup works. On a map like this as well, the scary part is if you don't contest in some way, there's a risk you don't even get a second pit mine up here, which is pretty damning for the Marlians in this particular matchup. This run on the open up has got the spearman coming. How's the sheep count looking? This is another important element. Okay, they are neck and neck. That is... I'm actually happy with that. I think we can get a very balanced game because of that detail. Sometimes what you'll see is someone just gets like 2/3 of the sheep, and then this spearman spam just turns into an instant GG. It looks like instead Baltoon's not going to bother, though. This must be the Saharan trade network. I hope it is, because if it's not, he's going to lose a lot. Here we go. He's pulling out for it now. Funnily enough, the Khan could have maybe body blocked that. This is a little bit loose. Actually, I think there's one or two of these villages that could be hit up by the spears, but hesitation from Lucifron doesn't want to test it. In some ways, you're already pretty happy with this, though, right? Like, he has added in spears. It's kind of frustrating, sure, but you can still station these spears at the additional pit mines. That's something that now the Marlians can't defend, right? Because they've just committed the Saharan to the one location. So he can also still, in the meantime, probably kill 2 houses, or at least set them on fire before the trade network goes up. And this is a heavy investment, by the way. Like, Baltoon, he's trying to minimize the bounty given over to make this a lost play for Lucifron. Lucifron, who at this stage has spent 150 and then he spent 400 on the spearman. He wants to make sure there's no tax rebates of 50 for each torch fruit. So, what I like from Lucy is the fact that he's still setting up this outpost. It might seem kind of neglectful now, but the reality is once he techs up, he's going to be able to block gathering on the safe gold. And that becomes a problem because then in this matchup, really the logical play for a Mongol player is that you just rush up a bunch of archers. Because passive gold, and very limited passive gold, is not going to be enough for Baltoon to field an army of Javs. So he's going to actually dive in again. I actually love that Lucifron's just trying to find additional value. This also hurts Baltoon, right? Like, remember, I said you get 50 resources. You have to think of it deeper than that. It's not just that the Mongol player gets 50 resources. It's that you've now spent resources as well that has to be respent, right? So it's actually a 75 resource difference. That's Micro here, Lucy. Just guaranteeing that he's going to get that third torch down. That means house is built at home for Baltoon. Archery range now coming, but guys, remember what I said? He doesn't have much gold to work with here. Once this house is gone, it's going to be at like, what? Probably about 45 gold a minute? Javs, that's going to get you 1 Jav a minute. Silver Tree, in the meantime, is on the way on the other side. Interesting that Lucifron's choosing to go for trade, but kind of makes sense, right? Like, this is now going to be a stuck-in feudal type situation. This also now gives Lucifron the ability to scale into Keshiks. And I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Baltoon is actually going for archers. God. I mean, Lucifer's given him reason, right? Like, you can see Lucy added in additional spears here because he wants to get the torch down the pit mine. I don't know if that's going to be doable, though. Like, you're going to lose multiple spears to do this. Yeah, this is... I wouldn't even advise this anymore. Just get some damage in and back away. Like, the thing you have to remember is that you can't even try to min-max this. You have 80 health, and the Saharan Trade Network hits for 10 damage each. So it's going to wallop you in 8 hits no matter what. There's no flexy level here where you can just, like, finesse the last 2 HP. And now we're going to see Baltine play for that backside. Now, here's the thing. This is a backside spawn gold. It is good in that regard, but it is bad in every other. Look at how far away this is. This is difficult for Baltine. Getting this up is very expensive in itself. On top of that, you're now going to have to worry about the Khan doing more damage shortly, and also the fact that Lucifer's likely to open with the stables now. Yeah, dude, he's got the perfect read. So there's a choice being made here by Lucifer. He's looking and going, okay, I could go archers because you can't afford javelins, but my timing is worse there. Because you've gone for the back pit mine, the reason I want Keshiks is I know I can get there in time to deny any true investment and keep you off of it. Now, this does mean that Baltune could switch into Donzos to counter. And bloody hell, wonderful kill right at the end there. But the problem is now if you switch into Donzos, it's just going to be an Archer plus Keshik comp from Lucifer that solves for all the problems here. Dude, this is very constrictive. This is why Mongols are still a pretty decent pick in the map pool. I think I was saying earlier, like with the upcoming patch that's going to drop before the finals weekend, I actually think that Mongols are going to slip down the rankings quite a bit. I don't think they're going to be as desirable. They still have some nice plays, but the lucrative element, the efficiency of this early outpost rush is going to be crippled. And I think on maps like Cliffside, that's the thing that's making them so scary. Over time, this pit mine will eventually die. It's going to take a very long time. It's not about killing the pit mine, it's just about denying gold, right? Like, we're in a game now where Baltune has a grand total of 96 gold income a minute with 2 pit mines. That's not great. He's also now adding in javelins and Donzos, so he's splitting all of his equity here, like, and it's very limited equity at that. I also love this from Lucifer. He's trading towards the enemy side. The reason he's doing this isn't just because it's a little bit further away. It's the fact that he wants to station his troops in this central area. So his mindset is, you know, if I have to fall back from this area, I've already lost the game, so I might as well keep myself fully committed to this area instead of splitting myself 2 sides of the map. Keshik spam is going to get quite strong, considering that Baltune is very slow on the Donzo scaling. The problem for him is, like, he has very limited information. He just scanned around to see what his opponent's up to, but he can't see exactly how many Keshiks are out, where they're at right now. We can see there's another double pump on the way. Outpost is being rushed up. Baltune should be able to get this up, right? Wait, where are the Donzos? Okay, he's got one hiding here. So the Keshiks might be able to get a charge in, but it's going to cost you a decent amount of health. In fact, he tries to go around straight away onto the archers. That was not a great use of your initial Keshiks. He done no real damage here. If he split the 2 between the wood line and that, he might have been able to actually chip a villager. But overall, I don't think Baltune, like, I don't think Lucifer rather cares too much, right? Like, he's actually 5 workers ahead. The trade boom is already bumping upwards, right? Like, we've got, what, 3 traders? The interesting part is that he's ahead on villagers, right? That early worker kill was pretty impressive. So what does Baltune do from here? Baltune's mindset is probably, this is now just a standard attack defend scenario. I should never be coming out of my base. I'm not going to get multiple pit mines. I just have to accept that I've got my 4K at the back. And, you know, that can be kind of inspiring in that if you only have your 4K at the back, you still have an ability to play this game, right? Like, you can still get towards Castle Age, you can still get Fulani, and you can still take back the map. But the other thing that Baltune is fully cognitive of as the scout is double-checking in the corner is this is now full distance trade that is going to scale. Right now, we are at, what, 3 traders? It's not going to slow down, and this is going to enable more and more Keshiks. This game is already getting a bit scary from that perspective. You can see the Keshik count is matching the Donzo count. This is a spooky position to be in. Like, yes, Donzos are a premium spearman, but this is also a premium cav. The archers come up behind this. This is where the game starts to get a little bit spooky. Steeled Arrow also on the way. The other thing you have to keep in mind is, like, the thing that always makes Silvertree so nice isn't just that the traders are cheap, so you return the value straight away. Isn't just the fact that you're able to scale into Keshiks. It's the fact that you're also able to get an advantage, usually in the blacksmith department, especially when you're playing against a Malian player who only has a single pit mine to work with. It's very limited gold. You can see this is kind of painful. Like, Baltoon's eco really isn't as strong as it typically is for a Malian player at this stage, because he's having to invest so many people actively on the gold, because he can't afford to have like 2 or 3 extra on food or wood because he has that second pit mine. So what are the timings on this? I think Baltoon... Okay, what? That's a very different layout. Okay. I don't think I've seen that one before, but it all fits inside, so it's fine. I think Baltoon, his goal is like, I just need to get out of here as quickly as possible. I can only afford so many Javs, and I know he's going to be scaling archers. I can keep affording Donzos, though. So that's good. You can counter the premium element of Lucifron's combo. But if this goes too deep into Fuel Age, it shifts away from a focus on melee and more into range units, right? And that's where you're going to lose out. So I think what I'd like to see from Baltoon is just decent scaling into actually archers and Donzos, because the Javelins are going to kind of hold him back at this rate. Like, the more he spams Javelins, the less ranches he gets online. It's a difficult balance, though, right? Because, like, on the flip side, you could argue, yes, you need the gold for the cattle. You need 90 per, right? So you need 270. But on the flip side, the ranch itself also comes with 100 wood tax, right? Like, it's such a difficult thing to now balance. I think any Malian player, like, in chat will agree. Like, when you find yourself on one pit mine, your game already feels uncomfortably weird. And when you're up against trade like this, you feel an invisible pressure, right? Because even if Lucifron doesn't show you what he's doing, he doesn't show his units, he doesn't show you the trade, you know it's happening, and you know it's scaling. We're up to 6 now. It's going to continue to trek upwards. We've now got food being added in as well. And yeah, that's another thing. That's a fair point being brought up in chat, is that a lot of these gold pit mines, like, they either spawn in the side of the cliff or they just spawn on top of the cliff. Either way, you can't get a full housing around it. There's another reason why the Malian pick was a little bit weird from Baltoon in my eyes, but I think his draft kind of lacked the same flexibility he's looking for here. He had Iobids, he had Japanese as the other choices. I actually think he could have tried Iobids here. The weird part to me is actually that he didn't, considering that Iobids on most maps annihilate the Mongols. So it's almost like he thought that this was going to be the English pick we talked about. English is really good on this particular map, even against Iobids, because the short distance makes it very hard to defend. So I think what happened here is that Baltoon was very much worried that it was going to be an English pick. So he had to go for Malians, because he felt that it had a better chance against Mongols, and in the event it was an English pick, it was an insta-win. So that gives a little bit of insight into Baltoon's thought process on the draft. This front army's looking bloody scary right now. The amount of Keshiks he's got here. Archers with attack speed. Able to push those Donzos away. Keshiks the recharge, just keeping him honest about this. Micro is important here. And Baltoon, I don't think he's got enough Donzos. Keshik count, still at 10. Remember, they can actually last a little bit longer once they start clashing actively. Donzo count, looks like the rejuvenation is going to come through here. Baltoon with the second wave, able to stabilize, so that will be enough to push Lucifron away. Very expensive fight for the Spaniard. And Baltoon behind this has been flourishing, right? He's got extra ranches coming in, so although it may have cost him a pretty penny to defend, he's got there now. He's got enough of these Javelins and Donzos together. I think Lucifron made a big mistake going in that early. Seems like he was a little bit paranoid about the fact that the ranches were scaling, thought that his opponent was being a bit greedy. Couldn't have been more wrong about it. That type of fight, like, just not worth taking. I think it's better to maybe even stick a few of these Keshiks in the eco instead. Because when you take that direct engagement against a premium Donzo that has 10 more health than your standards, right? Like, you're not getting those quick kills. So, problematic situation. It doesn't kill Lucy outright. Remember, behind this, the trade continues to scale. He's now up to 11 in total, so that's also wood being added in. And the reason why EGC doesn't cast all the games, by the way, is because they simply can't. Like, realistically, they cannot. It's 5 series can take you several hours, right? And it's unpredictable. It could be a 6-hour stream. It could be a 9-hour stream. Then you've already worked the casters for 9 hours, and you only have 2 days. So you can cast 10 to 12 series maximum, and you're having, I think it was 30 or 40 series a weekend in the group stage. That's why they didn't all get cast, and that's why we've been trying to fix that. We've been averaging 20 to 25 series cast throughout the week. So we're trying to make sure almost every series does get cast. You have to think about it realistically, like, having a broadcast in the weekdays, their viewership would be lower. They're already losing money on the broadcast days as it is, and thus it's not really feasible to try and run throughout the week to recap the rest of the games. Not to mention, like, the level of interest is lower when you're talking about recapping games. I'm obviously not like a big boy streamer compared to like, you know, EGCs or Beastie or whatever. But like, I would imagine that if we were talking live games over replays, I'd probably have double the viewership for these games. Moving speed. It's going to be moving. Wait, bouncing. Wait. Oh my god, he moved the Donzos for the tower. Oh my god, and he's in the middle of the tech up. The timing could not be worse. Donzo's going to arrive home, then have to run through the archers. This is getting problematic. The amount of javelins being taken out and idled out. I don't see this going up. I cannot believe this. I am speechless right now. The Donzos now getting intercepted by the archers running through. I don't think Baltoon's ever getting to Castle Age. Oh my god, I didn't even look at this. I was so busy explaining what the thought process with running tournaments because this shouldn't have happened. Baltoon is very simple. Defend, 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 right? Like, instead, he pulls the Donzos to the south side and gets wrapped like this. That many javelins going down, that's a death sentence, right? That was like 18, 19 jabs, I think, in total. 120 resources each. That's irreplaceable at this stage. And now you're in a game where, sure, you've hit the trade, but remember, these Donzos, they don't kill quickly. They don't get bonus damage up against traders. Traders do not have the cavalry tag. And now, well, now the Keshiks will just hang around. The archers could easily go clear out the Donzos. Instead, he's going to just camp this. Fulani now being rushed up. Keshiks are going to bleed over. And that is it. Wow, one and all. One of our quickest series of the entire group stage here. Baltoon, a critical blunder pulling those Donzos away, gives Lucifron a very swift 2-0. Wow. I am a little bit shocked. Perplexed. That was very surprising. Sorry, I didn't even start like assessing going into it because I thought it was a good question coming in. They can't schedule evening weekday games? No, it just wouldn't make sense. Like, what would be the logic, Snoopy Dog? You can't schedule midday midweek events because what you do there is, like, for example, if you say, oh yeah, Dumu and like Marine Lord, you're going to play your game on the weekend, and then you're like, oh, Lucifron and Baltoon, you're going to play yours on the Wednesday. You are giving kind of an unfair advantage because in terms of now practice, Dumu and Marine Lord now have 3 extra days where they could like practice on high strats, whereas Lucifron's going to reveal something a little bit newer, right? Like, it completely messes with the dynamic. So it has to be on the same days. All right, that series was insanely quick. I thought it was going to be a bit longer than that. So 2-0 for Lucifron. Next up, we have got Wham versus Avali. So let me update with that. So let me grab the draft for Wham and Avali. If I can find it. I feel a bit blind right now. There it is. Dude, Avali has to be the person who's drafted Juji the most in this tournament, I swear. Like, the guy loves the Civ. I'm not sure if that's a good thing, but definitely seems to have like quite a bit of desire for it. Okay, so. Looking at these drafts. So Avali, dude, Avali always does this. It's always English Juji, and then I think like genre French comes in a lot. Do you always know who won the game and series? I try not to focus on it, but yeah, realistically, like, this is why I prefer to cast Ultra Live. I think this happened yesterday with one of the games, like Avali versus Beastie, where someone's like, you could have hyped that up. And I was like, it's tough when you know the outcome. I don't fake hype. That's just not me. So, Avali versus Wham. Where does Avali have an advantage in this draft? Jeanne d'Arc is really good against Delhi. It's also really good against Mongols. Well, no, Mongols is more of a 50-50 map dependent, but it's really good against Delhi. Did they draft a water map in this series, maybe? Let me double check that. No water series. So I guess he just wanted the flexibility to use Japanese against Delhi. First map, I think we are going to Coastal Cliffs, right? Yeah, Coastal Cliffs. Okay, this is interesting. Game 1, it's going to be Ibis versus Juji. I actually quite like this. Juji's not terrible in this matchup on this particular map. I think you just didn't have better choices. Like, realistically, there is a way you can play Japanese that can kind of work as well. But if you use Japanese here, like, your options against the remaining becomes quite limited. I feel like the pick into Zhuji is a little bit experimental, but I could see it working depending on the map spawn. So let's get ready with that. Let me hop across into game. Yeah, there's just like no realistic way around it though, Sneepy Dog. Like the only other way is you make a longer tournament format. But I think for like once again, you got to keep in mind, it's like right now, like EGC is not turning a profit on these events. That's something that I'm looking to change for them, by the way. Like I've been the one looking to source sponsors, so like I'm where the Surfshark sponsor came from. So maybe they'll be willing to do longer events once there's like logical backing behind it. We'll see. But I am also cognitive of the fact that I think in some ways EGC don't just want to be the only person present in the scene, because that's like an unwieldy pressure. It's like if you decide one day that there's a better scene to be involved in and you move on, you've just inadvertently killed the scene, and it's not your fault, but like it's that weird kind of balance of responsibility that comes. Need more community funding? For sure. I'd love to get some. If I have some community funding, there's some ideas I really want to do. I mean, Microsoft I can't seem to get a response from, so if we can eventually like secure some sponsorships, there's some very interesting tournament ideas I have. Right, let's get ready to go though. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Elite Classic 2 recap. We've got Wham versus Avali here, and we're kicking off on Coastal Cliffs, Avali's creation, which means, guys, Avali is going to dominate this. He knows everything about this map. He did create it after all. I do like this pick. Zhuji Legacy is not something many people have been opting for on Coastal Cliffs, but I legit think is actually a mid-tier pick for this map. It's actually not terrible. Other side of it, Avali got the Ibids, which are considered to be quite powerful on this map. I think we have mostly seen Ibids getting the dubs. Like I'd say about 80% of the time they've been winning on this map. Really strong performance overall. Zhuji, on the other hand, I've seen a few players practicing it, and when they've been practicing it, it's been looking strong. But I think this might be the second time we've seen Zhuji coming out. The other time, I believe, was Dumu versus Puppy Paw, if I remember correctly, which is a Zhuji Chinese matchup. That's a matchup that should have favored the Zhuji, but didn't quite go that way. All right, so let's see how this one's going to open up, because I think in this type of format, looking at the spawn's very important for both these civs. What the All right, well, Wham, if he was up against an aggro civ, nothing would happen here. This is the safest gold I think I've ever seen an IBID player have. And the berries? Dude. Does Wham pray to the gods before he gets on? Like, is there maybe a god with a head of the camel that he prays to before he gets in these type of games? This is insane. I don't think I've ever seen such a safe spawn on Coastal Cliffs in my life. The stone's further away, sure, but you just don't care about that. Scout Hole in the end looks like a pretty golden opportunity for Wham to get most of the sheep on the map here. Feels like Avali pulled back a little bit soon. Looks like he ran into the enemy scout and then just reared off, which I guess kind of makes sense. Like, he wanted to drop off his sheep sooner because he needs to, due to the way that you're on sheep straight away. You have to remember Wham doesn't have to come back, which is why, like, it's a bit surprising he didn't loop all the way along. He might still be able to recover that, but realistically, Avali should be able to get the entire left side first. Avali's spawn, on the other hand, it's not bad, right? Like, you've got a nice little tree line you can defend here. That usually only matters against high-pressure civs that come at you fast. Ibids can do that on occasion. I just don't think this is one of the matchups. Like, this matchup to me is Avali has to be the aggressor, and Wham's goal is simply to take it. Wham should be going for the growth wing here. Really? Okay, that is interesting. Against the civ that just actively has Chiganu, and it's very easily accessible, he goes for military wing reinforcement. So I guess Wham is worried about a Castle Age race here, right? Because, like, your opponent could build Shaolin Monks. They're very expensive on food, sure, but they can prioritize food, and they can contest you for those relics that are critical to Ibid success. The only other reason is that Wham is worried about a multi-TC play. I think if this was another player, he'd go Growth Wing here, because he'd expect aggro to come his way. But it's because it's Avali, and Avali does have a history recently of being quite a boomy type player. I want to give him credit where credit is due. I think in this tournament so far, Avali has, whenever he can and wherever he can, tried to be more of an aggressive player, especially towards the end of this group stage. So this play feels a little bit weird to me. But maybe there's an extra detail here that Wham knows that we're not quite seeing. Medigarden isn't going to be great. This is, dude, that, oh my god, that is atrocious. That is literally 50 gold and about 12 wood. I wonder if just taking the raw wood would have been better at this stage, if I'm being honest with you. Actually, if he pulled forward, he could have gotten like food plus a crap ton of wood here. I always value food above gold. I'm a little bit surprised when I see people take gold like this. You could argue that, you know, it saves you an extra tax man. But realistically, food has more flexibility. This only has one way it's going to go, right? And we're seeing it. Archery range coming in. This is interesting, right? Because of the choice to go Chuganu, this is what I mean where the Desert Raider doesn't make much sense. You could argue that the Desert Raider can still raid because the Chuganu can't necessarily mirror him. So like if the Desert Raider comes around here, the Chuganu can't attack, right? But I do think Growthwing just has a lot more presence and value. The only reason I can think here Wham didn't want to go for the Growthwing is because he's saving it for the Age 3. But if that's the case, he's doing a terrible job on the berries. Like, this is not how you want to approach this. 3 berry patch has gone already. If this is not Advancement Wing or Logistics, I'm going to be shocked. All going up as well, so Chuganu will not get a backstab opportunity. The Scout will sniff out exactly where that first Chuganu is. Can Avali break the space? I don't want to be like a negative Nelly, but this is one of the hardest spawns for a Chuganu spam to try and break. There isn't really much more he could have got to his favor here. Looks like the first one is even going to be intercepted, so Desert Raider does actually take one down. Interesting that he didn't finish it off. Scout is going to be able to tap that, though. Yeah, this is the problem, though, right? Like, you've lost 2/3 of your HP on your admittedly free unit to kill 1 unit worth 80 resources. This is not what you're looking for. The Desert Raider needs to be getting around the back. Wow. Moment of truth is approaching here. Every fiber of my being is saying this has to be Advancement Wing, but I've got this weird creeping feeling that it actually is just a Growth Wing, and he wasn't paying attention to the berries. Okay, Advancement it is. Glad to see it. So, Advancement Wing coming in. You've just built into a few Chuganu. Avali really doesn't have much going for him right now. He's adding in a Blacksmiths as well. Ishii caramba. This is going to be problematic. Double Stables opener here for Castle Age will just break this straight away. If Avali doesn't add in a Rax in the next 20 seconds, he can't even move out of his base. So how does Avali get out of this awkward sticky point? Because this is the thing. I think Iobids, despite all the nerfs they've received, they're still one of the most oppressive civs in competitive play. I wouldn't put them in S tier, but I think anyone who's not putting them in A tier is still kind of joking themselves. The only reason I think anyone should be putting them B is because they're predictable usually, right? They have the same go-to strategy. But like overall, I would put Iobids as a strong, solid A tier civ still. Admittedly, they're going up against one of the weakest civs in the game right now, the Zhuji. But realistically, we've seen Iobids dominate even some of the top meta picks like the Mongols very regularly. It's pretty ridiculous just what this civ can actually do. And it all comes down to that opening choice, right? Like the Growth Wing giving you 15% more economy at that stage in the game, or the Desert Raiders giving you the ability to block plays from your opponent, and also do things like this. Intercepting and just chopping down a few Chuganu for free with these Desert Raiders is so high value. It screws with the timing. So the reason why Desert Raiders is good is not only to try and deny and aggro time your opponent, it's also just how effective it is at blocking out any sort of greed. Right? If Avali was thinking 2TC, which he wouldn't have been on this map, then he could not have it. So tech up complete. Wham did get the wall up, and Avali did. This is so depressing right now. If you could immediately refund all these Chuganu to have the resources for a tech up, you take it straight away. The only upside for him is that actually Wham hasn't gone for an aggressive start here. He opened with Golems. Yeah, I don't know if I really agree with that here. You're going to get ping cushioned, right? Like, and you're very slow to gap close. Lancers just feels a lot cleaner. But I guess the worry for Wham is, like, realistically, if his opponent's going and gunning for him with Chuganu, he should be adding in spears, right? So it kind of makes sense. Like, whenever you go Lancers, remember, your opponent in Feudal Age can still counter you. But whenever you go Golems, there is no good answer to that. Admittedly, Chuganu are 3 times better than the standard answer of Archers. But it's still going to take a very long time, right? You're going to turn this guy into a hedgehog before he dies. Scout sniffs the first one out. Guillem. He's gonna have to run away. This is exactly what I meant, right? Like, you can't take on this army as one. And this is awkward. This is why Camel just rules the day at the moment, because Camel as an opener, each individual unit may cost more, sure, but it has a lot more flexibility. You have to remember these Gulems are premium meta arms. You're paying 150 compared to 240. It's not like that typical option of you pay 120 or 240, right? So you get 2 for the price of 1. You don't even get 2 for the price of 1 Camel Lancer. And you definitely don't get the same level of impact. And I just noticed Baltoon coming in and mentioning the Sultan's Mamluks, the Mamluks Bravery. Agreed. That is an incredibly powerful tech, but realistically, you're not rushing towards that before you have several units out, right? Like, you can even see Undermesh is taking priority for him first. So while it will eventually be there, Sultan's Mamluks, it costs 350 resources. And also, I find whenever you do the Advancement Wing build, I don't like Gulems as an opening. Advancement Wing build is all about timings, which means that your Lancers make more sense. The build that I like for Gulems is the slower one where you play a little bit of presence in Feudal Age and then you tech up with Golden Age 2. Because Golden Age 2 will also get you these unlocks a hell of a lot quicker, right? 40 seconds and 30 seconds respectively, compared to 1 minute and 45 collectively as it is now. So it's a very big difference. Right, I'm now coming in. Outposts are going up, so it looks like Wham is going to try to get some station defenses. He's gathering a lot of stone, which suggests he might be leaning in towards the second TC idea. This feels very ambitious right now. There is a decent amount of Chiganu knocking at your door, but admittedly, with the Gulems he has, he could easily push this away. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, dude, this is actually sick. Is he going to garrison the outpost with the Gulems? No, okay, the Gulems are just going to go running. I wondered if he was going to wait for the Ram to come close and then just ambush with the double strike. This still works, though. I mean, these Gulems are not going to die quickly. Chiganu reduced to the bare minimum damage here. This Ram has literally done nothing. Second wave is on the way, but by the time it gets here, you're going to be a Ram down. Yeah, this is a little bit of an overextension coming out now from Wham. I don't think you need to go this deep, but he just wants to commit to the kill. He's going to have to retreat away. Has got some more Gulems coming behind this, but it's kind of slow to come out, especially considering he did opt for that second TC. So very important he holds this area, but now, with the Ram being at 4 HP, it should be able to stand. And also the firearm means you can't rely on the spears either. Ram is going to be gone, and now Havali has an awkward situation, right? He's flowing a lot of gold. He's still trying to pump units, but the more you do this, the harder it gets. You haven't contested the Lancer issue and the Desert Raider issue, and you're running out of food at home, right? He's right now on the berries, and then he has to move out into deer. So realistically, if you continue this play, you need to hit now. Avali right here is saying, this is my all-in moment. I don't care about Castle Age, because I'm not realistically getting there unless he's half dead. And that's a problem, because Avali hasn't even been optimal about this all-in. He has 1,000 gold sitting here. At this point, I'd rather he just sell all this gold for wood and build more Rams. It's the only way you're now going to win this. Oh god, the Manchinique's on the way. I think this is the other reason why Wham opted for the Desert Raider opening with Feudal Age, by the way, is it gave him the option of doing this. By doing this like choice of going into the Desert Raiders, if he didn't go for Gulems, he could have built the siege with the Lancers instead. But this, I really, like, he's going to have to dive the TC to get this kill, and that's difficult. The Gulems can hold that choke point. Manjanique! Well, Outpost is down, but that's all you're getting. You're not going to be able to blunt the Moss. That means that there's free relics just generating gold to allow more siege, and Avali now just has to back off and go Castle Age. Like, there's no play now. Dude, this is always the awkwardness, right? Like, you know, this is the thing that's really frustrating against the Irobids. Because this Castle Age comes so quickly, and because of the flexi tools, like the ability to build siege with military units, you save so much resource. You're so optimal in the path towards countering Chiganu. It feels like these all-in Chiganu timings are almost doomed from the get-go. Realistically, I'd say Avali got screwed by the spawn here. This back spawn being protected, everything being protected by a single wall, meant that this was never going to hit. But even if this wasn't here, I think this is one of the harder civs to try and justify this type of commitment against. So, Avali, what's he really got left to play for here? He can play into Mount Lu Academy, just scale into the late game. But the problem is right now, you know, he's at a huge disadvantage. You're talking about the Golden Age, you're talking about free relics, you're talking about a 2TC advantage. Avali will have to try and find his way out onto the stone as well as taking up. He's going to have to wall himself in. The good news actually for Avali fans here, double deer stack behind. this wall. So plenty of food to work with. That's almost 5,000 food sitting in the back of his base still. That's going to give him what he needs to get towards that castle age and then that farm transition timing. Because what we'll likely see here is going to be the castle age into a Song Dynasty transition and then a ramp up into farms. It kind of sucks because you really want to be able to get a second TC. I don't think you can afford to do that until you're like 55 workers. But the good news for Avali fans is realistically, with the way that WAM has played this, he should get enough time to tech up, especially as a Civ that has faster building speed and faster research times. Still, I'm not going to delete you all. This is a tough game right now. Dive coming in. Whoa! Okay. I mean, that's mostly Desert Raiders. It's kind of crazy that Avali wasn't able to kill that many of them, right? WAM still has 4 Desert Raiders left alive. Good God. So another little hit there. That's now 5 worker kills in total. Make it 6. Chuginu trying to save the day. He's not going to be able to, though. Now, the Desert Raiders do die quickly to the Chuginu is the good news, right? But, these were free units. And I think it's fair to say at this point in this game, they definitely found their value. Willem's also hunting. Mammoth's Bravery now on the way. I hate how this, I'm the only one that hates that this ability has different names. I think it's called Mamluk's Bravery when it's on them. It's called Sultan's Mamluks here. And then I remember in the campaign it had a completely different name as well. Willem's charging in. One little love tap, and it's about to get much worse here, right? When you die this quickly, when Sultan Mamluks is complete, that's when this snowballs. That extra movement speed, it's just going to be such a gap closer. Oh my God, even the wall is griefing him right now. Avali still hasn't even started the tech up yet. Wow. Dude, I think he needed to pull the trigger half a minute or so ago. But he had issues, right? It was such a long run out to the deer that he couldn't rush towards it. And at that point, he then felt pressure to add in more Chuginu. But now he's just kind of stuck in a perpetual limbo here. 4 Frolix on the way home for WAM. WAM is about to have a 10-villager lead. And although these Chuginu may be slightly saving you, the reality is the Manjanique is coming to kill you, right? So I'm glad to see Avali finally pulls the trigger. He's going to be going up the Mount New Academy. He still is far from out of the woods yet. This right now is a 92% likelihood that WAM wins from this position. Avali is very much hard counted. Second Manjanique now being added in. WAM now moving out on the map, has walled up across here. That's going to secure the berries and the deer, so he has just as much life in this game on the finite resources as Avali has. Breakthrough. Oh, wait. No, 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 no. He researches the upgrade in the forward archery range here. The only upside right now is that WAM hasn't realized it. He's not just going to burn it down fast. So that's the saving grace here. If it wasn't for that, this game would already be over. Second TC was built by Avali in the end, by the way. So he's not going to fall further behind. However, the problem he's got is one sprint against Manjaniques is a bad idea here. Barely keeps it alive on 17 HP. He could still lose this archery range. So he got 20 seconds left. Could you imagine if this got burnt down in time by 3 camels? Luckily for him, it looks like WAM is temporarily resetting. So Chuginu are going to be upgraded. That's the good news. Springald, nice little snipe there. Nice cancel. Just in the nick of time there. WAM almost losing the resources. Yeah, I think WAM kind of misplayed that a little bit. That was a slight overextension into a slow build up on the Springald. Really, really far away. The camels could have been used to kind of look to keep that Springald further at bay and buy time. Burning these buildings down would have been of high value as well. Think about what WAM has built here. Crossbows makes a lot of sense for Avali, right? He wants the Chuginu upgrade, he wants crossbows. So taking out archery ranges is actually premium. Instead, let's just take a slower approach to this. Burn through on the other wall, and he's looking towards that economy now. Oh man, that is a heavy hit to the eco. 26 villages just idled up. Nesta V's now being queued up as well. Flashing the choke points. Sultan's Mamluks is starting to activate here. Manjanique now moving up. Wait, what? Oh, no. Did he just misclick the wall? I think he did. Nesta V's does come out. Yeah, but now you have to front line with squishy units against Gulems. Oh god, no, dude, this is done. Wham! There's no way you can hold this now. Avali to his best effort, still at least get the Nesta Bees out, but it's not Clock Tower Nesta Bees. Golems can clear that up quickly. Archers instead dive the economy. Avali hemorrhaging way too much here. 43 to 69. And the Golems are now going to add the finishing touch. Nesta Bees goes down. That is going to be it. With a 30 eco lead and full map control, there's no way the Zhuji can win here. Wham, just so on point with the execution of these type of drafts. I think, we can't ignore the fact that he got a very beneficial spawn. Everything about that looked good. I can't think of a single thing that was a negative for the Ibids on that spawn, but you still have to execute. And he didn't skip a beat. I don't think he necessarily done anything wrong. I'd argue that the Lancers maybe made more sense than the Golems, but the Golems eventually had a relevance in the defense, right? And he understood that if he went for Lancers, his build-up with the Manjanique would have been slower, his expense would have been higher, and on top of that, he wouldn't have had a solution to mass spears in the feudal age. So a pretty balanced approach here. More players would have went for Camel Lancer all in, but then again, more players would have fallen victim to a full spear Chuganu spam. So, first game done. Avali's back is up against the wall. Ignore what I've done with the scores there. I've actually put them in wrong because I am genius. Now we look forward to the second game. And this is where things could potentially turn around temporarily for Avali. I think the Delhi Japanese matchup's pretty good for the Japanese. Jeanne d'Arc works as well. I think genuinely Avali, you just pick, knowing the options your opponent has left here, you just go Jeanne d'Arc. I think Jeanne d'Arc's probably your safest choice. But we're going to Cliffside, and instead he chose the English. So this matchup's a bit tough on Cliffside. I know I've been tooting my horn that English is like OP Lombos for a while now on Cliffside. The problem on this particular map in this matchup is if Wham just chooses to go for a Barbican first and drops it on the short ramp, you no longer have a optimal route to the English base. It makes it very difficult to get in. We're also talking about a Civ that, as of the end of the group stage, is sitting with like a 25% win rate. The question now is whether Avali can add positively to that statistic. We hop into game 2. Flip those scores around, of course, because it was Wham that took the first here. Avali back up against the wall, looks to apply the pressure. Cliffside, a great map theoretically for English. It's a very short distance to your opponent's base. That means less outposts to crawl and or out, and that also means quicker timing on Lombos arriving. You are up against the Chinese, a Civ that can build Chuganu, and we know that Chuganu get hard countered by Lombos. However, this is not Zhuji. This is Chinese. This is a landmark defensive Civ. And you can already see what I'm talking about with this central ramp. You drop a Barbican here, this is a jackpot. Not only do you secure the stone, but you're also going to secure the short route to your base. So we'll see if that's what he wants to do. I think timing is really critical here. And if you choose to go for the Imperial Academy first, you're going to be late. Considering that he has not opened up with an Imperial official, I'm wondering if we are actually looking at a greedy build from Wham. And you know what? Considering that Avali immediately opens with Wheelbarrow, oh my, what? I can't necessarily say I agree with this choice. This is a little bit shocking by Avali. Avali has gone for like the most defensive opening an English player can take. Wheelbarrow and the mill loose as if he's immediately adding in the farms here. That worries me because that means that Wham will get his timing for the Barbican. And you're just basically sacrificing what is English's strongest point in the game, which is the first 4 or 5 Lombos. So I guess Avali's mindset is it was always going to be a Barbican. Avali's thinking, okay, he was going to Barbican the center. There's no way I can contest that timing. So I might as well be more efficient about the several following up minutes. But the reality is now, Wham, if he scouts this, if he sees what you've done, he'll just go Imperial Academy first. In fact, the way he's already opened with no taxmen suggests that's what he was going to do anyway. So you've now missed out on an opportunity to potentially punish the greed of the Chinese. Yeah, kind of wild, actually. Avali, the classic, queue all the villagers up. And now the moment of truth. There you go. Dude, it's the freest thing in this game for him right now, isn't it? The Imperial Academy here. And this is the thing, like, if Wham had to have built a Barbican now, because you were going for, like, an aggressive timing, it'd be really annoying. Realistically, like, there's no way you can actually stop the first landmark going up, right? Like, that's the whole logic here, is, minus the extra villagers that Avali decides to queue up usually, like, he would have a timing where, before you've gathered enough to build the Barbican, the first longbow could arrive here. But, with the way this is played out now, Wham because of this optimization where he didn't spend extra on the Imperial Official, he's getting away with this. Like, realistically, if this was like a very aggressive timing now, Barbican comes down, you get blocked out, right? And you've just kind of like missed out on resources. So like the thing that I'm getting at here is that it's hard to know in these games that there was an opportunity to do something cheesy as Avali, right? Whether that's a Men-at-Arms opening or a villager being pulled or whatever, but there was here. The problem is, for him to have known that information, he would have had to have forgone scouting for sheep, which is just not something you can afford to do in this game. If you're wondering why did Avali not contest center first and maybe have that option, you can't contest center against Chinese. They see where the sheep are before you, so it puts you at a disadvantage. That's why Avali started down here and stayed out of the way of the Chinese. So Council on the way in a very weird position here. I'm usually not a big fan of council halls placed like this. The problem with these type of council halls is if you ever lose any map control, you've lost your landmark production, which is such a big game killer for the English, considering they very rarely add in extra archery ranges, right? So, you know, let's say you lose the initial skirmish and now Wham sits here, you no longer have longbows at all. If that happens in Castle Age, you don't have crossbows, which is even worse. So yeah, kind of an interesting position. It doesn't even put Avali closer to the enemy base if you think about it, right? Like, it's actually just as far away as if you put a council hall here because of the ramp positioning. So yeah, I guess it's just a case of he had that many people far out in gold, he didn't want to have to pull them back. He also set up the mill here already, right? So he didn't want to actually have to set it up here. Definitely feels a little bit odd though. First longbows get queued, and Wham immediately with the stables reaction. I'm hoping that Avali is going to add in a rack straight away. The worrisome detail is he queued up 3 longbows, which suggests that he's not prioritizing the racks, right? Because like typically if you cancel one of these longbows, you'd have just about enough to freight a racks, and you could keep longbow production going with the interim resources being gathered. So kind of surprised that he actually didn't build that racks. Like you can see, he would have actually had the surplus to do so. But instead, he prioritizes 5 coming in. He's pretty low on sheep. Oh, wow. Really low on sheep. We've got 5 versus 13. So Wham destroys him there. This is the awkward thing with the Chinese, and it's why I don't like that they buffed the Imperial Academy, and they're planning to buff Barbican with the upcoming patch, right? Like, this is already a civ that I think it had a little bit of a hard time in the early game, but it functioned, right? And you're seeing exactly why. The scout rotation, you usually get more sheep than your opponent, and the supervision allows you to ramp into troop compositions quickly. It's not a top tier civ in the early game. Even with these buffs, I don't think it's a top civ in the early game. But its weakness point in the early game has essentially been stripped away. It now fares well. And the big part of it does actually come down to the Imperial Academy buffs. Paying 45 resources less for a unit that you know you want to get all of is kind of crazy. Especially when you consider that it's basically like overall, it's over a 25% discount, right? And you get 4 in total. So like the 4th now, ever since this change, is essentially free in your builds, right? It's kind of crazy the implications that has, especially for your timings. And what a timing this is. Wham, actually posturing for the aggro, and Avali fully defensive. Barbican now on the way. Not as aggressively positioned as I was expecting here, but realistically this now protects the gold and the stone. One here would have protected the short ramp and the stone, but the gold would have been vulnerable, right? So he's made a balanced choice here. And this is kind of scary actually, because Avali, he built all these lombos and they never came out. Dude, in the nicest way possible, I think Avali needs to take a break from English and competitive. Because we said in that first game, like what I really appreciate about Avali is how he's become more of a tempered player. He knows when to like try and attack, when to try and look for an opportunity. Admittedly in this game it would have been dicey with the horseman timing, right? But like the way that he opened up guaranteed it was heading that way, right? He's only now adding in the racks. He chose to prioritize the first farm cluster very early on. Like this approach has been very kind of classic Turtley Avali, which I think is fundamentally an issue with certain players with this civ, is inherently you feel like this is the way you have to play, right? But when you pick this civ on a map like Cliffside, if you haven't got some plan for aggression early on, I feel like it's just kind of a wasted pick, right? Like my My gamba on English being like S tier in this tournament could not have been more wrong, by the way, and I'm hands up, happy to admit it, was more around this idea of Lombo timing. My nice little graceful road to recovery in that statement, though, is like, in fairness, while English weren't S tier, the Lombos have been S tier in this tournament. Byzantines have proven that, right? It's like, I think the map pool does favor the Lombo play. It just seems like the English are whiffing, and I think part of that is to do with the predictability of your unit comp, and the other part is to do with the fact that to get towards your optimal economy, you have to spend a lot, man. Like, here's a crazy thought for you guys. A Byzantine player will spend 50 stone on that cistern, right? An English player, to get one farm with a superior gathering rate, they're going to have to spend 87 wood. That's already more expensive than what the Byzantine player pays. And in the fact that the Byzantine player then gets tax rebates every time he builds a building in the form of stone, you start to see why, like, this other civ, which can get a comparative gathering rate for their entire economy, is miles ahead when it comes to these Lombo plays. Stood Aaron on the way. Avli, a very interesting choice here, actually. He went into men-at-arms, which I really like because Wham went archers. So, you know what? Credit to him. Like, I still think there was maybe an earlier window to go here. With the opening build, it would have enabled him. But this is the correct play. Like, Wham has only just got Song Dynasty, but he's continuing to add in archers here. Do still have this big problem, though. The Barbican. Oh, no, he didn't even realize. So that's going to be a freebie given over. Outpost is on the way up, and now you have a bigger problem, right? Because before you were going to, like, what, outpost twice? Now you have to outpost 3 times to get around the back. This is the insane part about the Barbican. I think, like, China, this might be the best map in the map pool rotation. We've seen a few people prioritize coastal cliffs to them. Personally, I think Cliffside makes more sense. Cliffside is a really good map for any civ that has an early defensive landmark, and it's because of the L shape of these cliffs. It creates a natural drop point that blocks 2 ramps, right? You can see how it's worked for Wham. It could have worked if Avali was, for example, playing Roos here as well. God, this is a long wrap. I mean, long wrap doesn't do any justice, you know. By comparison to an extended version of Eminem soundtrack, this is a much longer wrap. Like, it's actually insane how far wide he has to go here to get around the back. And the second TC from Wham blocks him from making that rotation. Great ID there by Wham as well. We see the very tight TC. I like that he went a little bit looser just to kind of bridge this gap and hold each of these choke points hostage. Against mass Lombos is a perfect play. And now Avali has to go on the offensive. He knows this game can't drag out. There's no recovery arc there. He's just trying to get in quickly. Meanwhile, Wham is trying to get out of this age ASAP. We're seeing a lot of food and gold being gathered. He could easily just try to make that tech up happen. He could probably have enough time to actually get the upgrades through and start getting a decent amount of damage into his army. But I think for now, he wants to keep kind of matching this amount coming out from Avali, because the issue that the English have now is that they are drastically out of position. Like, Avali right now, he knows he has to go for this TC with the Rams, but his thought process is, I'm out of position entirely. If he's not being greedy in some way, if he's just all-inning with military, I'm going to lose this. Oh, dude, the other rough part is these Rams. 340 HP, this many archers, actually kills it at a decent pace. I think a mistake made here by Avali was going in before the second round was ready. He even takes an extra wallop there from the Horseman. Okay, so now you have to go back and add in a third. This is pretty brutal. The one upside is you at least have got the aura here when the bell's going to ring, if you can bait them in range, right? So the Rams will attack quicker. And he has got the villager out here to repair, but I think Avali now needs a third Ram to make this work. Feels tough when you're on the clock like this as well. Remember, Wham is continuing to scale a lead. It's Song Dynasty 2 TC. He's already now 16 eco up. Some of that's taxmen, of course, but taxmen count in their own rights, right? Like, I know a lot of us think tax people don't have a soul. They don't. But they do bring a lot of resources. Got to give it to them. Knock on the second TC again. Has been fully repaired. Wait, Avali? Oh, he pulled way too far back there. That's just a giveaway. Okay, Horsemen go in. Both Rams gone. He kills a single Horseman, make it 2. That's not worth it. Not for the Ram losses there. And full repair comes in. Dude, this is so annoying right now. The funny part is, like, you know, watching China play this matchup this way, as annoying as it is, it's kind of karma, right? How many years did we have English players play this exact type of style, right? Where they would just hide behind their TCs and greedy boom up. So every once in a while, like, I don't know, this is probably one of those matchups where China does put a smile on my face, just because it truly is a coming of karma. Now Horseman able to cut reinforcements. This is the problem, right? Like, you never added in spears, so these men-at-arms, although effective in the big fight, are terrible when they get caught out on their own. Outpost is going to get torched down. And he's going to get pinched, so all those guys are going to be dropped. So he's going to back away. Wham ready for a tech up now, though, and this game just got really scary. Avali has been delayed twice on that ram push. He's going for a third. This time, it looks like he's going to try to go through the center. Archer count as it is, I actually think Wham has no issue holding this. Avali is going to feel like this is his time when he hears the tech up. But what you have to remember is, like, you know, not only is he up against 2 TC Song that's been active for a few minutes, so that already gives Wham extra eco. It's a game where Wham has managed to kill 3 of your rams, right? So it's not like you got here cleanly and all of your military never got touched. This is still very difficult for Avali to make work. Wham, let's go back away. Veterancy for archers already on the way. Not being prioritized, though. No supervision coming in. A little bit surprised by that, actually. Supervision just makes this easy peasy. I think Wham maybe forgot about that detail. If he had supervision coming in, it would already now be complete, and this army would be dead. Instead, Avali gets some false hope. There we go, supervising now. So coming in 11 seconds. This is it. He's going to force the fight. Avali has to get through here. There's no going back from here. He has not been stockpiling resources in reserve. This is do or die. And it might just be death. Veterancy complete. Men-at-arms are about to melt. Barbican still has 2k HP as well. Horsemen wrap around the left side, looking for a rotation in here. Lombos just have to stand and trade. But right now, they are trading inefficiently. 30 archers up against 27 Lombos. It's going to be a one-sided fight here. Wham is going to be able to wipe the entire army. Behind this, Avali has, what, 1 farm cluster? 2nd farm cluster up. That's not going to be enough. Here's another crazy bit for you folks. Wham is also in the middle of a granary transition while taking this fight. Archers. We'll be able to clear up what's left here. Horsemen are going to be able to rotate around and finish off that ram. Barbican is going to survive on 250 HP. Nestabees has finally arrived. And this has to be it. Avali, after this fight, it's such a short way to the enemy base, right? Like, if we were talking Dry Arabia, Avali would at least stop producing and try to go for a tech up. There is no tech up option here. By the time you start that tech up, these archers would reach your base. Guess we're going to get a 2-0 here. Avali, it's just unfortunate. I think, like, the draft was a little bit weird for him. We said Jean d'Arc, right, as his alternative option. I get why he didn't do it. I think Jean would have kind of been a little bit of a struggle here, simply because of the fact that your opponent had the Chinese option, right? It's very difficult sometimes for Jean to get in. But I have to feel it could have done better than the English. I think the English is tough, right? Like, you have to essentially save it for Mongol? No, dude, I think you just don't pick it. Like, I'm sorry, I think English just aren't performing well at all in the current meta. We've seen that already. I mentioned the stats. Like, I can pull them up for you. Specifically, there is 26 games played. They've been banned 17 times. They have a 26.9% win rate. They look absolutely abhorrent right now. There is not a worse performing Civ than them in the entire tournament. And this game definitely didn't help that statistic. I did mention before, I think like part of the issue is some of the players that are picking English. No offense to like Avali, but obviously, you know, his performance in the group stage kind of shows something there. And he's definitely been one of the biggest believers in English. I think he's picked it more than most. But in general, I think like it's been seen as a shoe-in, a go-to choice for God's sake, these outposts. Adorable as they are, not going to do much. It's been seen as kind of a shoe-in choice because like going into this, a lot of people's expectation is that this map pool was really going to be busted for the English Lombos. And I think the difference maker has been the way that people who've allowed the English through have drafted against it. In fact, a lot of the times, I feel like what we've been seeing is your draft becomes predictable because with the current format, if you want English, you have to ban or pick Malians, and that gives a lot of flag over to your opponent. They need to react to that, right? Like, if I see someone pick Malians, I'm like, oh, English needs to be picked or banned. Or if I see them ban Malians, I'm like, they're definitely going English, right? It's a very lofty piece of information that you give across. Because remember, like, out of all the matchups, the one that English most definitely cannot play is the Malian one. Happily. Can't even kill a Nesta Bees in his own base. I think that says everything it needs to. This rap is a rap of desperation here. Damn. Nesta Bees is at least going to die, but this game is over. Wham would have to throw away like 3 armies now to get Avali back into this. By some miracle, Avali has made a miraculous outpost crawl around the back, but the funny thing is he has 5 men at arms here. 1 Nesta Beast would kill your entire army because you don't have a quick enough burst to take it out in return. English needs another 50 wood extra at the start? Maybe. I'm trying to think like what else you could do to kind of solve the English issue here. I think, I still do believe that the English's win rate would have been better in this tournament if there were more Abbey of Kings builds. I think we highlighted this in a previous series where, like, the Lombos could not do anything in the matchup. It just didn't make sense to open Lombos. Had he gone for, like, you know, a healing instead, I think it's a Jeanne d'Arc matchup. Like, Jeanne d'Arc is, in particular, one of the hardest matchups to English. It's like a 70% win rate for Jeanne d'Arc. In that matchup, I think, like, English players need to learn to go for Abbey of Memes. Yeah, because I can tell you right now, Council Hall's looking like a meme itself. Army pushed into a corner. That's going to be him getting finished off. King's Pass is on the way, but I don't know how great it's going to look. Oh my god! Wham has just ran through all 4 farm clusters. That's it. GG gets called. He won't even wait into Castle Age here. So Wham with a very dominant 2-0. Shows you why he finished at the top of his groups in good company here. Remember, Wham was able to take that 2nd place only behind Beastie based on overall points, having won and lost the same amount of series. And the crazy thing is actually, it was only the opening series that Wham lost, if you remember correctly. It was a 2-0 that Anatan got over him. From that point on, though, Wham had a perfect understanding of this entire group stage and executed almost flawlessly throughout. TC didn't do anything. I mean, dude, what do you want it to do, right? Like, you can't afford to idle out 15 villages there. You know, even if you did, like, they are tanky archers. They're vet archers. They're not standard archers. When I dive TC, my units melt like butter. Yeah, but are you diving in Feudal Age? Because Castle Age is a big difference. Castle Age is like, hey, I've got a lot more units. They also have 10 more health, and they might even have an extra run ranged armor. So, yeah, it's like, it's crazy how much easier it gets to just get away with mass archer dive in Castle. Okay, so another series done. Let me move that one across. Next up, I think we'll check out Anatan versus Elyona. So let me grab that one. Here we go. Let me... doink. And draft. He dies without undermesh. Yeah, it's just like, it's still raw HP increase though. So like, you're just not killing units very quickly. And like in that game, like legit, the reason why it doesn't matter is if, let's say Avali completely garrisons the TC and survives. Okay, so you just spent another minute with 15 of your villagers, which is, at that stage, before that dive began, a third of your economy, not doing anything. And yeah, dude, that's crazy. Perfectly mirrored bans here. Interesting that neither of them wanted to prioritize the Delhi in the first phase. I know even... Wait, what? Dude, that's the wildest part to me, is that Anno banned the Delhi and then picked the Japanese. Oh, so little thing about like people talking about the Byzantines and surprised Anna's not picking it. Anatan, at this point, I bluntly say, if Anatan is given the choice between the Byzantines or the Japanese, he will pick the Japanese. Anatan really likes the Japanese. He has some very creative builds with them as well. All right, so let me go to his data. I think this was the final series of the group stage for both of these players, if I'm not mistaken. So, oh wait, no, sorry, it wasn't. Was that the B one? Yes, B Anatan was the final one, sorry. This was the second to last from the group stage for them. So, what game one's going to be Tri-Arabia and we've got a French-Chinese matchup, which is like not one we see very often. Mainly because like French isn't picked much. Here's an interesting stat for you guys, actually. Throughout the group stage, pick-wise, French was the second least picked. The only Civ that was picked less than them was Order of the Dragon. Order of the Dragon had a grand total of 3 picks across the entire group stage. The French only had 9 picks. What's funnier still is like the bans. French and Order of the Dragon are the 2 only Civs that did not get banned through the entire group stage event. But here's the funniest part. If you combine the win rates of those 2 Civs, they have 100% between them. However, Order of the Dragon makes up most of that percentage. With 3 games played, they have a 66.7% win rate, and the French are at 33.3%. Funnily enough, I think all of those wins so far can be attributed to Lucifron in the group stage. Maybe 1 for Elyon. So yeah. It's a pretty rough one. All right. It's weird because I feel like French is fine, but the stats aren't good. They're just not getting picked. There's like it's not a desirable pick. Like the map pool especially. So let me just quickly, before we get into this, I'll quickly explain the map pool to you, and then like you can paint the picture, right? So maps where French could work, or maps where French would not feel great. I think Cliffside is kind of like a weird one. You'd think they'd be great, but like being close to your opponent is a disadvantage for Cav Civs. Mongolian Heights, I just think your timing's too late to like stop fishing happening. Golden Heights, like, dude, no. Like, this is the thing. Like, any water map, no, right? It always feels weird. Bridges they can work on. Holy Island, yet. Lipany, they could, but there's just better berry civs to go with. Frisian Marshes is one of the few where they can logically make sense. Gorge, it's not that they're bad on Gorge. It's just, once again, I think there's better choices. Rocky Canyon, personally, I would say no. Like, the only reason I think you should be picking French from Rocky Canyon is because you're deep in a draft and have nothing else. Coastal Cliffs could work, but it's, once again, like, it's a thin map. It's the same logic as Cliffside, and why they don't work on Cliffside is, like, these maps are too narrow for them to get advantage. One's narrow in the case that it is genuinely thin, Coastal Cliffs. The other's narrow in terms of scope. Cliffside's really short, right? I can tell you guys right now, like, the big losers, Rocky Canyon and Dry Arabia, have been rough ones for the French. So I'm not holding my breath here for Elyon, but let's get ready to go. Alrighty. All right, so we just introed this matchup with some very interesting stats because we don't see much of the French right now in competitive. But we're back for more of the Elite Classic 2 recap. One and all, welcome back to AoE4 Action. This is an interesting one because the French actually have not been picked much. They have a grand total of 6 picks through the entirety of the group stage of the Elite Classic 2. That's a lot of games to make that statement across, remember, because we've had 45 games in each group, so 90 games overall. In those 90 games, remember, picks and actually being played is different, right? To only be picked 6 times is bonkers. The win rate, I think it was... Wait, did I say 6 picks? I think it was actually, let me double check. It was a grand total of 6 losses, 3 wins. Sorry, 9 picks overall. But of those 3 wins, I'm pretty sure every single one has been attributed to Lucifron, maybe one of them to Elyon, so there could be hope here. The funny part is the statistical comparison of one of the least performing civs versus the best performing civ. OOTD and French between them make up 100% win rate, and that like Order of the Dragon is the most winningest civ at the end of the group stage with 3 games played and 2 wins, 1 loss. And then the French are the second worst performing civ in the game. The only ones being worse than them, of course, being the English that have been absolutely abhorrent in the group stage of the Elite Classic 2. The Chinese versus French matchup is a very old one, though. However, it's one that just hasn't been revisited recently, I'd say. In more recent times, I'd actually say that the Chinese have the edge. Back in the old days, put my pipe in, right? Like, for example, if we actually crack out the old patch, the September 26th patch 2023, before we had the Sultan's Ascent, French versus Chinese was a 58% win rate for the French at the highest level. That makes sense, actually. Like, if you remember, they were very good at chipping away. You could mirror the TC building while also scaling into aggro as a French player. It's much more difficult now because of a few simple changes. And one of them really is in the efficiency in getting to a second TC being worse. And the other is in the Imperial Academy buff for the Chinese. It allows them to scale in the early game a lot cleaner and get out unscathed. So, I'm curious to see what Elyona's solution is going to be. I wonder if they were actually anticipating this being an opening Chinese pick. Anatan did also have the Mongols, Japanese, and HRE to play. And he is admittedly the type of player that would open with Japanese. I can't imagine that's what Elyona was expecting because Japan will beat French quite easily. Maybe Elyona thought it was going to be like an HRE pick? Because I think, no, you had like Lipany, I think, was in this draft. I'm not quite sure what the thought process is from Elyona. They probably just feel like if they play the TC race, but they add in Knights, they can outplay. I do think that is much more difficult these days. And it comes down to the spawn on Dry Arabia. Sometimes you get these impossible to breach spawns. I think Anatan's one isn't too bad in that regard. He's got these defensive wood lines, which you think would be bad, but it means that he can actually set up the back of his base for a farm boom around like 15 to 18 minutes. So that's a safe element. The difficulty is earlier on, and that's where I'm expecting Elyona to strike. I don't want to see them rushing onto stone straight away. I like that they're not doing that. I like that there seems to be a focus on getting the initial knights out. School of Cavalry is such a powerful tool. Those first 2 or 3 knights can make or break the game. I'm not sure if you'll be able to get here quick enough to block a Barbican close to base. Like one here between the berries and the stone would be really nice for Anatan. But you should at least be able to block out the back gold and stop any sort of fast castle or gold heavy type plays from the Chinese. We're going to hit the 2 times though. We should have done that to begin with. Elyona. Have they got a good TC placement? They go for it. This one's not too bad. Not too far forward from their primary, right? On the deer, on the berries is quite nice here. In fact, Anatan, okay, I thought he was actually intentionally going to start shoving these around. I'd love to see him do that. Just split the deer up, so if this is a TC play, Elyona won't be happy with it. They do have a backup option to the south side. This is a little bit further away, but also just as doable. First knight now out there. So Anatan, instead of pushing those deer around, decided to just focus on the incoming threat. Barbican is going to be up, though. A lot of villages for that. 11 to get it up. But that makes sense because you want to be straight onto the stone afterwards. So nice hold there. Anatan does have the strong defense. 2 hand cannon shots coming in. It's pretty heavy damage onto a knight already that has essentially not had a chance to do anything. Unfortunate timing as well, actually, because Elyona, it looked like they were wrapping around the back. They didn't scout the Barbican timing there. So throwing away that much health in your first knight is actually quite expensive. 240 resources is a lot in an economy this small. And these first knights are the most critical ones, right? Because typically your first knight or 2 coming in aren't going to be counted, right? There won't be a Rax yet because you want a TC. So this is the prime time to get some damage done. Elyona, however, has decided to stop at a grand total of 1 knight. TC is on the way, and it is going to be that forward-facing one. So pretty good spawn here. And the nice thing is, although you are no Song Dynasty, you're still pretty competitive, right? It's 15 seconds versus the 17. The other nice thing is because you didn't have to get a second lab mark to get into your TC optimization, you do actually keep pace and even get a slight edge over the Chinese because your second TC should go up a lot sooner. You can already see that. Anatan has gathered the stone, but wood is still lacking behind. And that's why I like this little raid. Elyona. A little bit of chip damage done here, right? Like his goal is just to force idle time. Unfortunately for him, this is a very tight woodline spawn, as often is the case on Dry Arabia. I actually think that you'd be seeing a lot more French picks if Himeyama was in the map pool. I think, like, of maps that make sense, Prairie, Himeyama, these are the type of maps where I can see the French thriving. I still feel like in a lot of situations, Jeanne d'Arc's going to feel better. But probably Himeyama even more so than Prairie now. Like, Prairie to me is probably now just 100% a Jeanne map instead of a French. But I do think that some of the maps you're seeing on the ranked rotation fit French play better than Jeanne. Especially when you consider a lot of Jeanne players have now just been pivoting into the 2 TC builds because they can't get in. That is a fair point, right? Like the OG noob civs, French and English are the worst performing. I think what we're getting at here is just get good. Wait, no, but didn't someone, like, I could have sworn someone recently said that, like, the Order of the Dragon is meant for, like, not very smart players, I think was the statement used. Right? Because it's easy to follow. I think Drongo said something like this in a video. So there we go, guys. That's why they have a 66.7% win rate, the highest in the tournament. Just easy to... I'm kidding. Yeah, it is kind of interesting. I think like the issue with French and English right now is, and this was bound to happen, is when you have all these new civs coming out and they're getting polished up and they're getting all these nice shiny new things, it's very easy for the old civs to kind of get forgotten about. And it's hard to immediately gauge that they're underperforming if you look at the entire picture on the ladder. Considering that the average player has a main and probably is only playing one civ, and for most players that is going to be the French or the English, it means that these civs, at least in like bronze, silver, gold, are going to be inflating stats to look better than they really are on a competitive level, right? So like, you know, depending on how you view the stats as a developer, you may be misled into thinking that English and French are fine. I'm hoping that this tournament is going to be an alarm bell and a wake-up call. That French needs some drastic changes to be more unique from Jean, and English needs some alternative options than just longbowing someone in the feudal age. Because right now, that is literally the only way they look semi-good. And right now, even more so with the upcoming patch, the Byzantines do that better. Alyona, archers coming out. Knights as well on the way. Oh, yeah, sorry, it's low cognitive load civ, which is a very polite way of saying me not able to think or deal with much at once. Could have just called them Farmville gamers. That would have worked too. Alright, so Archer Range is now scaling into Chuganu. Anatan, this is a pretty sizable defense force already. TC's already scaling the lead, right? Like, it's 45 to 49. Alyona has to find a way in. We're going to hit the 2 times until they make that move. I think for Alyona, the idea here is to get enough knights together to split 1 or 2 off from the main force and look for a dive in. Otherwise, you shouldn't be messing around like this, and you should just be focusing on the castle age. Because right now, like the longer this goes on, if you can't find some chip damage to keep this shrinking, Anatan is going to keep scaling a lead. This Chuganu threat is problematic right now. Villagers. Okay, start getting snipes. A nice little move there. Has got Sealed Arrow coming through. You may notice that actually that hasn't been prioritized by Anatan yet. A little bit of a whoopsie there. It was very slow, but can now supervise, right? Like, this is the nice thing. When the Imperial Academy changes, you typically have 4 IOs by now. Whereas the old Chinese builds were a bit weaker and weren't as good at dealing with aggro play because they were usually on 3 officials at this stage. Courtesy of the fact that you now basically pay the same but get 4 with the Imperial Academy build, it makes this so much more accessible. Funnily enough, he didn't even need to supervise, though. Like, that actual just showing of the Chuganu scared Alyona all the way back. Walls are now up. So you have basically got one way in. Oh, dude, Anatan, he even actually got a chance to push in the deer. That shouldn't be happening, in my opinion. It wasn't too long of a push, but Alyona had knights coming, right? Like, he should have been able to come back with the scout and keep some of these away. This is an insane amount of easily accessible food now for Anatan. Going for an attempt on the wall, but this is just making you very immobile, very predictable. With the Chuganu shop, it's not going to be pretty either. Behind this, Alyona still not even thinking about that idea of castle ace that we talked about. They're just looking to break in, and that has me worried. Anatan's army is big enough to kill you now. Notice that Alyona wants no part of this. 30 Chuganu is no joke. The gap close alone could lose you multiple knights. Here they come. Spearman. Nice brace there. Straight away, they block out a few. Alyona peels off to the side. Spearman count is getting low. Anatan, the Chuganu count is just so big here. That initial trade was terrible, right? The archer count is not that desirable for Alyona. And there's just enough Spearman left to keep the knights at bay. And even cutting a few extra ones down. It's so annoying just how effective these Chuganu can be against this unit. Just look at that, right? Like, they almost one-hit it. Archers could never do this. 2 more knights going down. That's an expensive fight for Alyona to be taking. And remember, in this game, he's falling further and further behind on eco count as it goes on, right? Like, it's not as quick of a gap to build as with other civs, right? 17 seconds versus 15, but it's still an advantage for Anatan. And in a game where he still has the 8 stack of berries behind him, he's got 6 stack over here, and he's now exhausting the deer. He has plenty of runway. In fact, he has enough that he's going to look to go Castle Age here. And Alyona won't be able to break this quick enough. This is the thing that I think is making Chinese kind of absurd right now, is the early game eco got buffed. They are able to kind of scale with you now. And when they go for this tech up timing, this is one of the hardest civs to punish in the game. Same as the Byzantines, right? Because of these increased research unlock speeds, same with the Ibids. It's very difficult for a person still in feudal age to get a window of opportunity to attack. By the time you now be going in, with supervision, the veterancy for Chuganu can be unlocked. And if you are trying to run even 20 knights into this many vet Chuganu, you're going to die. And yes, China is better than Zhuji. The only exception where Zhuji feels a bit better is Holy Island, because the Meditation Gardens are incredibly bogged. And the only other situation where Zhuji feels a little bit better is for a 1TC all-in Chicken New Rush timing, because they get theirs more optimally, right? They don't have to get Song Dynasty for it. But it's a nitpicky detail, right? Especially with the update that gave the Chinese the discount on the Imperial Academy. I think even then, for these Chicken New spammy builds, I still now prefer the Chinese. Oh, yeah, no. We'll break the wall, but there's no way they're going in here. Well, they're going to try, but good luck with that. Instead, it's going to be a back off and a tech up. So we're going to hit the fast forward because it looks like we're not going to get a fight too quickly here. This has been a very kind of inactive game. I still think this is one of the negatives I always hate with China. China forces these games more often than not. You could argue that sometimes it's not the case because someone tries to all-in, but like realistically, in these type of matchups, if you're playing a Civ that has some sort of eco-scaling themselves, you can't go for this all-in approach, right? Like you have a better shot of just trying to take it into the castle age. So quite often you get games like this where even with the French now, a Civ that has historically been the most aggressive, they choose to just be a bit more tech-heavy. Great for opportunity on the wall again. Whoops. Yeah, Anatan may want to double wall this if he wants to walk that far away. There's going to be a break-in, and he needs to get troops out here. Nesta Bees is going to be unguarded. Spearman trying to hold on. Actually, should be able to protect it now. Oh, dude, this is perfect. The Nesta Bees just aggro the entire army. That's crazy. If Elyon had just gone to the right side, he would have blocked out the granaries and taken down a few villages. Instead, it's just going to be a taxman and a siege weapon. Needs more than that. Knights already getting shredded, not many left over. Chuginu will absolutely decimate the archer force here, so Elyon has to turn and burn. Just has to get involved in the fight. Cannot run away from this. It's too late now anyway. So Chuginu, 39 up against 38 archers. This is going to be a one-sided affair. So yeah, kind of a rough fight for Elyon to commit into, but at this stage, archers have run their course right. Like this, you could genuinely, like I said, turn and burn here, but it doesn't really count for much, right? Like, what do you do with these archers afterwards? You might as well just try and trade out as best you can. Also going to snipe down the villagers before they can re-wall. Cheeky by Anatan to try this, actually. He's going to fail, though. It's... Wait, no. Oh, my God. Come on. Are you kidding me? Dude, that villager right at the end. 400 health on that wall. Archers are gone. A damn good fight here. Anatan now with a lofty military lead. I can't believe that. Get more build than China, I dare you. Textiles as well. Dude, what a read there. I know. Gets to clean up on the army. And this is really important, right? He was just setting up for the temples, and this is perfect because Elyon just threw away everything. There is no army left over. So Anatan, what does he do? He moves out into the map. He starts gathering these deer in positions he should never have access to. And he starts playing for the relics at the same time as Elyon. Dude, that's sick. This is usually what happens in this matchup that feels really uncomfortable though, right? Like I said, this matchup used to favor the French, but ever since the change in the build and the way you kind of apply it, with the comfort at which the Chinese execute their early game now, I would actually favor the Chinese. I think Chinese are quite heavily favored now in this matchup. It just feels like they get that Barbican timing a lot cleaner because of how much nicer the Imperial official like transition is, right? Like it's so much more cost efficient with this small change. Can't believe 45 resources. Collectively, overall, actually 135 resources, because usually you have an opening IO. Maximum, you're saving, what, 180 resources has made this much difference, but it truly has. Even the farm transitions just look cleaner these days. So I can hit the speed up. Hit a little bit of a lull. Keep drop has come in from Elyon in his base, so there won't be a dive straight into the main. Also, this is going to be a nice way of discounting what you need to build into. Farms are now on the way from Elyon, but only 11 so far. So much weaker food economy than your opponent. Raid on the side. Nice yoink away of the relic as well. Anatan run off with the goodies. Well, that horseman is not going to kill. Big whoopsie. Ano sneaks off into the tree line again. Elyon will be able to find him. Dude, that was crafty. Elyon, he tried, like Anatan, he tried to wait here. But El will get the safe one. Looking like we're probably heading towards a 3-2 relic split. Remember, Anatan still has a safe relic in the back of his base here. But the other thing is with taxation, with the pagodas, with all these different details, right? That puts the Chinese ahead later in the game, on economy still. Elyon has big issues. keep drop in the center as well. Just denies the big gold. So you're playing baby goals on the flank, right? As a Civ that requires a lot of gold anyway. Another keep drop coming in. Anatan, dude, this is crazy. Double keep stacking like this. TC now being sieged. Shuginu and the Nesta is going to make this quick. Alyona is about to fall behind. I mean, I'm saying fall behind as if they're not already behind, but they're behind by 10 right now. In a minute, they're going to be behind by 20. On top of that, you're also struggling to get a military together that can defend. You don't have mass farms yet. A bunch more just got added in. Alyona now up to 31. But on the other side of this, Anatan already up to 21 and scaling. With triple granary, this is so much better for the Chinese. Spin, we're going to wrap around the back. Villagers. 1-2 should be going down here. It's also going to be a lack of stone for an additional keep. And also a wrap towards the north side now. Arbitrary. Dude, like, this is rough. I actually think that this comp is a problem right now. Anatan just going for Chuginu and Spears is perfect. Sure, you can argue Pavis is really bloody good, but if you see it, you just back away, right? And all of a sudden, what, Alyona chases you and dies. It's not a pretty look for him here. Gambersons is at least going to be very helpful against these Spears, but it's the Chuginu threat that I have a problem with, and also the Nesta Bees. Like, right now, Alyona has no answer to Nesta Bees. The raid on the backside though, Spearman. Dude, how the hell is Anatan getting all the way around here without Yuan Dynasty? This is crazy. No walls coming out from Alyona. And the fact they went Men-at-Arms has me really worried. Like, yeah, I kind of get it, right? Your opponent had Chuginu. You want something tanky. But you know he's going to be adding in crossbows afterwards, right? And this is also another sore answer to Nesta Bees. Like, you don't actually have a great way of dealing with them. And Horseman isn't really a reliable or scalable comp when you have this much food income a minute. Stonewall's also now looking to go up from Anatan. Map just becoming more and more suffocated for Alyona. Like, it's kind of crazy. I don't think Wolves would have changed this outcome either because it's such a brute force approach by Anno. Anatan. Talk about brute forcing his way into the late game. Imperial's now on the way. Gonna go 2x speed again. Spirit Wave's coming up in the wildest of locations here. Mid-map, because that's where the gold's being gathered. I don't know how Alyona survives past 30 minutes without trade here. They now have no access to both the big gold veins. That's not just a huge advantage for Anatan, that's a huge disadvantage for the French Civ that requires so much gold. Sure, you got the keep here, and that's going to give you some discounts, right, on your gold-heavy units, but it still doesn't really compare to, A, the Chinese economy, and B, the extra gold difference here, right? Like, realistically, Anatan now, all they need to do is switch into hand cannoneers with pyrotechnics, and you're pretty much at a GG. These raids on the farms as well. Such a bloody pain in the ass. I mean, walls at this stage would at least force your opponent down the center, but now with an age-up advantage, that would just be cannons and a blitzer, right? So it's still not a comfortable position. A little bit surprised that Anatan hasn't added in a bombard yet. It would take a long way to come from home. Heck, I'd even be a fan of a Siege Workshop here, just to get that bombard to start hitting this keep. Spearmen have not got elite army tactics coming through yet. Knight, wait, what? Guys, please. That should have already been Garrison. I don't know what the hell they were up to, but anyway. It looks like Anatan was trying to get a little bit cheeky. Farm's now getting idled up, though. Crossbows have arrived. This is problematic for Alyona. Like, they've got 45 farms, but 10 of them aren't operational. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, Anatan, 52 farms with the Granary Aura. This is getting out of control. You can already see it in the food income, and that's before he's even got food tech level 3. All's continuing. There's going to be nowhere for Alyona to flank at this rate. Palace Guard are now moving in. No Yuan Dynasty coming out just yet. The army tactics also not on the way. I'm trying to think, like, how does Alyona come back in this? Oh, God, they can't. No, dude, they guild hoarded gold. They can't get Imperial Age. Like, right now, they're draining themselves to try and get an army together, right? Like, military, they have the numbers, sure, but the problem is their eco isn't going to stabilize behind this. Like, think about the army that Alyona's built. They've got 45 arbitriers and 10 men-at-arms. Not much of their army is mobile. And now, Anatan's army is about to get more mobile. Imperial Palace on the way. Farms are getting found. There is no textiles either here coming out from Alyona, which feels like a complete mistake in this game. Especially when you look up and just see how many worker kills are occurring here. Yeah, this game is looking out of hand right now. Aoyuna needs walls. You've reached a point where, like, you're against Passguard, you're in Yuan Dynasty, you 100% need walls. Before this, you could maybe just ignore it and say, okay, I need to focus my eco efforts elsewhere, but you're past that point now, dude. When you go 50 plus Arbre Trier against Yuan Dynasty Passguard, if you don't wall, you're begging for death. Keep drops won't even stop it. Keep drops will get ignored because these units move so quickly. What's going up? Anatan has constricted this map so well. We're going to stay on the fast forward here. Flash comes in the center. Nesta Bees are uncounted. Backstab coming in from Limited Horseman, but Aoyuna! I think that's going to be it. There's no way. Staggered formation isn't that effective against Nesta Bees. Just look at the damage they are still doing here. Passguard now arriving again. And this is going to be a wipe of the main army. Aoyuna just heavy hits here. Bombard in the meantime getting rid of the castle. Repair crew just trying to keep it alive. But I think we can see where this one has grown now. Aoyuna just a little bit too far behind the food. It means that they're stuck in a never-ending meat grinder. They're never going to get a big enough economy to reach Imperial here without it costing them the game. Treb's also now just being sniped out. Nesta Bees literally just uncounted here. And Aoyuna, the reason why they haven't gone for Springles, they can't now. Right? Shard triggers means it's an impossible fight. It's an impossible game. GG's going to get called. Game 1 will be a win for our Belarusian. So, we look forward now, deeper in the series. We're going to point on the board here for Anatan. What could we be looking at next? Aoyuna's got Jeanne d'Arc, Byzantine's Ibids. This should be Ibids game number 2. Anatan's choices up against Ibids are a bit dicey. I don't like HRE there. I definitely hate Mongols there. Japan is a comfort pick. So I'm wondering, is Aoyuna paranoid that it's a Japanese pick? If that's the case, they should lean into the Byzantines. Byzantines are actually pretty decent in that matchup. They can win. It's a skill-based matchup. But if you go Byzantines, like, there is a risk that, HRE could just outscale you, maybe? I don't see it. I think the best option for Aoyuna to try and recover this series now is Byzantines. Especially on Coastal Cliffs, but nope. They went for the Ibids. I've watched a few Japanese Ibid games recently, and guys, I gotta say, I actually think Japan is a really good answer to Ibids. You just fast castle, they fast castle, it's all kosher, right? If they open Desert Raider, you drop an outpost, you get Aristlet's upgrade for free because you're gathering gold and it gives you stone. Japan deals with this opening from the Ibids really well. And they have an economy that can match the tech timings. And when you get there, the openings they have is kind of crazy, right? Like, if you see you're up against heavily armored units, which you should be if the Ibids want to get some value, you very simply can just play into your Onimusha. If it's mass archers, you play into Mounted Samurai. Scary one now as we hop into the second game. Aoyuna back up against the wall, pulls out the Ibids. A strong pick on Coastal Cliffs, but Anatan, not just a strong pick up against the Ibids, a strong pick in particular for him. This man right here has been dominating with this pick. I've really been impressed by him. I think Anatan actually might be the most impressive Japanese player I've seen so far. He's become a scary beast. Yes, you could argue there's been some players outperforming with maybe a pretty standard Mounted Samurai opening, but the thing that's really impressed me with Anatan's performances has been the flexibility in his builds. He's able to just find a way to pretty much line in any unit into these comps, whether it's a Yumi, a Mounted Samurai, Onimusha, whatever. Like, he has a lot more flexy, and I think I've been a big fan of the stone build that we've seen in the past. Don't expect to see that stone build here. The stone build is the one where he opens on stone, then moves across on the gold to build a forge. That gives him enough stone quickly to get a daimyo and get an Uma out. You can't do that in this game. The stone's too far away, right? Even if you have Tawara, you need to be into Takazaiku as well to even stand a chance. But even then, you need a forge out here to justify it. Scout rotation, pretty bloody good from Aoyuna. Check this. Wrapped right around the back. So we'll actually get the lion's share of the sheep pool here. 9 compared to 12. This is not a game killer, though, in this particular matchup, because both of them will have enough berry food to get them towards their castle objective. It does, however, have potential implications on the opening minutes of that castle age. Anatan is going to have to read the comp perfectly and get the counter, because if he fails in that regard, the game is going to feel almost over for him, because he won't have enough food from those more expensive comps, such as either the Mounted Samurai or even the Onimusha, which seem cheap until you remember that spamming Onimusha is expensive in a different way. You need so many of them. We're going to hit the 2 times modifier, though, because this is just going to be a fast castle on each side. Growth Wing opening. Alyona not even looking for an opportunity to aggro. We talked about this before. It's a pretty logical play here, right? Like you get a 15% increase in your villager force at that stage in the game. If you don't think you can attack your opponent, you don't think like there's any greed element they have that you can punish, you should not be trying to do a Desert Raider. And in fairness, like yes, you could afford Anatan. You could force rather Anatan to build an outpost here with a Desert Raider. But what I want you to realize in this particular matchup is if Anatan has to build an outpost to counter a Desert Raider, it's only 100 wood cost. It's not 150 resources, right? Like, you don't need to get arrow slits because you can get them for free with this. It doesn't really hurt you at all. And Anatan, out of paranoia, is funnily enough actually setting up said outpost anyway. Yeah, once again, just doesn't put you that far behind. Especially if you consider the power that you get out of Tawara and Takazaiku. Weirdly enough, Anatan hasn't prioritized it. I'm a bit surprised by that. If you get Takazaiku, you have a better gathering rate than the Ayabids on berries. You actually beat them on gathering rate, which is just bonkers to think about. Admittedly, you do not get more berries like your opponent is getting, but you do end up yoinking through all this much quicker. So as long as you've got extra food to work with, which with a Kura storehouse you always will, right? You have the farm transition gradually. And that's, I think, really like the big issue right now is like, I'm kind of surprised Kura storehouse. I'm not going to say it's going to get nerfed. I don't think like Japan is OP at the moment. But if Japan ever reaches a meta phase where they're just dominating, this will be the first thing that gets targeted. Kura Storehouse is an insane landmark. I actually think it's one of the best landmarks in the game. For tier 2 anyway. It's not quite an Ark and Chapel, but it doesn't have to be. Outpost going up from Alyona. That does surprise me. But Anatan went for a weird, even more surprising opening. He actually dropped an archery range. Oh, wow. He actually did believe it was Desert Raider. And he just got the bad news. He scouted out, right? I think he checked the patch and saw that there's 400 food on some of these. So he knows now that it's actually not a Desert Raider play. So now he's made this heavy investment. It doesn't like outright kill your game. Because remember, you can still use this later for Onimusha, which are great against the Golems and Camelancer plays that the Ibis lean into. But it still feels quite annoying to have done this and now have no real relevant purpose for it. Logistics Wing on the way on the other side from Alyona. Anatan needs to catch up quickly. They will have time, remember. This is going to be just under 2 minutes left until we are in Age 3 for Alyona. And although the Dervishes can be quick, because of the nature of the floating gate, the response can be just as quick. Now imagine we are going to be looking at a stables opening here for Anatan. It just has a better pace to it, right? We'll keep speeding this forward. Yuumi has at least blocked out some of the food source here. But there's plenty of sheep underneath the TC to work with, right? 13 sheep in total. Other side of this, only 5 sheep left over. But with Tawara and Takazaiku, this is now a very rapid gathering rate. This is going to allow him to start the tech up in about the next 20 seconds. Actually, make it less. Yeah, there we go. Final drop comes in. Just needs to sort the gold now. Should have enough there. And then that should just be a floating gate being rushed up here at the back. Yeah, all the food gatherers as well. Interesting that they keep the gold gathering going like this and prioritize the food. Anatan, this is going to be an Onimusha. This is actually going to be a drop in the archery range. Which is very dangerous as an opener, sort of. Like, I get why you're doing it. So here's the thing. If it's Camelancers, I really am not the biggest fan often of Onimusha. But you can make it work because you do actually have a tank for those squishy glass cannons. The Scout. If you use the Scout well, you can block out the first 2 Camelancers. So they don't get that charge in. And that's where Onimushas can win. The way this build works, and I'm curious if Anatan has ID'd this as well, and that's why he's going for it, is you go for Kaburaya. Kaburaya makes it very easy to kite out the Camelancers and kill them off. It's very important you get this by the time you've got 5 Onimusha, though. Otherwise, you're going to be very weak in these initial engagements. We can already see it is going to be stable play, right? Archer's also being prepped, so good read there. Here's the funny thing, like, you can kind of use the same building to get the counters out, right? Like Onimusha for the Cav and Yuumi for the regular archers. I wouldn't recommend Yuumi here. The reason is that in this matchup, what will eventually happen is by the time your opponent has like 15, 20 units, they're going to look towards Mamluk's Bravery. And Mamluk's Bravery against Yuumi, as a Japanese player, you feel like you're feeding. So like Anatan will not actively add in Yuumi knowing this detail. Because what he'd essentially be doing is giving that buff over, that damage and movement speed increase, to the Ayabid force that would guarantee a loss in the fights. First Onimusha just marching out. And the Dervishes are the target here. Dude, can he actually stop this? I think this one's too deep for one Onimusha. Like, this is going to be difficult, especially with the Camelanese. I'm surprised they're even trying for it to be realistic with you here. Alyona hasn't noticed yet, though. Like, wait, what? Finally, okay, he's going to turn around. This is a much better choice. He needs to tank with a scout, though. No Kaburia. It's going to be fine initially here. You notice that he actually just tanks the charge really quickly. Remember, the best way to do a Camel Lance is in small groups like this, even with glass cannons, just take the hit straight away, because then they do less damage to you. So, great opening there, and it's hand. Not able to stop all these relics, though. He's got a problem right now. This is looking like a 5-relic game for Alyona. That is crazy. That is actually insane. Holy crap. He will at least see this one, so he maybe is able to block out one. The most redundant and pointless Wololo you will see all tournament. Yes, please. I'll stand still so you can kill me easier. So that's going to be a Dervish going down. But still, this is a 4-relic game right now. Elyona's feeling incredibly confident, as they should. And opening comp-wise, archers are on the way. So Alyona literally built a single Camel Lancer. But here's the thing. Anatan is now making that switch up. We mentioned you need a few Mounted Samurai anyway, because you need a front line. The problem that's about to happen here is a few Mounted Samurai will break Elyona's comp. And the fact he has no Camel Lancers? Dude, this is going to be problematic. Elyona's actually adding in crossbows now, which is kind of dicey up against Onimusha, right? Like, these guys are just quicker than you. They can easily snipe you down. It's not much more of a cost. I think genuinely, yeah, you go Horseman, right? Horseman archers could work. I think you at least want one camel for the unease. The unease that affects the entire army is crazy. What we're looking towards now is Anatan's timing on getting that Uma Bannerman in, and it's already there. Boom. So the reason that Uma Bannerman's good, this build is one of my favorites. The reason is that you either do archery range first or second, but either way, you get an entire army buffed up by one Bannerman, right? And you counter a lot of units, actually. The only thing you struggle with is Spearman, but the funny thing about Ayabids is, despite the fact that I'd say Spearman is an incredibly powerful unit with Sultan's Mamluks, we don't see it from Ayabids. It's actually, funnily enough, their least built unit, which is weird to say when you consider the Abbasids spam the crap out of spears so much. Risky gatherings from Anatan, but you know what? Like, I actually like that he's doing this. He hasn't seen any more Camel Lancers. If this was Camel Lancer spam, you'd be stuck at home, right? But it's not. It's a grand total of one Camel Lancer alive. So there's no real threat to these pocket ecos. That's a sick detail. It means that Anatan is less likely to run out of food than his opponent here. His opponent is struggling to kind of like reach extra resources, right? Like, the berries are about to exhaust here. The sheep are all but gone. And then you've got one deer stack. Everything else is out in the mid-map ahead of your tree lines. It's much more difficult to get a safety net there. Archer Force reveals. Now, there is a few crossbows, but they aren't here. The question now is, does Anatan want to make it a 1-1-1 build? Well, technically a 3-3-3 build, right? How quick these boosts. Rax's would be super sick. With the amount of food he has access to, Onabagisha spam would destroy all this right now. Like, Elyona's at risk of being countered by one sole unit. Archers plus crossbows do not fare well against Mass Onabagisha. You'd think archers would be great, but they just aren't due to how quickly they get gap closed. For now, though, it's going to be that cavalry comp. Full focus on it. So Alyona's probably now thinking, if I can just survive this next 2 minutes without any damage, I can start to kind of like focus on attacking, right? We're both now racing for the mid-map resources. That has a risk associated with it. My threat is more permanent when I arrive, though. So it's all about this timing on trying to get there quick enough. What scares me, though, is the fact that they genuinely have built everything that gets countered by Onabagisha. And it's almost like an oversight. Like, when Anatan sees this army, he's going to go, okay, fair enough. Like, that counters me right now. But now, with a rack switch up, I'm unleashed like a beast. Like, there is literally no answer in the army right now. Finally, once again, a Camel Lancer gets queued up. But, like, one Camel Lancer to take on an entire army. I'm starting to get the sense that Elyona is only building the Camel Lancer for the Camel unease. And that's a bad sign, because it means if Anatan just hides this transition, he can wipe Elyona in 3 minutes' time. Has got the Yorishiro drop as well, so this is going to ramp up quite quickly. Elyona wrapping north. Villagers do need to get out of here. Anatan has no reason to be here anymore. This is the beautiful thing about getting Fudesashi, just getting all 3 levels. You absorb the berry patches so quickly. Like, you minimize the risk, right? Because you're not out for very long. So great read there. There is another berry patch he wants to get onto, so he's going to need to fight soon. Mad Samurai are going to go in for the clash. There's no front line. Oh, this is a bad fight. This is a really bad fight. Onimusha are also targeting down the crossbows. Ona Bagisha are untouched, right? They're just cleaving all through this. Alyona. Split force. Big mistake here. Went a little bit too soon and got routed because of it. Heavy hit there. Anatan now actually getting control of the map when he needs it most. And this is also going to hurt Alyona. Alyona just moved out in the berry patches. They're going to have to come home. Great time to salt there. Waited for the extra melee text to come in. The Bannerman aura has been huge here. And I love the fact they used the Onimusha to snipe out the crossbows. The one thing that may have been able to hold this back. And remember that Bannerman aura is sick here, because even if you have that Camel on ease, which you only have one unit providing, it offsets most of the effect. This is out of control now. Alyona, despite the fact they've got 4 relics, the fact that they had decent map control, this timing by Anatan is uncontested. The Ona Bagisha have actually been so clutch. It doesn't look like it because the numbers are small, and we're used to them being such a Zergy force, but GG gets called. Only a handful was needed because in this role, they weren't a Zerg. They were a premium support unit to break this army. It's going to be a 2-0 victory for Anatan. Let me know what you guys thought of this series. I think Anatan's execution was really clean. I mentioned going into this one that I think he's one of the most lethal Japanese players right now, and you saw exactly why in this series. Ibids have been a tricky thing for a lot of people to solve. A lot of people still believing in things like Mongols and discovering very harshly that that doesn't work. I think looking at the playoffs now, my big prediction is that Japanese is not only going to be a flexi pick to try and deal with the Delhi, it's now going to be good for dealing with the Ibids, especially considering that some Delhi players have started to figure out ways to solve the Japanese. Let me know what you guys think down below, though. Let me know what you thought of this series. I think Anatan, his execution has got so much cleaner throughout this group stage. I think he's on the cusp of starting to make playoffs. He's a very talented player, and I'm excited to see what he can do next time we see him in a tournament format. Yeah, like, the thing is, you don't need mass Ona Bagisha to win. Like, you just need a handful. The Onimusha, like, the fact he was using them to snipe down the crossbows was so smart as well. Like, you've got these very tanky frontliners that will over time be countered, but it takes time, right? And if you just remove the crossbow straight away. The other cool thing is, like, usually what's happening there, it's quite funny because the Sultan's Mamluks effect is in, right? And the crossbows are most likely to get that aura activated because they do the most damage out of anyone in that fight. But then because the Onimusha is sniping them down, every time the aura comes in, you lose the aura straight away because the unit's dead, right? It's like, it's a very weird way of kind of countering out the impact of that. Oh, hey, I noticed we've got quite a few people watching on YouTube. Hello, YouTubers. If you want to be able, like, I occasionally am checking the YouTube chat. If you guys want to be able to talk to me more consistently, definitely think about checking us out on the Twitch side. And then that's also going to be useful for things like community games later, where you guys can more easily get involved. Always recommend that. Just makes it better when, makes it easy as well when I'm trying to pitch to sponsors, because they usually, like, don't care about, like, well, not they don't care, but it's more annoying for them to try and track individual platforms' view rates versus just one location. No pressure. I know for some people it's impossible to watch on Twitch, just to let you know. Oh, also, Twitchers, I haven't seen any primes today. Let's fix that. You guys have new emotes. I can't believe we just watched an amazing Japanese game and no one used this. I am outraged. Japanese games, every time it's got to be like, I need to see you all across the weekend. Every time there's a Japanese pick, that is your go-to emote. Agreed? Agreed. All right, so let's have a look. Next series, I think we're going to do Magic versus Numidan. Yeah, that one sounds pretty spicy to me. I want to do some Numidan versus Magic. We might get some boomy games there, I wonder. Yo, what up, Marv? Welcome to Swan, my friend. There we go, dude. Marv, do it. Use the nunnies. You've got them now. You've got the power. Hell yeah, dude, I love that emote so much. It's so good. So it's like, it wasn't quite what I was going for. They misunderstood. Like, originally, they didn't understand that I wanted to be an animated emote, because I want kind of like a normal little pigeon going "Annie" in like a crazy way. But I actually quite like that they came up with that static emote instead. It's an absolute beauty. Okay, so let me get the draft for Magic versus Numidan quickly. Give me a sec, guys. Numidan. I said that in the most British way possible. Numidan. Numidan. So, Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, and Holy Island are going to be the map choices here. And Civ Draft is there. There we go. Hell yeah, guys. Dude, if all right, if you guys don't end up feeling like you're going to start using these everywhere, I've failed you. All right, those are perfect for all your situations now, right? You've basically got a pigeon height, like a pigeon pog in a way. I mean, we actually do have a pog as well, to be honest, which is, I think the pog is incredible. But like for animated, you're pretty much sorted. And then Nunny is just so... I feel like we've got, Pogger's moment, and then on the flip side, you've just got the perfect thing for, like, what the hell was that? We went back and forth on that one so much, because, like, there were times where he looked a little bit too aggressive, and I was like, it needs to be slightly changed, so it's, like, more shock than just aggro. I don't know if I'll eventually replace K-Pig Sniper. K-Pig Sniper would make sense if I start streaming FPSs more. Maybe I just need to stream more FPSs. Alright, so let me get ready to go with the series. I need to grab Numidan. Let's talk a bit about the drafts, actually. It's once again that thing I talked about where you pick Malians to secure English, but then it's like, what do you do with Malians? I think like these Ibid Malian matchups are really good for Ibids. Chinese is kind of interesting against Malians. I don't know, like Magic's draft is a little bit weird for that. I don't feel like the Malian issue has been fully resolved. I'm really surprised he didn't prioritize Jean when he sees Delhi and Malians, because I think like literally, here's the dumb part. Numidan did not ban Jean, but his entire draft essentially gets countered by Jean. And then Magic ignored it the entire way through. That's really funky to me. I appreciate the Japanese pick. Japanese pick like will beat Jean. Really easy peasy. But this right here, this middle piece, this is classic Magic. Look, there's just a few players, like the two players that come to mind that will draft like this in the center are Magic and Avali. They both really love their Chinese picks. What tier is Malians? I legit think like people put in Malians A, but I think they're between B and A actually. I think they're like not quite A tier anymore. They're decent, right? Like I think they have some good matchups. I just think like it's weird to me because I saw some people's tier lists recently where they put Japanese as a B tier, and I was like, Japanese is A tier, man. I actually think Japan is like has a much more execution than Malians in the current like map pool. All right, let me find the Numidan versus Magic games. So, wait, where are they? All right, here they are. So game one's going to be on Dry Arabia. Ibid Delhi. Ooh. Wait, really? Magic opened with... On Dry Arabia, he opened with Ibids? I thought he'd do something funky like Zhuji or Chinese. Well, so he still has the Japanese to deal with the Jeanne d'Arc pick, right? Did the map pool include a Holy Island? It did. Okay, so Magic... Dude, Magic is drafted like crazy for Holy Island. Like, he literally has the whole world in his hands. Still kind of surprised Japan... Like, I don't know. I think you could afford to throw Japan out here if you're anticipating Delhi. It's a bit weird, though. Like, I'm still not sure where I stand on the Delhi versus Japanese matchup. In that, like, we've seen some players now with the Delhi beat the Japanese. But I still lean in favor of the Japanese countering Delhi. The most recent game where we saw that was a Poppy Paw game where he showed you a 2CC build that was super sick against the new build that the Delhi players have started using. All right, I'll catch up on chat and then we'll get into this. What do you call a pigeon that kills? Natural selection. Nature taking control. Like what do we call it? When you talk about tiers in conch level or in general, it doesn't affect my gold level matchups too much, right? I think, dude, like, I feel like Malians in gold level, if you're dealing with a gold player, Malians are actually like a C tier. Probably. Maybe B. You call them killer pigeon? Mate, we gotta up your dad jokes. Apparently, just putting you in front of your kids is not getting your dad jokes to peak levels of cringe. We're going to have to throw you into a nursery for a few days. So you have to look after other people's kids as well. And then when you come out, we will have the most dadliest of dad jokes. For example, you know, we got Marlians right now. How about this? If we're going to have like a hybrid civ, are we going to call them Famalians? Da 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 da. I'm gonna stop. I didn't have a badum. Oh wait, I do have a badumps. How's that? There we go. That made no sense. That made perfect sense. You're just jealous you didn't think of it. All right. Let's get ready to go. All right, one and all, welcome to the Elite Classic 2 recap. We've got more competitive series. Dude, I'm loving this competitive series. I don't know. I think people usually want their meme games, but maybe I just need to figure out the way to market better on the YouTube side. Like, I think that these are incredible because you just see an interesting, different kind of approach than everyone picking Rus or Ottomans or crap like that, right? There's an art to the draft, and this art has been funky and weird. Hello. Big shout out to Philip. Thank you for the resub and welcome back to Swarm. So, we're opening the series between Numidan and Magic with a Delhi Ibid showdown. Magic had a very peculiar draft, a very Magic-X draft, actually. He picked the Ibids, the Chinese, the Juji, and the Japanese. What surprised me is the fact that although Holy Island is in there, they have so many picks that work on Holy Island. I don't feel like they're saving Japanese there. I feel like they were expecting the Delhi to be picked on a different map because Ibids against Delhi doesn't really make much sense. I think the Delhi actually do fairly well there. Delhi versus Japanese is a matchup where the Japanese can dominate. But I guess maybe Magic has just been watching the recent matches, especially the ones where Dimu has been able to destroy the Japanese. And he feels like actually this matchup now does once again favor the Delhi. So want to take his gamble with the Ibids instead. Opening-wise, this is probably going to be a growth wing. I think you just can't come out to aggress too quickly. Like, the Delhi are always going to open with the Ghazi. If you play into Desert Raiders, the Ghazi has even more justification. So get the 15% extra eco, get the quicker tech timings. The question mark is going to be whether a quick tech timing is going to be able to solve your problems. We are, of course, going to be on 2x speed. We've been doing 2x speed quite a bit at the moment. I personally am a very big fan of it. Outside the very rare situations where we see a weird permutation, a lot of these openings are pretty standardized now in the middle of the tournament meta. Tower Victory is on the way for the Numidan. Other side of this Magic. Is he optimizing? You beautiful mother ducker, of course he is. Look at that. Guys, this is how you do 20 food. Oh. Do you guys ever wonder if it's magic or just witchcraft? I do sometimes. Am I the only one that's like, he's so magical that I think Magic, if he makes it to Rebel Wallol again, what he needs to do is he needs to wear a full magician's outfit, right? And then what he does is he turns up on stage and he just turns the camera and he's like, I'm about to make Marine Lord disappear. Okay, I'm just going to stop getting ahead of myself. So we're in a few layers on each side. It is going to be the stables opening, which is just, it's so powerful for the Delhi. Like, you know, I feel like a broken record at the stage. At this point, I really want them to change the Delhi so they can have something new to talk about their opening, because it's always going to be the Ghazi. Other side, Magic actually going for his own stable play. I like this if you're going to add in a Desert Raider. I hate this if you're not going to. You're right now building Horsemen up against Ghazi. That's a losing battle. You will lose that every day of the week. It's not pretty. So kind of weird that he went for this. I guess he's just trying to hit Eco first and then follow up with Desert Raider afterwards. Does get some poke damage in there. No textiles yet from Numidan. However, this is the problem now. A Ghazi shows up and you literally just have to leave. Desert Raiders elsewhere are already heading towards the economy to return fire. Ghazi is going to be outnumbered, but only temporarily. Magic is going to have to consider a blacksmith if he wants to make this a long-term play, because this is the weakness you run into for the Ibids compared to other civs. Ibids don't really play into blacksmiths crazy good, because it feels like you're just skimping on your real timing, which is to go Castle Age, right? Like Castle Age and beyond is where the blacksmiths to the Ibids really gets power. But whenever you're in a Delhi matchup, if you want to play a prolonged feudal, you have to be engaging in blacksmiths. There's no option otherwise, right? Like you already see Undermeshes coming in 2 minutes. Magic. What's the long play here? Like, the long con should be that Desert Raider I talked about. I'm really surprised he's not doing that. Instead, he's doing something a bit unorthodox. We don't see this very often. Rax is coming through I'm not the biggest fan of this from Magic because this actually plays into the Delhi comp really well. The more it becomes about infantry, the more happy a Delhi player is going to be. Yeah, kind of a funky choice by Magic. Archery range also added in, so it looks like it's eventually going to divulge into a 1-1-1. In fact, archery range is already coming in. We're going to stay on the 2 times here because a little bit of raiding come around the backside. Nothing connecting too hard, though. The Sacred Site's now being locked in. And Magic is finally now going back for that Desert Raider. So that's what I want to see. The Desert Raider is really important here. I think what Magic's thought process was, is I know Desert Raiders are essential in the Ghazi clash, but I want enough Ghazis built to justify me going for a Desert Raider. And apparently, 7 to 8 minutes into the game is that threshold he's looking for. So this is really good. The Desert Raiders are especially very effective against Ghazi. More effective against Ghazi than against Horsemen, remember, because Horsemen have lower base damage. Ghazi, much higher, right? Seeing up here at 12, still at 9. It means you're actually ticking off more overall damage from that unit than you are from Horsemen. Magic. We're going full all in on this. This is crazy. I mean, the Golden Age kind of offsets the extra cost over time of building all these production buildings, right? So, like, that's usually the edge the Delhi gets is their surge points. They make their buildings so efficient. You spend 150 resources, you drop one of these scholars in. Maximum you paid 130, or you got it for free. So it's a very efficient play for you. As this goes on, it gets a bit more annoying when you try to scale into multiple Raxes and whatnot. You get less impact. But that's where the Sacred Sites come in. The fact that Numidan is actually keeping this one ticked in as well, trickling a lot of gold for him. Desert Raider leads the clash. Not ideal, actually. It looks like the Spearman going to be able to take that out. So now the Camel is gone. Ghazi going to commit on in. Spearman count only at 4. They're getting targeted down. And this is a bad fight for Magic to be taking right now. Scholar Heal actually coming in clutch as well. Ghazi count too high. And Magic, mistakes most definitely made there. He tried to play a 1-1-1. Would have been better served by a 1-1 here. Right? Mainly just focusing on probably Spears and the Horseman. Instead, spreads himself a bit too thin. And Numidan just able to show you how bloody powerful these Ghazi truly can be. It's not a problem, because on top of that, he peeled off Horseman away from the main fight, right? So he didn't keep everything there. Funny thing is, Numidan didn't either. He had Spearman coming out to secure a second Sacred Site. Outpost is already up. I love this from Numidan. This is very responsible. You can't get these pocket ecos for free. Anytime your opponent engages in Camels and Horsemen, you have to identify that this is going to be a clash on the wide, right? And if you don't want to commit resources to defend those, because that is very expensive, the easiest way is just one outpost to secure a hell of a lot of berries here. Numidan finally is going to realize these guys were on a coffee break. You ever feel like they're just trying to escape? I don't know, maybe Numidan like beats them with sticks or something. Whatever it is, these people did not want to work for him. They're wearing green and they hid in trees. I think that says everything it needs to. But now that he's discovered their sneaky camo, he will set up the defenses and get ready to start gathering on those flanks. And yeah, Pro Scouts is on the way because naturally that's the only thing left to gather here, right? So you'll always eventually get it. It can be nice, mainly for dragging the deer into 1 mil. You don't look to bring these all the way home. Typically, this is going to be nice to set you up for just pulling the deer close to wherever the mill is, which does save you a little bit of walk time. Magic has rebuilt his army. Still a bit split, though, and villagers might be in trouble here. No textiles. Oh, my God. He actually tried to stick up for the outposts. Awkward situation. Archer now just targeting down whatever they can get their hands on. Spearman count is at least strong enough that this should scare the Ghazi away, but that's eco losses, right? And that's also now extra Sacred Sites locked in the meantime. This one even being walled up. Skull's at least going to be chased down, but difficult to get that kill. 130 health at this stage of the game is huge. Spin with the better attack speed as well. Ghazi are going to commit afterwards, and they're going to go for the backside. All right, Numidan's going to get a mop down here and a mop up. Spear count down to just 2. That's not going to be enough to cut through these Ghazi. The Desert Raider is being targeted first here to unlock the damage potential. And sure, you know, Magic has held on here. In fact, Magic has found a big raid. What? Dude, that's sick. Against Textiles as well. I looked up, checked the eco count. Magic is now ahead by 4. Now, it's deceptive, remember, because 2 Sacred Sites are locked in. This is essentially like 3 extra villages for Numidan per Sacred Site. So Numidan is still ahead, and his army is still better, right? Like, as we shift more and more away from cavalry and more into max infantry, that's where the Delhi get a bigger edge. So I'm hoping Magic isn't going to hang around too much longer. I'm hoping there's a tech up 2 or 3 minutes from now. It's very difficult to find the timing against a Civ like the Delhi, but realistically, the longer this bogs down in Feudal Age, fundamentally the worse it gets for you. Golden Ages past the first one don't really help you at this stage, right? While you're staying in Feudal, research speed doesn't really have a great impact. Production speed can be nice, but it's not going to be a big game breaker here, especially considering the Delhi already have that ramp up, remember, with the Scholars. Credit to him, though, man. I mean, a 5 eco lead. It looks like Numidan missed out on production, right? Like, the worker kill difference... Oh, wait, sorry, no, I'm an idiot. Magic had the growth wing, right? So, no, this fully equates. They haven't missed out. I believe they both went for... No, Magic didn't go for textiles. Okay. A little bit surprised, considering he's up against Ghazi, but hasn't hurt him too badly for it. Outpost now going down. That's going to be 5 losses. Numidan. Okay, sick opening here from Magic. What a strike. Numidan has problems right now. He's just getting outpaced. I think this is classic Numidan issues, right? Like, Numidan always has been this player that plays a bit more, I want to say calculated risks, right? He doesn't take these all-in maneuvers as much, but Magic is using that against him. Just kind of being him to the punchline. If it wasn't for that first engagement, I'd say Magic would be in complete control of this game. Spear count still healthy enough. Ghazi are getting cut down. It's like Ghazi are also cutting reinforcements, though, so he split off a few. Will be enough to scare this away. Magic cannot hang around against mass archers left over. It's interesting that someone mentioned, like, you're mentioning that the Iobid Golden Ages seem like a joke. I disagree. I think the Iobid's Golden Ages are just designed very differently. They actually support this whole idea of fast teching. Like, a lot of this is crazy. The 20%, the 50% increased reset speed at 20 structures is actually really powerful, because it allows you to just upgrade an archer army in 40 seconds instead of a minute. That's a very big difference when you're like trying to avoid a fight. Production speed is also pretty damn good for the later phase of the game. And even the tier 4 is good. Tier 5 is the only one I've been underwhelmed by. Tier 4 is incredibly strong, guys. Like, what you need to remember is tier 4 is insane. It's essentially the Rus Imperial Landmark as a byproduct of playing the Ivids. Flash coming around center. Archer Mass just stand their ground here. Like, this is still looking like a pretty good fight for Numidan. Keeps some Ghazi left over. A few spears left alive to keep that away, but Archers getting through the remainder. Numidan after this, like, dude, the healing is getting insane. When the armies get this small, 2 or 3 Scholars is actually a world of difference here. Magic, he's losing this. He has to pull away. Might be too late, though. Ghazi at least get pinched, even if accidentally. At the tail end, you're now left with mass archers on mass archers. This is a disadvantage for Magic. He doesn't want to be in an archer off. Archer offs are bad for the Ivids, at least in Feudal Age. Oh, granted, the eco is the difference, right? But, like, once again, Ivids aren't about raw economy. They're about timings. Like, the entire design of this Civ is around timings compared to the Abbasids. You're meant to tech up or hit a Golden Age, and there's meant to be an immediate feel, a change in the game. Skull's now capturing that sacred side. This is the 3rd one, remember? This is a weird spawn. I just noticed that because I wasn't paying attention to that. It's on the right side, so this is quite an interesting spawn that Numidan's been able to take advantage of. The funny part is he didn't even have to wall the far right one here. Magic's also starting to run out of finite resources quite quickly. Safe ones anyway. He's got the deer back here, and then that's it, right? So I'm getting a bit worried that he's hung around too long, and this has just led to a gradual loss instead of an immediately apparent one. We're now talking about 29 military versus 40. You know, against other civs, I could kind of see Magic's play making sense, but with the Delhi, although they don't get quite as many berries as you do, they still get additional berries, right? And because they're more cost efficient with the trades, because their infantry is just better, it means they build up a lead in a different way. Ghazi held back long enough. I got to give it to him, man. Numidan, these heals have done so much work. The Ghazi are taking so much longer to die. It's like an extra 2 arrow fires to get rid of one, and that's a big difference maker here. Eco now being reached. Archer count down to 13. Magic on the ropes here, and Numidan looking to knock him out in game number 1. They're just now being sacrificed here. You just can't stop them gathering. Needs everything to get together, but there's not really much left here. Deer on the front side is also a liability. All the villagers being sniped down perfectly by Numidan. He's back in the lead. I mean, was he really ever not? It's crazy to think about this, right? Like, Numenor, despite Magic's early hits, always remained ahead of military. And now, with a 50 milli lead and an eco lead, if he was able to do this when he was behind by 5, I don't want to know what happens when he's ahead by 5. This is over. Magic now trying to raid the flanks again, but this is a pitiful whimper to end the game, right? It's not the 5 or 6 horsemen before. It's just 1 or 2 being a slight nuisance on an outpost. And now it's Numenon's turn to return the favor. He's sending out Ghazi to deal with the 9 villages. Archers are at least responding there. The front of his base is being lost. Behind this, he hasn't got great food gathering. In fact, he has nothing. This is his last lifeline right here. The rest has been blocked out. Out of time there. And now you really are screwed, right? You're trying to scale mass archers into mass archers. That is not something you ever want to have to do against the Delhi. And it's even better for Numenor. I love this. Instead of scaling more archers, why does he go Ghazi? Ghazi show up a lot quicker. Numenon's saying, I know now you don't have enough food, which means you can't build spearmen at all. So what's your answer to Ghazi? Because it sure as hell isn't going to be horsemen that cost even more food. So more food denied. Magic is going to rush out to the east side to try and stay alive here. What you're seeing happen here is Magic has watched Numenor's replays, and he understands that Numenor is more of a safe player than an all-in aggro player in the tournament so far. Which is actually contradictory to what we've seen out of Numenor on the ladder. Numenor on the ladder is a beast, and a very aggressive beast. It's almost like a Killjardy-esque player. But in competitive, it feels like his game sense has been off, where he's not quite clear how far ahead he is. And I think that's what Magic is now banking on. He's saying, if he doesn't look to end me to GG me out, I can still try to recover with maybe a Castle Age player here. It feels like Numenor has to fully sense where this game is out there, right? Like, the way he's constricted the map, the way he just saw those berries abandoned, it should be very apparent at 20 minutes in that Magic is out of food. And that's why he's going to look to march the army south. Magic. Ooh, dude, there's enough Ghazi to clear him up. Numenor wants it cleaner, though. He waits for the rest of the troops to arrive. And that's going to be it. GG gets called. Game 1, Magic says, nope, there's no way back. Numenor, very clean execution there. Magic did not make that cozy, did not make that easy for the first few minutes, but great reaction. And I think looking back at that, the big question mark Magic's going to have for himself is maybe I needed a Desert Raider earlier here. Maybe I needed to play this a bit wider on the flanks. I took that main fight a bit too soon. But you know, because of those details, Magic doesn't get the lead. Ignore my point system because I'm a bit of a muppet. And Numenor opens this up with a win. The question is, can he now make it a quick 2-0? Because now we move a bit deeper into the draft. I think they drafted Holy Island for a third, if I'm not mistaken. If it happens. So, we're heading to Coastal Cliffs. Chinese versus Malians. I mentioned already, I didn't feel like the Malians had a good pick to counter here. And I still stand by that. This is a comfort pick for Magic. Chinese is like one of his most picked civs, but I also think this is a decent solution on a map like Coastal Cliffs. You just have to be careful about your pacing. You can't rush straight towards that second TC idea. You need to identify that the Malians aren't coming after you, aren't gunning for you first. And if they're not, I've got to say, of the solutions to the Malian greed, some of the best ones I've seen at the moment are ones that involve your own greed at a very early point. So let's find out if that's exactly what we're getting into here. So we're going to hop into game number 2. Magic on the Chinese, Numenor on the Malians. Good idea for a poll, actually. Boom or aggro coming out from Magic. Let's get that poll up. This game, to me, I think you boom. My instincts say boom here. Stone is really far out, but the problem is, like, when was the last time you saw a Malian player feel good about the first 5 units he builds to attack? If he's not attacking you early, it almost feels like just free gains, right? Did we put a poll up? Yes, we did. Why did the... Oh, wait, I put a poll up instead of prediction. Let's make that a prediction. I like a prediction more. So end poll. Put it as a prediction. So, the prediction, I'm only going to give you guys 30 seconds. Is Magic going to boom, or is he going to aggro play? 30 seconds, get your guesses in. Other side of this, looking at the spawn actually coming out from Numenor, not a great one for booming, right? Quite a wide spread on your pit mines here, so it takes a while to get to them. Has at least got decent room for line at the back. Wood lines are pretty nicely defendable. So if Chinese are going to go for an aggro play, they're going to find it difficult to dent this base permanently, but they would have an easy time blocking out the gold at least. I don't think you do want to aggro here. Another big issue of aggroing in this type of game is you're going to be aggroing with what? Shugin Nu into jabs. That is essentially a death sentence. It's one of the hardest things to do. So makes sense that Magic's likely going to be prioritizing getting into the Imperial Academy. Seems he's one of those believers in the Taxman opening after the Imperial Academy, so not getting one prior to. So we'll definitely see the Tax opener. And Barbican afterwards could secure a lot of resources here, guys. The boar and the deer on the front side, as well as the gold. Good lord. Also, what the hell is that stone spawn? That is a wild stone spawn. I don't think it's going to matter too much in this game, but imagine you're a Delhi player and you want all the keeps. You drop a keep here, you secure this much stone. I've been noticing this a lot, and I think this is a big part of why players quite like Delhi on this map, is if the game goes into the mid-game, incredibly powerful. Imperial Academy now on the way. Pretty standard, logical opening. We're going to hit the 2 times, we're actually, considering what this game is likely to be. Manticore coming through for Numidan is pretty logical. You're never going to go for the alternative option unless you're aggroed. The question now is whether he actually is going to shift across with a scout before he does anything. I'm expecting him to just look to scout for any aggro. If he doesn't see any, it's going to be multiple mills. That can be a bit of a disadvantage. I think it's quite nice to actually get 1 or 2 Donzos out to deny a Barbican going up and deny a TC being spawned loose. Because if you allow the Chinese to set up a TC out here, for example, it's jackpot. If they have to set it up at home, at least, it's quite annoying and uncomfortable. So still no confirmation out of Magic yet. Numidan on the other side. We're about to get the read on this. Considering the amount of wood he's gathering, it is going to be a Rax drop or something, right? No, Pit Mine. Okay, so we are getting greed on greed. If Magic was going to be aggro-y at all, he would have dropped Rax or an archery range by now. So the question now becomes, who wins in an eco race? The Malians or the Chinese? I think, actually, like, the Chinese can beat the Malians at this game. This is the weird thing. Like, we've seen, actually, Jeanne d'Arc do this to Malians, where you try to, like, aggro, and then when you see there's no opportunity, you bait your opponent to build a few military units, and then you just go for a second TC. It's similar, but just even better for the Chinese here. They get their TC quicker. They get more value out of that TC due to the song. It's just an absolute jackpot. There's your confirmation. Barbican secures the Golden Stone. We're going to be getting that 2 TC build. Okay, I actually think the way out of this, as Malians, is Farimba. Maybe I sound crazy, but I don't... If you ranch play, this is over, right? I actually think that the way you play this, and Numidan might be agreeing by his resource bank, you go into Farimba, you rush on the timing, and you take out the second TC if it's loose, or you restrict food access on the map in general. And you can always set up some plays with Blacksmith and Siege Engineering to get rid of that Barbican that is going to give some security with the berries. Yeah, I actually like the Malian approach a lot from Numidan. It's a smart play. I don't think you can ever look to go for the ranch setup, because by the time you complete the ranch setup and you tech up, you're already 20+ villages behind. That's a death sentence against the Chinese. Their economy is good enough to match, and they'll tech up like half a minute to a minute behind you. It's kind of insane just how quickly the Chinese can pivot at that point in the game. So here we go, guys. Farimba Garrison play coming in from Numidan. We don't see it very often, but it's most definitely the right call here. Second TC was set up loose as well, so this is going to be pretty painful. Barbican's the only thing to defend this area. Magic now adding in the Horseman and the archery range. Does he know? I mean, he's going to find out now. Tech up complete. Here we go. Farimba play. First spawn is going to be the Javelins. Chiganu already coming out. So Magic, do you really want to play this long now? I think you kind of have to. This is the interesting thing. Now that it's a Farimba play, I see Farimba... We used to say it's like a better Burgrave, but now I think more truly than ever before, it's a better Burgrave, but it's also the same Burgrave issue, right? Which is you have a limited time to do something with it. At that point, fundamentally, Fulani would have been 10 times better. So for Magic, his thought process is, now I just need to survive. I need to buy time, live long enough, and prosper. I need Spocket. And considering he's already 30 Nico units up, he doesn't have to live for very long, right? He just has to survive for, I'd say, about 5 minutes. Numidan has a very, very thin window of opportunity as a result of that. He's also going to need to spend some wood to get into Raxes and archery ranges so he doesn't waste time on these upgrades in the Farimba. You don't want to be doing this because it's lost effort if you have to research with the Farimba. It's just you missing out on an additional pump. Other cool thing about Magic scaling an army right now, he needs it to defend, but right now Numidan's not ready to attack, right? So at this point in, because there's no veterancies coming through, this is a reasonable fight for Magic to try and force. Has to be careful about the way he engages and the timing, but it's going to keep Numidan at home. Magic behind this, a long wall coming up. That is going to secure the deer, so well played there. A lot more food to work with now. He could have even contemplated moving out to the deer while he had it, but he doesn't want to risk having to shift his eco around. He wants to be able to get people into place and essentially anchor them there so he doesn't miss out on any gathering. That's how you enable yourself to get to Castle Age while still feuding in with an army this big. Look at this time we talked about, right? Like, it's actually crazy just how quickly Song ramps up. We are not even 11 minutes into the game, and he's going to have a 20 eco lead. Some of that, of course, is going to be in taxmen, but most of that is just raw villagers. And yeah, that's a fair question because he built military. Was this aggro boom? This was 100% boom from Magic. He's building army, but like the army is in response to the Farimba play. So this is literally him just being forced to react. I'm going to complete the prediction. I would deem that a boom play, not an aggro play. This army was built out of necessity to not die, not to kill. So now that we've reached this stage in the game, Numidan essentially has one hit. And if he misses, like if he doesn't do substantial damage, we might just be looking at game 3 straight away. This has taken time to get together though. Donzo still have not been upgraded. That's finally coming through the veterancy. He did add in a Rax to that. Like this is the thing I was talking about. Like 300 wood extra this early in the game is actually quite frustrating to have to flirt towards. It's not fun. Has got the third pit mine coming in, which is really important, right, to keep this Farimba pump going. Horsemen are wrapping towards the eco, and I'm really hoping that Numidan doesn't back up to deal with this. Just get some new troops out, because if you have to come home, you're never getting in. And this is an important point as well, because Magic is now playing onto Ford food, so he's starving himself out a bit. This is the difference between getting Castle Age and getting units or not, right? Like right now with this back deer and these berries, you could get to Castle Age, but it wouldn't look sexy for the pump. Having the deer here is huge for him, so Numidan needs to take this away. Wasn't raiding the backside. A few villagers are going to go down, so nice little strike there. Sorry, that was actually the spearman. Villagers are just idle for the time being, but that's about to change. Numidan, oh wow, he's distracted right now. He didn't know us. He sent them back to work. Finally, he's going to pull them away. Now starting to hemorrhage a few of those lads at the backside, and that's exactly what you can't afford. In a game where you're now 30 eco behind, Magic also now ready for the tech up. I don't think Numidan's done enough here. Like, just standing here watching is exactly the last thing you need to be doing. You need to be going in. Outpost is going to be targeted. Village is going to have to shift away. Chuganu are just going to be able to defend this, though. I don't know, man. I think if you're going to stand here like this, at least have a ram on the way, right? Like, the fact that he's just standing here, not getting through an outpost, the tech up's coming behind this, and now it's too late. Against this Civ, it is too late. With the veterancy supervision, they can get these upgrades so insanely quick. Horsemen wrap around the back as well. Donzos, only a few left over. We have got a problem. Numidan is not going to be able to stay here very long. No upgrades coming through. It's just going to be a pass guard pump afterwards, and that is going to strip Numidan of all map control. Archer switch up also coming in, but no toxins, no poison arrows, right? So there's just going to be a route away. Magic gets the breeding room he needs. He keeps the gathering rate going on the deer. And now the Palace Guard spam after this should lead to a very swift GG. Yeah, this is lifeline over, right? We said it had about 5 minutes. We are now approaching that point. Numidan does still have the military lead, but do not be deceived. Palace Guard is a problem, and he's also in a position now where he has to attack. This is exactly what a Chinese player wants. Like, right now, Magic's thinking, this is actually great. He has to come into my base because it's Farimba. That means he has to play into a nest of bees without any counter whatsoever. It's the easiest 1-2 hit you could ask for. Just line a bulky front line of Palace Guard and hold. Because your eco lead is getting out of control. We're now 40 ahead for the Chinese. Farm transition will have to happen, yes, in the next 2 minutes. But the beautiful thing is when you've got this many villages, that's not too expensive. In fact, it's already on the way. Numidan is at least getting the relics now. Oh, dude. I see this so many times from Numidan. No military academy. I mean, arguably, he might not even be able to afford it, which is a really bad sign at this stage. But it means that he's very limited on what he can pump out in general. Jabs actually could snipe these villages right now. Attacking the wall, not ideal. So he's trying to flood the back side of the space, right? But the timings just kind of feel off. Like, Palace Guard count is now up to 16. That's a good count to deal with this. Sofas are at least being added in. So that's going to be slow. That's going to be expensive. Remember, this is not a Fulani play. There are no ranches. He cannot afford this at scale. Sofas are going to burn a hole in his pocket. Next Nesta B's coming out in 17 seconds. If he's not careful, he could just give the win right here. Nesta B's over the tree line. That's a good wallop. Second one's coming out in 10 seconds. You can't even reach the primary. Flurry's too heavy here. Donzo and Musafadi not going to hold this area. Able to hold it. And in the meantime, the only reason he's not dead is that second Nesta B's is pop locked. So Numidan stays alive for the moment, but this is becoming undeniable. 40+ eco lead and scaling. You are one mistake away from a GG call. Sofa's now at least trying to ride in, but a fortified outpost as well. It's going to stop any sort of chip damage. Palace Guard in the meantime, dude. This is going to hurt. 12 damage. Burst strike, no textiles. Numidan, he can't afford any idle time whatsoever, but he's about to get an arm and a leg worth. 11 villagers now not gathering food in a game where he needs every single piece of meat he can get. Main engagement, double Nesta B's. Mostly dodged by the Donzo, a few going down, but now you have this issue where you don't have a way of hitting it. Numidan, if he wants to get back into this, he needs to get Springolds. And it looks like he has actually just stacked them up, right? Siege Workshop did get dropped, so anti-siege is on the way. The problem now is you need so bloody many of them. Remember, these are clock tower Nesta B's. They're insanely tanky. Remember, Magic is reaching meat grinder point. Right, this is where Fulani versus Granaries, great. Malians look like they can contest, but that is not the game we've got here. A few Warriors going to make their way in. Walls are going to be back up, though, so that won't happen again. Once these guys are cleared, they're cleared. So Spruce is step one. What's the other element for Numidan that's missing? If he could somehow get several Sofas into that back line, Magic has so much economy that it feels like anywhere you hit, you'll find a kill. What I don't like is Numidan is now just leaning so heavily into Musafadi, which you'd think are good against Palace Guard, but they are incredibly underwhelming up against Nesta B's. The issue is because you can only build infantry out the Farimba, you don't really have the flexibility to say, I'm going to build Sofas instead. So quite a tricky predicament for him in that regard. We hit the speed up because these guys are just kind of idling out until the next fight. Numidan, this has to be the make or break one. I want to give him a lot of credit for not losing too many troops in these engagements, but this still continues to just crawl in one direction. Sofas are at least going to ride in. We'll get a few wallops in, but nothing substantial here. And this is where Magic, now that he sees this many Sofas, just wall this. Wall this south side. Give no flexibility to flank. That's where numbers also start to scale. Funnily enough, actually, if Magic was just pumping Chuganu, it's the easiest finish of his life, right? Like, Palace Guard Chuganu actually beats this Malian comp quite convincingly. Numidan does now have free spring on, so this is make or break point. You can't wait any longer to take an attack. You wait any longer, you're just going to be outcapped. But Nesta B's, this many of them, in fact, is dangerous. Springle's trying to dive in. Ooh, Army getting ahead of herself. Heavy flurry in there, stacks the troops and gets hit harder. And these repair crews are a problem. Nesta B's in this quantity can shred through it all. That's it. That's GG. Numidan army gets wiped from the face of the planet. Musafadi just dying too quickly. We are going to be going to a game 3. That now is undeniable. Yeah, I appreciate Numidan at least going for that one final punch, right? Like, this is a Farimba play. You might as well try and see it out, but we've reached the conclusion here. This is just too much firepower. The Nesta V is just too bloody strong. With the clock tower effect, the quantity they have, even the Springals had to be careful about where they stood. Could he have done a Fulani? I think actually Fulani kills him. Or sorry, Mulani as we like to call it these days. A Mulani build would have actually killed Marlians in this game. You just can't do it. We've seen it time and time again. Any Civ that has an efficient play into a second TC can screw over the Marlian cast stage timing with Fulani. It just takes too long. It makes you the fool in that situation. Jeanne d'Arc does it really well, right? Because you have to build more troops to defend or you get overwhelmed. We just saw the Chinese with the Song Dynasty effect, very effective. I think even Byzantines, funnily enough, are very effective because they have a similar effect to Jeanne where they have this element of aggression, which comes from the Olive Oil, but then they can play 2 TC to outscale you. So, yeah, Marlians, to me, are much weaker at the tail end of this group stage than they were at the beginning. A lot of people had this perceived strength, but I think that strength was deceptive. It was relying on the idea that English was going to be a high-tier pick in this tournament. Although it has been picked a lot of times, English has been underperforming. And outside of that matchup, I don't really see Marlian shining through against a lot of the popular picks here. Numu, final stand. He's got mass archers now. The Springals are about to be exposed, so once these are gone, this is going to be over. Heavy wallop in. Palace Guard just trying to finish it off. Villagers are going to be pulled to protect. The chase keeps on continuing, but the problem is the Nesta Bees are always shrinking the map. 2 Springals go down, only 1 left over. And this is the point where you can't contest anymore. You just do not have enough to hold this back. Archers mostly pull away in time, but with only 1 Springal, your Siege Workshop on the front side, this is game. We get one more. And that is always a pleasure to say. So 3rd game is going to be coming in shortly. We have now got it up to 1-1 apiece here. So it's either going to be a Zhuji pick or a Japanese pick. We're heading to Holy Island, right? Other side of this, Numidan has terrible picks for Holy Island. Like, absolutely, fundamentally abhorrent picks. Please, I'm going to double check and make sure I'm not an idiot and I've misread what the final map was. Because if this is a Holy Island draft, good lord. I mean, I say it's absolutely terrible. He's got English, but I think English have been heavily discounted against Japanese and Zhuji on Holy Island. It's Holy Island. It's going to be a Zhuji-English matchup. Okay, so let's get that game loaded, get ready to go. Magic, this is a great pick. Zhuji, I think Japanese is, in my opinion, still better, even better against the English, but Zhuji works really well as well. The reason is on Holy Island in particular, not only do you get the same perks the Chinese would on a water map, the other thing you get working to your favor is that Holy Island tends to get these very heavily saturated spawns of pocketed resources like gold and stone. It typically gives you an average 100 to 170 resources on a meditation garden. Let's check in and see if Magic got one of those spawns. Time for game 3. So 2 times speed, straight away. Yeah, this is already a beauty right here. You aren't going to get like a complete bank breaker, but to be honest with you, getting 75 gold is pretty nice, especially considering how important demo ships can be in winning water. Alternatively, there is like a 50 gold and 48 food drop here, which isn't too bad. Outside that, I'm not seeing anything too insane. I've seen a lot of spawns where you'll get like 2 stones and 3 golds on one location, even sometimes the berries as well. This might be an alternative for Magic as well. The food plus gold, the reason the stone's really good is for the arrow slits. Naval arrow slits cost 125 stone. So that means every 2.5 minutes, you can upgrade one of your docks, which is very useful for the defenses in these matchups. English on the other side are not completely without the elements of advantage on water. They, of course, get the discount on their boats of 10%. And on top of that, they eventually get into Admiralty for the extra range. So what Magic's probably going to be doing is looking to get some aggro on land. I wouldn't be surprised that the Meditation Garden is prioritized on the stone for that reason. Because if you put it on the stone, it means when this Admiralty fleet comes in, you have docks to try and hold your area more efficiently. Speaking of fish... See what I've done there. This is a pretty good spawn for Numidan. Double dock would be super efficient here for how close these fish are. Meanwhile, Magics are a little bit weirder on the split, a little bit further away. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get a further back dock here just to try and make full value achieved in this area. So, outside that, what can Numenor do? It's probably going to be your standard Council Hall. One thing that kind of worries me in this matchup is whether the Zhu get a big lead in the late game. Because one thing I'm fully aware of is the fact that Numenor likes to play into late game with English. He is one of those players. Even on a water hybrid map like this. I'm wondering if that's the correct play. I think against Zhu it can work. China, it's a bad idea. But Zhu, because they don't have great Imperial Age options, Numenor might look to play towards that position. But that does actually give time over to Zhu in early phase, though, right? Like, that's what kind of worries me is, I think in this matchup, if you take water control, you just end the game fast. If Numenor takes a more campy approach, which he has already done in previous series on Holy Island, I still remember, I think it was Numenor versus Dumu, where he done it to an insane degree and it lost him the game. I think that's a mistake. When you get an opportunity to kill, you need to take it, and that killer instinct in tournament play has been the thing that we've still been watching and waiting, anticipating Numenor to reveal to us. And there you go, guys. Confirmation. Double stone. So this is going to be nice for the defenses. Naval arrow slits will keep him alive longer in water. And then down the line, this is also going to pump you into that TC on land, right? It's natural transition logic here. 50 stone a minute means you're going to have what you need for a free TC in 7 minutes. No water map. That's actually not bad. Numenor on the other side. We're going to stick to 2 times speed here. Moving in the Lombos is going to look to pressure up the gold line because, of course, Magic is not going to be opening with any military yet. Horsemen are going to be delayed because the Meditation Garden was slower. And Galley is going to be able to pressure a little bit here, but Spring Ship is already on the way. So Magic needs to just micro away, try and keep these ships alive. Not able to quite do it. The Spring now out is just going to push Numenor away. So he gets a single fishing boat kill. He does get a kill on land on the Villager Eco. But Horseman is now going to come out to counter this. Fishing behind this should be looking a lot better for Magic. Even that loss, right? Like, that's the thing about the Zhu. They don't get the 10% discount, sure, but they do pump out 10% faster on their docks. Demos now coming out from both players. Archership also here. I'm expecting Magic to just kind of turtle this, funnily enough. Like, despite what we said about Numenor and his style, I think Numenor is going to try to pressure on water quite a bit. And all Magic needs to do is survive, survive, survive. The longer you survive, the better this gets, right? You're pumping more fishing boats. You've got the Imperial officials to inflate you on land as well. And then on top of that, you've also got this Meditation Garden, which is now generating a pretty healthy 100+ resources, right? He's actually getting, I think it's 112, 113 resources, sorry, a minute. Pretty good. Wait, what? Why? What? All right, Numenor can't attack now. He has to back away. That is an... I can't believe that, dude. That is an insane misclick in a deciding game. That is an insane misclick. Demo ships cost 160 resources each. That is now 320 resources down the drain. Any military lead you had has just shriveled up there. Sure, you can still see the raw numbers. It looks like it's ahead, but realistically, that was his moment to strike. Numenor, that was a strong play. The double demo could have just completely struck this game off and made it a loss for Magic, but instead, he gets to keep greeding on water and with limited investment, defend himself. Please don't prematurely detonate again. Please don't prematurely detonate. Oh my god. He couldn't get the kill. So he kills the fishing boat, but the war junk's kept alive. And behind this, now Magic is up to 4 horsemen on land. So this is now going to be him looking to strike at land eco. And Numenor, he's being a greedy mother ducker, dude. After what just happened there, he doesn't want to play full naval. He's trying to go towards Castle Age. I can't believe that, man. I actually can't believe that. This wasn't like a catastrophic, oh my god, that's lost him the game, and now he's going to miss out on playoffs type moment, right? Like, realistically, Numenor and Magic were both struggling towards the bottom of the group. At this point, neither of them would be able to make playoffs, right? This was the round 8. They only had 1 extra round after this. But it's still extra rankings, like this series, like Numenor, if he wins the series, right, it would put him ahead of Cat. That type of mistake easily snowballs at this stage in the game. Magic now rotating towards the gold. Spiminar in position, but I love the way that Magic's skirting the vision to stay out of range of it entirely. It means he will be able to wall punt that gold, probably find a villager kill or two, especially if Numenor doesn't react straight away. But on-point reactions there. I would expect nothing less from a man who reacts so quickly that he prematurely detonates his demos. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Bit too quick on the fingers can be bad in some situations, but this is where the water becomes difficult now for the Zhuji. Admiralty is coming through. It looks like it wasn't a cast stage play. Numidan has reinvested. Admiralty is what is going to stop Magic from playing this long term. It should just be a reliance on Naval Arrow Slits now to defend. He has got them in. So it should be double? No, it's only a single. Hulks are going to die through. Needs to be careful. That means he can be backstabbed by a demo here. Awesome in the meantime are going to hit up the wood line. Have not been reacted to. So Numidan actually falling behind a little. Double demo player is going to come out. Archer ship spam does block out the demo plays from Numidan though. Both of them dodge death here. But the arrow slits has added quite a bit of damage into Numidan's fleet. Fishing boat count still looking much better for Magic. He's so greedy in this game. 20 fishing boats now. Demos. Oh, that's the big one. Double strike there. Okay, this is really good. Magic doesn't actually have any protection on the sea right now. Numidan, well played. Despite that weird premature detonation, in a very dominant position now with English. And shoreline fishing only for Magic. So yeah, he's got more fishing boats, but now they are less efficient than his opponent. Sticky situation. Numidan has options now. Usually what you do at this point in the game is you just pump non-stop demos and wipe out the docks. And it looks like that's exactly what Numidan's heading towards. So pretty logical play here. He should just be sending them all the way to deal with these docks. Unfortunately, it looks like Magic did secure a third dock forward here. It's indeed a Naval Arrow Slits one. Spring still struggling though. Demos, Numidan. Nice reaction there. Yeah, Magic's kind of overkilling this. You need to get 3 demos together at the same time. Trickling them like this is going to lead to death. Fishing is definitely struggling at this stage. Demo could get a big hit. Oh no! Second one coming. It's really delayed. Okay, so it might be enough time for Magic to survive this. But unfortunately, the Archer ship, Seek Detail, Numidan sends in the galley afterwards to clear up the fishing boats. It's just a matter of time now. Magic has lost water. This game just became incredibly difficult. Double demo pump coming in again. Looking around on, but body blocked by his own ships here. Buys enough time for the war junk to back up. Won't buy enough time for it to survive though. Still goes down. New demo's coming out. Big wallop. 3 for the price of 1, but the return fire is still too much here. Magic, he's put up a good fight, but his fishing situation is becoming dire here. He's down to 11. He's barely holding on. Another demo strike's going to come in. Won't be enough to clear it all up. It's going to be a reset by Numidan, but Numidan now ready for Castle Age in a way that Magic simply is not. I do think that was a mistake by Numidan, though. Castle Age being chosen over an all-in continued pressure here feels like a missed opportunity. You basically have Magic on the ropes. It's almost like Numidan is paranoid that Magic's playing a second TC on land, because that's usually what usually do as this feudal age goes on. But he hasn't done that yet, right? He's still far away, and this is info that Numidan should be aware of because he's seen the Naval Arrow Slits coming out. He's seen it on multiple docks. Even if it's a double stone play like most usually players do, and he knows it is, it's not going to be enough stone to get your opponent into a second TC. So yeah, classic Numidan kind of style here that we talked about before, right? This choice to go back for your own kind of greed to play a safer style of game means that actually Magic gets a chance to reboom. We're going to go 2 times speed for the moment because Magic is in no position to attack. Magic right now is like, how am I still alive? Like Magic right now is tapping himself, checking himself for bullet holes, right? He's checking all his limbs are still attached. And he's got to be kind of comfortable, kind of happy with the fact that he hasn't died yet. When he sees his tech coming out, that should just be where he pauses and goes up as well. In fact, it looks like that's exactly what Magic is doing. So age up complete first for Numidan. But Magic should not be too much further behind here. Hit the speed up. Numidan isn't even looking to aggro. So this is typically what happens, right? When your opponent techs up, you don't move your fleet forward. You wait. You wait to see if he's coming out, and you also wait for those big techs that give you a huge advantage. And folks, this is an insane advantage. The Spearhorn crew is crazy with the English. They already have the Admiralty for an extra tile range. This puts them up to 8 tiles on their hulks, compared to the War Junks down at 6. Shallow Monastery now coming in from Magic. The demo pump is real. Really big. There's quite a lot of them. 7 soon. And enough docks to actually bring all of them out at the same time. Numidan could even end up losing galleys to this many demos. boat coming in. Demos are being held back on the fishing fleet right now. Starting to rally them forward now. Magic, of course, has already teched up. That's just the power of this GG Civ. So quick off the mark. Shaolin Monastery is the choice. So going to be looking to pick up those relics. In the meantime, Chuganu are going to be massacred by the Knights opening. Now, Shaolin Monks can actually deal with Knights reasonably well in prolonged engagements. You need multiple Knights to get a Lancer charge for it to feel good. Instead, he's just going off the IOs. Nice strike there. Shaolin Monk is not quick to chase this either, but once he does get in range, you can see how quickly he can clobber you down. Meanwhile, in water, Demos. Final defensive ship goes down, right? No galleys here means that actually you just need to leave, but these junks are so bloody quick. He's going to get in. We'll look to strike one down, but Hulk survives on 11 HP. Land situation is getting a little bit rough, though. More villagers running out to their death. Hand cannon defenses are helping somewhat. Shaolin Monk also doing God's work here. Body blocks any charging on the... Wait, what? Body blocks any charging on the crossbow, and then somehow the knight, in his confusion, says, how am I losing to a naked bald man? Doesn't know where to run, doesn't know where to hide. I really like the Shaolin Monk play on Holy Island. I think this is a big part of why we're seeing Zhu Ji be quite popular here instead of Chinese, is this timing is very good because this type of map gives you a lot of food, right? Like, you have all this fishing. Shaolin Monks only cost food. It's a perfect usage of that overhaul of food. And it's a serious overhaul. Look at the food difference between these two. 1,400 to 800. Magic has gone up to 30 fishing boats in this game. That is bonkers. And you know what? It's exactly what he needed. Numenad, I don't like that he didn't take a more greedy approach here, right? Like 3 docks and not that many more fishing boats. It means he's very weak. Sure, he's posturing. Sure, he looks like he can be aggressive, but you're just seeing what's happening now. Magic is essentially just using the fishing boats as his medics. Once again, dude, this is so bad. This unit costs more and is losing to this unit. And the problem was also, if you back away, if you pussy out of this fight like this and run off like a coward, he starts healing. Lance is going to finish that one off. Oh, dude, I actually think Magic's in control of this game now. I can't believe this. Like, this is insane. From the position Numenad had just a few minutes ago, the fact that Magic is that really, truly back in this, he's also almost ready to get into a second TC on land. And this is perfect time, right? Because, like, soon the fishing is going to be worthless as the shoreline fish aren't going to last forever. So you need that second TC to catch up. Sacred Sight's also being locked in. Relic Hall was at least better for Numenad. It's kind of weird, right? Like, usually when I see Relic Halls like this, I say, ooh, this is really bad. Shaolin Monk sucked. I actually think the Shaolin Monks kind of saved him on the opening here. Just because of how effectively they were able to deal with those initial Knights. Like, Spearman would have been a little bit slow to come out, right? Like, you would have needed to supervise production when you don't have that many IOs. You would have had to have waited for the research upgrades. Whereas these Shaolin Monks just came out and started slapping. It's a little bit of a calming moment. We'll hit the 2x speed. Numenad, the type of play he is, I legitimately would not be surprised if he now tries to play for him. I think that starts to feel like a mistake in a game like this. Magic isn't really behind. If he was behind, I'd agree. Going into Imperial Age is the play. But with these walls going up, it looks like that's the play Numenad's going to make either way anyway. Halsgard also arriving now so bloody quick. Crossbows are out of position, so slow to react to this. And this is the big scary part, right? It's like the difference in the army quality on land is day and night, in my opinion. You know, you're seeing Magic, like, these numbers are deceptive. You kind of wish you could tell Navy to military. Magic has a lot less Navy out. So the fact he's ahead on military is actually quite spooky in this game for Numenad. Really, Magic's just been relying on naval arrow slits. By the way, this one is insane. This is basically an island dock. I don't know how he done this type of drop, but it's really impressive because it means, like, he just has a full surround to spawn in. It also puts him deeper, which means he's actually guarding more of this strait with the naval arrow slits. The only thing that's really missing is getting a transport ship, getting a villager over here, and then just essentially creating your own little Seagate castle. Back to that 2x speed. Numenad, how many farm clusters have we got now? 2? Yeah, I just still don't like how underutilized the fishing feels in this game, right? Like, you still got so much surplus fish you could be gathering constantly in this game. Look at the difference from Magic. Like, it's just day and night. He's like, oh, this one's done. Move the next one. Oh, this one's done. He's just trying to surge through it as quickly as possible. Stalemate is also a problem. Numidan also now switching up into Men-at-Arms. Slow-moving army. Needs to be careful about this dive as well. This demo. Opportunity here for Magic. If he notices that Spring Cruise is only now on the way, dude. He's been holding this with a 2-tile disadvantage. That is insane. Demo's chasing in. Galleys will be able to protect. But no hit in return that really mattered. Just gets a fishing boat for his trouble. Breakthrough. Palskar's crossbow line is so big right now. Numidan isn't ready to take a fight on land. Second TC is coming in as we expected. Magic, as soon as he got the amount of stone required, boop, straight away drops it down. Numidan, well, he might have an eco lead, but not for long. This army's too big. He doesn't actually have a solid answer to it right now. Even with that attack speed aura, this is too many Palsgard. Bash comes in. Lancers as well. Crossbow follow-up means he's going to have range units to count the range units. And Numidan now is in quite the pickle. In fact, these Palsgard shouldn't even be attacking the crossbows now. They just need to go deeper. If Magic chases after these villagers, it's going to be 20+ eco gone. Crossbows continue to mirror up. Palsgard now making their way towards that tree line. Lancers and all. Villagers are going to look to run away, but unfortunately that wall is not going to protect him. So a lot of idle time in this game. Numidan, essentially half of his villager count are not working. Army is also being cleared up. Crossbow numbers basically mirrored. Yeah, this is looking really bad. Magic now has full control of the game. Mango's going to come out. Mango might be going down. If not them, the villagers most definitely will be. They pile on here. Good God. All right, well played. That was actually really good micro by Numidan. 48 villagers had to defend this. Wow. So he holds, but look at the costs. He still loses some villagers along the way. The idle time as well is the big difference maker here. Magic could afford those type of losses because of just how many villagers were not working for Numidan. All the while, on land, what's been happening, right? We've just seen gathering, amplifying. We're now seeing deer being added in, so extra food coming through. The deep water fish is never really running out for Magic, even though he's on a pretty absurd 27 fishing boats at this stage. Meanwhile, Numidan, still only 15 boats. Now Spring Fleet is coming in. 2 chunks mixed in as well. Shots coming out. Numidan not looking. That's a problem. Doesn't have demos right now to threaten. Isn't producing them out of the closest dock either, so no backstab opportunity here. And the demo play comes in. Archer ship count. Decent. 3 of them in total, but the demos, they are being staggered. Heavy hits. Oof. A little bit of missed micro there. Magic, no reason to lose double demo. But now Numidan is running out of fishing space. 13 fishing boats pinned against the edge. Magic is going to back up. Happy with the advantage he has, and now he's going to look to tech up Imperial Age ready to go. Okay, Magic is a very big lover of GG library, and I usually have to whack him with a stick and remind him that if you don't use it in the first 2 minutes, it's a worthless tech up. So hopefully, he's going to go ahead and actually research something out of this. Probably going to be the 10,000 bolts, which I really like. 10,000 bolts is kind of interesting. It's half damage on the second shot, but if you think about it as a damage increase, because it's half damage, you're adding in 50% to your DPS, right? Which, think about this on the other side. Numidan is decreasing, or rather increasing his attack speed by 20%, right? It's a 50% damage increase versus a 20% damage increase. On top of that, you're going to be elite versus castle. This will actually allow crossbows to destroy. Keep drop down the way from Numidan. No elite stats is coming in. Palsgard have been queued up. No supervision, though. Charge straight onto the Mangonel. Villagers. Oh, dude, not again. This time it's 28 people not working. Crossbows is trying to shut this down. Magic may have been overzealous in trying to just deny this, but it's still denied equity, right? Like, Numidan has got a quarter of his economy not working. In fact, he's even losing some of it. Passguard continues to trickle through. That's just wasting more time. Crossbow just keeping this idled out. Numinon, the indecisiveness is killing him in this game. I mean, this has always been his issue. Like, Numinon is a talented player. I actually think, like, he has some potential to the point that you could see him in playoffs. The issue is the indecisiveness in these moments that has cost him so dearly. And now the triple outpost drop. What? Magic just wants some hand cannon slits. He came to party. He knows what this is about for Numinon. Numinon is running out of gold fast, right? So he needs the big strip. Magic is going to start garrisoning, so Arrow Fire is going to come out. What an insane play. It just seems so dumb. But in fairness, Trip Spirals, then the fortification, like, good luck to Numinon. Berkshire is going to be on the way on the west side. That's at least going to secure 1 8k gold. But in the meantime, water has been a complete wash for Numinon. Magic has taken him out. Completely taken him off water. Now, this is where the game gets scary. Magic can consider trading. Magic can also consider just looking for long-distance fishing to his opponent's deep water. He has all the options at his fingertips. And Numinon now has to rush a farm transition while going Imperial Age. His food income is abysmal for this play. This is so dumb. He's even getting cannon placements. Oh my god. Bombard's also here, so that castle's not going to last long. And now, because there's a cannon emplacement, you can't dive in and burn it down. Like, you don't even have an army for this. Numinon kind of feels like writing's on the wall here, right? His military is small. His economy is actually very small too. And let's check it. Really, Magic? What did I say about this goddamn landmark? We're over 2 minutes in. He's only now getting advanced administration. This is pretty nice, though. This is a way that you can kind of contest the Chinese eco in the late game, is getting the extra taxmen. We might even see him actually just bump up twice. I actually really like the Ming Dynasty for Zhu Ji, and I think the movement speed from the Temple of Sun is insanely powerful. Elite Army Tech's also on the way. This is about to be a very difficult hold for Numinon. Hasn't even got the elite stats coming through on his troops yet. The only upside is this Berkshire does slow the game down. That's naturally what happens whenever you see Berkshire play. But because there's no kind of counter right now with the Bombard, you can just kind of creep in and snipe out. Spirals are still waiting on the shot triggers. And also, you now need to field an army to keep these Passguard away. We're going to heat the 2 times because this is just going to be a very grindy type siege down. Berkshire has already taken a phenomenal amount of damage. The Villager also coming in clutch with the repairs. Okay, so we now have a problem for Numinon. If this goes up to 4 Bombards, the Spirals cannot clear it quick enough. Wait, did he actually use... Wait, why are we ringing the bell? I feel like ringing the bell in pro games is essentially BM at this stage. What did I say? Dude, are you kidding me? He's sneaking docks next to Numinon's base where he doesn't have vision. Apparently, it's not enough that he's fishing his side of the map. He wants to fish Numinon's side of the map too. Insane. So how does Numinon now get back into this? What is his thought process? He's probably thinking like, you know, Palace Guard are really annoying, but if I can get some Stonewalls up, Men-at-Arms, plus Lombos can win out in the late game, and I do have the resources for that composition, right? But we are still several minutes away from that being cozy. And also that does involve Stonewalls that he's yet to build. And the reason he's not rushing them, by the way, is the Bombards. Bombards that are a pain in the ass because they're actually taking out the housing. Keep drop also on the way from Magic. Spirals are arriving, so they'll be able to start sniping this out. Bombards will have to pack up and move away. Castle is built just so quickly, though. This is going to get an insane amount of resources in the Bank of Magic, right? The 1,200 stone for an additional keep. He's now also fully secured the 8k gold. Numinon has big problems here. Siege works. Hasn't come through yet. We have got Greased Axles at least on the way. And Mango coming out. Ambitious choice, but then again, like, Magic hasn't gone for the double tech up yet, right? He hasn't gone for the extra movement speed via the Temple of Sun. So these Palace Guard aren't going to immediately gap close. That isn't the problem yet, but we should be heading there soon. With Magic now setting up fishing on his opponent's side, this is where this starts to get a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah, he's even balancing for a consistent eco now. I would not be surprised if Magic doesn't drop a single farm this entire game. The way he's now set up, where he's taken both ends of Holy Island's water, he doesn't need it. And he's still going to have more food than the English late game farm economy. Bombard's actually now going off the landmarks. Oh, Jesus. This is actually kind of crazy, right? All the landmarks are exposed. This is really crafty by Magic, because if he pivots north side, the Springals have to come out at the choke points, and that's where you're not safe, right? So if he just plays up here, he can snipe 3 of the 4 landmarks in the game, and that puts Numinon up against the ropes, right? Because like 4 Bombards, I think a 5 at this stage, they could just move in and snipe out Berkshire like that. And by the way, confirmation, he did actually go for the AoE tech. So these guys have a little bit of splash damage to him now. Remember, this is also same as China, and they start the gunpowder tech, so these Bombards are already hitting so much harder. Numinon trying to return fire with his own anti-building siege, but the problem right now is the numbers do not favor him. How much fishing are we up to now? 35 fishing boats for Magic. Scleraris is now on the way for Numinon. Magic now going back for the anti-siege. Palace Guard starting to rotate into the base, and oh my god, dude, he just baited Numinon and switched it. Men-at-Arms are going to head in the other way, but this is a bigger problem for Numinon in this game now. The Palace Guard are going to dive deep, and they're going to spread wide, and this is an issue because the crossbows are not positioned to shut this out. So a lot of eco is about to get chipped away. Funnily enough, he actually just burns out the gold source. And I believe we might actually be seeing farms. Yangdan Tao's coming in, so that suggests he does believe that the fishing is not enough to end this game. I'm not entirely in agreement with that. I think you can actually take a fishing approach and just rely more on siege. But it's Magic's game, man. Like, at this stage, he's in the driving seat. Do whatever you want to here. Either or works. Crossbow's definitely not countering in this quantity. A lot of idle time now for Numinon in a game where he doesn't have much food in reserve. Numinon needs to find a return fire. The problem is, like, you're trying to mirror Palace Guard's movements with Men-at-Arms. You're never going to have the same pace to reach your opponent's back line. Siege also overextending. We'll be able to keep it alive. Bombard count is still fine, though. Bombards, which, like, this is a pretty creative answer, actually. The splash damage up against Men-at-Arms, I really like this from Magic. I have yet to watch a Zhuji library game where I'm like, wow, that really made the difference. But I actually think he may have found the one. I'm still surprised it wasn't 10,000 bolts. I think 10,000 bolts would have made a lot of sense, but I mean, this is splash damage. This is effective firepower. You just need to make sure you got the Springolds to guarantee the Bombards can shoot. I think that is what Magic is aiming for here. More and more siege coming in now. Numinon. How does he get back into this? Horseman might be his best call. It's kind of weird because you feel like Men-at-Arms are better against the Palace Guard, right? But like, you just need something that can hit the siege straight away. Your Springolds are slowing Magic down, but they're not really giving you a way of pushing out. Horseman will give you a way of hitting eco, but also shutting out siege. And are you kidding me? He just dropped a keep right next to the primary TC. Oh my god, and now the Bombards, they go for the Berkshire. Dude, this is just a landmark race now. If he brings the Bombards up north, this is over. Villagers also now being sacrificed. Numinon getting spread a bit too thin. Men-at-Arms are at least going to try to backstab on the Bombards, but the siege works as well. They're just so absurdly tanky. I can't believe this. The amount of villagers that just went down on this gold line. And now it's just siege landmarks, end the game, right? Bombard's already moving towards that. You can see that now Numinon has to play out desperation just to react to this, but he no longer has the troops to defend against this many Palace Guard. Nestabee's now arriving as well. And this is go time. Magic moves north for the killing blow in this game. Numinon just getting outmaneuvered north and south. This is just too late for him to make a recovery. Springolds is trying to produce more of them, but with siege works being what it is, as long as Magic doesn't just idle here, it's just a landmark and finish. Nestabees are at least going to be sacrificed. Some Men-at-Arms are still in the back, but it just feels like a moot detail. This is the go time. Springald Not going to last long underneath the keeps. And the keep is going to protect for the winning condition here. What a sick 1-2 punch from Magic. Castle goes up, and he has what he needs to guarantee a win. Never done. Never able to repair that council lever. Berkshire is going to try to rush it up, but you just can't build this quick enough. 6,500 HP, but 5,000 to be burned. And with this many bombards, it's undeniable. It's going to be GG. Magic will get the win 2-1. Surgical execution here on Holy Island. And Numidan has to be thinking back to that early demo play, that choice to go castle. Was that the mistake here? I think this is the killing blow issue we talked about. He has got the killer instinct on the ladder. If he had it here, I think we would have been looking at a sour end to the group stage for Magic. But instead, he finds a way to get back in it and win in that juicy late game. What am I going to call that one, actually? I think that one... Because I'm trying to think of a way now that... Because, like, I've noticed, I think people, when I upload these videos and I show one game, they look for the one game straight away. If it's not there, they click off. And once they've seen the one game, they click off. So I'm trying to think of an inclusive way to show multiple maps, if that makes sense. Magic drafting is pretty... I'm trying to think. Draft and execution. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'll think on that one. There's a name there. Like I'm trying to think of a way to thread the first and the final game. Split screen thumbnail in-game image from each game. The problem is like you give spoilers there, right? So you have to have a balance. I might show something from first game and third game, and then I need to find a way of like mixing it in. Okay, so another series done. Let's strike that one off. How many is that now? Dude, we are blitzing through it, right? Yep, we've done... Is that 4 series so far today? So, where do we go next? Zertin versus Killjadi sounds like a pretty tight and interesting one. Was there anything else we didn't do? Just having a quick look. Because I feel like there's a few series we're missing here. Was B versus Wham cast? I think it was. Yeah, B versus Wham was definitely cast. Of course it was. Group 1 maybe? Oh, that's right, because we said we were going to avoid the recon games. Because, like, he's ill, right? So it's kind of redundant to do those. Did we do Vortex versus... No, we didn't do Vortex versus Cat, so that might be an option. Cat let Roos through the draft, which is really surprising. I think next up, we'll do the Killjadi versus Zertin set. That sounds like a series that should be very close. So let me add that to the list. Let me find the draft for it as well. And let me paste that draft in. Okay. So guys, I'm quickly going to like snack for a sec while I load up the game. I'm going to run ads for 90 seconds so you guys don't have to worry about it in the series. And that's also going to let me refuel and prep for this cast. So take this opportunity to add your credit card details and subscribe to the channel. Boom. There we go. Boom. All right. All right, guys. So let me know what you think about the drafts. Who won the draft, Zertin or Killjadi? Oh, damn. Solo casting is so hunger-inducing for me. I can go several hours without eating when I'm on the mic with someone else. But like observing, then also just all the talking constantly builds up a hunger. So this is interesting. The series opens on Rocky Canyon with a Delhi-Mongol matchup. I feel like that favors the Delhi really heavily these days. Rocky Canyon is a map that I would favor for Mongols if you had to pick them on one of them. But that's still kind of... I think Kiljadi might... Like, I think Zertan might have been expecting Japanese. I don't think Mongols does much better there, but... Well, they can do. They can burn the Crystal House. So I'm wondering if Zertan got tricked there. Let me check the rest of the draft. Rocky Canyon, Gorge, Dry Arabia. I guess it's kind of a gamble on whether Kiljadi is going to pick the Delhi on the opener or later on, right? This feels like an advantage to the way it's played out for Kiljadi, though. Zertan probably wants to save English for Gorge. And then Ayabids can work on Dry Arabia, right? Zhuji's probably a throwaway civ here. Zhuji would have been picked here. So I guess in his logic, right, like would Zhuji have done better against Delhi? No. Mongols didn't have anywhere else to be picked because Gorge is... In this draft, Gorge would be a bit weird. So let me finish off this biscuit and then we'll get into game. Sorry. Mute my mic for a sec. Oh, damn. I like this song. Too bad. You guys ready? I was born spaghetti. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Competitive Age of Empires for Action. We're here for the Elite Classic 2 recap. A series that should be insanely close. We've got Zertan of My Insanity up against the Finn Kiljadi himself. We open up on Rocky Canyon for a Delhi-Mongol matchup. And I was just talking to chat about the draft here. If you ever want to actually be able to talk to me, be sure to watch these games live on Twitch, as I like to do a lot of interaction. I think Zertan got kind of tricked on the draft. I like Kiljadi's draft a lot more. The Delhi pick, being up against the Mongols in the opening, is quite nice. He had Malians, Japanese, Abbas as backups. I think like the Japanese pick later on after you blocked in the Delhi is quite nice. If he can actually get the Japanese up against the Ayabids in game 2, Kiljadi could be looking at 2-0 because this opening game, I would favor Delhi against Mongols. Credit to Zertan where credit is due. If there was any map where I would peg the Mongols to look good, it would be here. Like on this map in particular, Rocky Canyon is really good because of the long trade and the way you can protect it. Now, what's interesting about the drafts overall is Zertan got the Mongols, the Ayabids, the English, and the Zhuji. Meanwhile, Kiljadi got the Delhi, the Malians, and Japanese, and Abbasids. Game 1 is critical here because depending on how this goes, Game 2 becomes a little bit awkward. In that, for example, if this is a Game 1 win for Zertan, we're probably going to be looking at Gorge Game 2 to try and force out the Malian pick from Zertan, right? Because I think that's basically... the Malian pick from Kiljadi, right? Because, like, basically, likely Zertan's going to be going into that second map and picking English because he has Zhuji, English, or Ayabids, and the third map is Dry Arabia. You want to pick Ayabids and Dry Arabia. So, I think what's going to happen here is if Zertan can actually get, like, a match point, Kiljadi's going to pick Gorge to force that good matchup, right, between Malians and English. If it goes the other way, though, we're probably looking at a Dry Arabia next so that Killjadi can basically just flex Japanese on that map. So we'll see how this goes. Opening-wise, we are going to get the move forward with the Rax Villager. And looking at this spawn, it's pretty good to do this. We're going to go on 2 times for the early game. Gold is very deniable here, right? Whoa. That's a bit surprising by Zern. Choosing this gold location, it kind of makes sense though, right? Like any other Civ, you'd block both golds, but remember this is the Delhi. The Delhi don't really care about gold that much. They don't pay for their techs, right? They just 5-finger discount them. So being close to the wood line is nicer because now you force your opponent to come out to this for a Lumbercan. This is something you can raid with Keshix. I really like this opening from Zern. This is pretty effective. So the reason why he wants to make this play, as opposed to just going for your standard gold play, is you know wood is more critical here. Gold is just an irrelevant detail, it just happens to be here. And now Keshix just becomes an organic element of your composition that has more value. You wanted Keshix anyway because A, you're going to be going Silver Tree, which is going to give you more gold to work with. B, also now you have the mobility to defend that. Okay, ignore me, dude. It's a Deerstone play. What? That's interesting. I didn't expect that. Wow, Killjadi's reaction, not ideal here. Having to go in for the archery range when you know that it's going to be an outpost Garrison Spearman play and not more afterwards feels bad. Typically, you want to be going into Ghazi because, like, realistically, Zertan's play here could have been Silver Tree into Keshix, which would shut you down hard in your tracks now with this opening. But Killjadi has chosen to opt for a very defensive opening that honestly has me very surprised. I wouldn't really say that you need to play this way as the Delhi. Maybe his plan is to wall in these sacred sites, right? And that's his approach, is that he'll get permanent gold gathering there. Probably feels like with one scholar and only one scholar only, he can't afford to take risks, and archers will allow him to secure that. But I would say archer opening blind with no secondary comp is a risk. So Rax is coming back in. This is going to pin him in his base longer. Honestly, I do feel like Silver Tree would have been a lot better for Zertan here. This is coming from someone who keeps saying that Silver Tree is overrated. Like, I think Silver Tree is overused, but this is the game where it would have made a lot of sense. Long wall coming in from Killjadi now, though. So he's going to secure this 1-by-1. This is a pretty different approach. Typically, we see people wall right next to this, but if you think about the investment, walling from this starting tree line to here and then across to here is the same amount of wood as walling 3 sides of the sacred site. There is a backside that can be rotated, but that is such a wide arc and so difficult to get in on that it's more or less free territory being secured, and a lot of it at that. Berries and deer on the backside. Pretty nice for Killjadi. So we'll keep this on the 2 times for now. Zern is scaling into archers quite quick. This is usually where this matchup falls flat for the Mongols. Delhi's archers are just better. They're superior with the Tower of Victory buff. 20% better, in fact. So if you have the same numbers, you're going to lose that fight. There is a little bit of a flip side here, which is that Zern in small numbers, I actually think the signal arrow is really good. Large numbers, this feels a little bit more underwhelming because you tend to shoot a bit too quickly and you overkill. But in the small quantities, that's where you can get the lead. Remember also, Deerstone has made his entire land eco a bit more efficient, so his gathering rates are being buffed by like, what, 6 to 8% roughly on the food and wood drop-offs because of the distance being saved. Overall, though, now we've been playing the Keshix, this is where it starts to look like a game where I would have liked Silver Tree more. And you always end up in Keshix in this matchup the longer it goes, right? Because you can't afford to be full infantry against a Civ that gets an attack speed buff on full infantry, right? You're playing behind in that situation. So, now I'd love to talk to Zertan on what his exact thought process was. I think it's just like he felt that if he was going into the typical Silver Tree game, like you'd expect to see here, he'd leave himself vulnerable and it's a bit too greedy. This guarantees that for the first 10 to 15 minutes, every single piece of economy is going into military. Nice little snipe there. Dude, the skull. Oh my god, dude, that's huge. Killjadi. He has no way of getting the sacred sites. Not only that, he made a mistake. We've got a boo-boo here. He didn't actually queue up the broadaxe or the distilled, right? Like, I mean, this wouldn't have mattered because he lost the mining camp, but no broadaxe in a game where you're both spamming archers. This is a phenomenal disadvantage for Killjadi. And he has no gold whatsoever. What, he has to creep out on the left side or reclaim the front? Dude, this game is insane. I can't believe this. Zertan is now a mile ahead. And also the wall not complete. That's going to be a breakthrough point. Archers plus 1 Keshik will break this fast. Dude, this game is falling apart. I can't believe this. The matchup where I genuinely do heavily favor the Delhi. If we look at individual matchups, the highest rank, Delhi versus Mongols. Mongols are at a 43.2% win rate. Sorry, no, that's old patch. Pull up the new one. Mongols versus Delhi. No, it's 43.2 still. Even before the January patch, Mongols versus Delhi, it was better there, 55%. But remember, Delhi doesn't get picked much in pubs. I think genuinely when you see them come out in competitive, in a Mongol matchup, without trade, they are meant to be favored here. But this small detail, it is not so small, of having 0 scholars and no gold trickle, means actually Yam is just a bigger advantage. Archer trade coming in, Keshix. Gonna stand their ground, attack speed arrow is going to be used. That means that Killjadi has to walk further back. Now, keep in mind there's no undermesh coming through, but on the other side, Killjadi, with terrible research rates, doesn't have any blacksmith techs. Oh my god. Zern is destroying him in this game. Last of the forward archers are going to be pushed back, but Killjadi's been drained dry, right? In a game where he doesn't have the extra gathering rate from Broadaxe, where he doesn't have Steeled Arrow and Undermesh for a very long time, Zern is just going to keep pushing the edge here. The only downside is he forgot to get Undermesh. I think that's a neglectful element here. The Keshix would have been so much more tanky, but it just doesn't matter at this stage. Food also now about to become an issue for Killjadi. He can't access gold. He can't access food. He's got this sheep at home, sure, but that's limited. I can't believe this. This is a crazy game. I think part of this is on like mistakes made by Killjadi. I think going for no Ghazi here is a little bit awkward. But Zern, I can't fault the execution here. The double gold spawn on the forward, the timing on ramping into this and just blocking out the rotation on the Sacred Site was perfect. He knew exactly what his win condition was. His win condition was kill the Scholar. That is it. Just one Scholar is all it takes. And you saw how the game has unraveled from there. He hasn't built any additional Scholars. It meant that his tech rates were already going to be slow, but the whole idea is if he got that one Sacred Site, every minute, roughly, he could get an extra Scholar. And now, in desperation, he has to play out into the outpost to secure the Southwood away from the army, and also try desperately to get some gold. So now in full control of this game, Undermesh going to complete before Steeled Arrow comes through for Killjadi. Delhi without scholars. It kind of sounds like a barbaric people, doesn't it? Delhi without scholars. Who teaches them? I can tell you that no one's teaching Killjadi how to win in this one. This is rough. He's lost 5 eco units. Militarily, he's still behind. And the quality is there, right? 6 Keshix and bumping upwards. Killjadi also with gaps in his gathering after that pull to deal with the outpost. Attack speed arrow is also available again. Zern. We'll activate it quite early here. We'll force a continued retreat. Textiles is going to make Killjadi fairly tanky, but not tanky enough. Villagers are still going to be sacrificed. And this game is getting incredibly uncomfortable right now. Killjadi can't afford gaps. Remember, his archer count isn't really in a position where it dominates right now. And Keshix, they go after the eco. Hesitation there. A little bit surprised. I think he could have got 1 or 2 kills, but I guess Zern's just trying to keep the numbers up. Right, 1 or 2 of these guys are injured. He doesn't want to lose them because right now it is a raw number game, a race here. And what's impressive from Zern, you just have to give him so much credit for this, is the fact that he's keeping the military lead with the premium unit. Right, he's paying over double what Killjadi is for his units, for these Keshix, and yet he's still ahead. And that's not just the power of the Uvu, that's the power of the exchanges so far. And remember the implications we mentioned that this has, right? Like this would force a game 2 Gorge, which is what Zern wants, because he basically wants to force Killjadi to pull out the Malians. Like, Malians would make most sense there, especially with the English pick in the rotation. Like, if you have Dry Arabia and Gorge, and you're going to pick English, you're going to pick them on Gorge, not Dry Arabia, right? So, he already knows what his opponent's going to do. If he gets a win here, Zern could actually be a crafty son of a gun. If he goes for an Ibid pick in game 2, this could be a very swift 2-0. Keshix now just trying to block these scholars from still getting out that Sacred Site. So looks like he does now know it's showing up. In the meantime, a wall's going to go up. So Killjadi does defend himself here. Archer Mass clearing out the spears though. Keshix looking to clash. Attack speed archers are kind of come in though, and that's extra kills again. This is getting out of control. That's now 9 worker kills so far in this game. It might be a 10th. Oh, dude, this is getting scary. Killjadi Spear count is just irrelevant at this stage, right? Only 4 left over. Archer's going to commit. Keshix just absorbing so much fire now. This has to be it, right? Like, this is becoming untenable for Killjadi. This is his whole army versus not the entire army of his opponent. And now the raid on the other side. Killjadi can't get the wood at all. Archer 17 versus 12. That's enough of a difference to win this fight. I think we are going to be heading towards that game 2 with a surprising victory for the Mongols. Zern's even starting to stockpile wood, so I believe he's aiming to go into a TC now. Now that he's basically completely just brute forced his way into the Delhi base, which I like. I think it's pretty cool here. Like, he's also playing Pocket Ecos. This is a game where, funnily enough, I don't think we're ever going to see Delhi adding in Ghazi, which, when that happens, like, that is rare. You'd think that's a good thing because I've highlighted before about how you want to be on your attack speed units, but that's a transitional type thing. You build an advantage with Ghazi. The Ghazi were never in this game to build an advantage. Even trading now underneath the outpost. Oh, damn. And here we go, Zern. Should be pulling the trigger on that second TC any second now. Either that or he's got some very big macro issues because he's floating 800 plus wood at any given point now. So he is actually prepping for a ram. So, okay. Ooh. Okay, so Zern is not going to look to just turn this into a huge eco-scale victory. He's legit just going to go for the jugular. This is going to be like a triple ram build and then a push-in. That's really smart. I like the idea of a TC here. I think you can get away with it. But the reason this feels even better is you have to remember that Killjadi hasn't got a melee army at all. He has no Ghazi, has barely any spears. So what's the solution when a handful of rams turn up in his base? I mean, what's the solution when an army turns up in his base? Other than dying slowly. Keshix riding again. And that should be another freebie. Archers will move in to snipe 1 or 2. It's just getting difficult. The way he's trying to wrap away from this, the short route, Zern gap closes here. So more villagers going down. This is now getting out of control. A 17 villager lead. More villagers on the north side. Zern's game sense on point here. He scans it, doesn't quite see the villagers. But that's still now Killjadi running out of safe food sources, right? He's basically got the berries over here. And then, like, 1 sheep left underneath the TC. Okay, Zern, please just build a TC, man. Like, this is crap or get off the pot point, right? If you're not going to build 4 rams, build a town center. Looks like actually Killjadi's had enough. He left the base. What? No, you can't do that! Oh, no. That's going to be it. Killjadi, more villagers dying here. This is going to just be a sweep through. Onto the berries as well. He's looking for a trade. Unfortunately, he's not going to find one as valuable. Zern is going to have a few eco units out in the mid-map, sure, but like you just can't close gap quick enough on this. Keshix now hitting up the outposts. This is unrecoverable from this stage. I mean, props to Killjadi. He would be the type of player to look for an offensive play when his head's in the dirt like this, but it felt like it was always doomed for failure. Zern just had too many troops sitting in your base waiting to play. With 5 more workers going down, Berry's now being denied. I think this is the point where you've got to stop deluding yourself. You're now over 20 villages behind as the Delhi in this game. Zern, because he got those outposts up, you see the Yam is able to get him out so quickly. Damn, dude, what a creative play to go into Yam here. I'm a really big fan of the Deerstone. I said, like, this would be the map for Silvertree if there was one. Any other map, I'd 100% back Deerstone, but Zern convinced me it was a smart play in this game. Because the way that he opened this, because of the fact that Killjadi reacted with no cavalry, it meant that he could just play these wide flanks with Yam aura from the outposts and never get caught. I've noticed Killjadi is kind of stubbornly like this in some of the tournament games at the moment. Like, he's just refusing to wave the white flag, but realistically, look, this game is over. Even if he now found these 13 villages, right, he'd still be behind. And funnily enough, Zertin is still floating 1,000 wood. I don't know what's going on at this stage. Both players now playing out under flank resources. Villagers got found, though, and that has to be it, surely. There's no outpost back here. We're going to stick on the 2 times. He's somehow locked in 3 sacred sites, but it feels a little bit irrelevant, right? Morale victory, but that's about it. This is over. The question is now, are we going to get that English-Malian matchup that could get Killjadi back in the series? find out. I mean, if he reads it perfectly, like realistically, if English is going to come out in the series, it has to be in game 2. It's the only place it makes sense for Zertan. And his alternative choice is to go Zhu Ji, and I just don't really know where Zhu Ji fits into this entire draft. It feels like a weird curveball that's made to make Killjoy question himself, right? Alright, we'll stick to 2-turn speed. Killjoy is just going to have one of these weird games. I can tell this already. Rams are finally coming in. So Zertan has finally decided that over 1,000 wood in reserve is kind of pointless. This is the thing. Like, Killjoy's literally been sitting here going, nah, I ain't leaving. If you want to remove me, you better kick me out. He's that drunkard who's like, what are you going to do? Call the bouncer. The bouncer has arrived. Killjoy is about to be the Barney to Zertan's Mo. Rams moving in. I feel like I'm watching one of those Bronze League games from the perspective of like they won't GG until they lose their landmarks, if you know what I mean. Not to say Killjoy is playing like a bronzer, but it's like this game is so ridiculously over. It's unfathomable that he thinks there's a recovery arc now. TC being torched down. Love that he just leaves the Keshkets behind. Means that you can't actually break out with the villagers. Kill this. What a cool execution, though. This is really clean from Zertan. I'm impressed, man. Killjoy is a very aggressive player. The fact that he was able to strip the aggressive option from Killjoy before the game really even begun is something that deserves its praise. Like, that was actually really impressive. Promising for the rest of this series for Zertan. I think his biggest issue, his biggest worry should have been how aggressive Killjoy can be. He's a very difficult player for that reason, but what I'm seeing here is a man who done his research and came prepped, able and ready to kill as quickly as Mr. Jardy would normally. So I'm just going to go 4 times now. I imagine TC goes down, he finally calls it, and there we go. GG comes out. Game 1 will be going to Zertan. So we'll get him a point on the board there. Looks like game 2 is going to be on Gorge. So we did predict correctly. Let's see what Civ matchup we're going to get here. So let me load the data now. Is there any other curveballs that can be thrown here? Maybe Killjoy goes like Japanese? Japanese versus Ibids is really good. Japanese versus English is... yeah, it works. The fast castle is usually quite doable. You just have to invest more in outposts to defend you, though. So let's have a look. So we just had the Rocky Canyon. It's going to be the Malian English matchup. Okay, so Zertan's treating this as a throwaway. I guess he was worried the Ibid Malian matchup would be a little bit scary for him. But this sets him up really nicely for game 3, right? With like a Ibid pick against either Japanese or Abbasids. I'm not convinced. I actually think Japanese wins that matchup. Killjoy, however, it has to be said, is a really big Abbasid spammer. If this turns into an Abbasid Ibid matchup, I actually favor the Ibids there. So I'm really hoping that Killjoy doesn't just do the comfort pick here. Because if he does, he could just find himself out in a third. But for this game, at least, folks, things are on the path to recovery. Zertan takes the opener, but now we get the uncomfortable English-Malian matchup. We're going to hit the 2 times here for the early game. So look at the map. Ooh, if you can secure this area, very easy. Wait, actually, that's terrible. Okay, I'm just like, at this point, I'm collating a list of reasons why I do not like Malians on Gorge, and this is going on it. This is the only map I frequently see berries spawn in the gold, and it means that you can't full house this, right? Like, actually, a third of it is blocked. This is terrible, man. It's the only map where I see this happen quite frequently. The other thing that I hate about Malians on Gorge that makes them pretty sucky is that their second gold vein is always far out and exposed. It doesn't matter in this matchup. The thing about this matchup you have to keep in mind is this is the English-Malian matchup. There is not a single worst matchup in the game still for the English that I'm aware of. I think Jeanne d'Arc is getting close, but it's still nothing compared to this. Maybe that's what Zertan needs, guys. 2-0 coming in for Zerty, all because of the spawn. Classic AoE 4. Council on the way. Scout rotation on the opening. Looking pretty good for Zertan. 1 extra sheep to work with. But it should end up being about a 50-50 split with the way they've played this. Actually, I say that. Zertan is darting, man. Dude, did he scout him early? I think he did. So it looks like actually Zertan could get 2/3 of the map for himself. Well played. He's going to pull back early. That's going to give him extra time to check his back corner. But we can already see there's nothing there for him. Killjadi already came in. The fact that Killjadi came in, and now this happened, yeah, not a good sign, dude. Sheep Whisperer has been activated. This is going to be 2/3 sheep for certain. Which is good, because now he's going to need to make some hard choices. We've seen English players try to aggro the Malians, and it always ends in despair. He's gone Council Hall, and like I'm just going to bluntly say it, dude. I think that the Abbey of Memes is being underdone. I think that the Abbey of Memes, actually, like, to these hard matchups that you're always losing with this build, something has to change, and surely that's got to be the way. Looks like it's going to be a 2TC build by Zertan. We talked about this before with the Mali matchup. Like, the best counter to Fulani Rush is 2TC to scale. The difficulty in this matchup is, with the English, your defensive tools are really underwhelming against Malians. So if Killjadi sees what you're doing, he can just look to all-in you in Feudal Age. Javelin Donzos will break the English. So I'm going to stick on the 2 times to see his choice. Archery Range already comes out. He has seen the Council Hall after all. Second TC is going to be dropped in. Killjadi has not scouted this yet. I just want to really emphasize to people, Zertan's choice here is the correct choice. After you go Council Hall, you definitely have to go 2TC. You cannot open longbows here whatsoever. If longbows make an appearance, it's to defend. If they don't, you bring in crossbows quickly when you're in the Castle Age rush. But this is still a tough position. Zertan's probably going to try and go for the quick condensed farmlands area, right? He's got 15 sheep compared to 7, so he's got a little bit of wiggle room there. But the whole idea of this build is you set up multiple farm clusters in this area, and then you white tower in the middle. So you might even set up some farm clusters on the forward, but you white tower this area to protect you. You can even now wall between the gold and the wood, so you create this safe farmland at the back. But it really is a survival game, right? Like, you're not playing RTS anymore, you're playing DayZ. The zombie apocalypse has come, my friends. Malian jabs on the way. Core and scaling upwards. Killjadi is going to look to pressure him, put him to the test here. This is really frustrating as well, because remember, the secondary TCs do not have great tower range, so jabs can very easily and freely move in, hold a shot, and even if they get one flurry of arrows out on them, the reality is the damage is pretty negligible, courtesy of the base free ranged armor. Steady's going to go for the farms. Another reason why we see English struggle here. This play revolves around the idea of getting free farm clusters, getting Castle Age, and the White Tower protects you, but the White Tower isn't here yet. And this TC with 6 tower range is not going to punish. Dude, this is catastrophic. Zertan, even with the discount you get, that's an expensive investment in farms, right? He spent 300 wood, 350 actually with the mill. And he can operate free of the 8 farms. And then let's not forget the build time, right? The investment of the village's time to do this. It all adds up. Dude, this game already feels over. I'm going to hit the 2 times and stick on it. I feel like we're just seeing a slow death now. Zertan does have 2 TC, sure, but wave after wave of javelins is coming. Killjadi has read this perfectly. He's even got the second pit mine set up. Not on the big one, because why would you with that atrocious spawn? And now it's going to be the villager line that's in trouble as well. So you basically have very limited food for 2 TC play. This is brutal. It's a good thing that Zertan got as much of the sheep as he did, because without that, he'd already be dead. Still, it's hard to see a way that he's not going to be dead here, because look at this build. It's crazy, right? Killjadi, because it's a 2 TC build, because it's a Civ that has Lombos, which just do nothing against the jabs, he's aware that he only needs a handful of jabs to keep Zertan down while he goes towards this Fulani timing. We've already got 4 ranches already filled out. And no extra farms coming in. Remember, these farms have a better gathering rate than the sheep, so if Zertan had the choice, you know, finite versus infinite aside, safety, he'd be choosing this. But he can't get them. And weirdly enough, Zertan added in spears. I mean, you don't really have anything else, right? Like, the problem for Zertan is this is not a game where you can go Horseman. If you go Horseman, you just don't have the food income for it. Especially with 2 TC play. This is always the harsh choice. Like, it's very difficult. There's not many civs that can get away with 2 TC and Horseman play. Something like the Abbasids can, because they get the extra gathering rate on the berries and then the Golden Age as well. But the English just aren't one of those civs. Grand Fulani now on the way, though. Killjadi doesn't even wait for the final ranch to come out. Just 5 is good enough. Stick the 2 times speed. Now I'm going to have to start backing away. Lombos have arrived, but this is not a weak point for Killjadi. This is a strength. It's only a 12 eco lead. Zertan has not been efficient with that. Killjadi is about to come in with quite the stomper. Wall's also now going up. Zertan trying to play for that late game. Keep the speed up going here. Marching out is a mistake, by the way. Sofas are already on the way. You have got Spearman, right? But Jav plus Sofa is a good way of just whittling you down. And the moment the Spearman look to break away, you just flood with Sofa. Zertan has to make some sort of move. The Spearman is also a way that you can dive and burn down these ranches. I think that's the one play that actually Zertan has right now to keep this castle age essentially a light castle, right? Like, if you kill these ranches, kill the cattle, Killjadi essentially doesn't have a castle age play. And Zertan, now with a 60 Nico lead, will be ahead to a point that he can catch up. But it's paramount that he finds a way of removing these elements. Time being, though, he's just wrapping around towards the gold. Killjadi actually not investing actively in units yet. It's kind of slow on it, so more javelins are being brought out. Zertan is at an all-in point here. Blacksmiths has already been dropped. Siege Engineering has not been researched, though. That's going to be problematic. I think, actually, the way to do this might have been Siege Engineering prepped, one ram built, destroy the ranches, snipe with Lombos. Then you still have Spearmen to defend. But this is going to feel a little bit awkward. God. Jav's just able to slowly tickle away at these spears. This is always the weak point of the English. They're not very good at trickling troops. They all move way too slow, right? So, like, you can say the reinforcement rate is consistent at least, but it's still very easy for these mobile units, like the Javs, like the Sofas, to find the counter unit and intercept it. Jav's now vetted up. Means these Spearmen are actually not that spooky. Villager trying to get the wall up is also going to be a big fat L there. So that gap is going to be kept open. And it looks like actually Zertan has split his troops off. 5 Spearmen over here to deal with the pit mine. Means less to brute force the base. Meanwhile, Killjadi is going to bail, go east side here. This is a really orderly approach by Killjadi. He's not over-reading the situation. He's not anticipating that he can take an attack immediately. He's playing very strategic. He's playing a game of dodge, right? This is hide and seek right now. And soon, it's going to be less hide and seek and more Predator with a cloaking device. Sofas are starting to reach the enemy base. Second wave's also coming. The problem that now Zertan has is he has admittedly denied the pit mines, but he needs to get rid of the ranches. So Zertan, he's probably happy he's stripped the gold, but until you strip the food as well, what's happening here is Killjadi's saying, I don't need to actually fight your army yet. If I raid, I get good trades where I don't lose any units, and then eventually we'll take that main fight where your whole army is essentially counted. Sofa is going to ride in on the wood line. Javs can easily deal with these spears. And this Sofa is insanely tanky. He's got the +2 ranged armor. Okay, this is not efficient. Javs can also shoot over, so Zertan realizes that he actually times it perfectly to move away as soon as the last Spearman goes down. But this Sofa is forcing so much idle time for Zertan. Now, I'm not certain what his plan is to... I'm sorry, that was terrible. To get out of this. He has to go for a tech up, right? It has to be that white tower. But I'm not certain, I'm going to do it again, that this is a strong castle age play. He has only got 2 of these farm stacks. He's exhausting the deer really quickly. He's not going to have the food pump that matches Fulani. In fact, he hasn't even cleared up this small Vanguard force. Sofa goes in again. Okay, this is so tilting right now. Like, your farm's getting idled out like this by such a small poxy group of javelins. And on the front side, a fight is approaching. Spear count is not really that scary. Sofas peel off to go after the eco. A few go into the Lombos and they bait all the fire. Bad news now for Zertan. That's going to be 24 villagers running for their lives. Lombos going to be cleared up, and that is going to mean that Zertan is now officially behind in military strength. Eco might be big on paper, but it doesn't feel it when you just dig in. Yes, the pit mines have been shut down, but the ranches, the fact that he's also playing deer stacks in the corner, Killjadi is able to keep up. Only upside right now for Zertan is that Killjadi has neglected horticulture. That would get him a lot more food to work with, but food hasn't been his problem, right? Gold has. With the pit mine denials, that kind of slowed him down a bit, but very well played by Killjadi. Pretty kind of standard surgical win for the Malians at this rate. I think Zertan, like, he actually put up a decent showing here. He had the right idea. I think he just needed a ram early on to block those ranches. Just shutting them down temporarily would have put him further ahead. And it wouldn't have been too expensive, right? Like, 200 wood for a ram, 175 for the tech. I think he could have afforded this. Instead, this white tower now it feels like it's coming a bit too late. Map control has been fully lost for him. He has a limited amount of gold to work with, 2k underneath this white tower. Everything else is almost impossible for him to reach. So tech out complete. Zertan with under 1,000 food and no gold income at the moment. It's fair to say that men-at-arms spam is not really going to be on the repertoire for him, in his repertoire rather. And on top of that, even if you build men-at-arms against sofas, you're going to die. He essentially needs a lot of lombos and a lot of spears, and I'm not sure he's actually got enough food to get that. Killjoy breaking in now, wrapping to the back. He's going off that economy again. Outpost spam coming in. Zertan, because he wasn't on the gold, he actually doesn't have the upgrades. This is still a full feudal army. Even the spearmen are underwhelming now. Outposts are going to be garrisoned, but the dive continues. These javelins insanely tanky with 6 ranged armor. Even the white tower doesn't feel like it's doing quite enough here. Jav sniping down the villagers. Zertan's lead is shrinking quick. He's going to have to stand his ground here before the spearman upgrade comes in. The sofas are being unleashed as well. And this should be a non-stop chase into the back of the base. Army pretty much gone for Zertan. He's got 40 idle eco right now. This has a kind of compounding issue, right? It's a snowball effect where even when you clear up this army, you now don't have economy to build a replacement force for everything lost. So it's very hard to see a way that Zertan gets his head out of the mud in this one. And the javelins are going to find that spot again. Dude, this is so frustrating. Just out of range of the white tower, you camp here, you shut down 1.5 farm clusters, and you kill anything that comes your way. Next wave on the way. Zertan still refusing to give up. There is a point where this starts to become a little bit delusional, though. And I think we're kind of there. He's going to get the 3rd farm cluster over here, so that's at least an extra lifeline. But I'm struggling to see where he gets more than 3 farm clusters here. That's not fantastic food eco compared to the Fulani. Fulani, that admittedly is only so weak because he still hasn't filled it out fully, and he still hasn't gone horticulture. That's about to be fixed. Relics also being grabbed. Zertan, he realizes it. It's futile at this stage. GG, we are going to get a game free. English Marlins, the classic curb stomper. English never seem to have a chance in this matchup, and I think that that is something that both these players were aware of. This was essentially a throwaway civ to just kind of guarantee that you had finned the options in game 3. I said already, going into this game 3, I want this to be a Chugenu matchup. Chugenu, I want this to be a Japanese versus like Juji or Ibids. Japanese against either of those civs, I rate incredibly well. My problem is I know the type of person Kildadi is. I know how much he loves his Abbasids. He's going to pick Abbasids here. And if Zertan goes for the Ibids, I think that's a very clear and clean win on a map like Dry Arabia. So let's have a look. Let me open the draft now. Abbasid Ibids. All right, here we go. Game 3 between these two to decide it. This, to me, favors Zertan. I think that the Ibids, their timings are too hard for the Abbasids to deal with. If you go Military Wing, Desert Raider can still kind of be annoying for you, and that scales over time, right? So you have to then invest in a longer Feudal Age. Feudal Age is kind of the point where the Abbasids don't want to be against the Ibids. They want to try to like move away, right? They want to scale into Eco. But if you're scaling to Eco, then Ibids are going to scale into Tech, and we know how powerful that Castle Age time it can be. So let's do it. 2x speed on the opening. Final game of the series. Killjoy in the orange, Zertan in the purple. We have got an old versus new showdown here. Looking at the spawn as well. Is there any high value? Killjoy has got forward spawning stone. 2 of them very close together. So if any aggro comes out, he can't easily play TC. I'm really hoping Killjoy has something creative in mind here. Maybe trade? This is actually a really good map for trade. The Desert Raiders are going to be a problem, but admittedly, if you go Camel Archers are a sickening and amazing answer to the Desert Raider opening. And it allows you to keep scaling into trade. That's a way you could deal with this. I think trade is a lot better than going into TC Boom. The problem is you'd have to wall a lot as well, because the Camel Archer play does come fast. So the options to me are Military Wing into 2TC or trade and look to defend wide. So another side, it's got to be Desert Raider, right? He could go Growth Wing and just try to ignore his opponent. Like, one thing that Zertan has going for him is the golden berries are next to each other. So if you put one outpost here, it protects against the military wing opening. And it is going to be a military wing opening coming on the east side. West side is also going to be military wing. So here we go. You know, the nice thing about this military wing opening is it's not just you watching 2 spears and 2 archers fight each other, right? Like, it's actually going to be different unit types. The issue for Killjadi is this is a one-off play, right? You get 4 units once. Zerg, every 2 minutes, is going to be getting another free Desert Raider. So, like, it's very important that Killjadi finds value out of this initial opening play. The interesting thing from Zerg is he can kind of just ignore this threat and look to block a TC play, because Killjadi, his only logical follow-up with this opening is to go 2 TC. So what I want to see from Zerg is him drop an archery range, build a few archers at home, which makes sense, right? Ibids actually want archers as the game goes on. That's what they build the most of in Castle Age. And then you use the Desert Raider to hit the second TC placement. Killjadi, of course, because he's open with military wing, you'd think, well, KP, he shouldn't be able to actually block that TC because Killjadi's going to defend it, right? No. Military wing opening is not about defending your TC in this matchup. It's about shutting down the greed of the Ibids. But Zerg already read it perfectly. Archery range on the way. Double archery range, in fact, is kind of wild. He's going to go for a prolonged feudal aggression. Desert Raider is now going to be on his way, right? Yep, he's wrapped around the other side. Scout's already sniffed this out. Sheep Hall in the end was 9 to 14. Okay, Killjadi has plenty to work with, but this is going to be a condensed TC. It's going to be on the tree line. It looks like it should be going up. Desert Raider a little bit late. I don't like that approach from Zertan. It looks like he was worried about the double deer stack drop, which makes sense, but that's a long way to walk for someone who doesn't have wheelbarrow. You should be more worried about the condensed TC. Now, he can still do some damage here, right? You can actually melee these guys, or you can just shoot them down. And Killjadi is going to have to pull away. So this is going to delay his timing a little. Other side of this, we've already got 4 archers and more coming. I wouldn't be surprised if this is like some early ram play. Remember that the Iabids, same as the Bastards, already have siege engineering by default. So you can immediately just drop a ram and look to siege in. Very risky against condensed 2TC, but could be a way of just keeping Killjadi bogged down and idled. Stable's now being added in. So Zertan has to make a choice. He has scouted this out. You now either play more aggro or you just go home and go Castle Age. I think this is going to be a Castle Age build. You don't hang around any longer here. The longer this goes, the worse it gets. We mentioned like the early feudal is quite nice for Ibids because this transitional point. But the longer it goes, not only is the Abbasid now in 2 TCs, it's the Golden Age effect. You're both ticking into that age 1, but there's already a difference at age 1, remember. It's 10% versus 15%. And the way this scales, like, you know, you're all about smaller timing. So, like, for an Ibid player, it's nice to play a bit of feudal to prep yourself for the Golden Age 2, but you don't want to hang around long-term in feudal. I keep the speed up here. It's like Zertan actually wants to try and block out the food source. Remember, this is against fresh food stuff, though, so realistically, you're not going to be able to do much. That's one big difference, actually, between the civs that doesn't get highlighted enough, is, like, once there's a second TC in the equation, there's so much more food optimization for the Abbasids than the Ibids have. And yeah, people saying they have never seen this matchup. It doesn't come out too often because the Abbasids is a very select pick. If you think about it, Abbasid picks in the draft usually get reserved until the final game. Ibid picks often come out in the first or second game. They're an opening pick because they're very strong in most matchups. I will say that actually on the ladder, like in this matchup, Abbasids versus Ibids, it's really rough for the Abbasids. Previous patch and even this patch, I'd say the Ibids are like 65% favored, if not higher. And that's without map dependency, right? So yeah, I'm double checking it now. Abbasids versus Ibids, Abbasids have a 35% win rate here. It's such a brutal matchup. And ever since Ibid players have started IDing, they can play an early feudal age as well. It's gotten so much harder. The reason why you do this, by the way, is because of that timing we mentioned with the Golden Age. By adding in these military buildings now and houses as you scale, by the time you reach Castle Age now, you're going to have Golden Age 2. It means any army in the field is going to be upgraded into 40 seconds instead of the normal 1 minute wait. Pretty powerful for a civ that wants archers as part of their composition as the game goes on. I really don't like Killjadi having to go into Horsemen like this. It feels really bad against Desert Raiders, especially if you haven't been sniping them out. Like, Zertan already has 3. That's why he's probably quite adamant that he can play a longer feudal, is if he just gets Horseman Archer now, it's a difficult fight for Abbasids to take. They can eventually go boot camp, but that doesn't come in until like 20, 30 archers deep. And even then, you're knuckle deep in pain because although you've got an extra 10% health, which equates to, sorry, 15% rather, that equates to like, you know, just over 10 extra health. Your horsemen are now doing substantially less damage in these big clashes, right? So yeah, kind of a weird one. Killjadi, I like that he's doing this though. We mentioned it as an opening play. I'm still surprised he didn't do it. A Camel Archer would have made a lot of sense to just shut this down before Zertan began, but I think Killjadi was always paranoid about this double Archer spam opening that we saw from Zertan. Gonna keep the speed going. Walls are going up from Killjadi. Has secured some back resources. Horseman Raid is going to look to go in, but there's not really much to go in on right now. Zertan is looking to get that back wall. Timing is going to be perfect for this, actually. Gets it up just before the Horseman arrives. So, unfortunately for Killjadi, if he'd been just a second... What? Dude, I swear, these end walls are a grief. There is no way he should have got in there. God damn, that's so stupid. Alright, Killjadi somehow gets through the gap. And this is going to be annoying. Zertan, I can't believe the mistake that's caused now. That's painful. Gets hit on the backside. He hasn't got extra troops to defend with right now because he's already started the tech up. It is going to be a growth wing. This is necessary in this matchup. When you see 2 TC, you have to gap close. Unfortunately, these kills by Killjadi is making that gap close impossible. Killjadi, now what is he going to do? This should be the moment where he starts to save for a tech up, right? He's always going to be slower than the Ibids. That's expected here. But you're going to be economically much more powerful than your cousin Civ. I love the fact that he's adding in more horsemen. It kind of sucks against Camel Lancers, but it's not too bad against Dervishes. The Camel Lancers are still annoying, but it's your most efficient way of blocking relics, which should be your priority now moving forward. Oh man, dude, can we just appreciate, like, guys, big clappers, like big pogs for Zertan. He didn't exhaust a single berry here. My boy. That's what I like to see. Remember, this is going to give him 600 extra food here. Over on this side, it's going to give 800 extra food as well. So really good discipline there by Zertan to optimize that detail. It matters so much when you go for the growth wing. Killjadi, this should be... I've been seeing a lot of Eco Wing at the moment. It's probably going to be Eco Wing. Culture Wing just kind of feels underwhelming. I guess like it might be more important in this matchup because while your opponent is going to research quicker, you can research cheaper. But I feel like that's causing a different issue, that you're delaying your tech timings by an extra 30 seconds. Right? To me, it just makes a lot more sense for you to get Fertile Crescent in prep for you having to add in farms in the corner. It's a very nice thing. And then also it lines perfectly in Castle Age courtesy of the agriculture tech, which is very cost efficient for what it actually is at that stage in the game, right? Camp also on the way. I don't like this from Killjadi. He might have optimized for it in a way, but he now has surplus food. He could have had more gold workers. He could have been teching up by now. He's delayed himself by an extra 15 seconds, which is actually quite a lot in this matchup. Remember, we talked about that Golden Age 2. Funnily enough, it actually isn't there. He's one building short that's coming through. Means the veterancy is going to be there much quicker. And confirm, it is Eco Wing. So 2 times speed now. Killjadi is looking for a clash, but he needs to be careful about where he takes it. If the Camel Lancers come out, 2 Camel Lancers is actually pretty effective here. Considering the Horsemen, like, you know, half the damage. Well, actually more than half is going to be gone, right? They're going to lose almost 2 damage, and then on top of that, they're going to be hitting for 7 into 4 armor. So he needs to find the eco. For that, he will. Zertan. For a second, I thought he didn't have Wheelbarrow. That was a slow move away, so 2 villagers go down. Camel Lancer has now arrived in a choke point as well. Perfectly defended there. Zertan is going to have to idle up over here. He needs to run for the wood line. There we go. And he's going to go through the wall. Meantime, there's going to be a dive in. Zertan is going to lose an eco unit in return. Killjadi, I think like Zertan right now with this position, he could actually just build a Manjanique. He's up against quite a lot of horsemen, but these are vetted archers. There is a window of opportunity here to start just burning down the base. A Manjanique built here, hitting into the wood line, could be catastrophic for Killjadi. Okay, gets him out. Zertan does dodge death. More Camel Lancers coming. Killjadi able to break away. No dive into the back here, but right now Killjadi has a problem. He is essentially out of food. In fact, I think he has about 3 sheep left over here. Good God, yeah, 4 sheep and nothing else. He has to play out of base now. Tech up's going to come through. Phalanx is also on the way, so we are seeing spear spam. Spear spam into archers, though, and you know that the Ibid's going to do this. This doesn't feel great. Lance is going to chase this away. This is another sucky element of this matchup for the Abbasids. You can't play into stables and go for Lancers. Remember, you get horses, these guys get camels, so you're at a disadvantage in that situation. You have to play spears, but it just enables the Ibids even more. This clash coming in is awkward as well. These archers yet to be upgraded. Boot camp at least makes them last a little bit longer with the plus 10 health, but now you have a problem here, right? Like, backside has been denied, no safe gold. He's having to play under the deer on the left side, and the next wave of camel lancers are going to scout that out. Dude, I don't like this game right now for Killjadi. I think Zertan's doing a great job of just constricting the map in its entirety. And this has an added layer now. Now that Killjadi has had to retreat all the way home to try and clear this up, this is where you can play for relics. Horsemen are going to try to pinch this. Unfortunately, the Camel Lancers body block it. So a lot of that melee damage going to the wrong unit, but the follow-up pincer maneuver here. Spearmen are going to sandwich this. So good surround there. Great fight by Killjadi. But this has come at a cost. Map control has been forfeited. And with it, Zern is going to look to stay alive. He moves out into the deer on the north side. He's got Dervishes now moving out for the relics. Killjadi is still going to be contained in his base because the second wave of Lancers is something that's much more difficult for him to deal with. Especially when he has to keep defending here. More villagers being found. Okay, that is overkill. That's just one guy, bro. If he charges this, though, that could be 3 more kills. Villagers going to get cut off. Horsemen are trying to body block this, but another good hit. Killjadi once again out of food. Okay, this is a problem. He hasn't got Fertile Crescent yet. He can't go farms. He's having to play pocket resources still. Double outpost coming up north side. That's expensive. That means less resources going into military to fight mid-map. I really like Zertan's execution here. Killjadi's a very tricky Abbasid player. I think he's actually one of the most impressive people on the ladder right now. Like, guys, you want to know what would be an insane matchup? I know we usually cringe about mirrors, but I think Abbasid mirrors are still the most interesting one. I think Killjadi versus Recon and Abbasid mirror would be insane to watch. Even with the idea, how good Killjadi is in that statement. The Ibids being favored, the position Zertan finds himself in. Look at the eco situation. After building up an insane lead, there's now only a 3 villager difference between them. The relics are going to give an edge to Zertan. And remember, this is usually the point in the game. After Ibids get their hands on all the relics, they review, can I end the game now? If the answer is yes, more military. If the answer is no, they then come in with a delayed 2-free TC drop. Spearman count not looking great here. This is a terrible fight for Killjadi to be taking. Looks like going to be body block coming in. Dervish is going to arrive. Warlord's going to be activated, and Killjadi has to dive in to target it down. We'll get rid of it, but now the Lancers are going to clear up the army. Killjadi, he's at least buying some space here to get out on his pocket resources, but now I have to question, what the hell do you replace this with? This is an expensive loss. So at this stage, the only thing you can really replace it with is more archers, right? And that doesn't feel great here. Spears can maybe be afforded with the limited food you have, but this is the last point in the game where Killjadi is going to have map control until he has full farms. He's going to need 5 farm clusters before he's ready to break out again. That's worrisome. That's a lot of wood investment, even with Fertile Crescent. Fertile Crescent, which has at least come through. So we should be seeing a move for the farms on the backside soon. So Zertan at this stage has to be feeling like everything's going according to plan, right? Like, he's hit his timing now. This is going to be a 5 relic game. That feels undeniable. He also has a perfect time to deny the food out. Killjadi is going for hope and a prayer here. He's hoping he can get enough spearmen to essentially play a discount Chinese build where you have siege and melee to defend. Because right now you're up against Lancer archers. And the one advantage of that comp idea of playing discount Chinese is because you're defending, you do have an edge. But it's still very difficult against this many camel lancers. Abbasid spears can do phenomenal things, though. The extra health, the phalanx, incredibly impactful. And it looks like it is working here against Zertan. He's got to back up. The outpost also making a big difference with the spring replacement, so well played there. Killjadi is going to hold on. North side, raids are going to come in, idle them out. More villagers going down here. And we are approaching that awkward element of the game, right? Zertan is coming out for that 5th relic, after which we should be looking at multi-TC. Do I need to ban Axie from my chat? I just read that. Oh, yes. What I really need in the game is more defensive OP landmarks. No, guys, that's wrong. It should be, like, you know what it should be? It should be like an Atabeg type thing, where you spawn 4 active eggs in Imperial Age that you can drop in buildings, but they don't give extra health. They turn them into red palaces, outposts, TCs, whatever it is. Jackpot. No, I'm going to stop. Please, please, no. Get away. Oh god, get away. He built Lancers. This is literally the one thing I didn't want to see Killjadi building. It's literally the worst thing you can build against the Ibids. So now Zertan sees this. He's like, okay, more Camel Lancers. Easiest game of my life. Farm clusters are at least coming in now. But Zertan doesn't have to worry about that for a little while longer. He still has the deer stack over here. And he's still exhausting this one, right? On top of that, now with all this extra gold, he can afford to just buy a bit of extra wood, right? And then start just layering the farms. I'm expecting a TC play soon. We haven't seen him move to stone, but there we go. Boom. Straight on course. He has Camel Riders. Why doesn't he make them? Camel Riders are kind of poop on a stick against mass archers. They have no protection, right? They're a meaty unit, sure, but like they're very expensive. He has no food, and they basically have no increased effective HP. They're just a blob, right? So they die to like low damage, high saturation units. The problem here is like the bigger issue in general is going to be the food though. Like he's got 1,000 food now, but that's a recent addition. Killjadi. How does he get out of this now? I'm going to keep the fast forward again because we've reached this kind of lull point. He's got limited room for farms as well, which is what also makes me uncomfortable in this game. Zertan's second TC should be dropping in a sec. So the fact that they're neck and neck on village account is a really bad sign for Killjadi. This is also quite often a free TC build that we see out of the Ibids at this stage. Looks like Zertan is just going to settle for a second for now. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if he went free though. I really like the free TC build for the Ibids. I think it's very powerful. Lancers get one hit and then have to run for the high heels. Gulam's now coming out for Killjadi is a very ambitious choice here. Has at least got the Mangoes to defense. That's going to keep Zertan at bay, but this outpost defense is not great. No fire armor. Villagers are going to be sacrificed, and that's going to be another 5 going down afterwards. So Zertan about to have an eco lead from here on out. As long as he doesn't lose villagers, he's going to keep. Yeah, this is really well played. He actually punishes Killjadi at the tail end. Like, Killjadi has got all the berries at this stage, but because he didn't cut away from this quick enough, he's going to end up losing. I think it was about 13 villages in total for this investment. Free Sacred Site's now locked in as well. Final Relic is home. Dude, this is really, really rough now. Sacred Sites can at least be decapped, right? Sort of. You have to send out a Lancer and you don't have many. Meanwhile, your opponent has 16 Camel Lancers. Such an insane number. Archer's still getting value up against these Spearmen. Main engagement. Archer's willing to trade out with crossbows. This is actually a really good fight for Zertan. Well, the Archer still has some relevancy, right? Because Gulams are now coming through. Lancer's going to wrap around the backside. We'll be able to get one of these Mangoes. No, are you kidding me? Mid-swing, he goes down. So double Mango's going to survive. Zertan does have to retreat. But now, the only thing Zertan needs to do is sort out that farm transition. Once that's done, late game is looking kushki. Killjadi, after everything's said and done, this farming eco is still underwhelming. No agriculture coming through yet. He's 19 farms in. That's all? No phlegm, but pretty bad, right? He's adding in another 8, so he's going up to 27 here. You need to be at like 40 farms to get an army together that can come out of the base. Other side of this, we're already seeing Zertan matching your count. He's up to 16 already. In fact, by the time he's finished seeding these, he's going to be like 3 farms behind Killjadi. That's bonkers. Now, eventually, Abbasids will win out, right? On the food game, this is the thing. Ibids, it's all about how they peak quicker. That's how they beat the Abbasids. If this goes into true late game where both of them are fully capped out, that's where Killjadi will have an edge. Because agriculture plus improved processing is something Ibids can't compete with. Then we're talking about Golden Age 3. That's where things get bonkers. The extra 5% gathering rate on top of everything, it gets out of control. That's still some way away, though. So Zertan has got another, like, 8 to 10 minutes where he looks a lot stronger. Question is, what does he want to do with it? We have been seeing some interesting advancement wing imp builds recently. This is a game right before it once the farms are set up. The timing that you get that upgrade is just so powerful. You can basically play elite archers and win. Sprim's coming out in the meantime. The game's not close because if you look at the army clash situation right now, like the Sprim is an edge now that Zertan should be able to keep the Mangos at bay. The Camel Lancers can actually threaten to kill. Right now, the issue for Killjadi that makes him look not in this game is that his eco is always at risk. Zertan is not at risk. Zertan has got 3 Sacred Sites, 5 Relics. You have to add in an insane amount of extra economy at that stage to equate for that. That's like an extra 15 villages, roughly, something like that. So, like, this difference is drastic between the two. Well, the issue with going Imp Vilwing Coffee is he's already taken it for Castle Age. Advancement is going to be the choice here, I think. Keep drop is going to be denied. Killjadi, at least able to dodge out. That's not easy to do, by the way. These Camel Lancers so quick with extra vision often see you. So, nice little dodge of death there by Killjadi. Has now got Sprims of his own. Flash coming in. Camel Lancers. Interesting. He didn't die through there. He actually could have got by. Okay, that felt like a missed micro. Zertan, the pullback made no sense. He actually had a clear path in. Instead, he throws away a hell of a little units here. Killjadi, he just got a second win. Mangoes come in. Both Sprims gone. Village is a bit too ambitious for the build-up, but they will still be able to get this afterwards. So well played. Killjadi will be able to get this decap. Zertan, that was a blunder. That charge in, he actually had access to the Mangoes the first time around, but he hesitated, and that drawback gave enough time for Killjadi to get the front line in position. Killjadi is now pretty spooky with this army. Zertan having to back away. This is where I'm expecting Zertan to look towards Imperial Age. He's got to be thinking, okay, we tried for the Sacred Site win condition. That has failed. My goal should be to not hang around in Castle now. Because the longer this goes in Castle, I know he went Eco Wing, the worse it gets for me. So Zertan should just start to stockpile now. He's pulled back entirely, right? He's sending the Camel Lancers in instead then. Oh my god, no, the timing on this. The Camels! They're in. Oh my god, Killjadi! What a timing on this from Zertan! Army's completely away from home. He saw him decapping in the center with everything, so he sends every single mobile raider in. Back towards the farms as well. Killjadi, this is going to be a heavy hit. We're talking probably 20 eco down the drain. Into the backside. Finds the villagers trying to run west. Is going to look to the east side. Surely Camel Lancers have to know. Walls going up in desperation. Killjadi has found his campy hole. He'll stay alive there, but it's still a heavy hit elsewhere. These farms were unprotected. What an insane hit there. Zertan also pulling the army away with just a few of these Camel Lancers. Barely loses anything for it, but finds everything in return. That is now a 30 eco lead. Zertan should be ready to trigger that tech up. What an insane fight. He has all the time in the world as well, because Killjadi, instead of going for his own trade, he reacted to it, right? I think the mistake here by Killjadi, just scale new spears, wall yourself in this corner, get spears to defend, send the army into the enemy base. This was possibly the worst way you could react to this, because you're still losing economy after all that time. But now Zertan has got the breathing room that Advanced Wing is feasible. He's rebuilt an army to try and defend when you come. I think that there was an opportunity here for Killjadi to take control of this game. It's just... he basically played a game of chicken in which he blinked first. Zertan, how many farms in are we now? It's got to be quite a few, right? 38. Still more for Killjadi, right? Yeah, 34, but remember he has got... what? Dude, he hasn't got agriculture tech. This is blowing my mind. Agriculture tech is such a missed trick at this stage in the game. It could allow you to get a kind of a Zergophon effect where you could have an edge there, right? Like, because you know, he's getting ever close to that tier 3. That production speed with agriculture, it will allow you to keep the machine going non-stop. So, now looking to contest that machine. Mango hit. Interesting shot. Archers are going to have to move back from this. Actually, Zertan heavily outnumbered in this fight right now. Killjadi. The issue right here is the Golems are just simply not counted. Springles are going to be able to address the Mangonel threat, though. Shots coming in. That's going to be all the siege going down. So Zertan at least removes the biggest threat to him. Has got a keep drop here as well. Villagers are about to be exposed. The issue I see for Killjadi now is this is a very slow push. This is not a quick kill army. And his production is a map away, right? Like, it's all the way back at home. Lancers are still dragging him away. That's a quarter of his army reacting to just 4 Lancers right now. So actually, Zertin, this has relieved the pressure. Now with the army being split like this, he has enough left over to try and cut this down. Zertin still not triggering that tech up, right? Still just playing the honest long Castle Age play. We've got to be getting close now, though. At this stage in the game, I think Killjadi missed his timing. He doesn't have an opportunity to end the game now. He's mass crossbows, he's lost all of his siege. We're now seeing Manjaniques added in, and I believe Zertin. This might even just be a fully paid for tech up. He doesn't want the quick and dirty. I think he actually does want... No, dude, there's no way we're going to... Are we going to a trade win game? It has to be Atabex. Atabex is kind of nuts in this matchup because right now you have to deal with the boot camp effect, right? 15% more health. Atabex allows you to surpass that. Okay, it is going to be advancement. Yeah, he just kind of mismacroed a bit, right? Makes sense. Like, I think the issue with Atabex still is when you bind all of your production buildings together and you spam units out of them, it's very hard for you to always be using the Atabex ones, even if you want to. On top of that, Atabex choices feel kind of permanent. You can admittedly pay to replace Atabex when you like delete the buildings, but it's very expensive to do so. So once you're in on a choice of like, I'm going to build Golems, switching over doesn't really feel that doable. I think Atabex fundamentally needs something tweaked about it to make it more approachable. I would actually rather the Atabex function a bit like a Chinese official, right? Like you use them to supervise a building. The only problem with that is like they use population, so that's still kind of awkward. Maybe you need to add in a special separate population cap. Maybe that overcomplicates the game, but in the current format, Atabex just kind of feels very weird. That being said, it might change soon. Remember, there's a buff coming to Atabex. Right now, Atabex are not multiplicative, they're additive, which means when you add in elite army tactics or biology, Atabex are not giving as much health. But with the change in the upcoming patch that we'll see in the playoffs, it's going to be multiplicative. So that means, you know, Siege Works, elite army tactics, biology, these will all see bigger gains in conjunction with Atabex. Right on the backside, Killjadi completely out of position here. Tries to the farms, but Zern is dodging him like the plague. Army now on the way. Remember that Golden Age, he unlocks his stuff very quickly. Military Academy now on the way. Mosque is being torched. It's going to take some gold away. But Zern right now, he's min-maxing this. He's pulling away as they arrive at each farm. Manjaniques. Zern's very out of position because of these Manjaniques. He actually doesn't have an answer to this, and he's running out of space to run. Oh my god, dude. He's about to be hoisted on his own petard. Greased Axles is not in. That's the one upside right now, is these Manjanique shots are not coming through. Slight wallop there. Just needs to get out. If he chases the villagers, he dies. He just needs to get the wall burned and get through. Chase continues, though. Manjaniques, they're creeping up. Killjadi will get out, though. Hasn't triggered his own tech up, however. He needs to start this soon. He is already a mile behind. It's going to take him almost 2 minutes. At that point, Zertin could have the entire army upgraded. Village is still running away. This is quite the awkward chase. Like, Killjadi, whether intentional or not, is pursuing the villager force the entire way. So that's 40 villagers constantly ending up idle for Zertin. Like, he gathers a tiny bit of stone and has to run again. The army tactics now on the way, though. Golems basically being ignored. A little bit of a miss micro there by Zern. Trebs are dealing with the castle, though. This is interesting, actually, because at this stage in the game, I really like Spearmen. So here's the thing. I actually think Golems is a bait for Irobids in Imp. Spearmen are a lot better. Spearmen have this very interesting kind of scale effect, if you think about it. Their base damage is pretty good at this stage for elite army tactics, but then remember that Sultan's Mamelukes also works with that. So once you've got the elite army tactics, Sultan's Mamelukes on top of it, your Spearmen are hitting for like 20 damage. It's pretty bonkers to watch. I mean, you can see the bump up already here, right? He's up to 16 damage. Sultan's Mamelukes activates, you get another 25%. So you're hitting for like When you get the extra melee tech, all in, it should be 19 or 20 damage. On a Spearman. And that's actually, funnily enough, an area where you can have an advantage over the Abbassids, right? It's like Phalanx on Phalanx. These guys, sure, they have an extra 15% health, but 25% more damage kind of offset. And a prolonged engagement, that can make the difference. And another thing that's going to benefit a lot from that Mamluk's bravery, hand cannoneers now on the way. Killjadi's going to lose this entire army before he's teched up. Mango hot. Ooh. Big hit coming in. Killjadi now in full retreat. Resources are fully expired in the corner. Sorry, villager race here. Looks like they both wanted the 8k gold. Trebs are going to keep on sieging those. So Zern, it's not going to be immediate access, but it's going to be eventual denial. In a game where Killjadi has no gold. Alright, this is going to be able to secure the flank. So that gold is a backup option maybe, but the main army, right now, uncontestable. If you're wondering, like, why is Killjadi not just building Springles to counter this? Remember, this is Imp versus Castle right now, so Killjadi's thought process is, you know, he could have shutter triggers. We can see he doesn't, but you can't guarantee that, and you don't know if it's ever coming in, so it's just a losing battle to play Siege right now. Tech up complete. Killjadi, he needs to find a way to get the gold together for improved processing here. It's a very big deal at this stage in the game. It would give him the food pump to be ahead, because right now, Zerton is the one with the eco lead. Army's gonna clash. Mangoes. Manjaniques. Big hit. Crossbows are gonna stand their ground. Hand cannoneers are now on the way as well, and it looks like Killjadi is gonna throw it all away. These hand cannoneers as well. Just look at the golden glow constantly on them, hitting for so much bonus damage. +9. This is without gunpowder, by the way. That is simply the effect of Mamluk bravery. A good, worthy trade for Zerton. Killjadi throwing away the entire army. An army that cost an insane amount of gold. Gold is going to be his limiting factor here. Castle going down soon. It's going to be a crawl to the north side to try and stay away from the main army as much as possible. And at the tail end of it, it's still going to be a few hand cannoneers left over. Zerton has got 14 in total. They're on their way. They haven't even arrived yet. Killjadi now trying to opt into culverins here. Great for the siege, not so great when the hand cannoneers reach you. Bloody hell will they reach you. The type of movement speed and attack damage they have. Always a threat. I think Killjadi at this stage, the game is almost over, right? Like, he's got one last Ura, that's to get the gold in the flank. It relies, though, on Zerton not coming at him. And the issue for me is, like, Zerton pretty on point with his eco at this stage, right? There's no flaw involved in it. Gold has almost been fully dried up here. Even after that, though, you know, he's going Horseman with hand cannoneer. That's cost efficient, actually, for his comp. He's still got to re-garrison these 2 relics here, but he's got a 5 relic game, right? He's also going to get access to this 5k remaining gold vein because he cleared out the keep. I just see a game now where Killjadi's going to run out of gold first, and then you can't play this matchup at all because it literally just becomes a hand cannoneer showdown, right? It's just a cannon measuring contest, which you can't win. We'll at least be able to cut down a few straggler hand cannoneers here. Villagers have been spotted on the flank, so this is desperation play. Killjadi, he's willing to accept that one of these groups of villagers is not going to survive the night. Yeah, hit the 2x speed. We're going to go a little bit slower now in terms of the progress, right? Trebs are back in action, taking down all the defenses. Killjadi is buying himself time, but what he's not buying is a solution to the game. And Cannoneers and Horsemen now coming. A little bit of an overextension here. I think Zerton is playing a little bit reckless with the way he's splitting the map, but it's because he's trying to deny the gold. Does arrive a little bit too late to the keep drop. So Killjadi is going to secure the south side. North side, however, is about to be forfeit. And you're seeing this gold, right? Like, it's not really building into anything. Killjadi has so little gold income that the Gulam count, the military count, really hasn't increased. Wood is also a huge flaw in his game plan right now. 41 villagers just trying to find somewhere they can gather because he's had to drop keeps on the flanks. So he doesn't actually have a strong defense to secure wood, which, as we know for Abbassids, is the true gold of their late game. Gold income also just shrinking further, so keep is going to be getting down. No way you can keep this alive. Treb's final hits are coming in, and is the killing wave, right? That this army, at this stage, just a handful of hand cannoneers can be quite problematic. Those Bastard Spears also quite interesting actually up against Gulam, but you have to remember Killjadi, he can't afford to keep pumping these guys. The Gulams, their days are numbered here. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, still no elite army tactics, yeah. So these Spearmen are actually surprisingly tanky in this clash here. They kind of mirror you out a little bit. Very cost-efficient solution. Dive with the Horsemen now reaching the farms. I think Killjadi, credit to him, he's done a good job of playing the map wide, but what I've not seen is a convincing solution to his situation, right? He's been finding these gold pockets, he's been getting some resources there, but he's never had this, okay, and now here's my killing blow. For me, Killjadi's whole thought process here is like, I just need to get gold. Gold is my #1 priority. He never seemed to have a comp that he could fall back on. I think the issue in this game is that Killjadi, because of the way Zertan pressured him, he never really planned for this stage of the game, where he'd have to secure a big wood line and a wide gold. And it's been him scrambling with the stone to do it one by one, but it means that Zertan's always had time to react, with a late game economy that is simply never running out. Castle going down again. This has been what? 3rd castle? 4th? I'm losing count on this stage. I do wonder how different this game would have been with like a trade wing play in Feudal. I don't think it would have changed too much. Fundamentally, Zertan's approach was less greedy, more aggro, so I think Killjadi made the right call there. But like, trade really is your life essence. I imagine this game could have looked a lot different if you got the breathing room to set up the walls like someone's mentioning. But that's so difficult to do. I think this is credit to Zertan. The way he played this was really clean. Constant pressure, never letting up. He never gave Killjadi a moment to realize the greedy power of the Abbasids, right? And now that we're here at this stage of the game, Killjadi just burning so much stone to try and keep this castle alive means this will be his final castle. And it is most definitely not going to survive the next hail of stone coming in. Defense down, floodgates open, and this is going to be the end of Killjadi. Zertan, almost certain to take this 2-1. Yeah, the lead is too big. Promising from the two of them, though. I really like the way that Zertan approached this. It wasn't your kind of classical, I like the late game, let's get late game. I think he was very present in that early game, and he forced a very awkward situation for Killjadi. The biggest piece of feedback I give to Killjadi is play the Japanese. I think the Japanese was a free win here. Free may be an over-exaggeration. They're not the hardest counter Ibids, but they work a lot better. His choice to just go into this more comfort-y pick, right? Because I know Killjadi, here's the weird thing, guys. Killjadi, although the fact is he's one of the most aggressive players on the ladder, he loves Abbasids, which isn't seen as an aggressive suit. But I think that made him predictable, and it gave Zertan an advantage here. Mark my words, by the way. Japan will be a counter to Ibids. We've already seen a few games that prove it. It's a very powerful pick. It shuts down these castle age timings, and it can even play Feudal. But this was not the pick. The favored Civ in this matchup wins out. Zertan takes the series 2-1. Killjadi gonna have to start resisting that comfort pick temptation. All right, well played, Mr. Zertan, Mr. Killjadi. So another game done. How many series did we do now? Is that 5 series done? All right, guys. So plan now is I'm going to put a video up while I go and eat. When I come back, we are going to be watching more competitive AoE4 action. So let me go ahead and get a replay for you guys. I'll give you a series to watch from earlier in the group stage of the League Classic. Actually, do you guys want a series from the group stage, or do you want a 1v1 from the ladder? So this will be a replay. I will be back casting more games afterwards. We will decide between doing live 1v1s, more Elite Classic games, or community games, depending on who's here. So all those people should hang around to be in with a chance of playing those. See you later, EasyJ. Going to cover all the games on the Elite Classic. I don't think realistically we're going to have covered all of them. There's still like 6 series, and I think a few more than that. Possibly we do like 2 or 3 more series. But at this point, we've basically done, I think, 22 series across 4 days. So let me have a look at my replays and see what we've got here. There's a Gully Deckle versus Crackety game. Well, thank you, Vaplop. No one said whether they want an Elite Classic series or if they want a thingy series. Magic versus GUA, maybe, from the qualifiers. That was kind of interesting, actually. A very interesting opening English game, actually. Maybe we do this one, Magic versus Give You Anxiety? Or if I look a bit further back. There is... Okay. Alright, 1-1. Zerton versus Avali, maybe. Just give me a sec. Anatan versus Lucifron. How long ago was that series? Was that series this weekend? No, that series was like over a week old. So, do you guys want Anatan versus Lucifron or Magic versus GUA? Let's do Anatan versus Lucifron. This is a really cool series. Some water action going on. So I'll put this series up, guys. This is actually a really good series, Lucifron versus Anatan. I'm going to go eat. When I come back, we'll have more live games. So hang around. Like I said, this is actually a really good one. So Lucifron versus Anatan. Enjoy, and I'll be back shortly. It is criminal that this series did not get cast. So we're here to fix it. Welcome back to the Elite Classic 2 recap. We are casting the games that did not get cast on the weekend. And what a banger we've got here. Lucifron versus Anatan. A best of 3 in the group stage. A group stage where they've both been performing quite well, actually. We saw Anatan begin his group stage phenomenally well, able to take a 2-0 off of the Canadian Phenom Wham. Excited to see what this series is going to have, especially considering that Lucifron's and Vortex, by extensions, drafting process has been very intriguing, very unique. They've been drafting in a way that tends to prioritize Holy Island getting through and allows them to get a Delhi plus Japanese opening, essentially taking away the counter of the Delhi and reserving that counter for a very strong map. On the other side of it, Anatan got something from the draft himself. Ottomans were, in fact, drafted in for the Belarusian. We're going to have to see if they do come out in this series. But we start with Game 1, Mongols versus the Delhi. And it is going to be on Dry Arabia. This is quite a good matchup for Delhi, no? I feel like this is a very difficult matchup for Mongols to do anything in. One of the big problems here is, like, you can't outpost rush in the opening. If you try to outpost rush, then the Delhi will just pull villagers to attack you, and they'll use the Scholar to heal, and you'll never kill anything, right? You'll just lose out. On the flip side, this is not the best map for trade. It's like 2/3 distance. It's okay, but it's not crazy. It is relatively defendable. The problem is nothing feels defendable when you're up against Ghazi Raiders. Ghazi Raiders are infuriating, and I also think Ghazi Raiders are very good at dealing with Keshiks. The cost increments just match up quite nicely, and Ghazi are able to take out Keshiks quite quickly before they're able to sustain heal off the engagements. Then if this turns into a melee and ranged fiesta, we're talking about one side having a 20% attack speed booster built into their units, and the other having Yam if they don't get trade. So yeah, very difficult one. I feel like this is one of the few civs that Mongols just shake their head and hate the idea of going up against because of these details. Unless you're on specific maps like Mongolian Heights comes to mind, right? Where you can at least leverage fishing. But Anatan didn't draft Mongolian Heights here. In fact, I do have the entire map draft. The map draft is Dry Arabia, Holy Island, and Frisian Marshes. So Frisian Marshes would have most definitely been Anatan's choice. Holy Island most definitely would have been Lucifron's. So, opening-wise, we are just going to see a pasture. And the spawn here is not too bad from Anno from a defensive format, right? Like, realistically, your base isn't easily dove. The issue is just where the trade is and how far behind it is, right? Like, it's very open battlefield that the Delhi can raid along here. One of the awkward issues whenever you try to go trade as the Mongols is you need to make sure that you have map control to enable that trade, right? You can't wall yourself in, for example, like other civs. And that's difficult to do against the Delhi. Delhi are one of the most dominant map controlling civs in the game. The pacing they play out into the beginning of Field Age with is almost unrivaled by practically any civ in the game, right? There's maybe two or three that feel like they can match the aggression. But even then, it feels like a gradual losing battle, right? Because if you're not able to keep denying the sacred sites, you're slowly dying. Sheeple. Pretty decent, actually. Lucifron never needed to really go home. And in fact, dude, look at Lucifron's scouting pattern. Anatan, he's been out and about everywhere. We'll at least find some extra sheep for his trouble, so not too bad of a haul in the end. But Lucifron has legitimately scouted the entire side of the enemy map first. I love that approach. It makes sense, right? You play on berries, you don't need to come out. And also, like, you want these berries as the highest priority anyway. Like, it's always good to have as a deli, but you don't want to risk a situation where you could be idled out on this risky resource if Mongols do somehow get a momentum edge. And it's going to be Deerstones. Anatan. I had a feeling this might happen. Now you don't have any economical edge, right? I'm wondering if they try to go second TC, but that feels too greedy as well. I feel like you're going to be forced to do this kind of all-in around the sacred sites. And you got to be like very, very careful not to get split left and right too much here. In fact, the way that these have spawned, what kind of has me worried is, like, weirdly enough, if Lucifron gets a wall up in this area, he can short wall the tree lines and use them as kind of a Takeshi's Castle effect, where he can walk in and attack you and then walk out again, right? And Anatan won't have a quick reaction because he'll have to always go around. So that's something to maybe keep an eye out for, is Lucifron could get very tricky with some walls as this game goes on into Feudal. And Lucifron, he is actually going to be opening with the racks. Interesting. So he blinks to what Anatan is doing. He respects the Keshik. It makes a lot of sense. You have to remember that Anatan, he didn't spend any of the stone, which means he's going to have enough for double Keshik pump here, which means he's going to have 4 Keshiks in the first minute of Feudal Age. So respectable read. And Lucy instead will now just chill, right? He went for the blacksmiths before the racks because basically when you go stables, you have to go stables first to get that velocity going. But when you go racks, because it's a reactionary play, it's a defensive play, you have additional time before your opponent hits, which means that blacksmiths can be built first. Sometimes you even see people go double blacksmiths here. I wouldn't have minded that idea. I think Undermesh plus Steeled Arrow queuing would have been fantastic of a timing to face off against Keshik. But it looks like Lucy doesn't want to go archers yet. Instead, it's going to be a priority on the stables and the racks. We're likely going to see a 1-1-1 build here. 1-1-1 is still really strong up against the Mongols. And the reason why usually 1-1-1 builds, I say out of all the civs, Delhi do it better than any other civ, is because with the Tower of Victory and the impact it has, it's nice to actually split your military between the 3 unit types, because it means 2/3 of your army are actually getting buffed. I know, on the way with those first Keshiks. Not going to find the targets he's looking for, though. Short wall on the backside for Lucy means there's no 360 rotation either. The wood is basically just defended by sitting on the south side. Anno. What is the follow-up here? It looks like it is going to be the archer range drop. So not double archer range. It's a slow pump because he's trying to keep the double pump of Keshiks going and anything in between. Like, his goal here is to mass enough heavy cav to just commit hard into these fights. It's so difficult, though, right? Like, realistically, you think you'd have a good chance 1 Keshik versus 1 spear. But this isn't just any 1 spear, right? This is the 20% faster attack speed spears. So that makes quite a substantial difference in the quantity of Keshiks you need to overwhelm. Archer's on the way, but Undermesh already coming in. So Lucifron, the blacksmith early, already paying off. Stables on the backside does not have a scholar inside of it yet. That might be coming soon. Sanctity is about to complete. You cannot play out into these sacred sites. This is the smart move by Anatan. It's why he went mass Keshiks. If he didn't go mass Keshiks and Lucifron had Ghazi advantage, he'd be able to mirror any moves on the mid-map and play for sacred sites. But by getting this many heavy calves so early, it constricts Lucifron away from his economy escalation. But it won't stop him forever. Lucy now with the move out. The timing looks really good as well. The Keshiks are split on the left side, and the archers can't come out to play yet, right? Because now the Ghazis have arrived. And Lucy really wants to try and keep this scout on the south side so you can see what's coming. We are seeing the Keshiks rotate around the back. Might be able to find a freebie as one of the spearmen is coming in, so we'll ride on to him. I love the fact that he jumps back stabbing. That's some serious ninja moves. But Lucy looks like he is going to get the capture. And folks, this is problematic now because this is the nightmare for Anatan. His comp can't handle these sites being walled in. Keshix plus Archers is not a great way of burning through. Sure, you can argue that the Keshix at least heal, but in terms of torching efficiency, each of these units costing 200 resources, you'd rather build spears if your only goal was to get through a wall. One side locked in. Lucy not going for the lock-in yet with the walls. Keshix. I'm going to try to start diving into the base. You can see the hesitation, though. Anatan, I think one critical mistake he's made here is no blacksmiths yet, right? Yeah, no, he never even prioritized it. He went double pasture instead because he didn't get enough sheep off the map. That's a problem because it means without the undermesh, there's no way in hell you dive that TC. It's just too expensive for the loss. In a game where you're both now investing fully in military, throwing away 3 of these 200 resource units would be the death of you. So unfortunately, he has to back away. Means second Sacred Site is also being locked in while essentially Anatan is doing nothing now. Archer range is finally going to be dropped, so Lucifron going for that 1-1-1 build we talked about. It's not really a 1-1-1 build. It'll eventually turn into a 2-2-2 because you'll garrison the Scholars for double production. I love the fact that he's just prioritizing Ghazi right now, though. He's got enough spears to deal with the Keshix CCs. Ghazi will now win everything past. Keshix, have they finally had enough? I think Anatan... There's kind of a hesitation about this that I think is just leading to a gradual beatdown. 2 Sacred Sites have been locked in. The third one is now being moved for. You haven't made a move to decap these. You haven't made a move to attack economy. Right now, you're being forced to essentially give Lucifron everything he wants. You're like the worst negotiator in divorce history, right? It just doesn't feel great. This might be a good fight, though. Ghazi are outnumbered. The problem is, like, you just don't gap close them. You can't stick on top of them, right? Third Sacred Site now being locked in. Middle one is at least being decapped. But that's not going to last, right? Like, I actually think that Anno got significantly screwed over by these Sacred Sites because of the openings. If this was a wider split, Keshik functioned better because of how short the map is between 3 Sacred Sites. It means Lucifron can always react in time with the massive spears. So Anatan, whether he likes or lumps it, is going to have to attack this directly very soon. We're reaching a point where you do not have a choice anymore. Especially with what that extra gold's going to start doing. It's going to at least pinch 2 Ghazis. That's a good start for Anno. It's so difficult when you're being chased like this, right? You're going to get poked and prodded on the retreat and you can't turn around. These Ghazi do actually pack quite the punch. Villagers. They have got textiles here. Lucifron hangs around with them for a little bit, but not enough damage done here, right? Only 2 villagers killed, but this is still 3 Sacred Sites locked in. And these Ghazi, remember, they are tickling away at these Keshix. In fact, what the Anno! Was that a select all? I'm so confused right now. I think he meant to use 1 Keshik and accidentally clicked them all in the Sacred Site there. That did not look intentional. Heavy loss there for Anno. That's going to turn around with the Keshiks again, but these Ghazi, I feel like they're trading quite well against this, right? Heavy damage on most of the heavy calf. Archers are now starting to arrive. Spim are on their way back towards those Sacred Sites. And finally, Anatan does reveal the Pew Pew line, the Archers. Just as Undermesh is coming in. The Steeled Arrow is going to arrive before the main fight for Lucifron also. And Lucy, of course, is now spamming into those Archers. He has got the double production going with the Scholar Garrison inside. It's the 1-1-1 equal 2-2-2. And he still has the bonus Scholar coming that can try to recapture these Sacred Sites. Also, remember, this game's going to get uncomfortable soon. Anatan's about to run out of stone, so the double production is about to cease. Meanwhile, Lucifron still has the gold churning in, right? It's crazy, actually. That turn, that accident will look like a misclick from Anno earlier with the Keshiks. If that hadn't happened, I think we'd be looking at a different state right now. I don't think Lucifron would be out in the mid-map at all. I think he'd be retreating towards the base to try and reset for a push-out. But small differences make them are, right? New wave of troops building up. Lucifron should be moving out for the Sacred Site soon again. Decap coming on the left side, but I imagine capture, yep, will commence in the center. If this continues on, I think Anatan does begin to get a bit weaker. There's kind of this weird balance where you could argue that the gold from the Sacred Sites is less valuable because Lucifron, as he trades it away again and again, gets less in return. But the issue and the flip side is, like, you know, you're still going to have a similar production rate to what you always have. It's going to scale at the regular pace. On the other side, though, Anatan, now with this Uvu running out, their scaling and production is gone, right? Like, they've lost these surge points. They can't afford to just keep double producing anymore unless they move the entire production line. Well, unless you got the pack-up tech, it's going to idle you out for, what, 30 seconds at least to do that. Charge is going to come in. Ghazi looks to commit into the fight. Keshic just trying to buffer that away temporarily, but Ghazi are starting to get in. Archimass has to spread out here. And Lucifron starting to swell up. Spearmen need to be allowed through, though. The Ghazi are still body blocking this. Just tanking all the Archer fire to chase this all the way back to home. And Anatan, even with the Yam, disengaging from this is difficult. Keshic are going to try to turn around again, but it's still 17 spears left over. Archer's now diving into the eco. A great read here. Lucifron has the military lead. It's going to cost him to hang around here, though. Spears still home for the time being. Keshik's coming into this doesn't feel great. I feel like he's losing a lot more cav than intended. And at the flip side of this, Lucifron is at least going to be pushed back, but Anatan, heavy losses there, right? Eco starts to get hit a bit. New wave is on the way. And the Keshiks, those health bars speak for themselves, man. Like, this is a bit of a dicey one. Anatan, this is the moment he has to strike, though. If he's going to take the win in this game, this is the weak point he was looking for. Lucifron over-macroing on the wood. He hasn't been spamming out the archers. And right now, he lacks the spearmen to hold this back. Trying to get around the back. Keshik are getting pinched now, though. And the retreat is going to get more difficult. Spearmen do arrive. And Lucifron now, still with the same number of archers as Anatan, has a clear edge here. Anno, I mean, this is just over. Archer count's getting way too low. He's way too depleted. Lucifron has made mistakes with his economy, but that's going to be fixed. He just moved out into the deer. He just moved out into the berries. And with the amount of wood he's got, he could easily add in another archery range and keep on spamming. Anno, meanwhile, gold is a problem here. The idle time hit him hard. The count of Keshik's is not looking high. Their health bars between them not looking great. Lucifron now able to lock in probably 3 Sacred Sites again and just go on cruise mode. Dude, this is brutal. This is the nature of Delhi there. I mean, for a moment, it looked like Lucifron was overextending, right? But like, it's always so deceptive when you watch these attack speed archers at it. It's crazy how good the trades can be, and I love the detail just going on the gold to idle the next wave follow-up. He still had troops waiting at home, right? He wasn't trickling them out, but now you can see the difference, right, on how this game has changed just by watching the minimap. Before this, Anatan was kind of just sending them out in groups, right? Oh, sorry, Lucifron was sending out in groups, but now Lucifron is trickling them out. The reason that Anatan's army is too weak to now raid sufficiently. Every time he takes a little dive attempt like this, there's a risk of your premium being completely lost. Villagers. Let me hit up on the deer here. We'll look to move away though. Spearmen are rallying over, and unfortunately this Keshik, I mean, against Techstars, right? It's just so difficult to get a kill quick enough. Let's give some idle time the other way. The difference, however, is Lucifron with archers here is going to be able to find eco kills. And the lead begins to build. Khan goes down before he can trigger the attack speed arrow. And that's problematic. Without that attack speed arrow, you can't even stand up against this mass archer. TC's at least going to force it back for the time being, but the Keshiks not getting enough done here. They idle some economy, but they don't kill it. And the Keshiks at home are looking weak. Only 3 of them left. Now, I understand he did a good job of kind of peeling back some of the troops, right? Shrinking the numbers, but that's only because Lucifron was willing to throw away a lot of archers. And now, the Keshik count, I feel like we're reaching the all-time low for several minutes. Love the micro there, dude. He snipes down 2 Keshiks at once. And now, 3 Sacred Sites locked in again. Anatan, I think the issue I've had in this game, and it's not his fault, is he's always just been putting out fires, it feels like, right? Even these attempts to raid on the flanks, you know, when he tries to make a move, Lucifron has mirrored it with his own aggression. I think the way this turned into a dance on the Sacred Sites was the problem. Like, if I had to point to something where Anatan could have improved with Keshiks, what he's doing now, he should have been trying to do 5 minutes into the game, right? When he had a few Keshiks out, he had that very aggressive timing. He didn't try to circle the base at all. He just kind of walked in at the berries, saw there was troops, and walked away each time, right? So content with this idea that there wasn't Sacred Site control happening yet for Delhi. He thought that it was a good thing, but the reality is if this was a game where you'd gone for Silver Tree, I'd agree. Like, it doesn't matter that your opponent has Sacred Sites or not because you went Deerstone. If you had Silver Tree, you'd have an eco-escalation while Lucifron's being starved out. So, to me, if I had to target an area where Anatan maybe had a better shot at this, it would have been at the very beginning of Feudal. His approach there needed to be more aggressive for the landmark he had chosen. Unfortunately, now we've just reached a stage where this game begins to look untenable. Compound of the Defender is on the way for Lucifron. Anatan's nowhere near. And, well, if these two armies clash right now, it'll be a fairly even exchange. I'm wondering if Anatan even hangs around. I mean, he could be ready to tech up in a minute. And this is a Civ that doesn't immediately get value out of their tech ups, right? It's not like when you're up against Juji, up against the Chinese, up against the Byzantines, where they can immediately upgrade their army, right? This is a Civ that's going to take a long time, especially with a Tower of Victory build. So, cues the upgrades. Farms have been added in very early by Lucifron. Not too surprised by that, considering he did have a lot of wood before. If you remember those other engagements, I was expecting a lot more archers to come out because he had over 1,000 wood in reserve. Out of hand. He's actually going to go for a killing blow here. Attempt it anyway. Marching in before Lucifron's too strong, but Knights are already coming is the problem. Seeking out the eco on the backside. But the issue now is these Lancers are unanswered. Anatan now going back for spears. At this point in the game, how do you actually go fast enough to utilize those spears is the problem I'm having here. Relics are at least being blocked. I think that's a big part of why Anatan is also going for the all-in, is the size of his military in conjunction with the fact that Delhi take a long time to unlock techs, and also Delhi's natural play now is to go relics. He's trying to block that as a win condition for Lucifron. I don't mind Anatan's approach. Like, I actually think that if I had to give a lot of praise on something from Anno, I think it would be the way he adapted in the mid of this game and as it's trended onwards. It feels like he made the right choices. It's just obviously against the Delhi, when you make a mistake or you misassess in the early game, you don't really get away from that, right? I think Delhi, making a mistake against Delhi is one of the most unforgiving situations that exist in Age of Empires 4. Keshik Raid is going to hit nicely here, though. A lot of idle time there for Anatan. Lucifron now switching up into crossbows. We'll soon have the counter to this all. Spears. Nice quick reaction. Anno, he's been on point, man. He hasn't been grandpa reactioning to any of this, right? Like, he's always been quick on the reactions, doesn't get caught out very often. We had that one whoopsie with the Keshes on the left side, but outside that, he's been pristine in his micro. Lancers are now going to charge in, though. Archers trading out with each other. Veterancy still feels like it's a mile away, about a minute and a half out. But the Lancers are massacring this fight right now. Anatan stuck in the meat grinder. He can't commit to the castle anymore. He has to double down on his feudal play. And the archers start to step back is pristine. I love that. Lucifron, what he's doing is he's pulling these archers past the Lancers, guaranteeing that they get more free hits in as you dive. At the tail end of this fight, just a few Lancers left over. Archer counts more or less neck and neck. But remember, that attack speed difference is what really matters here. Spearmen being cut out. Spearmen upgrades are finally in. Archer upgrades are still delayed, but damage is done. Anatan now reduced down to 25 military. He does not have the resources for a tech up. And the next wave of Lancers will break him. So game one will end in a Mongol demise with a Delhi surprise. Yeah, tough game here from Anno. I think, in a way, you kind of expect this. When we think about what was remaining in the map pool, I don't necessarily feel like Anatan made himself weak with this. We said that we've got Holy Islands and Frisian Marshes, right? Frisian Marshes can be okay for Mongols. I don't think they're S tier, though. I'd say they're mid tier. And, well, if you're going Holy Island Mongols, I just don't think this is the day and age for that anymore. I feel like that build fell off. It only makes sense, really, against English, and English wasn't drafted. So, from a drafting perspective and throwing the Mongols out first, I know a lot of the time we talk about it as an S tier pick or an A tier pick. A very powerful competitive pick, one that's ban-worthy a lot of the time. I don't feel like it's a complete wash now of a series because of this. I think the Mongols, this was probably the best map that he could have whipped them out on. It's just unfortunate that Lucifron was so clean with his Delhi, right? Now Lancers starting to arrive in the base. Anno, credit to him, has somehow actually gathered the resources together again to try for a tech up. He's going to go for the Kurultai now. The gold is becoming a problem, my friends. Anno getting idled out now on it. a key ingredient here. He's begun the tech up, but it means he's not going to have access to gold afterwards. Spearmen are going to push away this little raid on the flank. Relics have also been grabbed since this aggression came in. So by the time you tech up, we're going to be looking at a 3, if not 4 relic game for Delhi. And on top of that, we're going to be looking at a game where Anatan has no gold access whatsoever. Fair to say this one has reached its conclusion. Anno is just processing it right now and needs that final push to be convinced. And this should be it. Lancers into the main again. Anno, for the final time, I imagine, will try to fight, but with a lack of spears and the Kurotai only able to do so much, the fact that you can only afford, what, like a single upgrade here? And oh my god, he actually goes to the Keshik upgrade. An ambitious lad to believe he'll ever get back on that gold. But this one is truly done. Means we will be looking towards the next map. And thinking of the picks they have on offer here, so there's Ottomans, Yuji, and there's Byzantines. Other side of it, Lucifer's got Japanese, French, and HRE. I imagine Anno's going to want to thin the fields. Holy Island is an inevitability one way or the other. You know you're not going to get Luciferon off the Japanese now, but you might leave him with Flexi on Frisian Marshes if you go there, because actually Japanese is quite good on Frisian Marshes. And Mongols would have been your best hope against them. So I'm expecting Anatan to choose Holy Island next. And we're probably going to be looking at Juji, right? I don't think you pick Byzantines there. Ottomans, it doesn't make sense either. We'll find out in a second, though. GG comes out. Game 1 will go to Luciferon. So let's go back to the drafting menu quickly and check in on our options. And big shout out to Mike. I see you come through for the raid. Thank you very much. Hopefully you had a good stream. I hope the team game's going well. It seems like you're making some fun friends there. I don't know why the alert hasn't popped up, though. But we get into an interesting game number 2. I can confirm we are indeed going to be going to Holy Island. And it's going to be the Japanese. This is the 1-2 puncher, actually. This is the very clean strategy by Luciferon, and I believe Vortex has been doing it as well. Japanese plus Delhi with Holy Island in the rotation is a very powerful format for best of threes. I think it actually might be my favorite if you want to try and get dominant wins. To me, Holy Island looks like the king map for Japanese, right? And the reason, by the way, if anyone's wondering, okay, well, why do you like, why Delhi, why Japanese first? The whole logic is that you ban Delhi away from your opponent, you pick Japanese, and then you pick Delhi afterwards. Because your opponent probably doesn't want to invest a ban back at you to mirror the Delhi at that stage. But the problem is, if they don't have the Japanese, they've lost access to one of the single best civs in the game at countering Delhi right now. So we're going to get ready for game number 2. It is going to be Juji versus Japanese. So we read it right. This is going to be a tough one. Let me update the score and make sure Luciferon's got his point. Because he might be getting another one quite quickly here. We kick off game number 2 between Luciferon and Anatan. Anatan with the Juji trying to make a point, a statement that this civ can function, but Luciferon has been making a powerful statement with this. Are Japan the new S-tier civ of Holy Island? The Spaniard bros seem to think so. And for good reason. This civ, incredibly powerful with its timing. Onto the dock play, the eco-escalation. With the fishing boats being so cheap, they tend to get into the tech age quicker than anyone else. And that enables them to get into these Coca townships that absolutely annihilate on-water hybrid maps. Even after the recent nerfs, still able to find a punch in. The question is going to be, can the Juji match the aggression? Can they exceed the aggression to overcome this threat? Or are we about to watch another full volley to what feels like the unstoppable Japanese? Well, Anatan, he'll have to find a way, right? Up against match point already. I just realized I put the score the wrong way around. Do not be deceived, folks. It is indeed a point on the board for Luciferon. He won that Delhi versus Mongol game. Anatan, we've seen this matchup once already. I think it was it Luciferon Magic we cast, where I think it was Vortex Magic, and Magic did not fare well against this. He lost to the Japanese very convincingly. A big part of it came down to the distraction play, though. The thing that I think is making the Japanese work especially good for Luciferon and Vortex, it's just amplified by their natural capabilities as Holy Island players, right? I think we can all agree at this point that Vortex and Luciferon look to be nigh on unstoppable when it comes to Holy Island play. They are probably the 2 best people in the game right now at splitting attention between Navy and land. And forcing you to make mistakes, right? Forcing you to not notice a raid somewhere. Whether it's hit on the fishing or a hit on the wood line, there's always a detail that seems to leak through for them. So I'm curious to see what Anatan's response is going to be. Is he going to just try and create a defensive format that's unbreachable? Is he going to try to out-aggro? I'd love to see that here. It's a very creative idea. When you're up against this overwhelming threat, I think we've seen this more recently become a more standardized play, is when you find yourself being hit by never-ending barrage, you can't just defend forever, right? You have to try and go for an attack yourself. And, you know, there's two approaches there, right? You're either swinging as much as they are, or you're playing it like a defensive boxing match, where you're looking for that one knockout punch. Shuji, to me, aren't really a knockout punch type Civ, because their one-hit knockout punch is very predictable. And that's typically Mass Shuganu. And to Mass Shuganu, at an early enough phase, you'd have to be sacrificing water. So we'll see how this is going to go. It looks like the Koka Township should be ready soon. I'm not expecting anything else. Koka is just the way to go. Really effective actually up against Shuganu spam, just because Shuganu are way too slow compared to Shinobi, so you just evade them. And you have to remember, Holy Island is quite an open map, right? You've got this starting wood on the front, but then a lot of open ground on the left and right. What might help Anatan in this matchup in particular, though, is that is quite a disgusting meditation garden, actually. 25 gold, 25 stone. Then he's going to get the 36 food for the berries, and probably about 20 wood. You could also get double berry up here, which isn't bad if you want to get more land units, but I think he's probably going to opt for the wood. On water maps, wood just feels a little bit better to have. I don't think there's any others that just scream, drop me here. The Koka, in the meantime, is already being dropped. Anatan a little bit slower. That's to be expected, remember. They've both built 6 fishing boats at this stage. That means that you've spent 180 wood more than your opponent, and that's why you'll see Lucifron teching up first. And yeah, the food is down to 6, right? Because it used to be 8, if I recall correctly. Wait, no. Yeah, sorry, it's 6. So it'll be... I said the number wrong, didn't I? It'll be... 48? Yeah, 48. It used to be 64. I thought it went down to 4. My brain farted a bit there. So it used to be 8. Used to get 64 from 8-berry cluster. Now it's going to be 48. Still a bloody lot, but weirdly enough, he actually prioritizes the double gold and stone. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's very interesting from Anno. He knows about the alternative spot, right? But so here's the thought here. What matters more? An extra 25 gold passively a minute or 30 wood? Probably not 30 wood, right? Probably like 20, 25. It's the gold, right? Because what do you need gold for? You need a little bit for war junks. You need a decent chunk for explosive junks. When you're playing against Japanese shinobis, the most likely play is they're going to look to raid your gold to block you out so they can win demo wars, right? That's very doable for shinobi. What shinobi can't do is sit here long enough to burn down a meditation guard. That's just not optimal for a 120 resource unit. That's pretty crafty by Anno. You know, overall, the number would have been bigger here, but also you wouldn't have had as much gold to jingle around your pockets as the game goes on. Villager, in the meantime, is going to have to run away due to that scout. Shinobi has also arrived, so Sabotage comes out, but well played. Anatan gets the first Springwood out. Shinobi barely gets away with his life. Anno? People never take the Shinobi attack speed seriously, do they? 1.25, folks. Always respect it. That was a long-range swipe, but what do you expect? These guys throw knives. They're capable of it. Meanwhile, on water, it looks like it's just a junk ship opening coming out, but Spring reaction was pristine by Anatan. And Shuganu already being prepped, so this is where things get really frustrating. It's like, if you get enough Shuganu together here and you don't need to pivot left and right, very difficult for Anatan to worry, right? Very difficult for Lucifron to get anything. If, however, Lucifron can find 2 or 3 different angles of approach, Anatan is going to start hemorrhaging. Jump in with the Shinobi. Unfortunately, the TC did hit the injured one there, so not a great exchange. 1 villager for 1 120 resource unit. And now, because of the fact that Lucifron hasn't attacked on water, you're noticing that Anatan isn't leaving these unguarded, right? He's just sitting the Springald here in case the Shinobi come on by. This is kind of rough right now. Interesting choice by Anno. I love this, dude. This is cool. He doesn't want to leave those docks unguarded, right? So what does he do? He sends in a fishing boat to see if Lucifron is building his navy yet. What does he discover? A single archer ship. So it means Anatan can be a little bit more greedy about this if he wants to, right? He can focus on more Chuginu if he needs to. He can even think about doing things like going for wheelbarrow and going for the eco upgrades. Because right now, the army of Lucifron isn't substantial. Might be soon, though. Double demo being pumped. I know. Actually choosing to go for the double down on water because of that detail. It's bold, right? Like, against a player like Lucy, someone who likes to split the map, you're giving him an opportunity here potentially to spam more Shinobi and then just get big into the army. As it stands right now, it just feels like the gold income isn't really that impressive. Hasn't gone for the specialized pick tool, which, if you want to spam a lot of Shinobi, I think specialized pick is worth it. And we haven't seen a transition into a new unit type yet. Them on the way in, though. That's going to be a nice connect. Wait, Lucifron? What? I am so confused right now by so much of this. Double Shinobi goes down. What a mistake there, Lucifron. The demo had an insta-connect, but for some reason it peeled off. He was worried about archer ship hits that didn't hit. He could have got a direct hit there and practically would have insta-killed the war junk. Follow-up demo is at least going to be decent, but great defense there by Ansan. Just blocks with the healthy ship. Counter demo is now coming in, and Lucifron is going to have to pivot away before he can finish this one off. In fact, the quick turnaround doesn't work. Lucifron, just one small error there with the demo ship, and it all unravels. Loses his starting fleet, loses 2 Shinobi, only kills a villager in return. Anatan has to be over the moon with that trade. Wow, that was crazy. I'm a little bit baffled. That's unorthodox. That's unlike Lucifron there. You know what? It's one of those things where it's the classic so big brain it's small brain type thing. He starter-stepped the demo ship as if an archer ship shot was coming in. So it looked like he'd looked away, looked back, hadn't realized that the archer ship had already shot, and then he pivoted. And that gave enough room, enough space for Anatan to break away with the Springald ship to not insta-get killed by the demo. That one difference made all the difference here. The fact that he also took out 2 Shinobis at 120 a pop is the equivalent of essentially taking down almost a war junk as well. Wow. I know. I'm impressed, my friend. And now more eco-scaling coming out. Well, here's the thing, right? Fishing boats might be cheaper for the Japanese, but when you're playing on less docks against a civ that also has a faster production rate, you don't really feel that great about your eco-state. I know being raided on the backside, but we really highlighted this, right? A lot of gold. Doesn't really hurt him to be off the gold here, off the vein. He's got plenty in reserve. Bit of a mistake, though. Anatan getting distracted, but he is getting his own raid in the Chuginu! From both angles! What did we say? What did we say is the best way to deal with a player like Lucifron on this map? You can try to come up with the best defensive strategy ever, or you can just do it to him as well. He camps the wood line, and now Lucifron is without wood and without gold. Shift to the south side. He's trying to go Castle Age here. What a game sense maneuver there by Anatan. I don't think he had that scouted out recently either, right? He lost the scout a long time ago, so that was just a prediction on what was happening after the fight on sea. A fantastic prediction of that. It shows you the difference that losing 2 Shinobi makes. Horseman now being queued up by Lucifron. Lucifron, who's also trying to posture aggressively here. But Chuginu find him again! This is a problem, guys. This is escalating quite aggressively for Anatan right now. You know, a moment ago, Lucifron looked like he was going to get Castle Age. Now, Anatan is the one who could feasibly do this. Fleet's going to back up. Archer ship a little bit exposed. We'll stay just out of range here. I know. He's baiting him in. Lucifron knows he needs to be careful here. If you go a bit too deep, the demos come in behind, and it's just GG. So, shows respect, backs away, happy with the idle time. However, our idle time is being reflected on land the other way. These Chuginu. Finally, the answer is going to come out in the form of the Horseman. But the wood line, the primary, has still been idled out, so he has to play onto a more exposed side here. Anatan, however, I'd be surprised if he has more interest in renewing this aggression. I think he done enough damage with this strike. And if you add in more Chuginu, that's less fleet, right? I know. Let's pull the fishing back. Demo should be ready to rock and roll soon, though. Demo actually absorbing a lot of fire there. Chuginu, wait, he actually tried to send in the Horseman, and that did not work well. Oops. No undermesh. This is kind of rough on the trade, right? I mean, you at least get one Chuginu, so it looks like he killed 2 last time. He should be able to clear these up. But there's another Chuginu wave coming in. Anatan is so annoying with this. And Lucifron now doubling down on Horseman means these Spearmen are going to find max pain, max value. Slits coming in. Lucifron, he may have overboomed into demos here. We've seen this a lot from Lucifron in the past, but we typically see this around 10 to 15 minutes when he's ahead. He's not ahead in this game. He's behind in every department that matters at this stage. Like this demo here, it relies usually on Lucifron snowballing, right? Takes an initial fight, keeps pushing, keeps pushing, keeps pushing. But the issue I'm having here is I don't think he's got a big enough lead on what to do that. And yeah, the Shinobi have been killing villagers on gold. A few fishing boats as well, but the Chuginu have been taking just as much in return. Spin being added in as well. I think Lucifron's going to have to make a second unit transition on land, and you don't feel great about this, right? It's probably going to have to be Yuumi? I didn't say that convincingly because I'm not convinced I want to see it, but at the same time, like your alternative is going Castle Age, but Castle Age could cost you everything here. Lucifron, bring away a free ship here. Anatan, now with the military momentum on sea, he looks to make the move because Lucifron has backed up entirely to cover a tech play. Lucy is going to try to float wide here. Come around the flank, demos to hit there, but Anatan, I think this is the moment where you just cut production. You don't rush more ships out. You now try to beat your opponent towards Castle Age. And again, if the Chuginu keep finding hits like they have been, why stop? Like, stopping food is one thing, but if you stop gold, it's the same effect up against this Castle Age timing for Lucy. Horseman, good god. We'll find a Villa kill. Credit to Lucifron, these raids have actually dragged this back. They're more or less even now, right? 52 to 56 economy. They're not going to be even for long. There's a big difference now coming. Anatan, he has macroed up. It's time. Shaolin Monastery is on the way. This is going to be a very powerful tool, not just to pick up relics, but also to beat into the base of Lucifron. Outposts are at least going to be enough to keep Anatan's raid force away. And Lucifron, this tech up of his is going to be later. And also, here's the thing, Anatan, now with his tech lead, he could get into these upgrades. He could get into things like the Sprinkle Cruise ahead of Lucifron. That's a big edge that could shut out water. Lucy, is he going to stick to it? No, he's switching over. Rack's being dropped, so we're probably looking at Samurai here. Onabagisha can work as well. I think, like, Onabagisha, the problem is you're up against Lancers now, right? In fact, they're already being queued up and on the way. Sprinkle Cruise on the way, Armored Hulls as well. This is going to be a big edge. I think Anatan, if he times this right to move forward, as the upgrades are completing, he could just wipe the sea. Ultimately, he's going to force some idle time. So Anatan, definitely not being eco-efficient here. Still, Lucy, like, I don't see Anatan waiting around anymore, right? Like, this is the moment you move in. When you see the confirmation of the tech up, you go. Here we go. There's the info. Upgrades are in. These demo ships on standby, Lucifron. I don't see Anatan not spotting this, though. Check the vision. Like, sometimes I just feel like Navy military vessels have a bit too much vision here. Because it feels like the type of detail that surely shouldn't go missing, and yep, there it is. He sees it. Okay, so Archer ship's going to split off. Lucifron, he's not going to be able to get in now, and that means the fishing's going to go idle. Demos have to pull back, and he's not making any moves on land. Instead, Lucifron losing a bunch of farmhouses. Don't worry, son. You won't be pop-locked. Not with what you're about to lose here. Demos taking some damage. Map being constricted now. Lucifron doesn't have the gold to go for his own upgrades, right? So he can't really mirror or match the effective firepower, the HP pool of his opponent here. Demos are going to detonate. Two being held in reserve by Lucifron, but the numbers are not in his favor. Copper playing, only just got queued up. Food not looking great, right? He has one deep water fish here that he can access, no more. And the raid is reaching in. The Lancer has arrived. That's a big idle eco. 31 villagers running around. And no quick answer to it. On the flip side, Mount Samurai is also going to arrive here, but the Lancer's going to be there to make that. And Demo's going to go in! Big hit! Big damage! Anatan looking like he's here to stay. The extra range just going the mile. And Lucifron, something you don't say often here, about to lose water. I know, looking in good position to force a game free. He needs it, remember. Lucifron's the one on match point here. Mount Samurai at least starting to scale up, but at the worst possible time now, Lucifron is losing access to that food. The desperation demo pump goes out. But I don't think the damage is going to be good enough here. Spiral count is still, what, 5? 3 ships remain. Lucifron has lost most of the fishing, though. Only 9 remaining down here and idled out. Lancers are at least being mirrored out, but the problem I'm seeing is idle eco on land, idle eco at sea. And you struggle to really see a way that Lucifron can re-grab a hold of this game. Demo on demo. Nice split coming out. Archer ship's going to get it all. Good detonation there. Lucifron, that was a key detail. 2-for-1 special. So keeping himself alive for the time being, but Anatan with such a big military lead and also this now turning into an unlimited demo pump, I think he knows when the writing's on the wall. GG gets called. Anatan does the unthinkable. He takes Holy Island from Lucifron. And he gets us to a game number 3. 2 picks remaining. 2 options on each side. Either the Byzantines or the Ottomans. For Lucifron, it's going to be either the French or the HRE. We're heading to Frizzy Marshes. I've seen some Ottoman plays there. I'm not entirely convinced. I'm not sure there's anything special about it. The other issue now is that your opponent has 2 very strong picks here. French or HRE are beasts. They're still some of the top picks on Frizzy Marshes. Anatan has to think outside the box here. His approach, I'm expecting this to be a Byzantine game. And I'm going to say, like, the goal for Anatan is survival. We might be seeing something similar to what we saw before between, I believe it was Lucifron and Wham, where we saw the Jeanne d'Arc all-in outpost rush versus the tanky 2TC approach. So we'll see which way he wants to go. It looks like we have got the game here, and I can confirm we are going to have... Oh, no, he actually goes Ottomans. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Ottomans are kind of underwhelming here. I don't think they hit hard compared to HRE. Because remember, this is the map where you get a lot of sheep. And if this turns into a castle-age race, Ottomans are not going to win that race. HRE, 40% gathering speed buff is just uncontestable, right? So we might have an awkward situation here. If Anatan isn't going for some sort of feudal all-in where he restricts the map, where he tries to contain Lucifron, we might just see a Burgrave spam into an insta-GG. Let's find out. We're going to hop into the deciding game, the final game between these two. Lucifron with the HRE, Anatan on the Ottomans. That's right, the OP Ottomans. And we will be doing this on Frizzy Marshes. Now, reminder, folks, these guys, the alternative options remaining here was Lucifron did have the French, and Anatan did have the Byzantines. I think Lucifron made the right call here. HRE just feels a little bit more cut and dry, a little bit clearer. Anatan, it would have been troublesome either way. If you went for Byzantines and you tried to go for a fast castle build, tough to match HRE timing. If you go Ottomans and you try to go for a fast castle build, you still have the same issues. So I'm wondering if we see some sort of never-ending spree of troops coming out of the Ottoman base early on, because although Imperial Plus might belong to you when you get great bombards, the challenge is getting there. And if this turns into an imp race, that's also one that HRE will win. Love the opening here from Lucifron. Goes to the double scout. This is all about starving the other player out, right? So the goal here is by getting extra sheep, Lucifron gives himself the option of going for a Burgrave spam or Regnants, right? Like the whole idea is you don't have to choose one or the other. If you only get like 8 to 10 sheep from the map, you're not going Burgrave though, right? But this way you guarantee it with double scout. On top of that, what you're now doing is you're handcuffing Anatan. If he wants to try and turn this into a meat grinder, he has limited safe food. If he wants to try and go for a fast castle, fast imp, he also has limited food. yeah. To me, I still think like a lot of maps have shifted away from the 2-scout opener. I feel like Frisian Marshes might be the one where it's still logical if you're going to play a Turtley style. The only reason you should not be going for 2 scouts is if you think you can play onto the fish. If you can't play fish, going 1 scout often feels like a death sentence. Feels like you're setting yourself up for failure. Oof, heavy haul here, Lucifron. Already 24 sheep compared to the 14. And he hasn't checked that south corner, so plenty more to get. The reason why he didn't check the south corner is Lucifron's about to run out of sheep, so he needs to get home with this scout. You can guarantee Lucifron has spent some time in just practice lobbies, doing rotations, and just kind of figuring out the specific time you have to return home for. And he'll be there just in time before the starting sheep would run out. Not entirely optimal here from Lucifron. I would have loved to have seen him, like, you know, club a sheep on the edge here, have the prolate range to buff. But it's because he wants to have this near the tree line, because the Archon should be dropping here. No! This is a Burgrave. Guys, this is a Burgrave. Anytime you see an Archon Chapel placed away from the tree line, this is an all-in timer. If you go farms, you don't have enough firepower on the Burgrave. If you drop an Archon like this, it's all about the sheep. He checked the count. He saw he got 24. That's exactly what he needs. 24 sheep is an insane amount of food, right? That basically ends up being 6,000 food. 6,000 food means you can get well over 30 men-at-arms out before you run out of steam. Make it 40. Spim is at least going to come out to be a bit annoying. So that does mean Lucifron needs to get on the tree. He needs to basically get his hands on an outpost to drop this. Just in case Anatan adds in more. And obviously, you're going to have the spears naturally coming. And Anatan is indeed going to be sending more villagers on the way for an outpost drop, because these 2 golds are Lucifron's entire world. And no, just to answer that question, you don't really dock drop this. Dock dropping this, it'll delete most of the sheep, most of the fish rather. None of the ponds typically on average are big enough to get you a dock that makes sense. You're always going to get rid of 2 if not 3 of the fish. Funnily enough, guys, I still remember the first time we had Frisian Marshes on a cast. On the first cast, the first time we saw it, I asked the question, like, couldn't you technically walk around just dock dropping the enemy ponds and deleting the fish? And then the next weekend, there was an update to the handbook saying you could not do that. So, outpost on the way. Lucifron has a problem. He doesn't know about this. Oh my god, he's going to discover it too late. There it is. It gets revealed. Outpost. He realizes it as well. So, unfortunately, he cannot deal with this right now. The only upside is there's no arrow slits yet. So, Anatan can't shoot you down yet. Now, what is Lucifron's approach going to be? There's 2 approaches to this, right? You can pull a lot more people over to gold. That's one way of doing this. So you definitely get enough, plus enough for the initial men-at-arms. You get like 8 men-at-arms together and break the tower. The alternative is you pull all the villagers right now. Instead, Lucifron is going to add in the Raxes now. What? That's crazy. So, no arrow slits yet. Stone Gathering was a little bit slow here from Anatan for this play. He's Lucifron. He's going to get what he needs to counter this. He's not going to go for the fast castle. Instead, he's going to spam up probably about 8 or 9 men-at-arms and then rush this down. And afterwards, he'll flood across onto the gold again, right? So now that we're getting Raxes getting added in, it becomes less likely it's going to be a Burgrave, right? Typically, when you see 2 or 3 Raxes added in Feudal Age, Burgrave doesn't really make much sense anymore. It is only 1 Rax, though, so there is still an opportunity here. I just think now, with the way that Anatan's opened this, Lucifron's probably going to be looking at the game and saying, okay, it makes a lot more sense for me to just gradually build up the men-at-arms and get Regnants as a perk later on. I know. Adding in the Sipahi. Not a bad choice up against men-at-arms. Lucifron, I'm expecting a Blacksmith pretty quick here. He's got, what, 12 people? Yeah, second Rax, dude. It's going to be all in. You go up to 3 Raxes here, you get Blacksmiths, and you just spam. And, well, the amount of gold you got is very doable. We've even seen Blacksmiths now coming out. So Undermesh should be the first priority here in prep for the arrow slits. There is going to be fortifications on this outpost, though. So Anatan, interestingly enough, prioritized that first. I don't know, maybe setting himself up for failure here. It's 24 sheep versus 12, and I always want to remind people that, like, the gathering rate is quicker for HRE. So if those numbers don't sound as far apart, right, it's like 1/3 versus 2/3. It was more like 3/4 versus 1/4. Because the HRE has been munching through these sheep so much quicker. And then also, Anatan's going to burn his slower because he has Madrasa. But like, the reality isn't the raw count on its own. That's definitely an important detail. But the other detail that really matters here is the rate at which you consume it. When arms count scaling upwards. Undermesh on the way. Lucifron. Timing's a little bit off, actually, I gotta say. I'm a bit surprised by that. Typically, you get Undermesh earlier if you got this much gold, but he went Siege Engineering instead. So yeah, he identified that he was up against the fortified outpost. He didn't want to try and torch this down, which is understandable. You would basically need 12 to 15 torches at least to feel confident, and that would cost you. This is just cleaner. And all you have to do is Clown Car inside with men-at-arms. If anything comes close, you jump out and kill them. Love the Spearman as well. It makes sense, right? Like, Anatan's most logical play here is Sipahi. So now when the Sipahi try to charge in to deal with the siege, to deal with the ram, you just jump out, stab them, done. I don't like that Ano's giving away free info, by the way. This always sucks, but you're against double scout and also Sipahi. They aren't great at killing scouts compared to horsemen, right? You have less of them, they move slower. Ram moving in, though. And interestingly enough, he's not even going to garrison. He's just going to stand here. Outpost fully garrisoned. Sipahi. He's trying to catch Lucifron not looking, but that's not going to work. He's damage done there. Ram got down to half HP. This is the double... Wait. He went for the double Imam point. Oh my god, dude. No, this is not it. This is not how you win. This is how you lose. Sipahi, you're dead. One left over. Ram is going to stay alive on 20 HP. This is it. That is everything for Anatan. Ram's at least going to go down. But losing double Imam, that many Sipahi, that's a GG. Ano, he's trying to go for castle behind this. Unfortunately for him, Lucifron, the amount of troops he's building, there's only one thing left to do after the outpost goes down. And that's to start moving towards the enemy base. Onto the gold straight away. Gathering what he needs. Food income's going to get him there in a minute. And the army, as big as it is, as scary as it is, Ano, not showing more troops, makes his play obvious to Lucifron. He moves towards the base. Oh, man, dude, I feel so bad for Anatan there. A good idea. Up against mass melee, right? Going into the Imam, but when you go for Sipahi, you just don't have as many raw units to body block with. Imagine how different this could have maybe been if Ano had, say, a proxy Rax here, a bunch of spearmen to just body block in that area. Possibly you see a game in which he holds, but no dice. Now, Anatan, the game looks increasingly dicey. Outpost on the way up. Trying to gather what gold he can. Sipahi's trying to add up the wood line, but that doesn't matter anymore. Lucifron does not care about wood. It's all about food and gold. And right now, you're not delaying either of them. Ram coming in. Lucifron not just going to blindly dive this, right? He's not going to lose troops to defenses. He's going to start denting the base. This is really smart, actually. If the blacksmith goes down, any hope of recovering this for Anatan is gone with it. And folks, it's going to be the Burgrave. If this game had been more even, if Anatan hadn't just thrown away everything there, we'd be seeing Regnants. But now, Lucifron knows. He smells blood in the water. Like a shark, he's eager to nibble. Torches out. Outpost going down. No gold access for Anatan. Mehmed Imperial Armory coming up behind this, but he essentially has nothing to work with here. Burgrave, halfway complete. Marching drills also being queued up. Lucifron's ticking all the boxes at the right time here. A split onto the food, onto the gold to make sure that there's no gathering on the flanks from Anatan. And it's time to start idling that eco. Ain't not working. Ram, in the meantime, hitting into the military school. Repair crew's going to try to keep it alive. But Lucifron, realistically, he could try to gather a bit of wood here and go for an extra ram, but that would mean less men-at-arms. And men-at-arms is how you win this game now. He has 9 sheep left over. He already has 7 men-at-arms, 11 spears. Tech up complete for Anatan, but it doesn't look like a doozy. Marching drills just completed. Villagers about to go idle. No level 2 undermesh. The melee tech's being prioritized instead. Villagers do not have tech stars, and Anatan In the meantime, the Ram is taking down the military school. And this is just wave number 1, folks. The more are on the way for Luciferon. He's probably going to be playing pocket resources onto the fish soon just to try and keep this going. I don't see a way now. Anno, how do you recover your base here? You've got no gold, which means no crossbowmen. You haven't cancelled the supply. You have 1 military school. There's literally no way he can get it together anymore. Maybe the marketplace, he could buy a little bit of gold, get 1 or 2 crossbows out, but as we know, against men-at-arms spam, you need a group of crossbows and a choke point to hold. And there's nothing to hold here anymore. Anno, not even with enough units produced yet to get the Janissary pull, to at least have something to snipe back with. Men-at-arms now in on the eco again, and this should be the end of this series. Anno, just processing what is an inevitable loss here. I think when he sees the extra men-at-arms coming in at this pace, he'll understand this is definitely a Burgrave timing. And he just doesn't have enough time to repel it. Cool series, though. Like, I'm still impressed. Like, Anatan, a little bit of a shaky way to try and apply that. I think the Imam was a good idea. We mentioned he just needed more meat for the shield. But the fact he was able to take Holy Island in this series shows you how capable Anno is as a player. Luciferon, though, does not skip a beat on Frisian. Makes it a 2-1 win to close this out. Well played, dude. Like that. I mean, I'm still impressed. Despite it being a loss for Anatan, I'm 100% still impressed by the fact that he was able to get Holy Island off of one of the top 3 players on Holy Island, right? Like, Luciferon and Vortex are in completely different breed when it comes to water maps. The fact that he was able to actually contest that is something that deserves applauding in itself. So, well played to Anno. Obviously, we know Anatan just barely missed out on the playoffs. He literally was 1 game difference away from being B. That series between B and Antan decided that. We have got a poll going on right now. I'm noticing people coming for community games as their requests. We need more people. So if it's only going to be 3 people who want to do community games, I'm going to have to re-poll, and I'm going to have to take community games out for now because we just don't have enough people. So what I'll do is I'll wait for this poll to end. Then I'll put a minute poll up to decide between live from the ladder games and more of the Elite Classic series. So let's have a look. What to cast Elite Classic 2 or live games. So little thing on that, by the way, series we have left to do: Kiljadi versus Avali, Magic versus Cat, Cat versus CSO, Zerton versus Elyona, Avali versus Elyona, and Vortex versus Cat. So those will be the ones to choose from. Go ahead and vote now. The alternative is we go and look for live games and what games that have been played, pub games on the ladder. And that way we can find people like Beastie, Dimu, Wham, Puppy Paw, and whatnot. So I'll let people decide between them. And then let me put music on while we wait. It's very silent. I need to start the game up again, don't I? Yeah, let me open the game up. Looks like people want live games. Okay, let me check the live ladder, see who we've got porting it out. So we'll check if there's any high-level players playing live. If there's not, we can take to the already played out games, right? So It's weekend, guys. It's time for alcoholic milkshake time. The white chocolate Baileys, amaretto, Malibu milk drink. God damn, it's so delicious. Love it every time. All right, so let's have a look. Let's see what we've got on Observe. Because I think I'm pretty sure State might be an option because State mentioned he had some interesting games. Love milk-based alcoholic drinks? Hell yeah, dude. Like this, that literally tastes like a milkshake. So let me have a look here. Mirad versus someone called Rush Buddy. Rush Baby, rather. What rank are they? Okay, dude, he's up against a diamond for some reason. Always a good sign. So let me have a look here. Ugh. GG Mirror, please get out. No one wants that. So what we might have, let's say State came in the other day and said he had some interesting games, so we could check out State's stuff and see what he's got for us. Everything I drink just seems fun. Hell yeah. Dude, like, I'm a cocktail aficionado. Let's put it like that. I only drink good cocktails. Like, I'm not interested in alcohol drinks that taste like crap. So, let me have a look. Hamster on a wheel. Who the hell? That must be Crackety. Wham's in lobby, so there's no dice there. What I'm thinking is, let me find State's account's name, because he gave it a German name, if I remember correctly. But State might be a good shout, because he said he's had some very interesting games. Yeah, so Geweihte Starte. So he played 2 days ago. He's played against Faye. Always a good sign. He was up against Blige as well. Isn't Blige a StarCraft person? I don't think that's the real Blige, right? No. Is this Anatan's account or B's? No, I think it's... Is it Mikos's? It's the one with the 1% avatar. I do love the clickbaity nature of typing Blige versus State as a title, though. Oh, wait. Wasn't the problem here that State gave us some BS about him having some interesting games, and then we can't cast his games because he hid his data? God damn it, State. Alright. No problem. We've got other people. So, who the hell is Ronnie Pickering? Zerton. See if we've got some opponents for Lucifer that we can check out. So, hasn't played many on that account. Yeah, what the hell, State? You're like, oh, please watch my games. And then you just, like, hide your data? Bro. Maybe Kiljadi? What's Kiljadi got for us? Actually, I wonder, has Mr. Artista been back at it? Has Don Artie been playing again? 3 days ago? I don't know who Why I Tied is, though. Doesn't look like anyone I'd notice. Maybe Don Artie versus Soldier. Nah, that one doesn't look that interesting. Alright, let's check Kiljadi's. Excuse me. Oh, dude, like, everyone's just hiding their data, aren't they? Louis hasn't played in 8 days, dude. He's just gone. Have we really not got enough people for community games? Let me check Dumu's games that he's playing earlier. Lash versus Dumu, maybe? You recently played with Delica. He beat me in Tournament of Juicy Wallow. Delica? I don't think so. Huh? Louis playing Beastie in Customs? Okay, yeah. Which means we won't be able to, like, watch. Look. He's doing a different account, right? He must be. Unfortunate. So, let me have a look here. There is some Lash versus Dumu games we could have a look at. I like the Mongol Malian matchup because I think that's not an outdraft. That's like a 50-50, a 50-50. So we could probably check that out. Let me switch over this scene so I can pull up Lash's data. His account name is Banana. I guarantee it's going to be, like, hidden. Maybe not. I don't know. Like, the problem is, like, the name Banana, there's going to be... Dude, there's so many Banana accounts. Like, maybe because there's one online we might block out. I'm pretty sure it's going to be hidden, though. Yep, hidden data. So we won't be able to look at that. But we can look at Lash versus Dumu. So let me go ahead and ready that one up. Why don't you think it's Mongol favored? Oh, dude, it's 100% not Mongol favored. So you turtle very efficiently. Like, best thing that Mongol player can hope for. And, whoa, I just realized, hold on a sec, let me change my green screen. Yeah, Donzos are like, so you can't play too prolonged. If you play too prolonged, Donzos just kill you. You have to get enough sheep to go deep enough that Spim and win against Donzo. So your player's into Feudal Age, right? And in Feudal Age, you're going to go like what? Archer Keshik? Javelin Donzo holds that really well. It comes down to like the map spawn. Also comes down to whether the Mongol player has trade. I believe that this was a matchup on Cliffside, though. So Trade isn't a great option there. Then again, the Marlins also struggle. I think both of these civs struggle in this matchup because of Cliffside spawn. So let me get this one ready, and then we'll spin over. Tower will never go up. It can, it's just kind of a moot detail. Because like the reaction is you drop a Saharan trade network, so you block that out. And although you missed out on Manticore Gold, you've actually blocked them from getting paid for burning down your houses, right? So like, you know, it's very map dependent. If anyone has an edge there. I think it's more a skill matchup. Should we go in though? Oh, I need to turn off the overlay now, don't I? So give me a sec there. Let me turn the score off. And then we also need to unload the icon. Whew. I am 30 years old. 36? What the duck, Fablop? Bruh. I'll have you know, I look very youthful for my age, I swear. Mainly because I act like a man-child. 36, dude. Bruh. Bruh. You know what it is? That's me aging fast from having to deal with Fablop's BS. Take like 20 minutes to set up a free-for-all, and then GG's out in 2 minutes? Yikes. I'm never going to let that go. All right, should we get to it? Why top players hide in their history, bro? So many treasures hidden in their profiles. I've literally talked to them before, some BS about, I don't see the value in like showing off my games to bring more people into the game. Like the TLDR is they like, for some of them, they're like, pay me if you want to see my games. Pay me to play show matches. I'm like, well, hate to be an asshat about this, but to pay you, I need an audience built already to get sponsors. Ta-da! Anyway, let's get to it. All right, one and all, welcome to Tales from the top of the ladder here. We've got Lash versus Dumu. Very talented players, very capable players. Benny Boy is going to be playing as the Mongols, Lash as the Marlins on Cliffside, which is why I thought this would be a very interesting matchup, actually. I am of the mind that this is more a skill-based matchup. Mongols or Marlins on its own is not a detail that gives you a clear edge. It's not like Marlins versus English, where you say GG and Afuera to the English. This one is more of a 50-50. It's based on skill, it's based on spawn, it's based on map design. This map in particular is an interesting one. I would actually give the Mongols a slight edge on Cliffside because of the fact that they spawn so close to their opponent and because of the way the gold spawn. Usually one is going to be front and exposed, and that's an opportunity for the Mongols to block it out. On top of that, once you get past 2 gold mines, you start getting into this weird territory where it's very, very bloody difficult to find a pit mine that doesn't have housing issues. So we'll see, actually, like how Dumu leverages this. I was just talking about the fact that, like, maps where you can get a mixed distance silver tree feels really good. This is one of those maps, but it's a little bit weird the way you have to set up. Sometimes I'm tempted to say Deerstone works better just because of the momentum rush you get towards the opponent's base. But imagine when we're looking at silver tree play. Rax as an opener is going to be a default behavior here. It makes a lot of sense. Your opponent's going to be setting up all these details around the pit mine. I love this detail from Lash. He's setting up an outpost immediately. This is pretty crafty because typically the way this matchup plays out is one player pulls the villager, starts rushing an outpost, and then the Malian player has to set up a Saharan trade network. That's bad because you've just now forfeited 2 villagers worth of gathering in passive income that you can toggle and that can never really easily be taken away from you. By doing this, it does mean that admittedly you're going to have to consider keeping villagers around or something around to garrison this, but realistically it means that you're kind of impeachable here. Yes, your opponent could still actually drop an outpost here. They can stop you actively gathering gold, but what they cannot do to you is they cannot burn down your houses, which is what pays back this play. First Spearmen are now coming out. The whole goal of this investment is to take resources away from your opponent and get paid doing it. Remember, the Mongols, they get paid, they get 50 resources for each building they set alight. Lash is going to rush up a few houses here, and then he has that outpost to fall back to, which is going to make this quite bloody annoying for Dimmy. The interesting part is I'm wondering, Lash, when he rotates back with his scout, does he just garrison in the outpost? That has to be what he's thinking here. He's probably going to just finish off these houses, come back and repair the damage done to this house here, which is a great timing, remember, because Dimmu doesn't have 4 spearmen out here yet. It's not enough of a threat to immediately take down a villager. So, drop-off's going to come in. There are extra sheep at the back here, but I have to imagine that like the play is to have the scout nearby on the outpost, right? So you can defend this. Very different build out of Lash. And yeah, here we go. Okay, dude, I like this. I actually really like this a lot. So they can burn 1 or 2 houses here. I think like the one mistake I'd highlight for Lash, I don't think these houses were necessary. It gets you more passive gold, but now your opponent is going to get paid for it, and you've just spent more resources, right? So this is fine. But these two are my question mark. Like everything else, the outpost will defend, but these two are always just going to cost you. So Dumu, in the end, is going to get 100 resources back. And this is quite nice for Dumu because, well, he hasn't pulled for the outpost. So think about the difference this is. There's 50 resources there, 100 resources here. He's going to try to repair now, which admittedly he can do, but he forgot to do the other one, which would have been the easiest, the Lash, giving away a free house. I like that Lash is repairing this. It's idling you out, but realistically, like, you're giving resources over otherwise. And there's that detail we were talking about, where you get in range on this house. So this is pretty crafty. Now, the reason why the no outpost is an important detail for Dumu is if he pulled for an outpost now, he'd be idling a villager for a long time. But on top of that, you'd balance out this outpost investment for Lash. By doing it this way, he's now kind of down on resources. You spend 150 here, sure. Then you spent, like, you know, let's call whatever it is, 160 resources. So 300 all told. But you forced an outpost. You killed 2 houses worth 50 resources. And then you got paid 100 resources back. It's a pretty nice play overall for Dumu. Silver Tree is going to be coming out. So it looks like we are going to be playing into that trade game. Oh, and he's moved the TC. Okay, so this is interesting. He's going for the double villager production. We've been seeing a little more of this out of the Mongols at the moment, and I think it actually is a good idea. But in this matchup, it does also feel a little bit slow, especially when you're adding in trade as well. I'm hoping that Dumu's intent is to try and actually pump aggression here in Feudal Age and not just play a full eco-boomy game. We're going to hit the fast forward because this is the stage where Lash should just realistically set up a few troops to defend, but not overinvest, right? His goal is just to get the wood together, get into an archery range, get a few jabs out to prod this away. And weirdly enough, he pulled out of the outpost. Wait, Lash? Okay, I guess he's worried about the trade, right? So he's trying to block the corner. But that's still very neglectful. You've given extra houses over. Like, realistically, he could now burn 2 additional houses down. That's payday. Archer's at least going to come out. Mansa has not been switched over to stone, so Lash has no interest in upgrading this outpost. He does, however, now have the Archer play coming in with the outpost Arify to push this away. Not the biggest fan of this opening. I think Lash, he envisioned a world in which the Spearman didn't get more than like 2 burns here, but as we just saw, that is a huge value play for Dumu. Basically paid back what he spent on the spears, and then forced you to invest into a unit comp, which typically you don't see. Like opening up an archer, sure it's only 1 archer, but that's 80 resources. That's kind of dead weight to you because javelins would have done similar. And now we're going to see the Keshiks coming out. So Dumu, turns out Lash's play will at least yield him 3 more sheep, but I'm not sure if that was entirely worth it. Like, you are a Civ that can easily get your hands on extra food elsewhere. I guess the worry in Lash's mind is, like, gold is limited. He can't go for a double pit mine because it's against Mongols, and it's super loose. So he probably felt like going into cattle early to club was a bad call. And I imagine that's why he sent the scout down. So Dumu in this position has got to be thinking, okay, I have map control. He's condensed. This is turning into a typical Malian game. Cliffside, big tick box for me as a Mongol player because I now have trade far away from the enemy base. And also, this is a base that's very hard to defend for the Malians. You only have 1 fat tree line. That always makes you more susceptible to raids. On top of that, your second gold is very difficult to access. Like, this is a bold move coming out from Lash here, considering that Dumu has got the follow-up play being Keshiks. And you can see what the comp is, right? If you're Dumu right now, the scout is telling you, okay, the game is pretty good, right? Like, the Falcon has revealed its double archer range, single racks. This is where Dumu's like, okay, I can probably just pump more stables. In fact, he has gone for double stables here. Spearman isn't bad as, like, a damage soaker. I still think, like, this comp, Spearman is actually a lot more value than is apparent, to be honest with you. Because the reason why Spearman feels really good here is because the Spearman can brace the Donzos off their, like, the charge blocker, right? Like, the brace that comes out on Keshiks, if you're engaging with Spearman, units that are engaged in melee can't actually brace. So it's a very good way of offsetting that tool in the Malian's arsenal. It just gets a free charge in for the Keshiks, which is very valuable. So I'm glad to see he's adding additional spears now. Turns out that he didn't go for the safe trade route far away. He's playing towards the trade posts on the west side here. So a lot of patrolling required in this area. Could easily set up an outpost to get a Yam effect. Already has one here, and I love that. I'd love to see a second one over here that would basically just boost up your income rate, which is very important with this comp, right? Because you're going for numbers in this type of comp with Keshik plus spears. The Lash coming out to block this at a perfect time. Donzo count should be enough to kind of brace for this. Javelins are overextending, though. And notice that Dumu is trying to lead with the spears in, right? You literally just want to gap close, force a reaction, Keshik follow up. But Lash disciplined in his back away. Now, the negative of what Dumu's doing with his comp is because he went Keshik's pretty heavy early on, he has less raw numbers to burn out the pit mines. But the cool thing about his comp is if he continues to scale into full melee, he will optimally have a lot of burn power onto these buildings. Looks like instead he's adding in archers now, though. This is the kind of comp that I think plays into the Malian's hand a bit. I would love to have seen him play additional spears and Keshiks until he had enough gold coming in, and then add in the archers with like the surplus eco that you're working with. I guess he just wants to try and hide this early on, not reveal it too quickly. Lash on the other side of this has to be pretty cozy right now. He knows this trade going on, but he knows it hasn't inflated at a ridiculous rate, right? Like right now we're sitting at 7. It's getting up there, but the early Keshik investment was pretty pricey, which would have slowed down Dumu's production a bit. The other annoying detail, though, that I'm not sure Lash is aware of is that double production of villages that's been coming out occasionally. It means that Dumu right now is well over 10 eco ahead. This game is looking fan-dappy bloody dozy for him. Lash needs to basically find that thread of the needle, right? Not too much aggro, just enough to float him. I love this idea. Stables coming in. Sofas have actually been seeing a resurgence in feudal play, actually, for the Malians. I say resurgence, I feel like this is the first time we've realistically seen them a lot. It's a very powerful idea when you're up against an opponent who's trading like this, is freebies, and then the Sofas are actually decent at dealing with the Keshiks. Although I'm saying that, Lash is opening with a scout? Wait, what? The part that I'm baffled by is the fact that he just built a scout out of the TC. Was that a mistake? I can't imagine that was intentional, right? Like, it's only 2 scouts, so this is not a full scout spam to deal with, like, archers. He's gone double scout, though. Like, that to me seems really weird, considering he dropped the stables in the first place. I don't know. I've got many questions about that. So, like, if you're going to go for a stable, you shouldn't be sacrificing a villager any day of the week. And these scouts, realistically, haven't provided anything additional. They haven't been upgraded either, so they are literally just scouts. That to me, is a very weird play. Lash just put himself down a villager for no good reason. Donzo count is insanely high here, by the way. 21, 10 jabs. If a fight occurs right now, Dumu's in trouble. It's kind of interesting, actually, that Lash isn't committing. I'm wondering if he's a bit paranoid that his opponent might be getting ready to raid him with Keshiks. Another nice thing I do like from Dumu here is the choice to kind of sub-optimize your trade a bit. This is not great income, but in the event that this side gets shut down, it means you already have some sort of gathering rate in place on the right side. Lash now heading to the main base. Oh, wow. And Dumu's out of position here. Pasha's being set up. Dumu, there's no doubt in my mind he sees the giant green blob heading towards him. In fact, they're heading to the right side. Woodline. Oh my god, remember Dumu, he set up on the Uvu. That was a small tree line. This is a smart play. Free little kill there. Javelins might be able to find an additional. Villagers able to shift away just in the nick of time. Now, if Lash could find himself a little bit deeper into the Mongol economy here, he'd be blocking out the trade indefinitely. Instead, he's going to get a second ragtag group together to cut the trade at the post. This is bold. Lash splitting up his army like this when he doesn't have an overwhelming military advantage can be dangerous, but we've seen just Javelins be such a quality type unit. It's very hard to contest them. I think the play for Dumu here would be to take out the small group first and then come back for the main army. But I have a feeling that he's just getting paranoid right now. Like, the risk is if he goes to the left side, Lash will dive the main. And that's when you're not only losing traders, you're also going to be losing villages as well. Blockage from the trade is definitely a problem, though. So Dumu's going to have to consider sending something to deal with that. Lash, now the timing, shifting back across. This is working out pretty well for him, right? He's now 5 ranches in. Dumu has got, what, 13 traders, a decent amount of eco, but Grand Fulani's on the way, and look at these armies neck and neck right now. If they clash, this is going to be difficult for Dimmu to break the base. Dimmu himself nowhere near Castle Age. I think once he sees this tech up, he's going to have to cut production and go into Castle. Kurotai could actually save him. I think on the map like this, Kurotai doesn't have to pack up and move far to force a fight. And that 25% damage buff is insane. But you need to get the tech up started ASAP. Scout sees the army coming. Lash ready to contest this. Okay, Dimmu doesn't realize it's happening right now, and I can't blame him. When I see that many Donzos and that many Javelins, my thought is, okay, yeah, no, he's being honest in the game, right? He's not going up at all. Dimmu is going to have that moment as soon as the corral completes where he's like, you cheeky mother... And at that stage, it's going to take him quite a long time to catch up. The food income is not insane at this stage. So at this current gathering rate, with the investments he's making, it's going to take 2 minutes. He could cut the production of Keshiks now that he sees this and be up in about just over a minute. But it looks like instead, Dimmu is going to keep investing. Makes sense, right? Like in this position, your goal is now to punish your opponent for teching up. The problem is I think that the Malians are more sneaky and snaky about this. They get away with these tech ups more than other civs because it inflates their income so much. And they've already been investing in income at this stage, right? So like by the time you realize what they've done, they've already got a lot of the power the Fulani would give. Just needs to wait for those tech ups. It's almost complete. 5 seconds away for the upgrades. Dimmu knows he needs to go in here. Won't be feeling great about it when he sees those upgrades coming through, though. Veteran for Donzo and for the Javelins. And Dimmu, a bad fight. Keshiks have to pull away. They're going to look onto the eco. That can at least make it better for him. But the mainline engagement is falling apart. Javs left to contest the remaining archers. Donzo's going to chase across on the Keshiks. Villagers panic rushing into the outpost. That's going to be heavy losses for Lash, but not enough here. Dimmu is still not ready for a tech up, and he just lost the backbone of his army. Sofa's now coming out, and this is just a hard issue for Dimmu, right? Like the absorbability of this unit leading forward. Even able to just kind of frontline up against Keshiks now, being an entire age ahead. This is before imported armors. On top of that, remember, the trade is no longer going to last. Sofas have been peeled to intercept. This means Dimmu's own eco is about to shrivel up. He's got, what, 20? Yeah, 19 traders here. And none of them are going to be feeling safe. Even the ones on the right side could easily be intercepted. Tough timing. Kurotai now on the way. Dimmu not out of this game just yet. But the army is small. The impact of this upgrade is not going to be substantial. Especially considering most of your army is already counted by these Javs. Traders now starting to be targeted out. This is just free eco kills. And there's not really much that Dimmu can do. He just needs that tech up. Instead, though, he sniffs it out. Lash forces a double commitment here. More villagers pulled across to do this. And that just means more eco losses for Dimmu. Lash is so bloody tanky here as well. The Javelins with 5 ranged armor able to stand there so long. Tech up is complete. But now, from an eco perspective, Lash has the lead. He's up by 1 villager. The rest is just trade. And as we know, Fulani at this stage makes up this difference. Especially considering most of Dimmu's traders are giving him 19 gold. So what's the play now for Dimmu? Pretty sticky situation. A Mango would be decent. He needs to make sure he gets spears to defend that, though. Donzos can also be difficult kind of chasing him. But, like, choke point defense might be Dimmu's best opportunity. I've got a feeling instead he's just going to try to go full bio. The reason is because of his trade, right? Like, if he goes for the siege, he actually doesn't have a way of protecting flank against Sofas. But with these choke points he's working with, he can kind of block the cav and minimize the damage that they have, right? Still very difficult. Like, I've got to give it to him. Lash has played this fantastically well. Like, the timings, baiting Dimmu into thinking this was a longer feudal age, tricking him at the worst possible time. That fight by Dimmu, it felt like it was, in his eyes, a necessity, but the negative of what he done there is essentially threw away the amplification effect he gets off of the Kurotai now. And Lash, now with such an overwhelming military lead, he looks to shift towards that Silver Tree. This is the type of confidence you get when you win a fight like the one he did in his own base, right? He knows mathematically there's no way that Dimmu can have more units than him right now in this army. So confidently, he moves past this. He's going to get intercepted, but now the trade's about to get shut down. We've got, what, 14 traders? Only one of them's on the long haul, so 13 traders are about to be at risk. And the new wave that's being built up by Lash will be big enough to hold against what Dimmu's up to. Lash? Oh my god, dude. Yeah, he sees it. He sees it with the Sofa. So he's actually going to split off. Scout just revealed something really important. The Sofa actually saw this. He saw the villagers on the food. Okay, Lash, like, crap will get off the pot, buddy. One or the other. He's finally going to commit onto the trade, right? Yeah, he's blocked off in the corner. He's going to shut this down. But then he has a next rotation available to him, right? Where he can come around the back towards the deer location. Trade is definitely a heavy loss, though. Dumu, all of a sudden, the entire eco lead he'd worked so hard for in this game has evaporated. Keshik count, not looking great. Only 9 of them. Jabs could easily contest this. The Kurotai is not even here. Kind of interesting, actually, that Lash is hesitant. He doesn't know where that Kurotai is, right? He's playing blind, which is why he's playing wide. Turns around now with the line formation, though. Jabs now trading out. Attack speed arrow is going to be activated, but this is still an uphill battle. Donzo's holding off against those Keshiks, but with the Men-at-Arms mixed in, it looks like it's going to be a breakthrough, but a heavy cost here. Dumu losing most of his range comp before the Kurotai can arrive. Just a few Donzos left over, but you can say the same of the melee mosh pit, and this is only wave 1. Wave 2 is already in. Lash pounces with the second group of Sofas. He's going to cut the reinforcements and look towards the eco at the back. And even after all that, look at this. The Kurotai barely holding him on. Jabs are at least going to get cleared up, but the damage truly is done. From this position, Lash has full control of this game. Sofas are going to now ride in. That's 18 villagers. He's at least got Yam. He's going to need it to run the hell away, but there's nowhere safe on this map for him right now. Lash, just such a perfect timing. I love the way that he was aware that he would eventually lose that army. He wanted to dangle the trade until Dumu reacted to it. And that's what he was waiting for. The moment that Dumu pulled to the back, Lash, with that second wave of Sofa, moves in for what is a GG move here. Great holdings. And now Dumu, at this stage, game's kind of scrambled, right? Like, his way back into this now, he's probably thinking, okay, I need to play Pocket Deer. They're all being blocked out. I'm not getting that for free. I need to try and rescale trade. That's difficult now against Mass Sofa. What is the comp here? Dumu probably thinks that the one way he can recover this game is off of the Yam outposts. That's going to allow the Spearman to mirror the Sofa's movements quite quickly. But what he's not going to be prepped for is this sneaky Mustafadi play. Not to mention, the Sofa's already waiting in the woodworks. Army will at least eventually reclaim this area, but like the damage being done in the income at this stage is almost irreparable. He's at least got some sheep at home, but the deer are the dangerous detail that he needs to commit into. The other issue that I'm seeing right now is Mustafadi counter everything that Dumu's doing, right? Like, he can't go Keshiks anymore, not with this type of eco level. It has to be crossbows and men-at-arms, and the reality is that, yeah, Kurotai can be decent, but this Mustafadi, it's like a free win for them in any engagement now. Ride in. Gold's going to be outed out. Outpost most definitely going down before the Sprinkle comes out. And this is an army that I'm scared for right now. Like, I'm not sure how Dumu can test this. It's getting cut on reinforcements as well, so it's just a trickle of deaths. Troops are at least arriving, but these Sofas are insanely tanky with the imported armor. Defense arrow is going to come out, but that just doesn't match up against the tankiness of the Cav. Pull back temporarily, lets the Mustafadi in. Spearman no longer actually countering out any of this. And Dumu, once again, idled up on eco. Frontline is failing him quickly, and Sofas are breaking through. And I think this is going to be the breaking point. Lash, that move to the east side gave him control, but this gave him dominion over it all. Benny Boy will not be able to get the dub with the Mongols. Lash, really impressing me in this game. Let me know what you guys think of Lash. I think this is really impressive from him. He's been improving a lot as a player. Ben is no pushover on the ladder, and I think this matchup, I still maintain it to be more of a 50-50 split. It was a decent opening by Dumu, but I think really you've got to give so much credit to Lash for the way that he hit his tech timing and then forced a fight that Dumu did not want. Cool game to open it up. So, let's have a look what else we've got here. I'm going to check live from the ladder, see if we've got any. Oh, thank you, Chris. I will hydrate myself with this delicious milk cocktail. That is good. God damn, that's delicious. And I think it's like half alcohol, if I remember correctly. It felt like it was half alcohol by the time I looked down at the cup. All right, so let's have a look. Vortex versus New Fault. Who the hell is this? Well, they're a conk. They're a conk one, though. So probably not. I don't think there's anyone else queued on the ladder right now. I think we could probably like find some more. You can't tell if it's alcohol. It's alcoholic milkshake. So basically, it is white chocolate Baileys. You can use normal Baileys though. Depends on the kind of flavor you want. Like it's the nice flavorful element. There's even like strawberry Baileys as well. Sort of caramel Baileys. All of them work. You add Malibu. You add so you do 2 shots of Baileys, a shot of Malibu, a shot of Amaretto or Disaronno. If you really want to kick up the alcohol level, you can even then go and add in a shot of vodka. That does work. That actually, like, the vodka flavor profile doesn't intercept. And then you fill it up with milk and ice. And it is bloody delicious. Okay, so I think, let me have a look at, actually I can leave on that screen, it doesn't matter. Let me quickly open up AoE 4 World and we can check out some other games. Core was playing a few hours ago. Good old Core. What's Core got for us? Oh, him and Beastie have been doing that 2v2 stuff, right? They even queued into Jigglypuff. Double English, you dirty bastards. They were doing a bunch of double in games, actually. Do people want 1v1s or 2v2s? I'm wondering. So I think, wasn't Crackety doing a bunch of 2v2s too? Who the hell is Bicel and Ocado? Looks like both those groups have been queuing into those two a lot. Some Dark Age men. Dude, that's so vile. Ban them. Ban them. Alright, let me have a look here. So Voldemort was playing yesterday. That might be an option. What else we got? Afnatoy hasn't played for a few days. Urk was playing earlier as well. So there's Urk versus Myriad. That could be an interesting game, actually. Oh, God, it's a Mongol Mirror. Pass, okay? God, yeah, I have some taste. Voldemar, who's he been up against? He had some games versus Ral, so maybe a Voldemar versus Ral game could be cool. I don't know who Ruslan is. Ruslan the Ducker. Oh, and Ivaku. So we could do... And who was Hamster on a Wheel? Wasn't that... Oh, that was Crackety's. Do we really want a Boulder Bay game? Probably not, right? Maybe Golden Pit. Delhi versus Irobids is a funky one, actually. Let's have a look. Casted games. Let's have a looky here. Comms games coming later. If we have enough people. The challenge is having enough people. This is why I always say people who love community games should just be turning up for the streams in general, not just the commie game part. Because like the only way we even get to do community games is if the support is there for the other piece first. Because you can't really do them without people, especially with our unique rule sets. Because randomers will just leave all the time. So, we have got a Voldemar game. Let me get the good on his account ready. Oh, whoopsie. I just realized I'm on that view. Don't want you guys to have it spoiled. Bear with me a sec. So, Golden Pit. Ral versus the Kid. Ral has been pretty up in the ranks recently, right? So, time of recording for this game. Voldemar was 1884 elo. Ral was 1930 elo. It's an Ibid Delhi game, so it should be quite interesting. Alright, 1 second. Let's get it ready to go. Wait, what's this? Play Malian so you can beat both? No thanks, I have a soul. Actually, not. I guess Marlian pickers aren't that bad. Chinese pickers, on the other hand, I know I cast with one of them, but like there's a bitterness, a resentment, deeply dug in deep. I said deep a lot there. Deeply rooted inside me. There's a special place in hell for Chinese pickers. Right. But there'll be no China here, even when Voldemar's in the game. One and all, welcome back to for Action. We have got an interesting one here on Golden Pit. The Kid, the one and only Dane, Voldemar himself, on the Ayabids, playing up against Ral on the Delhi. Ral, who I believe was a Middle Eastern player, if I remember correctly, is what I've been told by this guy. He used to mainly just play HRE from what I recall, but credit to him, he's expanding out. And what a wacky pick for a map like this. Delhi, on the one hand, I'm like, oh, filthy sweat lord. But on the other, I'm like, Delhi on Golden Pit? Really? All right, let's find out what he's got in mind. So opening play is going to be Desert Raider, right, on the Ibid side? I'd imagine so. We're going to hit the 2 times for the early game, just the first few minutes of play. Scouting rotation's always weird on this map. I just don't... This is one detail I'm going to stick to in my statement. Like, I wholeheartedly believe that this map would be improved if the scouting was... the sheep spawns, rather, were changed. Right now, the sheep spawns are just a flip of a coin. Go one way, go the other, right? And you either meet halfway and then turn around, or you rotate around and someone gets truly screwed over by RNG. And guess what? Ral got screwed over by RNG in a berry-on-berry matchup. That is very bad. 7 sheep to 16. Doesn't get much worse than that on a Golden Pit spawn. In fact, there's even more sheep found at the backside here, right? So that's actually going to end up being, 16 to 8. Finale. I don't think there's any sheep left here whatsoever. Well played by Voldemar. I say well played. He literally chose a side. No flame at him. It's a flame at the map design. This all comes from the lack of any dynamic scouting rotation because of the central resources. I would be fine with that, by the way. I actually think the scouting rotations and the sheep spawns quite often can ruin games. Sometimes someone just loses because they get no sheep. The dumb part to me is that in that situation, right, like you could at least argue the RNG of the sheep is like, there's a choice being made, if that makes sense, on whether you find sheep or not. In that, like, halfway through a rotational gorge, if I'm like, no sheep, I can turn and go to the other side and still find sheep on the way. The problem on this particular map, on Golden Pit, is when you turn and realize, no sheep, you then have to walk through this central area here. This ring, in the center, anything inside there, like, there's no sheep. I've never once seen a sheep spawn, even in the stealth forest. So, you know, as soon as you're making that rotation, you're losing out on sheep. And it's just a really bad feeling because you're already behind. There's no counterplay to then get ahead. So, just a really sucky element of this map. I hope Golden Pit just gets a kind of alteration in that regard. I'd rather have sheep, some spawn in the center, just so that there's flexy options when you have to change. I still am honestly of the opinion that sheep and the way that they act in this game is kind of a negative overall. You know, it's nothing worse than seeing a competitive game literally decided at 5 minutes because someone got free sheep, which just happened, by the way, to some of the best players in the game. I still remember casting Wham on Jeanne d'Arc. Literally had to GG out at 8 minutes in because he ran out of sheep. It's so depressing when games are decided that way. I haven't got a golden, immediate solution to that problem. Even if you've done something like certain amount of sheep spawn in your base over time, that has certain implications for X-Civ versus Y-Civ, right? Like, you can't just instantly spawn all the sheep in each other's base because that would mean HRE have an advantage. You can't just trickle it in because that means, like, HRE don't have a way of getting, like, a big surge point for them, right? So it's definitely an element that still needs to be fixed somehow. I'm not sure of a clean solution that doesn't require an entire revamp. But let's talk about the openings. It was actually Growthwing from the Kid. Interesting from Voldemar. I quite like this, though. Getting a 15% increase in your gathering rate. I mentioned this before, right? If you don't have a clear timing where you absolutely need the Desert Raider, like denying a Castle Age or denying a TC drop, waiting a little bit longer to get that Desert Raider out, an extra minute, in fact, isn't too bad when you consider that in that extra minute of waiting, you're going to get about 130 resources from those extra few villages. That's the first minute. The first minute is already almost paid for the Desert Raider. If you think about it, actually it's even better than that. It's 135 resources, right? Every 2 minutes, you can either get a 180 resource unit or you can get 270 resources from villages. And that's flexible. You can do what you want with it. Much better. This opening clash, love it from Voldemar. Just so many Desert Raiders in it. This is incredibly expensive, but a bad fight for Rao to have to take. Have to peel back. He needs to add in archers ASAP here. It doesn't feel great. You could realistically go spears as well, but I think like getting spears on the map is difficult. And you should be expecting archer play behind this from the Ironbeards. So looks like he's going to be going into the spears. But Voldemar on point already pivoting into archers. Dude, this is crazy. I really love this build. We've been seeing a lot more Desert Raider play. This matchup, I genuinely think is a skill-based matchup. The Ironbeards, when they play the Desert Raiders, it requires like very clear attention to detail. Otherwise, you lose them very easily. Like in a lot of ways, Desert Raiders feel like glass cannons when they run into their counter. And they're very expensive to replace, similar to Camel Archers. But if you are paying attention, they're pretty decent. Like the way that you can fight this is the whole idea is you send the Horsemen in first, the Ghazi hit the Horsemen, and then the Desert Raiders come in after the aggro is pulled. And that means that you're not getting wrecked by this range tag that applies to you, right? Even when you're in melee form, remember, you have that range tag, which is why Ghazi usually are able to trade well. Horseman raiding in. 2 eco kills, might even be a third here. This is a little bit overly aggressive. I think, like, get the 2 kills and get out, because now you've lost a Horseman and everyone's heavily injured. Realistically, the Ghazi could try and force this fight, but looks like Ral is just going to hide at home. Now, I know the kind of player Voldemar is. I know what he likes to do. You know those town center thingy bulbs that we really like to build? Voldemar is that type of player. I'm just hoping he doesn't bait himself into a loss by doing it in this game. I think that would be the #1 biggest mistake you can make, is going 2 TC play here. Does need to be careful not to let up on the cav department, though. The cavalry is the edge that Ironbeards have. If you play into mass infantry, that's when you lose. Rao getting idled out on the deer. Deer that he desperately needs, right? He's got 6 sheep left over. Meanwhile, it's 17 for Voldemar. Voldy, he's got the nearby berries he can access, right? Like, that's not the same for Rao. Going this far out of his base is dangerous right now. Ghazi, cutting reinforcements. This is the one edge Ral has, right? Is being able to do that. But that's quite a lot of ticking damage to take, right? A little tickle away. Nothing's going to die straight away. But if you think about the health loss comparative, like combination-wise between these, it's quite heavy. Does pull them back towards the spears. Desert Raiders need to be careful here. Archers are targeting them. Wait, what? A little bit of a miss micro there. Voldemar was originally targeting the Ghazi. Spearmen are going to be pushed away from this. Only a handful left over, 2 in fact. So another good fight coming in for Voldemar. Horseman even baiting all the aggro from the Ghazi. Perfect way to engage that. Another heavy hit for Rao. Damn, that's really impressive, actually. Like, Voldemar, that was very clean. That Horseman, just the perfect position to bait free Ghazi's attention. With the Desert Raider still in range, so these guys were not hitting hard at all. They were losing 20% of their damage, so pretty effective there. Voldemar building quite the healthy lead here, right? He's up by 5 villagers because he killed 2, he had 3. Looks like, yes, Ral, I think he went for textiles and maybe missed a villager as well here, which isn't surprising when you consider how lacking his food has been. So what is the way out of this from Ral? Ral is just imagining a situation where the fights just get so unwieldy from Spearman Ghazi spam that he's able to just overwhelm. I quite like that idea. I think that, you know, the issue now for Voldemar is having to go this hard into archers has its weaknesses, especially when you're running cross-map. Like, that's the thing that Ral's leaning into, is the fact that Voldemar is taking these fights. They are wins, admittedly, but they're right next to Ral's base. It means it's much more difficult for Voldemar to leverage his entire army. And also, because he's stopped producing more Horsemen and Desert Raiders, he actually doesn't have a way of dealing with his Ghazi right now, right? And this is the play that was missing from Ral before. Is before, he was just waiting back. Now he's hunting. Hunt goes both ways, though, Horseman. I'm going to look for a bit more chip damage. Not able to find any kills there. Sacred Site is at least going to be protected, so Ral will start to lock in some extra cheddar. And Voldemar is going towards Castle Edge. He stopped. I don't like this. I think this is this feels like a mistake. You've got a lead, but you can make it a lot bigger against the Dali at this stage. I think the issue for Voldemar is he's shuddering the idea of what I just highlighted, that this becomes a very big melee clash, where for Ral, the fight is really simple, right? Control group 1, A. Control group 2, pull back, A. And then repeat. Whereas for Voldemar, it's going to be click Archer on the spear, click Archer on the spear, click Archer on the spear, constantly throughout. It's just a lot more taxing in the engagements for you. So yeah, Voldemar pulls the trigger, advancement wing now on the way. Ral pulling entirely back, but can't really rush towards Castle Age here. Instead, he's going to be adding in his own archers. So it looks like actually Ral may have taken the bait in a way. If he was doubling down on Spears and Ghazi and committing, he could break the base, but now adding in archers feels really bad against Irobids. Irobids will have better archers much quicker. Yeah, I don't like Ral's build. I think if he was just spamming more Spears and Ghazi up the wazoo, he'd have a break point where he could still actually win, even when the Irobids tech up. But now, by adding in archers, you slow down your comp as you wait for them to scale up, you delay your timings, and you haven't even got full production value out of your garrisoned buildings here, right? Like the stable and the racks aren't constantly producing. So you've just added in 300 wood extra production. Realistically, you could have actually just pulled a scholar from one of these two things and then got that same level of production. So small details like that matter a lot now that Ral is on the clock. Ral, if this doesn't hit, he's in trouble. The problem right now is the outpost gives very early warning to Voldemar. Voldemar? Slowing the pull away here. Voldy? Okay. Luckily, the army's quick enough across. Ral, a little bit of hesitation there. Didn't even want to get touched. But this should be very obvious now that the tech up's coming through. If it wasn't, it is now. Comes in. Golden Age 2. Dude, that was perfect. Did you guys see that? Golden Age 2 into Age 3. That combo together was perfectly timed by Voldemar. Means these researchers unlock so much quicker. Look at it. Blacksmith techs in 40 seconds instead of a minute. The veterancy in 40 seconds instead of a minute. It saves you so much time, and it means that actually Voldemar, he's rearing for a fight right now. He's begging for an engagement. Well, he may have jumped a bit too soon. Ral turns around. Desert Raiders are not going to provide that aura for very long. Remember, they've got the range tag. They die quickly here. Most Desert Raiders are already gone. Only 2 left over. Producing the damage, now taking the retreat, but that's a heavy hit for Voldemar. And he completely misread the situation. Ghazi counter now in. Last of the camels. Barely holding on at this stage. And the Ghazi, remember, once they're hitting archers, they don't care about the unease anymore because their range damage increase is not impacted at all. That bonus damage doesn't get touched by unease whatsoever. This dive in, Voldemar is going to start hemorrhaging Eco as well. Last of the army standing their ground, but the first Lancer only just came out. 21 spears in the mixer. And Voldemar now being punished for his greedy maneuvers. Ghazi's still enough left over to clean up the last of the archers. And, well, this is going to be a heavy hit to the economy. Voldemar, for all that lead he'd built up, it's all just evaporated. They are now neck and neck on villager count, but now Voldemar has bigger issues. He's diving towards this location with the eco. He doesn't have textiles, and it means Ral is going to take the lead when it comes to villager count. So much out of time as well. At the beginning of an age up like this, Voldemar has problems. This is not going to kill him outright, but it slowed down his escalation. Ral is getting exactly what he needs, which is good trades with an inferior army. Because Voldemar's army simply doesn't exist. Now, after that, he has got a small eco lead. It's not a big one, but it's kept Voldemar in his base. It's also idled out his food supply and his gold supply for a very long time, which means that military lead isn't really escalating, right? We've only got 3 Camel Lancers now, Spearmen being reboomed. This is where Ral should be looking to float towards Castle Age. Unfortunately, he ran out of food at the worst possible time here. If it wasn't for this detail, Voldemar would already be dead. Like, because Ral would be on the way up, right? This many villagers, 26. Unfortunately for Ral, the food stack... Wait, dude, are you freaking kidding me? But he has a mill built here. Meant to be built here. Why did he run that far? I guess he wanted to take the risky resources first, but you split this. It's only 3 deer. It's not worth sending 20+ villagers to one location. So Ral, definitely not optimal at that point. Looks like now, instead, the intent might be just to double down on the Feudal Age army. Sacred Site has got 7 minutes left over. This is a ballsy play to try and defend, but if you think about it, right, you're up against Camel Lancers. If you wall this in, how is Voldemar breaking through in time? I love the fact that he had 2 extra villagers than he could actually use on 3 deer, so he sends them over to the additional deer. Voldemar now playing for the relics. I'm a bit worried that this relic play is diverting resources Voldemar can't afford to be diverting right now. His army got wiped, his economy lead got completely stripped, and now he's added in a 200 wood building as well as a 180 resource unit in a situation where he's heavily outnumbered and the clock is against him. If it wasn't for the sacred sites, I'd understand Voldemar's choice, but right now, I guess Voldemar's thought process is, I'm kind of half dead already. If I don't get the eco-inflation, I'm going to die anyway. Sacred Site still not being walled in. Okay, so Voldemar gets the breathing room. He's not going to just flat out die. Well, yeah, this army is still very spooky. The amount of Ghazi, the limited camels, I think like Voldemar's mistake here, it's kind of tough. I want to say Golems. Golems should have been the go-to now. After that last dive, now you see the Ghazi again. Golems is your saving grace here, right? Instead, he's adding in additional archery ranges. Ral is yoinking it all, man. I mean, I don't want to be Ral's deli when he has to walk back across the map, but for now, this is starving out Voldemar's lifeline. At this pace, he's going to be forced to go farms first. Clash comes in. Choke point being held. The Ghazi are not able to overflow this, but it doesn't matter. The raw numbers, the idle time alone. Voldemar's starting to feel the heat. Limited Camel Lancers are struggling here. Last the Spearmen are at least being sniped out, but Camel Lancer count down to 4 now. Ral, for the second time, dives the base. He won't find many eco kills, but he's finding this drainage effect, which is adding up. These archers are also interesting, by the way. No Soul's Mamluks means actually these archers trade reasonably well up against the Castle Age variant. Sure, the damage increase is big. I would say that I want to spit on what Delhi have done here because Ral never got Steeled Arrow. But it's crazy to think that 20% makes such a big difference. For the second time, Voldemar's army gets wiped. This is wild, man. And it's all about... The crazy part about this is that it's all about the cavalry. The Delhi infantry are more or less just a tank in these dives. I'm really impressed by that because building cavalry and beating Ibids with cavalry is difficult, man. Like, it's almost impossible against this Civ because of the Camelanese. But this is brutal to watch. Ral is essentially just knocking down the door with raw force each time. And Voldemar has now starved himself out, right? He's got a little bit of berry left over here. Not very much. This is risky on the flank. And he knows what's happening, right? He must have scouted what Ral is doing. I don't think he did. But soon he's going to discover it when he runs out of this food stack, which this is a small deer stack, right? The other thing you have to remember, nobody likes pork in this kingdom on this map. You know, Voldemar, how do you feel about pig? Petit. Only your mother. Wait, what? Ral, how do you feel about pork? Not halal. So that boar on this side is worthless to either. But now, Ral always knew he'd have to run his eco back across. Voldemar now has to run across his own base. So weirdly enough, it kind of balances out. They both miss out on economy at a critical point. The difference, however, is when Ral gets back to his side, he's got a few deer left over here. He's got the deer and the berries here. He has now exhausted the berries over here. But realistically, he's now taken like 2/3 of the resource on the map, which like balances out when you consider that Voldemar had more sheep to open. Dude, what a crazy game. Now, Ral has slowed down on Ghazi production. This is the one problem now, is like all this idle time without food means you can't easily get into that unit comp. Instead, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a farm. Yeah, it's a farm transition from Ral. 1,000 wood a minute. This is not something the Delhi usually look good at this stage in the game. But considering that Voldemar is still just running an archer comp, I actually don't mind it, right? Like, archers, knights, these are units that in Castle Age can still be counted in Feudal Age, right? Like, mass horsemen deal with archers, knights can be dealt with by spears. So, like, realistically, everything that Voldemar's building right now is countered by raw mass. If this was Golems, once again, like, I have to bring it back to that point. Golems would be the difference here. And now Ral knows it. He sniffs it. He senses it. He finds it. Voldemar only just got back out on the food. And once again, he runs home with his tail between his legs. You'd think after this many eco kills, you consider textiles, but no. Voldemar Please tell... Oh, God. He's going to have to accept it, isn't he? It's going to have to be farms. Jesus. The crazy part to me is that Voldemar, like, he's already tapped the gold, right? He's got 75 left over. That's not even enough for Wheelbarrow. And here's another thing, folks. He has no safe gold. He's finally moved out to the right side. Do you guys remember, like, a Dervish coming out? Do you guys remember, like, Iobids usually like relics? I could have sworn I read somewhere that Iobids look to rush ambulances and get relics. But this must be, like, a very late Iobid Castle Age build because I don't see a single relic. He's been blocked out. This is wild. I'm really impressed by the way Ral's executing this. And yeah, Ral's going to remain heavy on wood because the farms. The logic is he's using this area to gather wood because otherwise he would have had to have idle ran across the map. This is super risky if Voldemar is playing the Iobids, but right now Voldemar is playing his own little Robin Hood fantasy. He's only building archers, so he doesn't actually have a way of punishing this very risky play by Ral. And I just realized that the UI flipped off again. There we go. I actually feel like this game is almost over. Ral, like, this is crazy. He's still not going Castle Age. I can't believe this. He's now, what, 25 farms? 40 farms deep! Good God. He's 40 farms deep, and he's still not going Castle. That is pure insanity. You don't think he's going to end this game in Feudal, right? I mean, you could just spam Ghazi to win. Like, teching up is pretty easy, but I'm not even exaggerating when I say Ral has good enough eco that if he just spams Horseman, he wins. Because Voldemar can't afford Spearman. He basically needs the thing that costs the least amount of food. He has no food income whatsoever. He's only now looking to set up farms, and these are not going to be pretty. He's got the few over here, right? He's up to 14 now. He's miles behind. Sacred Sight's also locked in, means that sooner rather than later, Voldemar has to come out. Gold is at least secure on the side. He's got, what, 3k to work with there? But he has 0 map control. Outposts are going to be sniped. They have got the fire armor. They take a while, but against this many, it doesn't take long. The Spearman and Horseman count is incredible here. Ral with the reboom again. In for the clash. Archers have to start a step away from this. Remember, this is a game where the Iobids have at least got the ranged upgrades, but no melee tech. That attack speed difference just really helping Ral to keep competing with this. Ghazi are going to chase in. Wolves going to go up from Voldemar, but once again, half his economy is not working. And even if the Archers hold this, this is wave 1 of the Apocalypse. Oh my God. This is a bonkers game from Ral. I don't remember the last time I saw a Delhi player refuse to go Castle Age this long. He legit just wants a Sacred Site victory. I almost feel like at this point he's BMing, right? Like, you could realistically just go Castle Age. It's very doable, right? I think he's starting to realize this. Like, he's taking the hard route to winning this game. And now with farms being set up, it's not impossible for Voldemar to hold indefinitely, right? So he's going to be sensible about this. Compounder Defender on the way, but guys, we are 25.5 minutes into the game. I know Delhi like to do this, but it's wild that he basically went, what, 50 farms deep? 46 farms deep. And still kept trying to pump a feudal end. We might look to do some community games. The key to doing community games, we need enough people here, which is why it's really important people are around all the time and not just for the commie games, because if I do a poll and there's not enough people for commie games, that means we're not doing a poll for like another hour. So you missed out. So I always advise, regardless of what you're here for, be around. Compound Defender about to complete. Whew. And this game is tough for Voldy. I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be an immediate relic pinch. It looks like Rao didn't optimize that, but funnily enough, he could have been out and on his way back with 4 relics in 5 seconds. So, missed opportunity there, but he still has map control to do this. I do think he's given more wiggle room than he should have here. I don't think Voldemar should be allowed to get these relics. It's kind of baffling that he backed off this much and didn't have skulls in position. But it should still be, what, like a 3-2 relic split in favor of the Delhi. There's no way Voldemar gets back in this, right? Like, is he really that far behind? In a way, yes, right? Because the eco is big enough now that keeps are going to be dropped quite quickly. In fact, Compound Defender keep is already on the way. I think this one's at home, right? And eventually that's going to turn into Village Fortresses, right? When all these prelates come back, prelate skulls come back, it can quickly inflate into that. Instead, he goes for an aggro keep. He's going to cancel it. Archie's going to chase out. I don't think he has Mamluk's Bravery, though, right? So he's not that scary still? Okay, he does. That makes sense, then. So Rao's going to back up completely until the Lancers are ready. Guys, do you notice maybe, like, an issue with Voldemar's comp here? He's kind of lacking answers to mass cavalry, isn't he? Oh, God. Like, even the Ghoulims? Like, Ghoulims against Knights, that's not a pretty picture. So, Voldemar, how is the farm count looking? Like, how recoverable is this game? Because he hasn't taken a permanent hit yet, right? Like, I think Rao, for how well he played up to this point, maybe a little bit too chill at one or two areas. But for good reason, right? Like, now, this stage in the game is where the Ibids have to ramp because Village Fortresses is ticking in, right? Castles are going up. He's already secured on the Sacred Site. We are 4.5 minutes away, and he should be able to actually get a keep drop on both. Unfortunately, Rao, for the second time in this game, fails to position troops to defend the Sacred Sites. He might be able to get here quick enough. It's going to be very tight. Ghoulims, in the meantime, are going to be a pain in the ass, but these villages should be fine. Dive's going to come through, but it's a castle after all, guys. Like, it's pretty expensive to get in there. And, oh, no! Time is still going. All right, Voldy has a problem. The archers are on the way, but that's mass Ghoulims do. He wishes it's mass Ghoulims. It's mass cavalry up against mass archers. Ghazi going to chase on in. Lancers as well. Voldemar just came out for a fight. He has no right taking. And he's going to get taken down. Ghoulims are gone. He now has only a handful left over. Mass archers against lancers is absolutely atrocious. And this game is a nightmare that Voldemar wants out from. I think we're looking at a tick down on the Sacred Sites, guys. We're looking at an immediate GG. Crazy game. Ral, for over like 85% of this 30-minute game, played it in Feudal and punished the Ibids for it. Not easy to do when you consider how this game began. Voldemar looked so good, you got to start asking, where did it all go wrong? Messy game? Dude, I live for the messy games. Whew. So, pretty cool game, actually. I really like that one. That was interesting. I think, wait, what game was Miro talking about? I think Voldy's mistake was lack of Ghoulims with greedy timings like this. Ghoulims much better. Oh, yeah. I was saying the exact same thing. Like, it's literally Ghoulims is how you win that game. Wait, Mirad had a JDOTD game? Pog? Is it a good one? It's a frustrating one. Ooh, spicy. That sounds like a tasty meatball for me to sink my teeth into. Oh, I can't. Myriad's privated. Damn it. Damn it. You had a bad game versus Sassy. Did he 4TC you? Yeah, you are, Myriad. No, Dumus won't be open. Dumus never is. Thank you, Myriad. Appreciate you, buddy. Big pog. Which map was it? Do you remember? Dry Arabia. Himiyama. Gorge. I don't see a gorge in here. Must have been Dry Arabia, maybe? Or Mongolia, or maybe Cliffside? Unless you played too many games since then, maybe. I can't see it. I think maybe there was too many games played. Which is unfortunate. That sucks. More delicious drinks? Don't mind if I do. Shoot me on Gorge. Was it on your other account by any chance? Because, like, Gorge, like, there's no Gorge in your match history. Let me check your account and see how long ago it was. Yeah, it's too many games ago. It's over 10 games ago, right? Yep. Classic match history. Bloody hell. That's so annoying. And Dimu's data is always hidden, so I'm not getting in there. And it was, well, it was definitely too many games ago for him. Unfortunate. Match history is so bugged, you're telling me, dude. The amount of games where, like, I can't watch the third when we were doing the Elite Classic recap. So... You have games from 2022. Dude, don't get me started on it. It's so vexing. Like, here, look. This is what I'm looking at. There's no Gorge. The weird thing is, like, customs have, like, a separate tab in a weird way, so they can last longer. But, yeah, there's literally... There's no Gorge. I do... Yeah, this is freaking Omega, lol. So, actually, you know what it is, don't you? I think there's a separate log for quick match, team, skirmish, and ranked. And that's why it does that. Custom as well. You played one game today? Why do I get the feeling he's going to say, and I lost it? Pepe hands. Crazy, I mean, ladder games Dimu plays every game. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Especially on the, like, if you think about the time of day that he's on as well. If most of the top competitors are EU-based or NA-based and Louis not playing, I imagine Dimu gets a lot of low-rank matchups that end in, say, 20 minutes. So he's going to burn through a lot of games if that's the case, right? So, let me have a look here. Xerti was playing yesterday. Did he get any interesting opponents? Oh, God, he had Divine games. Dimu has morning lockdown. I wasn't even talking about Twitch viewers. I was talking about, like, opponents. Like, if you think about high-ranking opponents at that time of the day, basically it's Louis, right? Lucifron if he's on early enough. But, like, Beastie doesn't get in until the afternoon. Marine Lord is a late-night gamer. Wham, Puppy Paw, Magic, they're all going to be late time as well. Zerton, Avali, Crackety, these are all people that tend to play later in the day. They're only like plebs. Wait, no, but you're in school, Gully, so you're not around either. Unless you're Skyven, don't make me tell you, Mum. Stay in school, kids. I'm just having a look at the top of the ladder now. Let's see. Crackety. Did he have any interesting 1v1 opponents? Okay, he had a game versus Voldemar. I'd rather just not. I remember what happened last time we clicked on a Crackety Voldemar game. I watched it at 4x speed, and I still had to apologize after we were finished. No phlegm, no phlegm. It's just they both will happily play a boomy game. Some about 2v2s. There have been some 2v2s with, like, Core and Beastie. I think they maybe had 1 or 2 games where they, like, queued into Jigglypuff. Community games? Do we actually have enough people? He had back-to-back mold games versus Jeanne d'Arc. Oh, no. Because he's doing 2v2s with Baltune, right? Oh, dude. Did we check it out? Did we check it out? Let's see. Let's put a poll up. What to cast? Community games. 1v1s. 2v2s. Alright. Minute poll. Go, go, go. I could watch Divine lose an English mirror. Oh, God. What do you do? Build more TCs than him? Jesus Christ. I like how I've just gradually become more unhinged with my opinions on certain players' playstyles. What was I said about Avli earlier where someone's like, God damn, KP. Oh, I was like, because Avli had started playing really good aggro play, but his English games are still really turtly. I was like, I think Avli just needs to avoid English in tournaments for a bit. 0 TCs? God damn. It's brutal, but honest. Like, I actually meant that in like a positive way. I think Avli plays a lot better when he's aggro. But whenever he gets on English, I don't know if it's just because the Civ is sucking right now or just there's this like instinctual requirement in his brain to just cam. But like he just plays very defensive, right? And then loses slow. I just think like English, he drafts it a lot and I feel like it hurts him. It doesn't help him. We haven't got enough people for community games. We've only got 6. That's not enough, guys. All right, and it was a one split between 2v2s and 1v1s. Bet some of you are regretting in voting for community games now. Why don't we have people this week? I don't know. Maybe people like been clocking out because obviously I've been doing a lot of thingy gameplay at the moment. Like we've been doing a lot of the Elite Classic games. Maybe that might be it. I don't know. I think the problem as well is like it's hard to get more people to tune in on the YouTube side because I just feel like I'm missing something when it comes to YouTube videos. People do not seem to be receiving the Elite Classic series well. I think the videos are too long. So like that's probably not driving new viewers to the channel, which you need to then see the community game ones. Then they're like, that's fun. I'd like to do that. And then they turn up for community games, right? Sheeny's been playing again. Do you guys remember Sheeny? I don't think they've had any big opponents, though. Is there any good Filisberto games? Let's check Xerti's there again. Just someone mentioned Divine DFP versus Zertin. Oh, God, dude, I remember the last time I cast those two. The last time I cast Zertin and Divine DFP, that was the time where I said, I think I'm going to take a break from Divine games. Because it was the game where Zertin spammed an army of French knights, and Zertin just played condensed TC English. And I was in pain from that game. I was like, why? Why are we here? All right, so there is a Zertin versus Divine DFP. It's a Rus Ottoman game. There is also Ottoman versus English, although I'm wondering if that's really going to be interesting. Like, I'm not sure English can play that matchup. Dinky is back? I haven't seen him on the ladders. Otto versus Ing was good. What, but the Rus versus Otto one wasn't, I'm guessing? There's also Ottomans versus Ayabids. I think we go English Ottos, maybe. Bless Divine DFB. He doesn't keep his data hidden. Good lad. Alright, let me grab that game then. You know who I miss? Snooper. Guy just keeps playing... I keep wanting to say Tab. That's They Are Billions. The Total Annihilation ripoff. He just keeps playing that at the moment. I miss that dude. He's a good lad. Alright, so what map was this Gorge, I think they played? No, that's the Ottoman Rus one. Gorge, English Ottomans. There we go. Zoe's a filthy Ottoman picker? Oof. You Bergen. Beyond all reason. Thank you, that's it. Bar. Yeah. I'm actually curious to... I'm curious to find some other strategy games we can mix up the streams with. I don't know if people will be interested in watching me play like other strategy games, but that has been something I've been thinking about recently. Is like maybe kind of getting a variety going. Some people were mentioning the idea of Fun Day Monday on Reddit, and I'm kind of tempted towards that because when I read what Fun Day Monday was, what Day 9 used to do, it's not far off what we do anyway with community games. Basically, the Fun Day Monday is like you get a bunch of people in a game and you give them rules like you can only build this, you cannot do this sort of thing. And in a way, we kind of do that with our weird rule sets anyway, just in a different format, right? But then maybe just having like a new strategy game day, like one day a week, where you try a different strat game. I don't know how many people would be interested in that, though. I've seen that RTS Terminate game. I have. It looked kind of terrible. I was like, this ain't looking cray-cray. I feel like I would have been attracted to the Starship Trooper RTS games sooner, but that looked very basic too. There was something I was keeping an eye on. Oh, so like I don't know if people would be interested in me streaming Europa Universalis 5 when it eventually comes out. I think that's distant future, not immediate. But because I play a lot of Europa, I've got like 900 hours on that game. There were some other RTSs coming out though. I'm just trying to remember what they were. Oh, I was considering like checking out the Dune game because they just had an expansion, right? The Dune Spice Wars. Part of me wants to actually stream the Dune survival game when it comes out. I just don't know if my viewers would be interested in that. Let's storm Relics HQ and demand a change of management. Yeah, good luck with that. You're assuming that when you break down the doors and march in, there's going to be more than a janitor and a cleaning lady there working on the PCs. Hom free? Ooh, dude. I don't know if people be up for Hom. Songs of Conquest is quite fun, and that's a little bit newer. EU's really long? Well, yeah, like I'd aim to do challenges. Like that's always the thing I've been interested in doing is finding a way to do like challenge content. Right? Like Jesus, I kid you not, guys, I sent a pitch to a PC manufacturer that had made a PC that was it was shaped like a boot. No cap. This is actually a thing. Here, I'll show it to you. It's called the Sneaker PC. I think it's like, yeah, the Cooler Master 3 XS. Have you guys seen this? This is legit a thing. Let me make sure I'm not spoiling the game's Gucci. Let me quickly show you this. Here you go. So, not this. That's not what a shoe looks like. That's a thing. And I kind of done something wild. I pitched... I'm kind of glad they didn't come back to me because like I can do FPSs with my feet. I don't know how to do an RTS. I literally pitched trying to grind ranked using my feet to play. Because I've done that before. So those don't know, I broke my arm when I was in Ukraine. And it was my right arm and I'm right-handed. So I couldn't play games. So I got so bored that I ended up playing Apex Legends where I controlled the mouse and my feet. And I was like, I'll just do, yeah, this will be a very memorable market piece for your product. They never got back to me. Honestly, I think that's their mistake. I mean, it's such a dumb design. If you're going to like pitch it one way, it's going to be something foot related, right? But yeah, it's a very interesting design. All right, let me close that quickly. Oh, crap. I just realized. Let me restart my game because I don't know if you guys noticed it was stuttering a bit in the last two games. Sorry, I should have done that already. I totally forgot to. A RAM-shaped PC? Jesus. No. You do an Outpost-shaped PC. Ooh. That's actually not a terrible idea. KB cast me and Gully Love on the ladder 1v1? Wait. Did they actually just like... Did they... Wait. Do we want Zern versus Divine or do we want Gully versus Philizberto? I mean, Philly's literally going to pick HRE. Gully's going to pick HRE and Philly's going to pick Mongols, right? So what's the point? One of them's just going to like Mongol spam and the other one's just going to imp. I'm calling it already. I guarantee it. I guarantee bloody it. All right, what do you want, guys? Do you want the Xerti Divine one or do you want this? HRE versus Mongols? Yeah, dude, I like how when Philly knows it's a map that he can easily win, he's like, cross my gate! Let's roast Gully. Dude, this is becoming a segment now. Jesus. Poor Gully. The last time we watched his game, I lost brain cells. And I can't afford to lose brain cells. I ain't got many to begin with. All right, we'll do Gully versus Philly. I love how I called it, by the way. I called it would be HRE Mongols before I even had confirmation. I know these guys too well. Oh, dude. On Himiyama as well. I mean, here's the thing. Gully queued in to Philly, and Philly literally only plays Mongols, right? It's like, he should have known it was going to be this. I'm not sure what Gully's plan is. I know what his plan should be. His plan should be to wait for the patch. This matchup, actually, I think will favor HRE on that patch. It's kind of interesting. I legit think if Gully plays Master Archers, he can win this. I'm not even... No cap. No cap. Like, no cap. For real. I actually think that Himeyama is the best map for HRE Archer spam. It's so damn effective because Marching Drills runs you around the base. Mongols Dark Age about to be dethroned. Yeah, HRE's taking their place. Do you guys not realize how broken Blacksmith, no Blacksmith requirement, Marching Drills being unlocked is in Dark Age? It's gonna, genuinely, HRE is gonna be the best pick on water hybrid maps. It's freaking insane. It's actually, remember what you've been seeing Order the Dragon do? It's that, but better. HRE Tower Rush? Some maps, sure. For sure on some maps. Well, because, you're opening spears, so you want to do a Tower Rush anyway, right? You have 40% better gathering rate, and your starting eco is big enough that you have got a true 40% gathering rate. Oh, dear, oh, dear. All right, we're about ready to go. Someone should tell Gully he's a week and a patch too early for this matchup. I want to know. Welcome back to live from the Age of Empires 4 ladder. We have got Gully Deckle versus Felisberto. Dude, okay, I legit feel like I think Gully genuinely just hopped out of a time machine. The way he's building this is exactly how I'm expecting people to build on the March patch. HRE versus Mongols. On a map like Himeyama as well is a tough one for HRE, but hear me out, guys. We have faith in him. Felisberto, he's seen too many Mongol games. He's seen too many permutations. He only knows the Mongols. He lives in them. He bathes in them. He thrives on them. But Gully Deckle is so young, he's still got those stem cells developing, which means he has an advanced brain processing power because he's learning everything. That's right, the kid. The true kid. The kiddie kid. Actually, no, the kid is Voldemar. Gully is the toddler. The toddler is here to beat the master. Let's find out if it's going to work out that way. These two, very highly ranked, actually. So Felisberto, at the time of recording, is sitting at 1900 elo, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check. I'll refresh. 1909 elo. Gully Deckle on the other side of this is looking to climb. He's ranked 218th in the world with 1629 elo. So pretty unfair advantage there, but they are both playing their best civs. Gully Deckle is a comfy HRE boy. No surprise there, being an Austrian himself. On the other side, of course, Felisberto. If you can find a game that isn't a Mongol game that's longer than 2 minutes because he misclicked, I'd be surprised. And immediately, our openings are not going to be what you'd expect. Wait. Gully, no. Oh, wait, how do you have less sheep? What? Dude, Himeyama is a crime. I can't believe this. He's scouting north side. There was more sheep on this shore on the south side and around his base. 9 sheep versus 6, and the other guy has fishing. Oh, God, dude. I mean, I know you've been gathering for him quicker, but this is rough. Gully doesn't even know about the fishing yet. Gully? In fairness, right, this is very responsible from our toddler. You know how, when you're a kid, mom and dad say, don't talk to strangers, don't go out when it's dark? This map is pitch black, so it would be really irresponsible for Gully to go out all blind. Unfortunately, it means that Felisberto is getting fish for the low price of, haha, what are those spears doing? Interesting. So Felisberto used to play China? I mean, same idea, right? You eco boom up or you outpost rush. Kind of fits. I wonder, how much hair Felisberto is going to lose on the new patch. For those that, don't believe me, check Felisberto's match history. Hundreds upon hundreds of Mongol games. He probably quite easily has more Mongol games since the expansion than any other single player in the game. This guy is about to get hit hard by those changes. The nerf to the stone gathering rate on the Uvu at the early game has really screwed over Mongol's ability to hit that efficient outpost rush, and you will see that coming down the line. but Spearmen are out. Gully. He's like, I knew you were fishing. I was just waiting to spring my twap. 5 spears much out. Doc's going to be targeted. And Philisberto is going to have to rush attack up here. 4 villagers. You're not going to protect the dog. You're losing that. Okay, so Gully, this ain't too bad then. This many spearmen will be able to break the dock before you get any sort of military vessel out here. So he did pay himself back, I think, at this stage, but he didn't really get much value out of this. Like, arguably, Philisberto could have had a quicker tech timing as an alternative. I do think, by the way, if this now transitions into mass archers and feudal age, I actually favor HRE. Truly no kappa. Mass archers on Himeyama, like the way that you can circle the base is really, really suffocating. And there's not much your opponent can do to kind of contest that. I wonder if we are going to be getting Silver Tree here. It feels like if you're going to do Silver Tree, you want to put it like here. Because if you look at the tree line, that would force this interesting rotation where you kind of hide behind the trees as you go. So we'll see if that's the way they want to go. It's risky, you know, with the Silver Tree, like to go that route versus here, which is just shorter but less distance overall, so less gold, but definitely a lot safer. An Archon on the way. Wait, did I see a mine work for a second there? I was about to have a heart attack. Archon coming in. Gold, wood, and the food. How many sheep? Dude, 4 sheep left over. Good God. And he's building on the berry bush? Oh, God, get me out of this game. No, don't. That's not a good. That's an that should be coming out from those villages. Rough start for Gully. Going this many spearmen in definitely comes at a price. He's going to march across on the gold now, though, but Outpost is already up. So Philly should be safe here. Yeah, Gully realized that was a mistake. Dark Age Spearman could not torch this down quick enough. Remember, your torch damage is quite low. On top of that, you don't have much HP. Gully. Woodline is decent enough to get into archers. He also has, like, double tree line in range, right? What feels really weird about this play now is, like, he opened with a lumber camp because he went mass spears. Doesn't feel great to do this. I'm not even sure if it was entirely necessary with Gully's build to go for the lumber camp. I guess he, like, okay, so I can defend this, right? I can explain this for Gully. Gully was paranoid that there were going to be lots and lots of spears. He's seen the games. 20+ spearmen in Dark Age. He's like, I don't want any of that crap with me falling behind. But it turns out this lumber camp is kind of poo-poo and shtick, right? Like, not an ideal choice. Gully. Now just trying to take out that Uvu. This is good bang for buck, actually. It's not going to be able to delay the double archer pump. In fact, double archer twice is coming out. So, Philisberto, although he will not be able to protect the Uvu, he can repair it. Oh, no. Okay, Gully. Well, turns out Philly's Papa in this one. He's ready to spank, so it's going to be a pull away with the remaining spearmen. The question now is whether Gully is going to try to play mass archers. Oh, dude. Am I the only one whose curls kind of curl a little when... toes kind of curl a little when you see this? Like, oh, yes. Screw your trade. Philly is on the way with an archer, but the scout can stay here for a while. He can basically stay here for like another 20 seconds and then back away. Although with the Khan coming, it does mean you're going to lose that scout. So this is a nice delay. It's really important for Gully as well. It looks like he has actually chosen to go into Horseman. I don't like that. I think like Archers makes a lot more sense. Also, because of the Spearman backing away, Philly did sneak another dock. Okay. Gully, I think he's like being played here. It's an interesting idea, and I like that Gully's trying to play HRE in an aggressive fashion, but realistically, he's kind of a step behind his opponent. Also, now having to farm transition while adding in Horseman, looks like the intent is to go towards Castle Age, which is great. But Philisberto isn't, like, cripplingly weak here, right? Like, he has, of course, got his access to the trade. He has got fishing online, and he's going to have Keshiks that can sort of compete up against those knights at the beginning of Castle Age. All right, guys. I just realized this is a live game. You know what I can do? I can put a prediction up. Bum, bum, bum. I don't know why I made like the Dell noise. Bum, bum, bum. Gully or Philly? Who's going to win? You guys got 30 seconds. Get your predictions in. Let's see those numbers bump. Let's see a move. Philly's issue right now is like, yes, he has the potential for trade, but he doesn't have any. And the time it takes you to scale, Gully could easily be in castle Ace before you have 5 traders. And I think Philosberto knows that, which is why he's adding in quite a lot of Keshiks quite quickly. Now, he does have the food for this, which means he can actually kind of transfer his villagers onto gold to make up the difference. I don't see Philly... Okay, he's going to try. I was about to say, I don't see him realistically adding in many traders before, say, 10 minutes. Instead, he's already queuing them up, though. Does mean, however, Gully is going to get away with his tech up. No issue at all. All right, Faplop just outed himself as a pro aborter. Things that shouldn't be said out of context. Regnet's now on the way. Philly, 5 Keshiks in total is enough to deal with initial Knights. I actually think, like, if Philly just keeps scaling Keshiks, he can play a very long feudal here. So Gully Deckel's thought has got to be, okay, Knights has to be a logical opening, but what's step number 2 here? You could just go into Men-at-Arms, but he doesn't have much in the way of food. Last of the sheep are being exhausted. The berries have already been taken out. He has at least got his Prelate on standby, so he's ready to pick up the first relic. Could easily be a 2-relic split if it wasn't for the fact that there's this pesky pain in the arse, Light Junk, waiting to intercept him. Philly already able to play Pocket Eco in the meantime. Fishing hasn't got much life left in it, right? Like, he's got... Actually, no, credit to him. He's still got 1,400 food here. So he's got a long way to go. Problematic, right? 1,400 food, that is essentially like 10 plus extra Keshiks. He's not going to be in a rush to add in pastures here. Golly, I think like, his mistake might be not adding in additional spears. Tech up comes through. He can produce the first Knights, but it's only 1 stable, so you actually are floating surplus resources here. Textiles is an interesting choice, but makes sense when you consider he's up against a number of Keshiks here. The first relic is already now on the way home for Gully. Philly, dude, he's just going to ramp up to castle. Philly's like, you think I'm going to lose to a kid half my age? I love how Gully's age always becomes like a sticking point with me. I mean, I like to highlight it because, you know, as much as we tease him, what you need to remember is this guy is like top 200 material while being 16 years old. What did you do with your life recently? Sorry, I had to get that in there like a comment from the Wanted movie. You know, where he's like, what the hell did you do recently? Someone's gonna be like, oh, I don't know, I have like an $80,000 a year job, KP. But, you know, let's highlight the kid who's playing a video game and not winning money yet. But give him a year or 2, folks. I think Gully will actually surprise a lot of us. Question is, can he surprise us here? Philosberto feels like he has the edge. Oh, wait. Okay, so this is the equivalent of like when you're a dad playing with your kid and you're playing like baseball, right? But you don't full on pound it, you know? You don't like lob that ball like so hard that you'd leave a giant hole in their chest like they just got shot, right? You're like, oh, little underarm throw. I feel like Philly's giving a little underarm throw here with a step readout play. Like, why the hell do you need step readout? I don't know. Like, why? Okay, that's not bad. Trader for a Knight, you take that every day of the week. It just feels a little bit haphazard. I guess if we go into the mind of Philosberto, you're like, hey, Philly, what's the comp? Keshiks. Oh, nice, man. Yeah, Keshiks pretty cool. Gotta go fast, bro. You know, like, you gotta be Hussein Bolt across the map. And then step lances, boom. Always speed. Oh, that's cool, Philosberto. Like, how about Kurtai to buff that up? No way, bro. Takes way too long to arrive. I'm moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I think that's maybe the thought process. I tried to American that as much as I could. It makes sense in a way. Like, if you're never going to play an idle army, then Kurtai really sucks, right? Kurtai is more for a stationary fight. And right now, this is a cavalry race between Keshiks and Knights. And how the hell did Gully get that relic from the waterside? Good God. And what are you doing? Yeah, you! Enough to see here, guys. Village is now being hit up as well. Gully. Mistakes may have been made here, folks. Counter raid is coming in towards the traders, but Keshiks are already there to match, and they are vetted up. They've also got step lancers on the way. It was appropriate because I think Gully took a step out of position, and it's a mistake. Oh, that pun was terrible. This damage could be worse, though. That Spearman! Leonidas! Okay, actually scrapped that. I was about to say Leonidas to save them. I don't think he has. I think Philly is aware, like, why would you send one Spearman after 10 Keshiks? You're up to something. Villagers trying to move away. Guys, there's a maneuver arrow. Are you ready for this? It's Textiles. He's going to be able to take a slight denting, but this is more than a slight denting. This is a pummeling. Villagers trying to run, but he's body blocking himself. No wall. No hope. Golly. What are you doing? No, 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 no. You're trapped. Oh my god. Knight's now riding in on the other side. It's a trade for trade, but the trade is one-sided as far as I'm concerned here. Gully essentially locking himself out of the house. The dive into the base on the other side is not going to be impactful enough. It's going to be 11 for 11 worker exchange so far. But remember, Felisberto is being able to inflate elsewhere, right? He can go trade, he can go fishing. The other thing you have to be conscious of here in this type of game is, like, if it's villager for villager kills, that favors the Mongols, right? Like, you know, HRE, they're these buffed up, like, villagers. They're very nutritional. They're Giga Chads. They've been working out at the gym. They're going to live to the age of 100, and they're still going to live like they're in 50. The Mongol villagers, on the other hand, are more like those scrawny gamer noodle arm guys that, like, spend way too many, like, hours in the basement. I'm basically calling myself out of the stage to the point that when I go outside, the first time I see the sun, I'm going to melt, right? It's like, you don't care if you lose villages. Traders can always be a replacement. For Gully, there is no alternative. Oh, the question is, has Gully had his fill of Felisberto? I think he might be in trouble. Knight count is low. He's actually going Lancenet because he has too much gold and nothing else. I think actually, like, the problem with Gully's eco at this stage is he'd probably get better value out of this gold if he tributed Felisberto 800 gold to leave him alone. You know, like the Roost campaign. He needs a lot of time because he needs to basically add in, like, another 15 farms to start feeling A-okay. Now, admittedly, Philly's eco is getting a bit weaker soon, right? Like, the shoreline fish are slowly being drained. At home, he does need to start adding in pastures. He's only got one so far. And because it's masked knights, playing out into deers is quite dangerous. Because in the meantime, we're also going to be intercepted. Okay, this is actually, like, kind of weird because Felisberto's comp is enabling Gully. I like the play on the Keshiks. You just stay away from the enemy army. But the problem is, like, you know, if you're building Keshiks, your opponent's going to be like, okay, spears. So why are you building crossbows instead of archers? That's kind of wild. Spearmen as well? Like, Landsdeck are actually going to thrive on this. So there we go. Archer upgrade's coming in. He finally realizes this is not going to be the true men-at-arms. This is toddler level HRE, right? No clubs, just spears. Keshik's riding it again. Oh, dude, the Khan. The Khan. Deep breaths. Dodges death in that corner. That hit, that would have been enough to finish him off. There would have been no comeback from that. Gully now trying to get a wall up. Oh, God, no. Wait, but if he just goes... No, this... You literally just done this a second ago. Not again. Not again! Oh, no! Gully Deckle apparently is going to be in the remake of Memento because he lacks a short-term memory. Oh my god. Keshik's at least going to get cut down, but another heavy clap to the eco count. Felisberto now doubling up what Gully has. No, they did make it, guys. They made it to heaven. They're safe now. No one can hurt the Holy Roman Empire people if they're already dead. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is a very hard game to be pro HRE in. Don't worry though, Devoutness is gonna make up for the 25 villager losses. Jesus. Felisberto, meanwhile, is vibing. The funny thing is his alternative economy, the more he adds in, the better it gets. 69, the perfect number considering how Gully is. Gully can at least chip away at some of that trade. I don't want him to win. So I'm just going to be honest. He built a step readout. He's using a step readout to research forestry. I don't want this to win. Especially now that he's playing actually into a Kurultai buffing comp, right? It's slow-moving army. In fairness though, Gully, this is a struggle. Like, his army is kind of scary, but if he fails in one fight, it's over, right? Like, there's no way you can replace the cost of all these Landsneck if they die. Farm count also is kind of abhorrent still. 17 farms is not anything to sing home about. Pasture count is big enough that Philosberto is going to be sustained. He never actually completed this outpost. He's like, why would I complete it? It still gives vision. Okay. Landsneck moving in though. Spearman not going to get thrown away. Kershiks have to commit. A good fight here. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated though. Philosberto stands his ground. And Gully, Landsneck, I don't know if they're going to be able to do enough here. Philly has to pull further back. It looks like there's going to be enough left over this. Gully Deckle is definitely an expensive fight, but it's one he absolutely needed to win in. It's going to be good enough to reduce the count, but now, what have you really got left here? You've got one knight, and then units that get countered by archers. Dude, I think he's just needed a few more knights in here. Gully Deckle, it's an impressive fight, sure, but now at the tail end of it, you get cleared up, right? This is always the issue with the mass melee mosh pits for HRE. They need to have more troops, because when you don't, Philosberto's thought when that fight was happening, he's like, okay, this is messy, a lot of spearmen dying, but once I have numerical advantage, if you try to run away, you die, right? Like, that is always the negative of this.
Now
And hello, Mr. Hans. Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome to an HRE Mongol match. You came in just in time for us to be judging a 16-year-old. I feel like such a superior 30-year-old that this child, who is ranked 200 in the world, is getting stomped. Now, I think Gully, like, considering how bad this game was, he's doing a reasonable job of holding on, right? Like, he's with Kitty hanging in there on the line. This is still really ugly, though. Like, if he can't stop this trade, he's in trouble. I would have loved to have seen an outpost drop here, but he had to outpost drop to secure food instead. And the question is, how many minutes into this game before Gully goes Imperial Age? Come on, guys, get your predictions in. If I see anything less than 35 minutes, I'll be shocked. It's a very difficult game to find your way up in. Outpost spam coming out on the flank from Philly. One villager too many. But he's on 2 TC now. That's the Philosberto I've come to expect. He does this so often. I can't think of a single player that does multi-TC Mongols more. Then again, I can't think of a single player that does Mongols more. So, you know, he kind of has an edge in that regard. Golly. He's running out of gold, right? I think he... Dude, he's basically out. 167 gold left over. That Landsneck play drained him. He doesn't have a secondary play into it. So this next fight just got 10 times harder. You know when you like turn up to a Yu-Gi-Oh duel with your starter pack that your mum just bought you fresh from the shop? You're like, wow, I'm gonna get some wins in. And then you run into that nerd who like has all the forbidden cards. He like his dad works for an oil company, so he's been buying him $200 cards off of eBay. That's Philly right now. Dude's got it all. Gully Deckle's on the starter pack right now, and this just don't look pretty. It's a pretty starter pack by HRE standards. We have melee, melee, and more melee. At this point, you might as well become a Smash Pro. Attack speed is going to get activated. Philosberto with mass range is going to be able to hold this back. And I think this might just be the end of the game. Gully Deckle just not have access to more gold beyond this. This side, not easily accessible. Trade is not being shut down. This is getting out of control. We are now up to 14 traders. And the only thing really missing from Philly is now on the way. Siege Engineering coming in. It's going to be a Ramadan time. It looks like he isn't even trying to go into the improved Siege Engineering, in fact. All right. I wish I didn't have the prediction going for this series, or I put in a new one. Will the HRE build a rage unit before the game is over? I guess technically a Springald in an outpost counts. Checkpoint hold here. This is another thing that sucks when you're building mass melee, when your opponent uses your own base against you because your melee units can't attack. Full range can. Horsemen are getting fairly tanky. Looks like we do need to see more spears coming in from Philly. In fact, Philly, where the hell are the 17 spears you have? Okay, a few of them are now here. Gully does have quite a bit of meat to grind here, right? He's got 22 farms underneath the Arca now, so it's not too bad for him. Deer is going to run out eventually, so he's going to need to secure more farmlands. Wood is also becoming kind of a scarcity, right? He's already chipped through the tree lines. Second TC now coming out from Gully. I think he just realized what he's up against here. I see I've got some HRE mains in the chat. That's true. Like, if you find yourself being beaten in a fight as HRE, have you no self-respect, man? Buy more swords. Pretty much the go-to. I like how there's just horsemen that occasionally turning up one by one that Philly doesn't give a duck about. I mean, at this point, you just pull Shivs out and stab him to death, right? Spearmen are going to be able to do it, though. Doink! I can't believe he still hasn't blocked out this trade. This is getting a bit silly. It's out of hand now, right? It's up to 17, so he's got the 3 levels on the trade. This is a lot of income for the Mongols. Too much being given over, realistically. Relics. End split ended up being 2-3. So, like, that's the upside for Gully. He doesn't have much gold. He's definitely poor. He's the Oliver Twist of Austria right now. But he does have some gold left to work with in the back of his base, and a decent gold trickle, 6 relics worth. Improved Yam is on the way, though, and this is where things get a bit scary. Philly's going to have that movement speed on all his infantry. And he's heading straight for the main base, interestingly enough. So he's going to sacrifice the trade to take the head off the beast. Which is, you know, it sounds more impressive when you're like, I'm going to take the head off them, but I don't know if Gully's a tall kid or a short kid. I find that cinematically looks less impressive when you have to, like, swing mid-level. You look like you're just attacking the hobbits in Lord of the Rings. Oh. These many small men are going to march in now. 2 rams, more rams coming. Phil's Bodo, a very big Jean-Claude Van Ram fan. His favorite movies, in fact. There is some more chip damage being done to this trade. Oh my god, dude, did he take it all out? No, they're just idle. 19 traders here. It's still, even without them, like a 30 villager lead for Philosberto. And here we go. Straight out of Philly, heading for Compton. The Rams have arrived. The funny part is if you just attack the houses right now, that would do more damage to Gully. Kind of weird that he didn't go for that first to try and bait repairs out, but Outpost will be able to have it instead. Please just move the ram across. It's like the most stubborn ram. No, this is my spot, bro. Find your own. Outpost. Gully. Gully, please just... No, it's too late. He couldn't reach the keyboard. Oh, E-Repair's now on cooldown. Final fight coming in. Lance Deck, they're going to get 1 swing out, 2 swings, and then that is all they will swing. Last them going down. Men-at-Arms at least come around the back, but you're running into crossbows here in the choke point. Gully on his last leg. Rams now moving towards the primary TC. You could actually just kill the farms. It would be more impactful here. Like, that's the problem now for Gully. He's going to run out of wood. Ranged army is going to just reign supreme here, and Gully pretty much done in this game. Horsemen have managed to raid in. Some chip damage done to Philly on the other side, but at this stage, oh my dude, it's free TC HRE. When was the last time you watched the Holy Roman Empire do this, and at 27 minutes into the game, only have 62 economy? Good God. If Philosberto ran back home, this could work. But, like, I like that he's not overreacting to these raids from Gully. They've been annoying, sure, but let the reinforcements deal with that, right? You don't pull out of the main here. Ram, at least it's going to get cleared up. Guys, this is the trick, right? Like, when you're playing HRE, what you want to do, you want to put Lanchneck inside of a Ram, rush it in, and then when your opponent's like, villagers, kill! And they Molotov it, the Ram just breaks, and you're like, surprise! It's a trap! Right? Just full on, it's a tarp, and they just wipe out like 20 villages. Right? You're welcome. I expect 20% of your earnings when you manage to win Red Bull Wall with that strategy. Thank you very much. More Rams. So Trey's back online. Gully, I mean, true to like, I'd say true more to like a papacy than the Holy Roman Empire. He could just buy a mercenary army at this stage. He's got 2,000 gold. Everything else is the problem here. Thank you, Yapatos. Appreciate the sub, buddy. Damn right, Lancenet Clown Car is OP. That's right, when you come into their base with that one ram full of Lanceneck at 30 minutes in the game and they fire 15 mangonels at you, who's laughing last? It's the mangonel spammer. He's laughing. He's really laughing. Anyway, Raxes are going down. Walls are going up from Gully. I mean, if this happened earlier, maybe, but this is quite late. And also, that's not a permanent delay, right? Like the denial, rather. It's only a delay. I feel like Philisberto could genuinely just go Imperial Age at this stage. More Rams are coming in. Gully barely getting any production out of this. Needs to set up more buildings behind, but that requires wood, which he's struggling to find. It's going to be a little wood bunch to the south side. Has got extra gatherings going on there. Siege workshops could maybe be a saving grace. We haven't got improved siege engineering yet from Philly. Only one outpost going up, though. And unfortunately, I think that's not in range of the trading posts, so the Spring's not going to do anything here. That's it. There we go. GG gets called. Gully Deckle will fall to the power of Philisberto's Mongols. A rare statement around here about a week in the future when that patch comes out. That's when I expect Philisberto to rank all the way down to Platinum. We're going to have to find him a new Civ. Oh, give you your points? Oh, I don't know. Now I want to cancel it. All right, so Philly wins the match. There we go. Boom. How did I... Whoa, I didn't set you up to fail. Take it up with the 16-year-old HRE player. He like knew he was against Mongols and picked HRE anyway. That's what I'm going to say. All right. Poor Philly is like, it's going to be an outpost rush. And then like 2 minutes later, I guess I'm building the outpost in my own base. Oh, no. All right, so what to do now? Do we cast some more games or do we do some community games? Alright. Some good openings this way, but didn't scout middle. Yeah, dude. I may have noticed that. The best part is that legitimately, he somehow got double your sheep on the opening because him and Yama. And then he had fishing as well. Community games? I don't know. Should we do a poll? Should we find out? Community games? If you vote yes, you're saying you want to play in them. So, if you don't vote at all, or if you don't, make sure you're ready to participate. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Yeah, I've literally I watched that one loading up, Gully, and I think my statement, chat will back me on this. I said I think this is a week early from Gully. He needs to let it cook a little longer. All right, do we have enough people? We apparently have 8 people voting. Ooh, that reminds me. There's something we need to get. Let's put music on while we get that. Guys, make it quick. Hostin made us a new mod for simulation speed. I'm only disappointed there wasn't a summary statement that said, like your mum. Missed opportunity there. So we've got make it quick. There's a 1.5 and a 1.25. What is Dark Winter? I guess it kind of looks like a unicorn. Wait, what? What kind of horrific, traumatizing childhood did you have where unicorns look like that? Delro, dude, we got to get you some counseling, but like... I mean, maybe if like a unicorn gets hit by a McLaren, that's what it would look like. All right. Yeah, moving off of that quickly. Unless they ever make it quick. So. Buff Turtle DIY. I'd rather never buff Turtle, thanks. Siege rework. Wait, what, Hosen? Nerf to 7, base damage reduced. Alright, I love how Hosen's gone from just like adding quirky things to the game. It's like, you know what? Dark Relic, I'm gonna do their job for him. That's for Wham, he asked for it? Damn, dude. Look at this, Hosen's just giving all of our requests consideration. Do not rate... Wait, balls to the... Okay, anyway. I don't think there's anything else to try right now. Animals are strong. That's kind of tempting. I think we'll get ready to go with what we've got, unless there's any new maps I'm missing here. But all out war. War. Dude, some people need to work on their descriptions for their mods, I swear to God. I'm not clicking on your mods when all you put is war. Yes, quite so. So, I'd say let's rock with what we got. Ushanka King's tuning back. No. Boom Hunt. Wait, what? Player with most villager plus traders will be marked on map. Killing workers will reward you with resources. You will win by having workers more than 50 for 10 minutes. What? Yo, Fablop, thank you for the sub, buddy. Appreciate you. That actually sounds comical. Doesn't that mean Order the Dragon are broken? That does. Yeah, it does actually sound quite fun. Well played. Nice to see some other modes. Let's just check another page and then we'll get ready for the game. So I think another page we should more or less be up to date. It's kind of low. Nah, dude. If you're over 50 villages and you ain't fighting, you a pussy. Let's go. Okay. I think that'll do. Right, so let's figure out what we're doing in a custom lobby. So, guys, do you want to do... do you want to do Meat Grinder? Do you want to do the 1.25 times modifier? 1.2... Okay, maybe like 1.5 times modifier or Meat Grinder, or do you want to play that other mode we just grabbed, the Boom Hunter? All right, we're gonna... I know, like, the best part is Hosen already messaged me saying, you should probably do 1.25. And I was like, don't care, let's go! Choo, 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 choo. Yo, what is up? Speaking of choo-choos, that was perfectly timed. Train is in. Thank you very much, Sven. Welcome to Swarm. All right, let's do 1.5. Make it quick. Why would I make it quick? Don't... Dude, if you're queuing, stop queuing. All right. Let's get the unofficial AGS. Let's get our settings on, because we need this for the Nomad and Villager start being at... should we do 12? 12 village... Dude, I think we do like 6 Villager start should be fine with like 1.5 times speed, right? So let's do 6. Let's do max pop to 200. Do we do a micro map? We haven't done a micro map in a while. Do we actually do a micro map? Oh, make it quick. Okay, yeah. Do we do this on a micro map? Dude, that's going to be so fast. It's going to be so freaking quick. All right, let's go for scattered. This is a bad idea. I'm going to give you guys 2 minutes apiece, because otherwise English is OP. Everything else should be the same. No kings. Oh, what am I missing here? Oh, the peace timer, right? There it is, treaty. Okay, 3 minutes is the earliest you can do. 3 minutes peace treaty. We're not going to do the minimap Dry Arabia. We're going to Merlin's creation. Merlin promised me more maps, and he hasn't delivered them. So, remind me to ban him when he comes around. I need to get some more of these divine creations. Come back to the minimap. Let me turn this on. All right, guys, you know the deal. As soon as I say go, you need to do the exclamation mark join. So for those that don't know this, aren't familiar with this, actually, let me also... let me update the title. And then I need to update, once I need to update the YouTube title because it still says Elite Classic. And people are like, I'm baited. Why have you baited? So, let's put 1.5x speed mod. And when I say you need to put exclamation mark join space your in-game name to be with a chance of getting in. So on my mark, get ready. Go, 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 go. All right, hopefully that set enough imminence, enough panic. Get those names in. Chris is back again, smoking crack. He needs a friend. All right, let's get him in. Hosting 81. Let's get him in too. The DJ Bunton. Leave. Tom Lestream. Them in too. Get Gully in. Doc trying to get his name. Come on. We had 8 people saying they wanted to be in. Get your asses moving. There's some text in the TC to get the effects of speed. Really? Interesting. Okay. We still only have 6 people. Considering that 8 people voted for community games, your asses better explain themselves ASAP. Get them joins in. More people are needed. Kaka, you're in. We've got one more space, one more slot. And Contagion will be my replacement when I drop. So let me just hit start game so everyone can download. Chris is on dial-up. God damn, he's really on dial-up. All right. Should download it for everyone, and then I'll leave, and we can get Contagion 18 on. Well, Chris, there's 2 options. You're either on dial-up or you're downloading porn. I just didn't want to judge you, okay? All right. Should get everyone the moods. Hey, don't blame Nomad. He's Dead King mod. Dead King? Oh, okay. I just, like, isn't that just how kings work in general, or is it exploding kings? All right, I'm going to leave. Someone invite Contagion 18. Get Contagion 18 in. Just going to do a final double check. I think everything is correct here. The concealed whatever map thing doesn't work, so whatever. Oh, battle status. We need to turn that off. There we go. So that should all be A-okay. I'm going to leave. And someone can get Contagion 18 in. Go. BC's big announcement. I think he's got like some sort of small tournament going on. I don't know if it's pros in it. I haven't really looked at the details. Just remember hearing some sort of tournament. Not like a big S tier pro tournament or whatever. Like a community thing that him and Core are going to be casting, I think. Okay, so... Is there someone I'm missing here? No, we're good. Right, so... We've got what? 3 conks in the lobby? 4. Some of them are only conks in team ranked. Alright, Golds. Good luck. Time to team. Oh, so it is with the top pros. Interesting. That's good to see. I like that like people who can definitely like afford the tournaments are like trying to fill in the gaps. It's nice to see. God damn, this is so milky. All right. God damn, someone sponsored 2K? Where can I find this person? Whew. I want to try to put some leagues together, to be honest. I want my midweek content. If you got some money from a sponsor, what 20 would you throw? So actually, a Hidden Cup was one of the ideas I've been planning for a while. In a different format. I wanted to do something called, let's just say it would be more of a league format than just like a standard 20 face-off, which I thought would be interesting. There are some interesting ideas around leagues and show matches I wanted to do. So one thing I really liked, I liked what happened with the War Chief Club, where you basically had players able to play their series when they want through the week, because it meant that people didn't really feel like they needed as much money in to commit the time, right? It was more relaxing in that regard. So I'd have like a format where each player played 4 series a week when they're able to. And those would run throughout the month. It'd almost be like a scrim format where there's pay up for grabs. All right, nice. We're starting. Big Pog. How much would you need for that? I'd guesstimate 2,500 as a prize pool would be a good start. Not sure that's going to be 100% enough. I'd have to double check the list of players to be interested, but my feeling is like by letting them choose when they play their games, the amount of money they'd need to commit would be less. I think that the new tournament elo system has skewed that a bit, but I still think that holds up mostly. All right, should we get ready to go? Oopsie, wrong scene. We need to quickly switch on our thingy, don't we? Let me find it. Perfect. Oh, there you go, chat. You're back in. Wait, is this 1.5? Okay, I guess you have to unlock the text. All right. So, what have we got here? Jean, Japanese, Delhi, or the Dragon, English, Mongols, French. Guess the gold. Dude, goals love English. It's like the most played civ there. Can we restart? Why would we restart? What's wrong? My Jean is stuck. Wait, what? Can you not delete Jean? Si. Oh no! Oh my god! There you go, you're fine! There we go! Alright, one and all, welcome back to Community Action. We just watched a Jean player delete his Jean. Great start to the game. We are back on the micro maps, but we've got something special here. Hosin has been cooking up goodies for me again. You can see him here in the teal. They have created a pretty cool mode, and thank you, Marv. Appreciate the donation there. 10 quid going a long way. Much love, buddy. So let's quickly recap like what this mod is. This is a really cool mod. Hosin created a simulation speed up. 1.25x and 1.5x. We've gone a little bit back crazy. We're doing the 1.5x, and oh my god, dude, there's already unique texts. Hold on a sec, dude. They're all rushing them too quickly. Let me get rid of the team trim. Here we go. Increase the production speed by 33%. Increase range unit attack speed by 25%. Increase unit speed by 15%, and increase melee attack by 20%. These do not take any resource, any time. You just need to click them straight away and you're good to go. And that is going to amplify you up. I believe he's maybe attached this to age or something. But the idea is, like, basically I was talking to Hosin that I wanted to increase the simulation speed. Because I think in the event that, like, we do, let's say we did get a Rebel Warlord, right? They already use Empire Wars for AoE 2 to speed up the game. I think they're going to want something similar for AoE 4. This could set the groundwork for exactly that. Empire War itself, I think, isn't the way to go. A faster simulation is. And we're going to actually see the effect of that already. 1.8 movement speed! Okay, just to really emphasize to people, my idea was 1.25x as a starting point, but I thought for absurdity's sake, we had to do a 1.5 speed multiplier. Gully, by the way, our highest ranked player in this lobby hasn't noticed yet, even though the mod creator literally told everyone in the chat before we began about this. Peace timer is over. We're just going to toggle through so people get their correct colors. And we can now intro the players. Got Gully playing as the French and the pink over here. This is Merlin's Creation, the micro map that we've been playing a lot on. Tom Stream is going to be in the yellow as the English. Orange is going to be Chris is back, a very capable free-for-all player playing as Jeanne d'Arc. He was the guy who just deleted Jeanne on the high ground. She should be back shortly. In fact, she's already back in action. Over here, we've got in the teal Hosin, the creator of this mod. Next to them is going to be Contagion 18, the purple playing as Order of Dragon. Leave is going to be in the green playing as Japanese, they always do. And then DJ Buntin as the English in the red. Next to them is going to be Kaka, another high-rank player, as the Mongols in blue. So you can already see the simulation speed increase and what it's doing. It takes 11 seconds to produce a villager. And also, look at the gathering rate. Doink, doink, doink. Oh, wait, you guys can't see it. Let me do this again. Doink. Wait, you can see it. I'm an idiot. Doink, 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 doink. It goes up very quick, right? On top of that, look at this movement speed. Check how quickly villagers gather on berries. That's pretty insane considering he doesn't even have the level 1 gathering tech yet. So the reason why I thought this would be a good idea is I genuinely still believe like the early game is really discouraging for people to watch. But the solution isn't just to bypass it by increasing the villager count. Increasing the simulation speed still allows the same amount of opportunities to play out. It's just you have to be quicker to trigger them. Otherwise, they're going to pass you by quicker. So in the events where people don't want to do anything aggressive or anything like crazy, they get past that phase of like nothing happening much faster. And it means that like the opportunity to do something is still there. You just need to be quick on your reaction. And funnily enough, people's reaction to it needs to be faster if they want to survive. So I quite like the idea of a simulation speed increase. It's something I've been thinking about for a very long time. There were a few exceptions as to what could be increased on simulation speed. I remember Hosin, let me double check my Discord because they did message me on this. One of the big things they said is build speed would have been difficult because it would have meant they would have had to have copied the entire code base across. So the 3 things that haven't changed is building time, research time, and ability cooldown. It does mean Jeanne's going to be a little bit weaker in this mode. Everything else has had its speed increased. What I'm curious to see is whether they're able to efficiently bypass the speed modifier. We can see this with Scout. Does that look like more than 2 movement speed? I think it is, right? Dude, that is definitely more than 2 movement speed, right? Okay, if he's actually bypassed the movement speed, I want to give a big round of applause because I know there's a soft cap of 2. So really impressive if Hosin's managed to do that. Oh my dear God, dude, he definitely has. Look at the speed on these Scouts. They're buzzing. Yo, let me find the blue Scout. This is Sonic right now. Look at him go. 2.99? God damn, please, sir, trigger a maneuver arrow. You've earned it. That's insane. Look at the sheep. Wait, come back. Oh my God, this is fantastic. Knight's coming out now. 3.1 charge speed. Attack speed's also been increased. They attack every 1 second. Oh my God, I love this already. What I love about this is it just means that like these opening plays really escalate very fast. So you have to be on point. Gully Deckle may already be screwed. I think he said he's got like a APM of 120. So we'll see how he does. Other side of this, we've got some cheeky outpost shenanigans. It looks like Ona Beach. Oh, wait, no. They attack every 0.6 seconds. Oh my God, I so need a Japanese Ona Begisha fight. Okay, tell me this is not better. Tell me this is not so incredibly fun to watch. Only Men-at-Arms will, of course, be able to win out there. Outpost is at least going to go up in the meantime for Leave. This is going to allow me to cast a lot faster of a pace as well because it's going to matter. Archer's also coming out in the meantime for Hosin. Denies equity away from Chris. Kills off a few villagers and gets out. Mostly unharmed. Does need to consider going to the spears to counter this out. Elsewhere on the map, we are going to have the Knight scaling. So Gully Deckle going for a pretty one-dimensional type comp, but this can get kind of bonkers quite quickly. Deerstone also set up for Kaka, which means these villagers move at over 2 movement speed. Oh, this is fantastic. Has Gully realized yet, by the way? He did, right? Because he had the extra movement speed. So yeah, he did notice. I think everyone has clicked the buttons in their TC, so they have all the upgrades they're meant to in this game. The one problem is, like, Jeanne will get XP faster, right? But she's not going to, because she's gathering quicker, but she's not going to get her cooldowns off cooldown faster, which is a bit unfortunate. Oh my God, I just thought about how quickly Lombos are going to shoot. Like, oh my God. If one of the English players gets to Imperial Age, remember that volley removes a second off your attack speed. How would that scale with a 1.5x simulation? Would that put you down like would that put you down like 0.1 attack speed? Oh my god, the crunch from both sides though, Tomla. I think this is one of our gold level players is being bullied right now. They are stuck between a rock and a hard place. They've got Gide de Francais to the north and Gide Lejeune to the south. Pretty harsh spawn for them. Who's likely to run away with this? I'm wondering, like, this opening. I actually legit keep looking to check that I haven't got this on 2 times movement speed on the replay. Like, this is a live game, so I can't have it on that. It's just I'm not used to the base game being so quick, and I absolutely love it. DJ Bunton, that's an ambitious wall in. There is an outpost there. Knights in the meantime. Oh my god, dude, Gully's getting out of control. So this is one of the weird things about this game mode that's going to take getting used to. Game sense is thrown out the window, right? You would not expect, on a Nomad start, for your opponent to have this many Knights at this stage until you remember it takes 16 seconds to build Knights. Good god, this is a lot. And no Spearman coming out. Kaka, mistakes made here, right? Like, they got shortchanged. They got pressured by DJ Bunton. They got in this weird little outpost shenanigan fight, and it has left them basically crippled and beaten because of it. Second TC coming up to the north side. Elsewhere, it looks like purple and green have calmed down. I love how we've just got a guard for every farm, essentially. I don't think I've ever seen Hardened Samurai in a count of 4 put into staggered formation. They actually look kind of pretty. This gathering speed isn't too bad, right, for a base farm. Imagine, oh my god, can you imagine Shogunate Castle with this gathering speed? That's going to be out of control. Chris. These Knights. I think the problem is, like, the simulation speed is doing weird stuff to the frame rate, actually. The frame rate doesn't look smooth. Yeah, look at what it's just done there. God damn. That's the only problem here. And wait, is Hosen considering Masgazi here? No, he's just going to stick infantry. 2.5 speed. Okay, I'm almost certain that the soft cap of 2 has not been removed. I can't be 100% certain on this, but it seems like it. It's kind of funny that despite that, Knights are still dominating this. This is kind of wild. Spearman. Yeah, no, 100%. Actually, I don't know. It feels like there's no gap close at all. It's also weird, because obviously Spearmen are going to be slower than Knights in there, so you'll always pull away. But this is definitely a very unique experience. Knight count now getting very high for Gully Deck in the meantime. Crackety! My boy! Thank you very much for the raid. You just joined us at a particularly interesting time. Welcome to 1.5x simulation speed. Kaka now trying for the full recovery with free TC here. Limited food, though. Very bold choice. You know, right now, Kaka kind of looks like the bugs in Bugs Life, and Gully Deckle looks like the grasshoppers. You know what I mean? Where, like, Gully's too young to know that reference. But right now, it feels like they just keep coming in, they raid you, they leave when they're happy with what they've received. That their blood requirements have been satiated. Kind of interesting, actually, that we're 11 minutes into a much faster game, and nobody has been killed yet. A lot of people are setting up farms. And reminder, this is a micro map. There's not much room unless you do start killing people. Outpost line down. DJ Bunton is going to lock on this corner. Kaka is not making it easy, though. And oh, he snuck in. This is spicy. There's a lot of deer in this corner. 2 stacks of 7 deer spawn up here. So you have an insane amount of food to work with. Basically 5k in the corner. Gully now running out of gold. Guys, we're 12 minutes into a 6 villager start Nomad game, and Gully has already exhausted his 4k gold. Need I say more about this game mode? Oh, this is incredible. Nice moving in. Kaka. Now you build racks? Oh my god. All right, Kaka, pull one out for blue. He's done. I can't believe it took them this long to try and add in racks, but I kind of get where they're coming from, right? They're next to an English player. You don't want to be building spears, but unfortunately, it does mean that you are completely outed in this game. Yo, in the meantime, it's almost like I won't be first to die. Got my white tower defense with this insane 0.5 attack speed. That's actually pretty fast. Have we got a Jean upgrade yet? They went for Hunter form. 1.23 attack speed. Not bad. Not bad. Those Divine Arrows are going to take a very long time to stockpile, though. Contagion. Still only age 2. This is wild down here. Hosen is benefiting most from this because he wants to stay in Feudal Age as a Delhi player, right? It benefits him. His units are just better. These two are hard stuck, though. I can't believe that Leave is about to be... I can't believe... I'm sorry. He's about to be out of gold. He's gathered way too much. His food is a problem, though. From the Bagisha. Oh my god! They're so fast! Contagion is attacking with his villagers. What is going on right now? Oh my good god.
For great
and thank you very much, Rolling Chicken. Appreciate the sub. I just can't believe this. I think Contagion has given up. They've realized they've ran out of villages. Time to produce more. After all, it only takes 14 seconds to get these Giga Chad 65 health villages out. Oh my god, and Leaf has, of course, got the max melee upgrades. They're ready. Dude, they're going to go for this. They're mass on a Bagisha. Elsewhere, somehow Gully has not finished off Kaka yet. That might be a case of too many things to torch down here. I think Kaka's pretty much removed, though. They are at, what, 33 economy? That's only because of the fast speed here. TC now in trouble. DJ Bunton. Oh, man. Wait, is he really? He's attacking the TC. All right, that's one way to try and kill the Mongols. It's okay, guys. Like, it's pretty efficient. It only takes 2,500... it's only 2,500 archer shots. And if you remember, we're at 1.5x speed, so that's not very long. Oh, God. What the... I'm not used to seeing armies this big at 15 minutes. He's at pop cap. At this point, I would back Hosen to kill anyone in this game. This is a crazy sized army. And wait, Gully? The Red Palace? Oh my god! Well, that was a little bit ambitious. Luckily for him, the Spearman didn't engage. The no-clip allowed him to get away. Gully could not fight that, though. That was way too gluttonous. So Gully is just going to cancel back away. Safe Red Palace coming instead. He's moving all the way up into Imperial Age. Army is not that scary, though. He has 15 knights. What's the play here? He's out of gold, right? Or running out fast. 1,700. He went for Guildhall, so he will eventually have resources there. I don't know if the Guildhall has the increased simulation. I'd be curious to that one, because if it doesn't, that means that actually Guildhall is really bad. Diving to the base. Hosen looks for a fight over here with Chris. Chris has got the Mango and the choke point, though. He might actually be able to hold this. Oh my god, the stack! Mango gets shot down by archers. Are you kidding me, Hosen? It's going to cost him dearly, though. Level 3 Jean is in. She's not going to do the powerhouse you're used to here, but the 1.5x simulation, these cooldowns are not increased. It's one of the few things that do not get buffed up in this simulation. I cannot believe he just discount Shukenu'd that. He sent so many archers in that choke point, he almost lost the entire army to a single Mangonel. When I say that that was literally a second away from being a wipe, I am not exaggerating in the slightest. That Mango, remember, shoots 1.5 times faster. So it's going to attack basically like every 3.8 seconds, roughly, I think it is. Let's have a look. Okay, 4.69. So I'm I'm thinking of it with the adjustable crossbars, right? Yeah, so it's not quite at that speed, but it's still quite quick. Snow now being gathered. Hosen did actually tech up behind this. That's impressive. Compound Defender is in, so they're going to be looking for that timing. Research speed-wise, how long we got? Village Fortress is going to take 5 minutes. Now, one thing that Hosen highlighted is he could not increase research speeds, which is why it's especially interesting that he chose the Delhi here. Mango shot in. Okay. I think we have a problem. Oh my god, the XP right now for Chris. And the repair crew. Are you serious? I can't believe this. Hosen just lost everything. Chris wipes the entire army. And look at the XP bar. 900 out of 1,500 required. Hosen, desperation keep coming in. Knights are going to chop him down. He'll at least get the castle up, but this has come at a pretty penny for the Delhi. Rest of the base is completely exposed. Men-at-arms spam continues. Chris is looking to take out the mod creator. Oh my god. How has Gully been doing in the meantime? I feel like his knight count literally has not changed. No, it's North side is still an absolute mess. It just feels like I'm watching Kaka go in and die up against red. After Contagions' weird villager rush, they have moved out from the main and set up a second TC. Leave is still refusing to leave the corner, but they are going to be leaving Feudal Age. I'm sorry, these puns, I just can't help it. They're moving up in the castle. Raid comes in. You know what I just realized the irony of this is historically this is what Mongols done to other people. So we've got some reverse history going on here. Tomler in the meantime, landmarks were actually being taken out. I could not believe that. Wow, the Trebs finish him off. So Tomler out first. Kaka immediately surrenders over, so Gully just killed 2 players at once. Still, I can't bank against Jeanne d'Arc, right? Not with the way she's going to be Jeanne dunking this. She's getting close, man. Castle Age is coming in from red. He just had that relief pressure. Contagion. I don't think he even... Okay, he sees the farm now, so this is unfortunate for Contagion. Check these gathering rates, by the way. Not bad, right? Is he missing horticulture? No, he's got horticulture. I felt like it was going to be a bit faster for 1.5x. I guess it's not too bad. TC. E-repairs. Oof. Yeah, this is another thing that's going to feel weak here because cooldowns haven't been impacted by the simulation. It means that actually this is like really, really bad for Contagion. Because the E-repairs is basically missing for a long time. Remember, the Rams attack quicker every 3 seconds. Even the Unabagisha are hurling torches every 1.3 seconds. And on top of that, Hosen has dropped a keep next to Purple's base. This poor guy has migrated the area, but he's still not going to stop him from dying here. Clash on the north side, or west side rather. French on French. Okay, where is Jean? Did she get... Oh, she got sniped out. Big deal there. So this push-in is very difficult. The red pass is going to reset him. This is where Chris needs to think about his own Imperial Age, and he also needs to think about how he's going to siege this down and how slow it's going to be. Right now, the big problem for Chris is the lack of gold, right? Wait, he's out of gold. Okay, this... I think maybe Micromap may have taken it a bit too far for a 1.5x simulation because people just don't... The resources get drained so quickly that it gets absurd. Gully is very difficult to now beat because of a lack of gold for Chris. Purple making his grand migration again. I've got a funny feeling Purple might be out next. The mine work isn't dying straight away, but this castle is attacking rather quickly. Snare arrow is now coming in for Gully. Aldo Trey pretty much uncontested at this stage, right? Considering the age difference, yeah, this is feeling like Chris is going to be out next. Purple has nowhere left to run and hide. Green is camping in the corner, but I imagine he'll come in for the kill soon. The only reason he hasn't actually killed Purple is because that castle, funnily enough, from Hosen kind of protects. But now, with him moving in, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, he's going to torch him down. So Hosen wants the area. Funnily enough, Green is joining in too. Purple's lost the second TC. Contagion. Well, let's just say he's not so contagious anymore. I think everyone found the vaccine. He's going to be gone. Mine work down to 1200 HP now. Unabagisha are going to at least distract these spearmen. I love the fact that Unabagisha are not winning this fight because of raw numbers. North side, this red pass is becoming an awkward sticking point. Trebs are sieging in. Screamers are at least going to be there to counter. Jean is also farming up a storm from this. There's a lot of XP going his way, so just 300 XP, 350 actually away from level 4. Well, I mean, if you got to see your last days out, you might as well do it in the safety and the confines of the treehouse? Who's winning this? I'm kind of impressed. Like, I know people are going to go, oh, KP, you got Gully in again. It's a conch level player. Of course he's going to win this. No, all seriousness, I'm actually impressed that he's winning this. I felt like he was going to run out of gold and the game was going to be over for him. But I think this fight between Chris and Hosen gave him control. Contagion, in the meantime, is out. Keep is going to get cancelled. This is the only thing keeping Hosen in the game right now. Chris getting ever closer to that fabled level 4. Has to move Jean a bit closer to the fight. Divine Restoration is going to be pumped here. And this should be enough to get them over the hurdle, right? If this castle goes down, that's going to be far too much XP fed over. This is brutal. Meantime, it looks like Gully Decker has turned his attention north side. So I guess they both agreed to kill each other last. Or just it seemed to them that it wasn't worth it. Hosen, GG's over. That's a bit cheeky, actually. He got enough XP because he was hitting buildings already. So level 4 Jean is ready to rock and roll. It's going to be clear up fast. Dude, legit, each time I look, I keep thinking that I've increased the speed of the game. I haven't. I feel like I'm on 2 times speed more than 1.5. This is bonkers. Arbitrary moving in. DJ Bunton is basically dead. They have got 42 economy and nothing to protect it. The only thing that's missing here is the Arbitraries for Visas. Hosen says he couldn't handle the speed in this map. I think maybe diving a choke point with all your archers to kill a Mango may not have set you up for success, if I'm being honest with you. Even Horseman now coming out. They haven't even been upgraded. Gully is basically out of gold. He has nothing. This is a problem because Jean can eventually whittle away at you, right? Mango's also now showing up. Is that with the adjustable mag? No, I don't think so. No adjustable crossbars coming in. You just think it would be with the simulation speed. Red and green are sharing because they are both in fear of everything they face now. Leave has still yet to truly leave their corner. For the first time they do, they head north into red territory. Big mistake there with the white tower. Does anyone get the feeling this is basically 2 people very clearly likely to take first and the other 2 are just along for the ride? That's why it's much funner when they attack each other like this. Can't believe that many Arbitraries didn't even take half her HP. Good God. What? I can already see this going up as a clip saying Jean's OP. That kind of did look OP. I'm not gonna defend it. I feel like something weird happened there because that many Arbitraries should kill her a lot quicker with the bonus heavy damage. Especially considering it's only like 500 HP, right? It's not like the insanely bulky version up at like 800. Gully. Stopping to delete all the farms. Oh no, wait, what? Come on! Okay, so Leave and DJ Bunton are fighting over 3rd place now. Oh yes, thank you, that's correct. She's in archer form, isn't she? Good catch there, Alcil. So yeah, you're right. Like, that's pretty interesting actually. If you go range form instead of Arbitrarie form in this matchup, you fare a lot better, right? Because you have Valorous Inspiration for your own Arbitrarie and you can tank. That's that's another reason why I really like Markswoman in level 3, level 4. There aren't many units that counter her. Weirdly enough, there are more units that counter the Women at Arms. Gully. Moving north for surely the final time here. DJ Bunton ain't really busting in this game. The only upside is he at least kills the Rams every time he comes in. Not much else is going their way, though. Pavises as well, so he's just going to camp here. I think the only thing that's missing, you just need to get a few Rams together here. The problem that I'm seeing is Gully... Whoa, that frame rate drop. He's pretty much out of wood to work with, right? He's got a few trees left behind him. That's literally it. Rams coming in. Up against the Red Palace, though. This is difficult. I mean, Jean needs to be sieging the Red Palace right now, actually. She's hitting the wrong buildings. In fact, this should be a back away. A little bit surprised he didn't hang around for longer there. Chris, just a bit hesitant to overcommit. And essentially, Chris is the savior of the rest of the map right now. Gully is ready to murder all these players on the side. He actually needs to, because without them being gone, he can't try to grab the leftover resources, which are vital here. If he can't get more wood soon, he's going to drain himself dry. These Arbitraries are also irreplaceable. So if they go down, you're in big trouble. Mango shot's going to be coming in. Follows the target. Big hit. I don't think the Mangoes... Like, their shots don't move quicker, right? I don't know if that's changeable. Because I'd say, like, okay, maybe people are happy with what I'm about to say here. In this simulation mode, Mangonels are weaker. Because with slow-moving units moving faster, you can dodge more easily, right? Like, Arbitrarie that usually 1.12 move at 1.8 movement speed in this mod. Oh my god. Use Mango Tech to increase other unit speed. Interesting. No, hosting. Yep, I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the rocks that you hurl. The projectile speed isn't changed, right? Like you can see on archers as well. The projectile speeds are the same, as far as I can tell. Am I not? Am I correct in that? I think I am. That's the problem. Is like the reason, just to kind of like fully disclose to people like what's going on here. Because I was saying that I think Red Bull Wall would benefit from a mod like this, I wanted to explore the ground with some of the modders. Big shout out to Hostin for helping with that. But the problem is that like there's limitations to what a modder can do to the simulation speed. What he's essentially done is he's faked the simulation speed because of the limitations of modding. For example, he just highlighted there that he's using the greased axles to increase all units' movement speed. He's applying that tech to them, right? There's no true simulation clock increaser here. Because without state tree access, which is a deep level of modding access, you run the risk of forcing desyncs. Chris now moving in for green, though. I think they are going to agree to go after the 2 weak players here, just turn it into a one-on-one. And that means a lot of extra wood for the two of them, right? Now, Leave isn't going to immediately just GG out here, but fair to say, this big army, he is no match for. He has 10 military, 53 economy. I'm just not used to watching mangonels and Springles move this quick. It is fantastic. Base is going to start being blunted. Gully has actually completely halted. So I guess they're not communicating right now, because it looks like he's posturing for a fight with Chris over here. All right, who's going out first, guys? Red or green? I've got a feeling that Chris is not going to back away from this. He wants the threat on his flank gone. There's still gold up here for him as well. Okay, admittedly it's 300 gold, but you take what you can get. Wait, I just realized. Oh my god, is that an oversight from Chris? He doesn't have a university, right? I don't think he built a uni at all. No, he has one. He just didn't get... Okay, there we go. It's on the way now. Royal Bloodlines was missing for a long time there for Chris, considering he's playing into Horsemen. So he's fixing that now. But very dangerous what he just done there. On a map that's so limited in resources, throwing away extra Horsemen without the extra HP is quite expensive. So glad he backed away before losing additional troops here. It's kind of weird how clunky these armies look when they move this quick. Horsemen in the back. I'll tell you what as well. I feel like using the follow is very janky when you have maximum movement speed. So it looks like Gully was just scouting out what his opponent's up to. How would Gully Deckle lose this right now? Red is not really in a position to do much. He's got Berkshire on the way, but he doesn't really have an army. DJ Bunton is one of our gold level players, right? So this is kind of expected gameplay. They're not bolstering their eco, they're not bolstering their military. They're just kind of hanging in there. Actually, sorry, let me double check. DJ Bunton specifically, yeah, he's gold 1. Leave is also in a similar position here. Leave is gold 3. So just like, for people like, why would you put gold players in a lobby of conks? Because when you add in so many players, especially on a map like this, beating conk can be irrelevant. We've literally watched Gully Deckle, the highest ranked player in lobbies, die in 2 minutes, right? So it's kind of unpredictable when you set a free-for-all standard. And I want to create formats that allow everyone and anyone to play. Because there are a lot of people that do want to play, but, you know, most people are just going to host conk plus only lobbies. I think maybe sticking golds in is a bit drastic. I don't aim to, like, get crap tons of golds in one lobby of conks, because I think that's just a pub stomp. But 1 or 2 can have interesting effects. Like, we've actually just had 1 or 2 players before, like, dunk Diamond and Conk players, even as a Goldie. Like, our Ukrainian Goldie especially. I think he recently moved up to Diamond, but for a long time he was actually Gold rank, and Kren was destroying people. This game is kind of idled out. What's happening is basically the 2 most powerful players can feel the resource drain occurring, and they're both essentially dry at this stage, right? Like, Gully has infinite food, sure, but everything else is gone. On the other side of it, Chris, similar position. He can scale infinite food potentially, but the rest is gone. So they are aware that the next fight can essentially decide the game, and they're hesitant to take it, especially when there's other players on the side. He sends John in, which is an interesting choice from Chris. But then again, think about it this way. She respawns every 2 minutes. She's essentially a free unit. However, 2 minutes in this game, with this simulation speed, is a long time. Gully's had enough. He's going for the kill in green. interesting choice by Chris to try and go in. It's not going to work out for him. Gully looking to just go for landmark snipes here, right? This is a pretty smart play with the increased attack speed and movement speed. Oh my god! Free movement speed horsemen. Okay, I think it's fair. Like, I think we can agree they are definitely moving quicker than the soft cap of 2 movement speed. And they are attacking much quicker. Torch speed, 1.37 seconds to get an attack out. Landmark's going down. Gully is sick and tired of waiting around. Leave is going to be kicked out of this game in 4th. God damn. You guys want a Dead Players Marketplace? Here you go. Right here. So we're down to 3. Red definitely looking very weak. In fairness, though, these spearmen with the attack speed aura increase could defend quite effectively up against Mass Horsemen. I guess we're going to find out just how effectively here. This is so janky to watch. Don't do speed, guys. So, yeah, yes, a callback to the powerful French cavalry and how they used to lace the horse feed with cocaine and speed. Oh my god. Clash coming in. Horseman frontline, and this is the problem right now. Chris trying to stand his ground. Where's Jean? Wait, what? She's still not alive? Oh no, this is the fight. This is what he wanted, Chris. Gets forced to defend without his most powerful tool. These Arbitrier, by the way, they attack every 1.27 seconds. Guess what happens when Valor's Inspiration comes out? It's pretty. Only right now, I don't think Chris has noticed that Jean is back. Yeah, she's only now partying. So if you use Valor's Inspiration here, you go under like 1 attack speed, right? Which is crazy with Arbitrier. I actually love Okay, right now, someone's getting ready to make a comment. This is absurd, KP. This is stupid. No way should the game function like this. Thank you for describing why you hate Chuganu so much. All I'm seeing here from the Arbitrier is them acting like Chuganu. That's all I got to say on that one. I love the fact that Red is literally just building a never-ending army of spears now. They're like, I have food, I have wood. That's it. Please don't kill me. Okay, we've reached that idle point again. At some point, someone's got to crap or get off the pot, right? It's almost like they don't know DJ Bunton's rank. I feel like you've kind of got to have fleshed it out. Like, Gully should have at least. But obviously, Chris, I don't think he ever got that info. In fact, Chris literally has never been up to that corner of the map, so he doesn't even know how big, or rather small, Red's base is. Okay, someone make a move, guys. Don't do this to me. I don't have a prize pool up for this, except that death is a part of this situation. Gully realistically should be able to break this with Trebs. Kind of surprised he hasn't gone in for them. Then again, Gully has 250 wood, so it is a little bit difficult to get that together. Looks like he's actually going to go into Horseman. More Horsemen, in fact. So back up to Pop. It's kind of weird to me that he's still not playing into to Trebs. Like, he threw away a little Horseman there, right? Whereas Trebs, although it's not as quick, it would have been a good way to solve this problem. I absolutely adore that Jean is incapable of 2-hitting a villager in this game. Horseman gonna chase this down, and Jean might have a problem. She needs to be careful not to get pinched here. The movement speed difference is quite noticeable. Oh god! Jean! Not like this! Jean got dunked. Okay, but that was expensive for Gully, right? Like, 2 minutes and she's back, and you lost, like, what, 10 horsemen for that? With no wood. This is pretty expensive. The funny thing is, if Gully had used all those horsemen to go into Chris's base, I think the game just might be over. Red Pass might have been kind of a little bit sticky, but everything else would have been fine. Red Pass, by the way, truly is a Gatling gun in this. It attacks every 1.5 seconds. Oh, wait. The UI's gone funky. Why did they just do that? 1 second. Let me turn off trim. That was weird. Why did it... There's nothing that... Okay. Genuinely, OBS is getting weird these days. Arbitrary on a wall. You know, now that I think about it, maybe wall crawl's the way. The straggler tree is being taken at the stage. I love what this is doing. I think at this point, my PC is getting ready to melt. The insane speed of this. I don't want to know what happens when Red starts moving his army as well. Now, the funny thing is actually Chris, if he literally just plays this right side flank, he has all the wood he needs in the world. Gold is still going to be a problem. There's a little bit left over here, right? Like 790. But in terms of tree access, Chris has access now. Like, he could easily just play into mass tree line here. But instead, he deleted most of his villages, right? Down to 37. Gully's the only one really playing for a full macro game still. 81 villages. Archers, Arbitrary. Stalling this out. Gully desperately needs that wood. His army has popped out again. He has got 32 horsemen queued up, and it looks like finally he is going to be adding in the bombards. Duck me. I think I should have put the single sacred site in. This is why I put single sacred sites on free-for-alls so often. Someone can make a move in this situation, but like unfortunately with the way that he spawned, Gully can always block one of these. Chuginu! Woohoo! This is a buff against fortification, guys. Remember, the torch armor, very strong. Good God. I feel like I've seen this in like year 1 of Age of Empires 4, but I just realized I have not seen so many Spear fans since I last was at a Britney concert. Like, it's weird to see English with that many Spearmen nowadays. Looks more like Total War. True, dude. We're playing Total War Rome, right? This is Rome 2, the classic. I can't afford a good army, so let me just go ahead and get all of the Levy Spearmen. And then for some reason, when I go into auto battle, Levy Spearmen are OP on the calculations. I'm sorry, I just had a laugh at that in the grand scheme of the game. Jean looks so pathetic. Oh my god, wait, a freeway war? Oh my god, horseman! I'm gonna back away. Spearman gonna go in on the other trio though. He's got the Gambesons. Needs to be careful of those Lombos. No Pavisa's coming out. Gully Deckle, the fact that he has aggravated the bear in the north. Okay, so guys, this isn't a free-for-all, what we call a boar pull. DJ Bunton is just the Pumbaa waiting to be pulled, to be aggroed here. So Gully actually lost quite a few troops in that fight, more than what Jean did, and it looks like Chris is trying to go for... Is he going for a landmark snipe? No way. Wall's going to be blocked from going back up. It's going to open the way. Gully does have 36,000 food, so I don't think he really cares about the farmlands. There's no way this is a landmark snipe, right? Like, realistically, Chris does not have enough food to rush Cav for this. He's still got 87 artillery. I don't know what that ram was doing. Someone's like, retreat! Guys, I can't see where I'm going. This ram is covered in wood. We didn't put any eyesight slits in. Guys, I'm telling you, this is just an entire artistic piece on why Chuganu spam sucks. It needs to be removed from the game. Oh my god, actually, do I even want to see what Chuganu looked like in this game mode? Comment down below if we need to see Chuganu. Oh my god. Chris. Please, someone make a move. Is anyone still in lobby? Tell them that this is kind of getting a bit silly now. Like, crap will get off the pot. Like, I would say genuinely they should both agree to just target Red. Red is very clearly by far the weakest player in this lobby, right? Red is starting to fight in. John is finally back. That was a very, very long 2 minutes. Holy crap. 2 minutes in this game mode is insane. Trip coming out, so it looks like it's going to be slow siege approach, which makes sense up against the Berkshire. If one of them just stays out of the other person's way, red can be removed, and then this turns into a very simple 1v1. They just need to stay out of each other's way. We don't have volley, right? Which I'm truly gutted by, because I really did want to see what volley was like here. Volley, remember, it removes 1 second off your attack speed, and their attack speed with the aura is down to 0.97. So I can only imagine that means that they just perma-shoot. Oh, guys, you're right. Chris is a hacker. He waited for Jean to come back to get to 201 pop. OP gamer. So it looks like they are circling now. This should be the death of DJ Bunton. They really don't have much to work with here. Like, rebooting Lombos is not cheap. Arbitrary are going to just trade out. Crossbow stirrups actually makes them compete quite well here. If you drop the Vivis, it'd be even easier, but it just doesn't really matter. So Army's going to get wiped. This is kind of giving the game over to Chris a little, though. Right? Like, this is a very expensive fight for Gully to be taking. Gully, who has no gold left over, will now have to basically get carpal tunnel from selling food. Berkshire, in the meantime, is going to be repaired, but the Trev count, they attack so quickly. I mean, I'd say 7.5 seconds is quick, but by, like, Trev standards, yes, they are very quick. Berkshire also getting ready to crumble here. Final shots are coming in. Repair crew is not going to be quick enough, so looks like DJ Bunton will not be able to keep his strongest defense alive. Arbitrary will be able to keep the Lombos away. Chris has stayed out of the way. Is he getting ready to make a move, though? He's coming to the back. Chris, no, Chris! Don't save him! Please just let him die. DJ Bunton's like that person that's been kept on life support for 15 years. And the 15 years, they've been like, I really just want to die. I don't want to be this anymore. But you refuse to pull the plug. Chris is like, no! DJ Bunton might recover from this. Soon! So, this stage... Can Gully actually win this now? Like, remember, over time, you're getting free cannons spawning for Jean. You could just get 2 or 3 traps to deal with the Red Palace. Feels like it's a pretty cut and dry win for Chris. Unless he now attacks Red to finish him off. But even then, like, what's DJ Bunton got left? Like, his entire base is pretty much dead, right? He doesn't have a standing army. The Berkshire has not been fully repaired. It never will be. White Castle is about to go down. This is going to be the end of Red. The problem right now is Chris is waiting in the wings. This is unfortunately the nature of free-for-alls when they reach this stagnant kind of freeway. And it's usually why, like, you know, now that I'm watching this, it's reminding me why we so often play with the idea of like a bounty everything system or plus 50 pop. Because right now, like, Gully has killed more players than anyone, right? He killed Leave. He killed his next door neighbor Kaka. He killed Tomla. He's killed more than anyone else in this game, especially with this confirmed kill on DJ Bunton. But now he has a difficulty ahead of him. He has reboomed the military, but Chris looks to Miku's move. Shot on the wall is so stupid. Like, Sean, horses are not meant to be up there. The horses are not meant to be up here. Like I give a duck. Some backstab coming in. Arbitrary standing their ground towards the wall here. But the Arbitrary are back at the wall for Gully Deckle, so this is going to be a beat back here. Holy crap, Gully actually able to take Chris's army out. And that's pretty much him out of the game. It's undeniable now. This Mass Horseman, Mass Arbitrary combo has worked better for Gully. He is going to be your victor. There is no coming back from this for Chris. Sean goes down. 2 minutes from now, the game will already be over. Horseman count is still pretty bloody high for Gully. Oh my god. And just stragglers getting away at this stage. The only upside for Chris is he still has the strong point defenses due to the Red Palace and the double keep. But this is now where the Treb's going to wheel across, right? The Trebs that brought down DJ Bunton will now look to take Chris out as well. Chris Apparently getting ready for one last stand. I don't think he realizes just how ducked he really is in this game. Sorry, how decked. Gully decked. Horseman riding through. Wait, is he just going for the landmarks? He is. Gully. He's going all the way to the back. He's trying to take out the Guildhall. Guildhall that recently had its load taken out, so Chris isn't going to get any long-term value now. That's going to be targeted down. Arbitrary are going to camp here to deal with the Horseman spam. I think this was a mistake by Gully. Gully? Buddy? This ain't looking too good. Horseman can at least take out a landmark. Trebs are trying to take out the Red Palace. He's just trying to go for the landmark snipe now. And unfortunately, the attack speed on these units is going to stop him short. Red Palace, 1300 HP. Gully just lost the entire backbone of his army. Troops trickling out as well. Needs to be careful of those rally points. It's leading them more losses. Horsemen are coming back, though. Landmarks are being sniped. He has to think twice about this, though. After all that, you were just going to take out a consecrated archery range. Get me out. Just get me out. It's like, dug your consecrations. How dare you get discounts? We're both meant to be out of resources here. Chris, limited wood now. It's going to be limited in other ways as well. Stables. This is so dumb to watch. In fairness, Hosin did very clearly warn me this mod will probably make a lot more sense on 1.25. And I was like, agreed. I think that is the competitive format we're looking for. Anyway. So Chris kind of has a similar issue to Gully there, where the Red Palace is the thing that makes this impossible. Mass Horseman just doesn't work if the Red Palace survives. Gully actually is going to get time to build up one more army. Dude, they've got to be getting carpal tunnel. So this is especially excruciatingly painful because he has to like sell food to get gold and then convert some to wood to have horsemen, right? Like, yeah, I guess you could scouts. Scouts would make sense here, right? Like scouts is the front line for the arbitrary. He was trading the cheeky git. That's going to come to an end though. Wait, how many traders? Only like 10 in total, so nothing crazy here. All right, back to holding down one button to get gold. Oh, and I don't think we've got the same coming out here, right? Yeah, no trade coming through from Chris. So Chris really cannot afford to lose this army now. Truly is drained to the bone. Even this food income is pretty pitiful, right? Only 37 villages in total. That's the reason he's still looking like he's in this game, is because Gully is taking fights when he doesn't have as much military. Why are you even... like, I think they're both paranoid the other's trading or gathering wood, so they're like wasting time going to the far right side of the map, even though it's completely redundant. And yes, there are 2 relics on this map. One is over here, it's been torched, the monastery's gone. And the other, I'm expecting Gully to have taken here. Yeah, he took out the other relic, which spawned here. So a lot of people right now are like, oh, okay, why is X not attacking Y? Red Palace aside, the other issue is, like, obviously we have God Vision. You have to remember that these two have very limited info on each other. They don't see, you know, the other's trading and the other's out of resources, so they're playing a very kind of calculated approach. I cannot believe Gully is trading. Are you kidding me? He's freaking trading all the way across map. There's no way. Arbitrary. Mango here. Oh, no! That right there is exactly what Chris needed. Arbitrary just start stepping back as best they can. Gully, that's a problem, though. That slow reaction has weakened the entire army. Gully now shrinking up. 64 military. Meanwhile, Chris still 140 to rock with here. I can't believe that. Just one Mango Smash is all it took. And now Gully is in dire tides. I mean, this is it. This has to be game over. No wood, no gold. Chris, well played. He needed just one move rightly done at the right moment. He finds it there. Valorous Inspiration, I think, came in a little bit too late for the Mangoes to get a follow-up shot. Had they got that, it would have been even cleaner. But now, Chris, just go in and claim your prize. Get your ass in that base because you have now won the game. Get 1 or 2 trebs, slow siege the red palace, and then rush the base. Get 1 or 2 trebs. Oh, for God's sake, he's not gonna. Chris, please. Get your ass in there. Don't you dare turn this into 20 more minutes of gameplay. He's like, lead the way, Jean. Oh, I remember I highlighted this as a bug, and the devs were like, no, this is intended behavior. We thought it was fair Jean could walk on walls. Tell that to the horseman that now can't counter markswoman mode. Alright, Chris has actually docked me off now because this means I have to edit this video down. There is no way I'm uploading an hour-long video where, like, 20 minutes of it was crap or get off the pot. So, I guess this part will be stripped out of the video. He's at least shut down the trade. I mean, at this stage, genuinely, you are double the population. And yes, traders are quicker. Everything is sped up. How could we improve this game mode? I wonder if bounty everything would be a good idea here. Might be a bit too nutty. Sean's still sniping. Please, just kill him. Like, it's time. I am legit, I'm going to make Chris sit the next one out if he doesn't move his ass very soon. He's just won, like, he's won the game. He just convinced himself that somehow he hasn't. He doesn't believe that that's it. But when you see an army this size, like, this is just easy clap mode, right? The weird part to me as well is Chris, yeah, okay, he's finally doing it. If he just queued up a Treb sooner, he'd have the confidence to just take this because it would force Gully to commit and he'd see just how weak he is. Gully, instead, is going to throw away a good 30 horsemen here. Now we're at Attack on Titan mode. The scouts have been assembled. My God. I swear to God, if he actually wins this game with scouts, I don't think we VIP'd him. If he wins this game now with scouts, he's getting VIP'd. I legitimately want Chris to now lose because of the way he's playing this. This is way too hesitant. Like, dude, you have the win. Go and claim it. Gully. If he just deletes all the villagers, pumps all the scouts. What have we got left here? Guildhall never got repaired. TC is very well insulated. Skull Cavalry right next to it, though. I think what you do is you let Chris come in a bit, and then you go around the backside here. Just run right past them, the scouts. Chris, the one trap, slowly to get through this. Gully, holding on. Jean pathing, please. So here's the thing. An army this big just walks in with Valorous Inspiration. Nothing's going to beat it. Like, it's impossible for Gully now. He doesn't have the reboom. But right now, like, keep in mind vision-wise, look at Chris. What does he see? Not much. He doesn't know until now. Here we go! Da-da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da, da, da, da. Wait, why are we going this way? No! Da, 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 da. No, it's not. It's gonna work, guys. The scout play has failed him. Attack on Titan will not be coming back for a final season. The scouts are now trying to take out the siege. All right. Gully Deckle, if at first we don't succeed, hope that he doesn't jump you and go again. Guys, hear me out. He got almost 2,000 HP off this School of Cavalry. Chris is not going to go in. He's still not convinced. He's like, there's no way Gully's out of resources still. I'll just take my time about this. Meanwhile, Gully Deckle. Like the dumbest ending. Oh my god. So this is why we need lobby support, so that I can sit there with cheat mode, just act like in this situation, being the unbiased judge that I am. After seeing Chris play the end state this way, I would gift Gully Deckle 10,000 gold and 10,000 wood. He's legitimately just actually looking to set up trade again, isn't he? Jesus Christ, this game. Chris? Okay, this is it. The moment this goes down, he's Valorous Inspire in the gun. He's done it! Claim your prize, sir! We ride for Rohirrim! You just get out of formation with the cannons. It's time to go. This game is about to end. For some reason, scouts are attacking everything but landmarks. All he has to do is walk in and claim his victory. Red Palace is never going up again. Farm's gonna get hit. This is it. It took a bloody lot longer than it should have, but Chris is finally gonna claim his prize. Mass Horseman into the backside. Arbitrator holding the choke point. Chris just needs to not feed his army, which is exactly what he's doing right now. Oh my god, the Knights! What? This game just got spicy. Arbitrator holding the choke point. Horseman trying to reach them. Knights standing their ground though. Gully Deckle making an admirable last stand here. Can he do it though? Can he hold on? 75 military left over. Chris meanwhile has 121. It feels all but inevitable, Mr. Anderson. There's no chance. Gully makes a miraculous last stand, but it will not be enough. He has been Jean dunked out. Gully just trying to get a little bit left together. But the problem is, with no gold, no wood, it truly is a nothing ball at this stage. He's just sustained carpal tunnel from smashing the gold button, and it's amounted to nothing here. So Chris admittedly took a very long time here. You know, there is an element of gold vision not understanding, but obviously at the same time, I will say I think he played this a little bit overly defensive. One treb would have revealed it, right? If you went one treb, your opponent would have kind of shown you how weak he was. But Chris, with the fact that he only had 37 eco, he never wanted to risk it, wasting anything. And now Village is coming out. Imagine if he somehow defended with shivs. I don't think that's going to work. Gambeson's reduced his damage down to 1. Gully puts every single eco unit on the line to try and hold. But the outcome of this game is now undeniable. Chris, it took him an hour and a bit, but he's finally done it. Castle's going down, and GG's going to get called. Chris will be our 1.5 speed victor. Dark me, you'll want to kill myself halfway through that game, though. Jesus Christ. The stalemate in that game. I think like we need the Sacred Site cap on, right? Good God. Whew. The 1.5 speed took longer. Dude, that game should have been over at 40 minutes. I'm calling that. Like 100% that game should have been over at 40 minutes. But then like the weird stuff with the two pretty much dead players, and then obviously the weird you move, no I move thing did drag that out. Yeah, no problem, Chris. I was just saying I thought you would have added 1 or 2 trebs in earlier. Because like once the trebs like do that, you can see that he's out of resources, right? That would be like my feedback on that. I understood why you were doing it. I even said like the gold vision, but Dark Me did that like stalemate it really badly. Someone should make a mod that eliminates players on a timer. That does sound like a good idea. And you know what we should do? We should put that mode on a 1.25 simulation speed. Yeah, now that I mention it, that does sound like a really good idea, doesn't it, chat? 3x simulation? Dear God, no. We were bare... Like, our our PC was barely able to stay alive with what we were doing there. Oh my god. Okay, so that's the 1.5x simulation. I'm not even going to come up with a quirky title because that needs to be edited down. I literally need to cut about 25 minutes of gameplay off that at least. There was a very prolonged stalemate period. Did you guys have... You guys did have scores on, right? So you could see the weaker players. Like, you eventually did go to clean them up, but it looked like there was a bit of hesitation for a while there. Okay, so... let me set up a new lobby. I need a mental reset after that. You're flat out keeping JD alive? Wait, what do you mean? The other player? Oh, you mean you're trying to keep John Duck alive? Dude, I thought you were just throwing her away because she's a free unit. Okay. No delay. We're not doing the micro mega random. We're going to be doing... so we're going to do... We're fixing this, guys. We're going back to... Do we do Boom Hunter? Do you guys want Boom Hunter or do you want the Meat Grinder? King of the Hill? Duck that. Get out of my lobbies. No. Actually, like, Meat Grinder King of the Hill. Would that even work well? I feel like that wouldn't. The maps would be too big, right? Maybe not with a 1.25x modifier, maybe? What's Boom Hunter? So Boom Hunter, the way that Boom Hunter works is basically the player with the most villages will be marked, or workers, right? And then when you kill their workers, you get resources. But the way that you can win, quite interesting enough, is by having more than 50 workers for 10 minutes. I guarantee someone is going to try, like, pass a swabbing in the corner, stonewalling themselves in, and just producing villages. So, I think maybe we do a 1.25x meat grinder now. I want to see people die really quickly. I need them to die really quickly after that. Jesus Christ. Would Boom Hunter work on a map like Migration or the other island maps? Maybe. I could see that. Could be interesting. I don't know if that would be better, though. You don't want to go in the meat grinder again? That's fine. You can sit one out if you want. Other people can get grinded up. So, because we're doing 1.25x, we do the 10-minute first elim, right? And then every 4 minutes afterwards. I think that makes sense. We're going to do the unit cost. Buildings count as well. And we will also have the conquest victory, because if all your landmarks are dead, you're pretty much dead anyway, right? I assume people like the conquest victory. It just stops someone hanging in there when they literally have nothing left. Actually, I don't know. Yeah. We're going to do the point reset each time. You don't really need... Actually, let's do double starting villages. That's fine. So the reason, like, while we're doing the 10-minute elim is there's a 1.25x speed. So, let me just clear the join board so people can get ready to start exclamation mark joining when I say, not before. So just to let everyone know how this works, if you want to get in the lobbies, when I say, you need to put exclamation mark join space your username, and then if you are one of the first 8 people, you'll be invited. So on my mark, not a second before. If you do it, you'll be ignored. So let me just quickly set this up on... We don't want gigantic, we want large. Like, actually legit, the simulation speed might allow these bigger maps to not feel stupid. So we'll find out. All right, exclamation mark join with your username. Go, 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 go. Get it. Poke mode, you're in. Congrats, Poke mode. You now have a responsibility. I'm going to go make a cocktail. You need to invite each of the people that queue up just after you. So keep an eye on the chat and do me a favor and start getting on the invites. I'm going to put music on. I'll be right back. I need to go refill my cocktail drink because I'm oot. Thanks, Smoke Mode. Hello. Sorry about that. I lost one or two of my cocktail ingredients. We now have what I call a discount sex on the beach. So you just use Fanta fruit twists and then add in vodka and archers. All right. Who was the final person? Let's have a look. So we only had 7 people exclamation mark join. So guys, we still have room for more people. Have we got someone else to get in? Because we're still one short. Remember, guys, if you want to join in, it's exclamation mark join space your username. You don't want to use go in the you don't have to leave. I'm sure there's more people here that want to play. No pressure. Huh, we actually got okay, so Hosen's the highest ranked. We actually got quite a few plats. some silvers, some golds. Interesting. And then Sposia, that's an unknown. All of a sudden, Leaves like, wait, there's no conks? Jackpot. Is this normal speed? This is the 1.25 speed. Because we're playing on a map that isn't one of our smaller spawns. We're playing on King of the Hill, which is like more like a little bit bigger than our mini Dry Arabia. So the 1.25 speed should allow people to move in for kills. We got the return of DJ Bunton, have we? All right. So, guys, let me just make sure you guys have got this. Allow observer. Everything else is correct. So let me go ahead and get the mod downloaded. Remember, guys, no teams. You need to not be assigned a team. If you're assigned a team, we're going to have a problem. So be sure to fix that. Can I join next? Sure. Hopefully this one shouldn't be too long, so we should be able to squeeze in at least one more. Been going how long now? Like 9 hours, 20 minutes? Yeah, we can go a little bit longer. So I'm going to leave now. Someone please invite the DJ Bunton. Maybe try to get a few conks in the next one to keep it a little bit spicy. That'd be pretty cool. This is nice. It's a nice mixture, right? We've got some people a little bit lower on the rank, which is good. No, it's fine, Bunton. You got in that one. Used custom icon for upgrades? I did. They were very pretty. Where did they come from? Can you actually upload custom icons? I didn't realize that. That's pretty cool. I like that. Yeah, you can get you in the next one. It's all good, MSN. I think it works out better this way as well, just because, I mean, Hosin is a little bit higher than other people, but the average rank is coming out to, like, plat, because we have some gold, some plats, and, like, 2 diamonds, right? And, like, I think we have, like, a silver and an unranked, so they get to have, like, their own little fun first, right? The funny thing is, like, this changes the mentality of low-ranked players as well, because they're like, crap, I need to play fast. You want to join next? All right, hang around then, Dragovan. Because I remember you asking earlier, but I didn't see you hit the join, so we'll get in the next one. Someone re-invite Poke Mode. Do I have anyone from that lobby added, by the way? I've got Rasselbot. Good, good. Dude, I love this song. Found it the other day, and it grew on me instantly. So let me know when we've got him in and when we're good to go. Reminder to people, perfect time to subscribe. Subscribing just means you don't have to worry about ads in these games. He's back in? Good, good. Oh. Not to mention the fact that literally, like, those ads, I just realized we've been going for 9 hours and 20 minutes. So you would have dodged, at that point, what would it have been? You would have dodged about 40 minutes of ads. Which is quite a lot. Oh, damn. That's actually quite a lot. Jackpot. Oh, sorry. I got to have that rant like that person. If you can afford to spend your time watching me, you can afford, like, $5. I love how that started to come up again with some streamers. Oh, dear. I can't remember, like, who was it? The clip came up in my timeline the other day. I kind of get where they're coming from a little bit. Like, if someone can sit around for 10 plus hours watching you. But, like, there's other ways you can make money, to be honest with you. Like, there are other ways you actually can make a living via that viewership. Pokemon, I think? No, it wasn't Pokemon. It was someone very recently. It was definitely not Pokemon. A long time ago, it was some sort of political streamer. I can't remember who it was now. Yo, what's up, Tomla? welcome to the Swarm, my friend. Enjoy the emotes. We just added a few new ones, by the way. Another reason to sub. We just added in K-Pig Nani, as well as K-Pig GG and K-Pig Well Played. And we also have got an additional 16 emotes planned to arrive in the next few weeks. Animated flags, in fact. I think for me, like, subs, obviously it helps me a bit. If people really want to, like, help raw money, feel free to check out the Patreon. I'm not offering much right now because I don't know what people want, to be honest with you. But that's a way that you can get all the money to me. But the nice thing about doing the subs is obviously once we reach certain sub thresholds, if we crack 300, 400, 500, for example, in a month, that will unlock additional slots. There is also something else that I'm going to be eventually aiming for, which is right now, Twitch has that whole thing where if you can sustain 350 subs a month for 3 months, I think it is, then they give you a higher share. I think it's 70% of the sub revenue, which is pretty cool. But that's a long-term goal. I'm not expecting that to happen anytime soon. Been keeping up all day with it. Big Pog Leaf. Well played. Big golf clappers. If you guys can't afford to sub or whatever, don't worry about that. I always say, like, letting your friends know, getting more people to come in the stream is another way you can help, because if we get those numbers up, it just allows me to approach sponsors that want to have their product shown, and that's a way that I can basically reach a sustainable point, because, you know, right now we're not making money on the stream. The goal is this year to find a way of breaking even, basically affording, like, my expenses. So your continued support just watching is definitely appreciated, but obviously if you've got a Prime sub, definitely drop it. All right. Wait, is Hosin the one holding us back? Is Hosin the one committing the sin? How do you make money on the stream then? Sponsor integrations. So the whole idea is, as you grow your CCV, your concurrent viewership, your averages, you can approach sponsors and pitch ideas on how to integrate them. So we were talking about one earlier where I pitched the idea for like a sneaker-shaped PC of like playing Age of Empires 4 with my feet, which is like a very smart way of integrating them. Yeah. Like, that's an example. There's loads of other ways, though. All right, let's get ready to go. It's back. It's time. That's right. Every 4 minutes, someone dies. Starting at 10 minutes, which is a little bit confusing. One and all, welcome back to the Community Games. This is crazy. Not only are we doing the every X minutes someone dies mod, but we've amplified it, courtesy of Hosin over here. Hosin, who created the simulation mod. We're using the 1.25 speed simulation mod. We just done a game with the 1.5x. It was a bit crazy. I think 1.25 maybe a bit saner, and I felt like this was a good application. Why are we increasing the simulation speed? What's wrong with the pace KP? Why are you being cringe, bro? I'm just thinking ahead. Realistically, if we're going to get Wololo to pick up Age of Empires 4 again, I guarantee they're going to want a faster pace of the game just to save themselves. Same reason they use Empire Wars. Simulation speed could be our way. Shout out to Hosin. He has basically amplified as much as he can in some very janky ways. For example, he's applied greased axles to units they move faster in general, like these villages at 1.46, because a lot of the behaviors you would need to increase simulation is behind something called the state tree. This is interesting, though. For those that have not seen this game mode before, the whole idea is every X minutes, the person who's killed the least will die. If all these players, 8.5 minutes from now, have 0 score, they're all out. Rasselbot wins straight away. Shout out to Rasselbot, by the way, who is our mod creator. I love how we have Hosin and Rasselbot on opposite ends of the field here. Both creators are part of what we're using. Hosin creating the simulation speed and Rasselbot creating the meat grinder mod. Now, we've done something different here. Something unbecoming of me, because I don't quite often do this. We're playing on King of the Hill, a non-micro, non-small map. If you remember, typically we're using these maps that make the map smaller in general because of the cliffs around the outside, such as Caillou's mini Dry Arabia. The reason why I'm confident to go this big is the simulation speed. 1.25x means you're going to gather your resources for tech ups quicker, you're going to move quicker, and it means that even with just 7.5 minutes, realistically, people should be capable of spreading a little bit of blood across the hills plains. Where this is going to get really spicy, though, I'm wondering if putting it every 4 minutes might have screwed them, because they're going to have to play very fast, considering how spread out they are. So let's see how this one's going to play out. Intro of the players. We've got Spoja up here in the blue. We've got DJ Bunton in the pink playing as HRE. Blue is, of course, going to be the English. Rasselbot, the creator of the mod, is going to be on the Ibids in the purple. Is an interesting choice. Orange is going to be playing as the Byzantines. That's Failgain. Cohen in the red is going to be playing as the Byzantines. Little tip here, by the way, when you're in this game. If you don't quickly click these buttons at the beginning, which I can just show you quickly by pulling down the score, you will not be able to get your hands on these increased speeds. Is it necessity that you click these buttons to get all the effects you're looking for? So looks like one of our low-level players didn't quite realize that. We probably should have reminded them before each game. It's the way that it had to be implemented for it to work. It doesn't take any time, any resources. You just need to click all the buttons straight away. So, rounding us out, we've also got Tom the Stream in the yellows English. Teal is going to be our other modder, Hosen playing as Order Dragon. And finally, it's going to be Poke Mode returning on the Zhu Ji. Now, interesting thing about this lobby, actually, bar Hosen's conk rank in team, the highest rank is Diamond, of which Hosen's one of them. We've got 2 Diamonds, we've got quite a few Plats, we've got 2 Golds, an Unranked, and a Silver. So this is definitely a much more lower ranked lobby. No sweaty conks in here. Our pro players are sitting on standby, waiting to play in the next round. And I'm curious, man, like, considering we've got low-ranked players, how many of these people are going to forget to go for a kill? So far, the only person who's got a kill is Rasselbach. He was able to kill the enemy scout when it dove his TC, so he's safe. As long as he doesn't run his scout back in and give something back over. Oh my... Could you imagine if everyone killed the other person's scout and they all died because they have 70 resource kills? Because remember, the way this works is the joint last place points will be eliminated. So, in 5.5 minutes, if these players don't move their ass quickly, there's going to be a lot of players removed from this game. Now, 1.25x simulation was meant to speed the game up, but not like that. Not to that extent. And no, we can't see in-game chat. We can, however, see the player scores down here, which is very nice. Shout out to Rasselbach for working hard to get that UI element in. Absolute legend. Scout goes down. Dude, our 2 modders are safe. Let's check those movement speeds, by the way. 1.25x. Look at this. This is without wheelbarrow, by the way. 1.46. These scouts move quite fast. 2.11, and the Lombos are in! Sposure is as safe as a bank. DJ Bunton not even reacting to it right now. Dude, Lombos are so quick as well. 1.46, 1.35 attack speed. It's crazy. You look away for a second, this type of punishment happens. Painful state of the game, and now the pressure's ramping up. Tomla with the mass Lombos from the south side, looking for a target. Cohen has not cancelled the outpost. The villagers are going to be in quite the pickle, though. Koan not moving away. They don't see this. They're not going to see it before it hits. He's in. Lombo strike him. Koan slow on the move away there, so that's going to cost him dearly. We have a few players at risk here. 4 minutes out and 4 players yet to get a single kill. So many eco dying here. Okay, tell me this is not, like, more intense. 1.25 movement speed. Lombos are so quick to arrive that if you neglect to pay attention, you are going to get pummeled. And the crazy thing is you have to remember, this is more punishing in a team environment, or in a free-for-all environment, rather, than a 1v1. Because remember, the map is so much bigger. So, like, collectively, the UI elements appear a lot smaller, right? So this is very tough. Koan didn't see it for the second time. Tomla's in. Oh my god, Koan's dead. There's no coming back from this. You haven't got a single kill yet, and your eco count is now going to be down to, what, 14? And that was with a double villager start, by the way. We always do a double villager start to make sure people are capable of going for elims. Unfortunately, Koan was not ready for this. A reminder that Tomla isn't our highest ranked player, by the way. Tomla is actually a gold 2 player. So they were actually towards the lowest end of the spectrum here. I think there was only a gold 1, a silver, and an unranked that we could reasonably say are lower ranked than them. Wall's now going up. Jesus. That is an ambitious wall from Rasselbach. Tomla just getting a little safety net up against Hosen in the corner. For good reason. Hosen did go for the fast castle here. Smart choice considering they're mostly safe. And now, with these Gilded Knights, they can get some freebies. Shaolin Monk coming in from poke mode. Holy crap. Prelates are so quick to get back here. That's with the Relic, by the way. 1.1 movement speed with the Relic. And that is most definitely going to be Hosen safe here. So 2 players yet to get any kills whatsoever. Tech ups are being completed quite quickly here. Hippodrome. Oh my god, dude. Koan is only now going into Feudal Age at 7.5 minutes. This is brutal. Big Trump energy from Rasselbach. He's like, I'm gonna do what Trump couldn't. Watch this, mama. It definitely won't hold the Greek immigrants out for long to the south, but it'll hold for a bit, guys. The Limitane are massing on the border, and I believe Orange is one of the players that, yeah, still needs a kill. So he needs to move soon. DJ Bunton. He's going to look to strike as well, though. Ooh, wait, what? Feudal Age men-at-arms spam. That's wild. Does he have marching drills? He does not have marching drills, right? 1.46. That's the same movement speed as Lombo. So no extra movement speed means he's going to struggle to touch anything here. The short post. Outpost will give points. Watch this, guys. Boom. He's safe. Even getting bonus kills here. Oh my god, Spoja may have struck early, but a great strike back here by DJ Bunton. These Lombos are not killing quick enough either. This is crazy. I love this, man. The speed on this is wild. And it's balanced because it's all-rounder, right? Like, everyone's getting that speed increase. Big shout-out, actually, to Hosen, who was even able to make sure that Cavalry didn't get impacted by the soft cap of 2 movement speed. They seem to be moving quicker than the 2 threshold, which I love to see. Look at this guy. That's a 2.11. Oh, I love this, man. I actually, like, big shout-out to the modding community. They don't get enough credit for the work they've been putting in. I love that I'm able to start highlighting the work they're doing, and I love that I'm able to work with some of these amazing people to come up with these great ideas. This is so much fun. Imagine if Koan now came back. Wait, what the So hold on a sec. He built a hippodrome, and now he's adding in free stables. Alright, I've never seen this Byzantine build before. I'm going to sit down and educate myself. Elimination coming in. Fail gain. Pour one out for Orange. Poor little fail gain. He didn't actually ever make a move. I'm a little bit shocked by that. So first elimination done. We are now 4 minutes away from the next. Get your predictions in. Who feels weak? Who are you sniffing out to be likely to go out? And before anyone says Koan because he's getting slapped, remember, if you're going to dive an enemy base, that means static defenses are going to stockpile points. So sometimes it's actually not the player who's pressured the most that is likely to go out. The other cool thing about the simulation mode is with this extra movement speed, like realistically, if we played normal mode and you had 4 minutes as the English Lombos to cross to, say, pink, from your base, that's very difficult, right? But with the extra movement speed now, that's a more doable task, which I love about this. It's kind of like what was maybe missing to make the Meat Grinder mod applicable to any map. Tom not actually prepping the Rams for a very aggressive move here. Meanwhile, Camel Lancer spam coming out. These guys are fast. Wait, guys, you know how Camels ramp up? Oh my god, dude. I want to see a long charge so badly. The gap close is going to be insanely quick. I don't know if they... Well, oh my god, I don't think they can actually get all their damage together because they gap close too quickly here. That's crazy though, right? Because they can get up to like 3.2 movement speed at max charge, I think it is. Wild. Rams moving in the meantime. Mass Horseman coming out defense. Not that impressive though. Long mount count too high and no undermesh from Koan. I think that's a very big mistake. A little lesson for Koan. Like, you know, undermesh is very important here with Mass Horseman. You're going to lose to Mass Lombos because of this detail. Steel Dara is already in. Undermesh is in. Dive's going to come in. Triumph is activated here, but it's just not scary. This many Lombos should easily be able to defend this. Not enough to insta-snipe one down, but more or less he can just stand his ground. He's just start stepping to be safer. That's going to be a wipe of the army. In fact, that's Dark Age Limitane still for Koan. Koan, who, funnily enough, actually has enough gold to upgrade them, which never bothered. Hosin, in the meantime, has gone Imperial Age. Good God. Hey, guys. How about Gilded Villages every 6 seconds? You might mistake this for a regular HRE. This is not. This is the Dragon Villages. All right. Poke mode is worrying me right now. He's camping in his base. He actually needs to kill something. He's running out of time. He's a minute and a half away from elimination here. So, Red will clear up the Rams. Did get a few longbow kills, so we can actually see that they are incredibly safe now. Oh, I say incredibly. 360 resources. Not crazy. But considering the poke mode, it's almost like he's forgotten the game mode he's playing here. You need to go. The closer you leave this, the more the panic sets in. This is like, you know when you watch a Sacred Site timer and you let it go down to 3 minutes? You don't have time to react orderly, right? You start rushing and panicking and mistakes get made. That's exactly what could happen to poke mode here. I'm a bit worried that they've forgotten what the timer is. Just a reminder, like, we get this very kind of subtle UI over here. For these players, they get huge bars with the scores at the top left. So it's a very clear detail to them. And apparently, poke mode decided to skip the memo. I would not have anticipated GG going out next. Like, that. This is crazy. He's not even moving. I think Poke Mode totally forgot. Someone needs to actually poke him and get him moving right now. The crazy part is if he just attacked this small eco pocket, he could probably burn this all down and just about survive. Unfortunately, Koan has now stockpiled more points, though. So, weird removal in the second round here. Poke Mode just completely forgetting the game mode that he's playing. Elsewhere, how are we looking on Rasselbach? Relic Gathering is going reasonably, not crazy. Poke Mode is officially out. I can guarantee Poke's going to be in the stream right now. He's like, I forgot. I can already sense it coming. The game even pops text out to remind you. Look, next player with the fewest kills will be eliminated. So get your asses moving. Love this claim coming out from Rasselbach. A lot of gold. Gets him into that late game quite comfortably, right? Wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing TC booms around the center as well. Yellow, in the meantime, is coming in for a permanent removal of Koan. Koan, the Barbarian, is not going to hold on very long here. TC's being hit up. Villagers have moved away. Unfortunately, the issue for Koan in this game is that landmark eliminations still work. We've done that purposely to make sure that it's not unfair to players that actually are still technically alive, but get eliminated instead of someone who's already dead. Right? The goal here was to not give anyone a free 4 minutes because of a weird interaction where one player has got points, but has no base left. So these Rams taking out the TC. Oh, dude, I just realized as well. No way. You could not be serious. Koan didn't realize that you have to press all the buttons. So Koan actually should have been fine there. Well, not fine, but he would have fought a lot better. Remember, if you're playing this game mode, folks, you're playing the simulation mode, you need to be clicking all these buttons in your TC straight away. They have no research time, no cost, but they need to be clicked to activate. It's just the way the mod has been set up. So, mistake made there. Koan actually just ends up surrendering out in the end. We have got a few... Wait, Tomla, what the duck? Did they forget to click all the buttons? Oh, I think some of these just stay here. But if I remember correctly, for Koan, the others were still missing, right? Should we do a quick check, make sure everyone's hit their buttons? I think it's worth doing here. Exposure has... DJ Bunton, it doesn't matter. He's dead. Oh my god. All right, that's a landmark victory right there. DJ Bunton is going out. They're accelerating the game, by the way, because when you eliminate a player, when a player surrenders, it doesn't reset the timer. I'm going to have to talk to Rasselbach about having that as an option, because I think that might be a good idea here. This game is going to be absurdly quick. Now, admittedly, he is killing a lot of units diving him, but unfortunately, at the same time, DJ Bunton, even with his skills, it's not going to matter. Funnily enough, Spoja has arrived as well. He's like, I want to farm safety as well. I regret farming safety as well. Oh, God. Bunton now building up a Regnants to try and survive here. Actually looks like Blue may have given him a little bit of a breathing room here to actually get that final landmark up. Meanwhile, Hosin on the move. Oh, my dear God. Wait, that's Mass Lombo against Landsnack. Oh, my... They're so fast. They're so fast. 1.62 movement speed. This is a cleaving unit that moves at this same speed as a standard knight in regular play. That is batshit crazy. Arkan now being target down. Regnants not yet complete. I mean, at this point, DJ Bunton's dead. Luckily for him... No, actually, unluckily for him. He is next up on the chock and block, right? Koan already tapped out. Landsnack, just one touch, just one touch, one touch! Oh! Oh! Oh my God, that hurts. Woo! I haven't seen someone swipe that hard since I watched a horny person on Tinder. Good God. Everything just deleted there. Hosin is well and truly camped up and safe for the next round. And DJ Bunton will be going out next. Whew. And then there were 4. 4 minutes till the next elimination. Realistically, Rasselbach can secure himself into the next phase with an easy kill over here. Spoja. Oh, God. That is not an army that's going to survive. Rasselbok is out of control in this game. That is so many camels. Fitz would be proud. I mean, Fitz might be a bit overly excited, actually, if he saw this. Good God. They have fucking charged so quick. Well, Spoja is technically safe as long as, you know, Rasselbok doesn't decide to kill all his landmarks, which, why not? Like, why wouldn't you at this stage? Such a clean-cut win. Good God, he doesn't even go into melee form, right? This is his true Camel Archer spam. Oh, more troops come behind this. I've got a feeling this is going to turn into a modder versus modder final two. Rasselbok and Hosin look like the unstoppables right now. The indefeatables. Undefeatables. Hosin just learned the hard way that I did not enable Sacred Site victory conditions, so that's just gold. He's going to have to go for a kill. Unfortunately, Tomla is a pain in the ass. He built a Berkshire. Oh, that's so tilting. Meanwhile, Spoja is done. It's completely done. Stick a fork in him. Good God. Rasselbok is just unhinged in this game. He's like, I made it. I rule it. Elsewhere, Hosin now wrap around the back. A smart choice here, right? Siege would be too much of a slow build-up, even on the 1.25 speed multiplier. He needs to hit the economy. He needs to hit the farms. These farms, if I'm not mistaken, they track a standard cost. So even though you spend 37 wood, they're worth 75 resources on your points. So villages are good, but the buildings are just as important here. Weirdly enough, Hosin is actually... Oh, wait, no. Not like this, not like this. The cleaves! The cleaves! Tomla, nowhere safe for you to hide, my friend. Hosin is looking to claw this back. Tomla is getting quite a bit of points pulled up here because of the Berkshire. TC also assisting, so a little bit of an overextension here. Hosin in a bit of a panic. He needs to start torching buildings now. Spoja, actually GG's out. We're down to 3. Tomla could grief this, though. Realistically, it should be Hosin versus Rasselbok, but these strong defenses are farming up a storm right now for Tomla. Cleaves coming in. Just needs a few slices, a few taps. Staggered formation is going to be used, though. Tomla, I can't believe this. I actually can't believe it. Hosin, despite how this should be playing out, it looks like he's going to be going out in third. It's just not enough to kill here. Too many troops have been lost with this dive. Unfortunately for him, Tomla's strong point defenses are going to win out. Just a small difference between them. Hosin does take the lead, but it feels like a temporary one. He needs to burn more buildings ASAP. Oh my God! Did he just turn it? Did he actually just recover this? Tomla has lost a lot of eco on the backside. Right now, Hosin needs to get out of the base. Any more units lost means that actually Tomla could take his place. Hosin, well played. Dude, I'm impressed. I actually think he was done here. Like, it looked like it was already over, but clutch play onto the backside as the farm's being reoccupied. The cleanup of the remaining army means that Tomla most definitely is going to be going out in third. And now we get down to 2, and this is now very scary for Hosin. It's Imp versus Imp. Rasselbok has got mass cavalry. Camel Lancer's charges could wipe this army out, and Hosin... Wait, what? Wait, did I misread the score? What? Do we have a bug? Or did I miss extra kills at the last second there? Because I'm pretty sure that Hosin had more. I misread? Oh, crap. Okay, he must have changed it around the end. I guess he got some extra kills right at the end there. Oh, it's because of Spoja. All right, I'm a Muppet. I forgot. Because Spoja surrendered, it changed it. I think I'm going to have to request people just don't surrender because right now that messes with things a little. Okay, unfortunate then. Now this is just a given. Before it was a little bit of a fight, right? Hosin actually had an economy to fight back. Tomla is dead. This is the easiest win Rasselbok could have asked for in this game mode. Yeah, so Spoja, just to point out, like for people when they're playing this, I have Conquest on. So if your landmarks go down, you will be eliminated. And I think that should reset the timer still. Cavalry can build, yes. When you use the military wing, you get the ability to build with cavalry. Can't believe he's built a Tower of the freaking Sultan here. This is so many Camel Lancers. Tomlin right now is actually farming more kills, courtesy of the Berkshire. But this is an overwhelming force. Dervish also showing up with a relic. He's like, let me wall something. So, Tower of the Sultan actually has a decent attack speed in this game mode. Dive to the backside. He needs to start killing ASAP. Warlord's going to come out. Completely pointless. But it doesn't matter anyway. Rasselbok has absolutely annihilated Tomla. Berkshire's not going to save him anymore. In fact, right now, the Berkshire is attacking the Tower of the Sultan, the worst thing possible here. Eco is being hemorrhaged. Tomla now down to 45 villages, no military force. This is over. Your victor will indeed be Mr. Rasselbok, creator of this mode. Clearly, devs are OP. Yeah, definitely a mode that needs some tweaks still. I think like we need to work on the surrender reset triggering. I'll talk to Rasselbok about that as a condition. Because I feel like this should have been him and Hosin in the end. Because, let's be totally honest, Tomla, that dive was killing him off big time. Now an extra Tower of the Sultan coming in. I love that Rasselbok's like, well, it's an easy win. That doesn't mean you don't win with style. Tom was like, I might as well see this out. I got a minute left. Let me know what you guys think of these game modes, though. I think we are developing a really cool bunch of different mods in this community, and I love that we're able to feature them. Big shout out to Hosin and Rasselbok that gave us the combined mods to do this game mode. Rasselbok, he created the Meat Grinder. If you want to search Meat Grinder on the mod area. For the one that was created by Hosin, that's the simulation speed. If you search 1.25x or 1.5x, you will find the mods. And be sure to subscribe to the channel. Let me know if you want more of this content. Whew. All right, GG's to Rasselbok. Well played there, sir. A Destromination in the end coming out from the mod creator. Mod's clearly OP. Yeah, Nomad, it's not time to hit join yet. Calm down. Also, like, I like the idea that that name is too many characters, so when you try to put a comment about having a massive PP, it just comes back with it's too long. Alright, anyway. Rasselbok, one thing I was just highlighting, it might be worth adding an option so that when someone surrenders, it resets the clock. I don't know how much of a pain that would be. Because we were just saying, like, it's kind of crazy. Like, Hosin should have been safe, right, because of Spozia being dead. You could argue that's a strategy, though, which is why I think it should be an option and not a definitive. Because, like, that could create a strategic layer that's fun to explore. But I definitely would love to see the surrender element as well. Oh, my discount sex on the beach. All right. Let me set up a new lobby. I've got at least one more in me. I love that mode, dude. It's just so quick. So much nicer. 10 times nicer. 20 times nicer. Okay, I just disconnected quickly. I'm going to restart the game to be safe. Not quite done yet? Appreciate you, Rasselbok. Did we ever figure out something around the deleting buildings thing? Which I appreciate that no one done in that one, actually. What comm games are in the horizon with the next patch? I mean, more of the same as it currently stands. If the community's got more creative minds with interesting ideas, I'll always explore it. The Dominion games would be great. Honestly, I think this is 10 times better than Dominion, if I'm being totally real with you. I legit think we hit a jackpot here. It's so much fun. So insanely fun. Delete Punishment? Dude, Rasselbok's a legend. Hosin as well. You both are absolute legends. Oh, man. You guys are the reason why I wish they give you State Tree access. Like, if this is what you're doing with your hands tied behind your backs, I can't even begin to imagine what you'd do if you had, like, that amount of freedom to mod and create. All right. So, let's get the settings right. Another Meat Grinder coming in. I think everything was good. I think actually even the 10-minute elimination was fine. Should we try something other than King of the Hill? Like, what we just learned from King of the Hill is pretty much any map will work, right? Because King of the Hill is like, even at that side, even like with the tree lines, it's basically the size of an 8-player map, right? So we could realistically play anything, I think. Well, not anything. It has to be one that balances the spread, surely. But yeah. Exploding Kings mod on AoE 2 or Exploding Villages? Yes, but we never got something the same level in AoE 4. There was a very buggy version from what I remember. Hill and Dale won't work. Remember, we need a map where it spreads them evenly. Hill and Dale will put 4 people on one side, 4 on the other. It'll be messy. So Haywire might be a good shout. Haywire works. I remember that. Hideout works too. Mountain clearing. Yeah, we've done a lot of mountain clearing in the past. Mountain clearing is fairly safe too. I feel like Haywire is better, just because like the issue of mountain clearing is obviously the lag, because there's a lot more trees. So considering you're doing a simulation speed, I think the safer option might be to go for Haywire over mountain clearing for that detail, just to be safe. I think both maps have a similar impact anyway. Oh, we still need to get onto world map gens at some point. We'll get around to that next week. Yeah, you know what? I think we do this. We'll do a Haywire. All right, everything's correct. When I say use exclamation mark join space your username to get in. On my marks. All right, go, 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 go. Get those names in. Your ass wants to be in these games. Move it fast. All right, so we got Nomad coming through. Wait, have I got Nomad added? I guess not. Nomad, Nomad is your in-game name, right? I hope so. Otherwise, you, my friend, are not in the queue. All right, there we go. We got the lad. Boom. All right, Nomad's in. Failgain is in. Dragavan is in. This is where someone with like a 20 character long name is regretting their life right now. Chris is back. And he will not lead me into another hour-long game because there is a fixed limitation. Checkmate. I knew he'd want to be in with a game with Nomad. MSN DK. Let's get him in too. Get Hosen and Rasselbach in. Ooh, dude. Our modders are back. With ferocity. Alright, got everyone so far, right? So we got room for Koan and then I think one more. Wait, Anatan, you getting in? We getting Anno, Chad? I got room for one more. Wait, have I got... Did I miss someone? Or did we get everyone? Is there someone missing? Oh, yeah. Koan. We need to get Koan in. Sadly, no. Okay, yeah. Koan's not in there. Okay, all good. We were filled up anyway. Someone needs to invite Koan, the one that's online, when I leave. Here, let me just download the mod for you guys. Need to get you in on some of these, Anna Chat. These are fun, man. You'll like these. They're wild. Dragavan, give me permission to download viruses onto your PC, please. Thank you. Very important that I get the download of viruses onto your PC. Thank you, thank you. Wait, that's not you? Really? That guy's like, what the fuck? All right, there we go. Can you imagine Nomad just sitting there like, bro? My favorite part is how they just went along with it. They didn't question what had happened or where they'd arrived. They're like, seems good. I've just forced downloaded the mods on them and sent them out into the world. Spread the knowledge of these amazing mods, my friend. Go. Be all you can be. All right, so we're going to stick with the 10-minute, 4-minute elim thing. I think that's really good. That's worked out nicely. Oh my god. Do you know what would mess with people? Is if we added in the reset every X minutes thing. Oh my god, no, I'm not going to do it. Yo, what's up, Wembley Hog? Thank you very much for the Prime, man. Welcome to Swarm. Appreciate the support. All right. So, who was the final person we needed to get in? Yeah, Koan. K-O-A-N. Someone invite them when I leave. Go ahead and get their asses in, please, and thank you. Is it me? Like, am I the only one like just feeling like this Green Hill Zone remix actually is bussing? Really like it. Here's the spot, man. Not sure about the other one I've got in here, but this one's absolutely bussin'. Don't think anything like music-wise or like I've got on my list right now will beat the chill hop of like Fairy Fountain. Fairy Fountain's Song of Storms is really good in chill hop. God damn, that's so tasty. Guys, try this. Like, genuinely, get yourself some Fanta Fruit Twist. Add in a shot of peach schnapps to vodka. You'll thank me. So bloody refreshing. It is literally, I just call it a poor man's sex on the beach. Because it's like, Fruit Twist is essentially orange juice and cranberry, right? I think something else as well, but you're more or less there. All right, do we have permission to launch here? Has everyone got in the lobby? Let me know if we're Gucci, Dolce, and Gabbana on our way. I'm actually excited for this one. We didn't do many... I think we done one free-for-all where we played on it in Haywire. It's not bad, but like Haywire literally just turned... Like, it's interesting because you start close and move out. Haywire is the perfect map for Meat Grinder, if you think about it. Because you have the options to attack close, but then you have the option to expand away. So it's really nice because you always have this ability to get some points, which is really important in this game mode. You don't want people to all start in a far-off corner where they can't touch each other, right? I still remember that free-for-all I played in, by the way. I totally forgot to get Oda Tactics. We didn't talk about that game. Alright, looks like we're good to go. Y'all ready for this? We might do another game after this. We'll see how we go. We're up to 10 hours now, so pretty long stream, but we might keep rocking. We'll see. So definitely hang around if you want to get in on some more games. Like, what was it? 10? It's 10 o'clock already. Could maybe go to 11. So probably get another game in after this. All right. Let's get ready to go. Oh, I need to switch over to thingy, don't I? We may have just found the perfect map for the Meat Grinder mod. One and all, welcome back to Community Action. This is Haywire. Haywire is a map that spawns everyone close together in a circle and gives them room to expand behind their base. The Meat Grinder mod, if you remember, is the mod where every certain amount of minutes, someone's going to die. In this case, it's every 4 minutes with the first death at 10 minutes in. We are using the 1.25 speed modifier created by Hosin. The Meat Grinder mod has been created by Rasselbach. This is going to be fun. Everyone is close together. That's very important for this game mode because the way Meat Grinder works, to stay alive, you have to kill units. Like maybe a scout running underneath a TC. Chris, that was close. So the way this works is you're going to keep track of the score here. It tracks not kills, it tracks scores. So what that means is, for example, the cost of a unit is the score. So this scout dying is worth 70 resources, a villager dying worth 50, and knight dying is worth 240. So the goal is to always kind of balance that line between aggressing players, aggroing them out, and playing defensive, playing for your later phase in the game. It's a very difficult balance to find because if you find yourself only killing, say, 100 resources in a round, but you're not last, there's always a risk that someone's going to quickly bypass you. And some of these players are going to be incredibly aggressive. We've got quite a few familiar faces. Dragavan, a conk level player, very talented player, is going to be playing as the Ibids. The North End, we've got Chris is back. He's indeed back again. A free-for-all spammer here as the Chinese. Up to his north is going to be the creator of the mod, Rasselbach, who's a firm diamond player. To his side is going to be Failgame in the orange of the Byzantines. And then around here, we're going to have Hosin, another mod creator, the one who created the simulation speed, playing as the Chinese in the teal. And then their neighbor is going to be another free-for-all aficionado. It's, of course, the one and only wonderful Nomad, who regularly hosts a bunch of free-for-all type events. And then to the south of them, we've got MSNDK, who's actually a very capable player. He's featured in some of our Meat Grinder videos before. Very talented lad. Playing the Malians again, though, so he seems to be a bit of a one-trick at the moment, but judged by that. And finally, bless him, Koan is back. Koan did not have a fun time last time. They are a silver free. Please, let there be someone in this lobby that takes them under their wing, because this lobby, unlike the last one they were in, is very unfair. We've got Nomad, who's unranked, but I believe he was Conk on another account. And then outside that, we have 3 Conk level players in solo. And then, of course, Hosin is a Conk level player in team games. So this is a fairly stacked lobby. I like that. Half the lobby being Conk means that this is kind of going to balance itself out. What I love is, even though you might not expect a gold player to win, they can actually be more than a footnote sometimes if they time their attack right. Opening wise, Hosin is looking to collect some skulls here. Barbican actually paying off. Oh my god. Dude, this map is so short, it took him no time at all to walk across that. The only person in the world that would think that was a long walk is a hobbit. God damn, that was a short run. Blocks the food out, also kills a few of the eco for Nomad. Unfortunate now, because he can't attack the north side player. He has to think about going for the south side. And, well, you're playing as the Delhi right next door to one of the strongest feudal age army comps, right? MSNDK playing as the Malians. All right, get your predictions in, guys. It's kind of early, but like, based on what you're seeing, the civs, maybe you know the players, who is going to be our first blood drawn? And yes, 8 players is the maximum amount of players in AoE 4, based on the access that modders have currently to the tools. Funnily enough, actually, if the devs gave access to the state tree, theoretically, it would be possible to bypass the player count number because you'd be modding the game on a deeper level. But that isn't something the devs are probably ever going to give modders access to. It's so crazy watching them move like this. 1.25x simulation, guys, means they move at 1.68 movement speed instead of their regular off the wheelbarrow. Goodness gracious. My goal is to watch so much of 1.25 simulation that when I go back to watching normal AoE 4, I get confused. Actually, I'm genuinely worried that watching too much of this game mode is going to make me unable to watch standard Age of Empires 4 1v1s. Because the speed is just so different, right? I'm going to literally be stuck on 2 times speed casts all the time. Look at how quick horsemen are. Okay, Koan's doing a lot better this game, right? They haven't built multiple stables and not upgraded their units. They've gone for the horseman opening. And actually, with the Triumph, they're going to be able to get a little bit of blood spilling going there. MSN has taken some in return, but now Koan looking fairly safe. They're so fast with Triumph, it's insane. That's right. This is essentially like a next level practice, isn't it, right? Like, if you get good at playing this game mode, admittedly your timing's game sense will be off, but your micro is going to be through the roof. Nomad, please. What the hell is this? Wait, why is he all in the backside? There's no way someone's going to run all the way around your back on this, right? Maybe that's so he can jump out afterwards. The interesting part is you have to remember Nomad, like, I think I've watched him play this before. He's quite a big fan of this idea of booming behind, but he hasn't got a civ that does that well in the Delhi, right? Like, Delhi they need to be able to aggro this early game, but so far we're not seeing that at all. Order the Dragon is going to be pretty spicy here. Notice that so far, it's the modders that always go for Order the Dragon. Last time it was Hosin, this time it's going to be Rasselbach. They are really scary in this type of game mode. Their units aren't as easily pickable. If they do die, they give over a lot of score, sure, but it means it's much easier, especially in the early phase, to kind of trade out efficiently, I'd say. Because usually in the early phases, you pick a unit and you're either countered or counter, right? And if you're countering, you're immediately going to stack the points up to survive the early rounds. Moving out on the flanks. Love to see this. Dragavan's being very logical about this. Has not gathered on the stone whatsoever. Because, of course, playing Ibe is not a Bastards here. They're going straight for the Dervish Wing. On a map like this, remember, there's 11 relics in play here. And with the Dervishes, you have the mobility to run all the way around the outside, hoovering these up. Only player that can compete right now is going to be Hosin. Hosin, who... What the f... He actually chose Vision over Siege, which shocks me considering how easily Nesta Bees can farm points. Failgane has failed to gain any score and has decided to move his economy the entire map length away from the center. They're going to need to kill something, guys. I actually think Failgane, like, he's got 3 minutes to go. He's just spent all that wood on the TC. He's going Castle Age. He's yet to even build a Merc house. He's yet to even unlock Mercs. And his next door neighbor is scary, guys. Rasselbach, very capable player. We've seen this already. He loves this game mode. He's, of course, the creator of it. And he's playing a Civ that doesn't die easily. This is about to get tough. Rasselbach and Chris only having 50 points as well. Not a good sign. Just one worker kill is all it takes to even this up again. Dragovan now getting into the Gulums like this. A premium unit, right? Like, very expensive, sure, but much harder to kill. To his north side, he has got an awkward opponent to dent. Chris is back, playing on the Chinese here. Has teched up, has got crossbows on the way. So that's not going to be a golden target. The easy target should be to the south side. Koan is going mass horseman here with Triumph. Oh, this guy's a Byzantine picker after my own heart, and I love it. Meantime, Nomad has chosen a poor target to try and engage with. Nomad has been excitedly waiting on the sideline to play in one of these. Might be a very short stay. We're a minute and a half away from our first elimination, and right now Nomad is looking at the guy at risk. Looking to be the guy rather at risk of elimination. Compound of the Defender is a bold play. You need to kill something. Your focus shouldn't be teching. Your focus should be slaying. I think at this point, just send troops in north or south side. Like, just find 2 villager kills here. Hosen is not at risk of elimination. Your person to beat is Chris right now. So you need to just rush units in and sacrifice them. This is especially logical now that he's going for a tech up. These guards he's built are kind of worthless. If you can get in and just find 2 worker kills with no textiles here from Hosen, that will save him. Sendika in the meantime is teched up. Oh no, dude. We forgot to tell Nomad. He doesn't know. I just thought about that. I was like, why does he look so pathetic? No offense, but yeah, oh my god, he wasn't paying attention to our little tutorial. Just a reminder to people, when you play this game mode, at the start of it, at the 1.25 simulation, you need to click these buttons. You need to get all these techs unlocked. Otherwise, they're not in effect. His villagers are moving at 1.29 movement speed with Wheelbarrow. Meanwhile, look up here. It's 1.46. So, very big whoopsie coming in there. My bad, Nomad. We should have explained that to you. He has got a worker kill. He's going to struggle to find more than that, though. Koan, this could be safe here. Nomad, 15 seconds away from elimination. He needs a kill. He needs it right now. It's not looking good, though. Failgane, by the skin of his teeth, is going to survive this. I can't believe this. Nomad is going to be going out in 8th. And funnily enough, just behind him is going to be Failgane, who's now at risk. He put all his landmarks on one location. The men-at-arms. Oh my god! Alright, fair to say that Rasselbach is pretty safe. Failgane has just lost, what, half of his economy? He's got 22 villages. This many men-at-arms will burn down the TC. We're about to see back-to-back eliminations quickly. Nomad, of course, first out. He's going to turn up in chat in a second going, I don't know what happened. Oh, I feel bad. I totally forgot to tell him because, like, so far people have been here early on when we've been mentioning it. Just a reminder, when you play this game mode on your TC at the beginning, click all these buttons in your UI, and you will have the accelerated simulation speed. The only things that simulation will not increase was, I believe it was research speed, I think build speed, and then the cooldowns was the other thing. Yeah, Nomad, I thought you were just going to run Ghazi into someone's base and just sacrifice him for 2 worker kills. It's unfortunate. So, first player out. We have 3 minutes out from elimination. Who is likely to be eliminated next? Koan kind of has a hard time, right? He's got mass horsemen, but... Oh my god! That is messy. And not Lionel. MSNDK getting a great trade here. Koan actually losing a lot of resources to take that fight. So MSN's safe. He's now got Sofas on the way. This is looking a little bit rough for Koan. Not at this point, but the follow-up. Orange also has big problems. Grand Winery is going down. The TC has survived for Failgane. But there isn't really much of an economy left over. Meanwhile, Hosen. Holy crap. He's going deep. Full farm transition at the back of his base. This is usually what happens on this map, by the way. The design of this particular map, Haywire, what you're going to see in free-for-alls is people will start to expand outwards from their starting location to be further and further away from their opponents. It's an interesting design because essentially your base functions as your front line, which is cool because I think I remember talking about like this is an idea that I thought would be cool quite a while ago. I can't remember if I raised it with Bidlin. I don't know if Bidlin created this one, but I remember I said like it would be interesting but difficult to balance to have a mode where your TCs are almost in range of each other. This kind of does that same thing, especially in free-for-alls. TC going down. Failgain is one landmark away from elimination. This is going to mix things up in an uncomfortable way, because if you get eliminated by Conquest, I'm pretty sure it doesn't reset the timer, which means it's not just Failgain facing elimination. It's Hosen now, who thinks... Wait, there's no way he thinks he's safe. What is Hosen doing? Oh my god. With Nomad gone, and his neighbor about to fall as well, there's nothing for Hosen to kill. Please tell me he's built military. He's got 7 Palace Guard. He needs to kill something right now. He's panicking. Look at the movement speed of these. Oh no, he ran into sofas. Wow, Hosen on the precipice of victory in the last game. Now is going to be second out. I can't believe that. What a turnabout. You can't attack Koan. Koan's got too many horsemen. If you engage with him, you're going to lose too much, right? The triumph of the mass horseman play. This is just wild out of Koan. Koan hasn't gone for the upgrades yet, right? No, they are still playing with Feudal Age Horsemen. Okay, that's a big problem. Sofa's now raiding into the farms as well. MSN looking to guarantee his opponent will not get in the way later. I love this from Dragovan, setting up on the deer stack. This is too late, Hosen. Failgain's gone. I mean, it wouldn't have made a difference, right? Like, Failgain aside, Hosen always failed to find enough resource kill here, so he's going to be going out next. I love this. Movement speed. Wait, what? What happened there? Dude, can someone get a replay check? Because I'm pretty sure Hosen had less there, right? What just happened to Failgain? Something's off here. I'm not imagining it, right? Failgain was like here. He had 1,000. I'm a bit confused right now. Did he surrender? Something happened there. Hosen should be dead. He had the lowest score by far. Okay, I'm going to have to check in with Rasselbot. Because like last time, I think I misread. But this time, I'm adamant that like Hosen had about 180 resources worth of kills. And Koan had 1,000. He walked over and attacked pink. What does that have to do with it? Wait, did Hosen get enough kills? Did I just miss Hosen kill like 20 villages? Maybe. Someone definitely... He lost landmarks. Oh, okay. All right, thank you. I am blind then. Dude, it's going to take some getting used to. The weird part is you have to remember is like if a player surrenders or gets eliminated, their score doesn't reset, so you can't just look at the lower score. All right, Hosen survives to fight another day, and this is now scary because he's reached that threshold, right? 31 Palace Guard and scaling. Meanwhile, look at MSN. Okay, I still don't remember the noise MSN makes. Oh, Dragovan is so dead. There's no freaking way he survives this. The Tower of the Sultan. He memed a bit too hard in this one. That's going to also be going down. MSN. Like, the thing I love about this game mode, this is something that's really missing in AoE 4 directly, is like, it's very hard to just look at a number and say, oh yeah, right now in like the last 5 minutes, they traded better. Look how easy it is to see the discernibility here. This is insane. MSN trading twice as efficiently as his opponent here. Chris, in the meantime, raiding north side. Bold to go into Rasselbot's territory. He might be looking for economy. Easy picks. I mean, Rasselbot has got a lot of wiggle room to work with, right? After Failgain got eliminated. And yeah, that's actually a fair point to highlight. We'll have to bring that up to Hosen. The Relic, I do believe the wall low takes the same time. Just kind of recap for people, the 1.25x simulation speed, it's not perfect. There's a lot of things that can't be increased without state tree access, and things like wall lulls are one of those things. I would love to see it with a speed increase, and I really, really do hope that the devs see these type of videos, understand how important state tree access is, and give it to us. That's why I'd always encourage people to share these videos around, tell them about these mods, tell them about these amazing game modes that people like Hosin and Rasselbach have been creating, so that they get the tools necessary to bring them to full power. This is already insanely fun without it being capable of being at full potential, right? Imagine if everything worked correctly. Research speed, build speed, cooldowns, relic conversion times, projectile speed. If all those things are in as well, how crazy good this game mode could be. Hosin, he saved himself last time. Is he going to do it again? Dude, you are playing a dangerous game here. It's 20 seconds. He needs to find Eco straight away. Rasselbach. Villagers might be far enough away from this. I don't think this is going to work for Hosin. He saved himself once. But no way this works again. Elsbach also on the way. Rasselbach is moving in. He needs a big fight. He needs a big win here. Palace Guard need to do more work. But it's not enough. Hosin goes out. We are down to 4. You can see the panic as well. He was looking for a target, just not able to find it. Rasselbach stays away just long enough. Scores reset once more. We are down to 4. MSN looking to make it a quick extra elimination here, though. Dragavan, oh, dude, he got baited. He's switching the spears. It's now Mass Musafadi. Now, this torch speed usually wouldn't be quick and impactful, but remember, their attack speed is being increased by 1.25. This is very fast. Okay, Hosin gave clarity. So he killed 2 mangoes in the last 3 seconds. That's how he survived. Thank you very much, Hosin. So that was insane in the first place. I didn't find any mangoes this time. Oh, I wonder why. This is actually a pretty good defense, by the way, coming through from Dragavan. Spears are really effective in this fight. They have similar damage to Musafadi, but then when the Mamluk's Bravery activates, their damage gets out of control, +3. Unfortunately, the landmarks is what I'm worried about. I don't think Dragavan is going to survive long enough. House of Wisdom's gone. That means you've lost all landmarks, and that does mean Dragavan is out. We are down to 3. And I've got a feeling this is going to be between Rasselbach and MSN. That's interesting. So MSN purposely targeted out Dragavan, as Dragavan is the highest ranked player in this lobby. It's very smart. Rasselbach is capable. We've seen him win this game mode already. But of the 2 options between Dragavan and Rasselbach, I think MSN sees Dragavan as the bigger threat, right? Rasselbach is getting time to breathe, time to build, but now we're talking about like a raw eco mosh pit here. MSN DK has got enough army to keep just gunning this fight. And because of the way this is played out, he should be safe. Although I say that, this is uncomfortably close. MSN needs to find more to kill, because Rasselbach is going to catch up. Chris, what is this reaction? Villagers nowhere to run here. MSN needs to fight. Heading in towards Purple's base. MSN, if he lines this correctly, he's actually going to get a win straight away, more or less, right? If he times this perfectly, where Chris survives, Rasselbach being gone, Chris is already basically dead. So this is important. Instead, it's going to be probably a landmark snipe coming out. I mean, he torched it before. Why not again, right? Anything being hit up. Rasselbach. Oh my god, dude. The mobility on the Malians in this game mode is bonkers. They're too damn quick. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. That's the one way Rassel wins, MSN. Just kite him. You don't even need to engage this. Oh my god. Landsnack. Trying to farm to stay alive. It looks like Chris is going to be going out next. But the problem here is what happens afterwards. This is an expensive loss for Rasselbach. For MSN, it's just a drop in the bucket, remember. He's got Fulani, he's got 70 eco behind, he's got the pit mines. So Rasselbach now, while he still has a troop advantage, needs to push this. I actually can't believe that many live. Rasselbach, that's insane. Musafadi, more like Musafadi here. Just not so funny for the user. Those Landsneck found so much value. Rasselbach now sitting cozy and pretty. 15,000! God damn. His eco is not impressive. That's the issue, right? So like once this army's gone, he's in trouble. But credit to him, he still has 12 Landsneck left over. He's healing them up. He's giving them the inspired buff. This is now very scary for MSN. Yeah, he's going to have 4 minutes to kind of outlast Rasselbach. The thing to remember is that Rasselbach doesn't have great mobility, so if MSN just kites him and gets easy kills, chooses his fights, it's a very strategic win. It won't be for Chris, though. Chris going out in third. We are down to our final two. MSN, whoa, boy! Rasselbach, an early lead. That's exactly what he needs. I'd love to see him get more prelates here just to heal up this very heavily injured army. MSN, the problem right now is he has to calculate, can I get a landmark victory in 3 minutes? If not, I need to think differently about how I'm approaching these fights, because Massimo Safadi is the quickest way to lose this. Massimo Safadi will get butchered by this group of Landsneck. Sofas are at least wrapping around the backside, so he is now actively looking for economy. You can see that Rasselbach is trying to smuggle his folks away, hide them as best he can. I think at this point, the best thing that Rasselbach could do is move everything back to the main base, underneath the L's back. Oh my god. Dude, this is like finding a needle in a haystack. But the rotation is going to be able to find it eventually. Surely. MSN. Surely. He's going to see it. He's going to move around. Rasselbach. He's like, no, 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 no. Oh my. MSN doesn't see it. Rasselbach. He's playing a game of hide and seek, and right now he is winning. The funny thing is, MSN, I don't think he realizes that if he attacks buildings, he will get points here. Those buildings, that outpost, that lumber camp, would have got you close to the threshold. But I think he's scared about the Landsneck arriving. Sofas come back. This is big. This is what he needs. Villagers get struck down. MSN takes the lead and immediately retreats. Oh my god. I can't believe this. Rasselbach now has to rush like a bat out of hell here. There's no waiting around anymore. It's go. He just got found. MSN grabs 1,500 points. Rasselbach needs that big fight. Nothing less will do. He's got 2 minutes. There's no waiting around. Luckily, in the 1.25 simulation speed, that's enough time to reach the Malian base. Unluckily, might be difficult to actually fight them before they keep retreating. Wait, actually, more unluckily, Rasselbach. Oh my god, he doesn't even know where he is! Okay, so he's punting blind right now. MSN is running an army straight towards this unintentionally. MSN doesn't see him. It's unscouted. It's dangerous every time he moves back. Tech up is on the way. And he's going to look to the wrong base. No way. It's right or left. It's a 50-50. He goes right. And he chooses right. This is exactly where he needs to be. For the Huntress going up. A full dive, a full divide is required. Rasselbach rushing in. MSN has to pull away. Landsneck with a cleave. This is it. This is everything. Landsneck cleaves coming in big. The score's stacking up. Rasselbach and MSN are neck and neck. Can he do it? Can he get enough here? Rasselbach takes the lead, and I think that is gonna be it. Too much dead. MSN, even if he clears this up now, surely this is enough. Rasselbach just needs to get those Cleaver boys in. Just a few more strikes, that's going to be good enough. MSN pulls away the weak Musafadi here. Mangonel's not going to be enough to recover. That is going to be everything. Rasselbach has done it. 10 seconds out. He finds the most clutchiest of clutch wins here. A fight that desperately was needed. Rasselbach, a back-to-back winner, the creator of this mod. The 50-50. Oh my god. Dude. Big claps. MSN, I threw that one. I mean, I think you just need to keep, like, running with Sofas. Like, you had the right idea of the hide and seek. If only my APM was as high as my heart rate. I love this game mode so much. Could he just run away? Theoretically, but if your base is found and you keep running away, your base building is going to be attacked, right? And that's how you'll lose. Oh my god. Do we do another one? I can't imagine a hyper finish in that. I don't think we're going to top that in terms of end, right? That was insane. Do we do one more? What map would I do? What map could we do? Oh my god. I think that one's just going to be called a game of chicken. Alright, so I think I got one more in me. Let's figure out what map we're going to do it on. So that was Haywire. Haywire was pretty good. Glade is going to be crappy, I think. Glade will be bad, right? Glade will be super campy. You can get two at the start. Yeah, Hosen, can you explain that? Is that just like automatically done, or is it a click and it's done, but it still stays there? Because I've been noticing on the UI they still have two options still. Guys, do we play Highview? Highview's kind of wild, right? Because Highview is very kind of blind. You never know where people are going to come from. King of the Hill? We already done King of the Hill. King of the Hill is not that great. Like, it's pretty... It's still really, really big. Okay, got you, Hosen. Is there anything else we could do? I don't think we need the mini-map ones for this speed. Free for Island? Wait, is this... Do we do this? Oh, I played that before. There's very fat wood lines in the center. There is fishing. Do people want a map with fishing, though? Or would you guys rather have a land-locked map? I think it's Free for Island, or... what was the other one I was saying? Or Highview. No fishing? Of course the Malian spamming cowboy would say that. Alright, let's see. Double starting villages, yep. Conquest, unit costs. Yep, everything's good. We're keeping it as this. Let's put it 5 minutes now. Dude, could you imagine? Oh my god. Part of me wants to do that with, like... What map would we do that with? Maybe not Highview. Like, maybe Haywire. You do, like, a 5-minute first elim. With 2 minutes for each elimination. That would be insane. Oh, my god. Alright, we'll keep it sanity here, right? We'll do the 10 minutes, 4 minutes. English would be OP. Nah, dude. Order the Dragon. Alright. Let me just clear the previous join requests, and I'll tell you guys when to go. When I say go, you need to put !join, space, your username to get in on the lobby, but only once I say do it, not before. Alright. This is going to be a fun one. !join if you want to get in! Go, 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 go! Ooh, my throat. Alright, so Julie's coming in. Sormian, we've got a new Kong player turning up. Look at that. More faces. Love it. Hosen's in again. Of course he is. He's like, I need to redeem myself. MSN. Also looking to redeem himself. I do love that the Rasselbox, like, you know what? 2 wins in a row. I'm going to let someone else do it now. It's like, it's kind of lame. I made the mod. I'm just like, I'm too good. He's wearing like the giant swag glasses. He's like, you know, this is just kind of, It's getting too easy. It wouldn't be fair. All right, let's get Chris in. And then finally, we've got Tomla coming in. Looks like, Ezra, you were just a little bit too late, my friend. Other people beat the punchline on that one. Oh, man. So, wait, have we got everyone invited? Who's missing? Chris is in. Who hasn't come through? Was it Dragavan? It's Dragavan, isn't it? Let me invite him again. Let me do that as well. And then the final person we need to get in is Tomla, right? You didn't get that one? Yes, that's because it hasn't been sent yet. Because I need to now drop, and then someone needs to invite you. Don't forget Song for Chuganu Rush. Dude, like, I said I have not seen Chuganu yet with the simulation speed increase. I'm pretty sure that's how you could crash people's game. Another little tip, if you pick English and get to Imperial Age, we haven't seen what happens when you use the volley yet. Because with the simulation attack speed increase, you're already under 1 speed. So volley should theoretically break the game. So there you go. Have fun with that. Right, let me go ahead and drop. When I drop, someone needs to invite Tomla stream. Thank you very much. Rules are as follows. If you are plat or below, you can pick your civ. If you are above, you must random. That's the way we do this rule set, so it's fair. It's a nice balance point between lower rank players and higher rank players. So everything else is correct. Thumbs up. Large is good. I'm gonna change the. Let's change the style, guys. Should we play? Let's play some Japanese Springs. That's very pretty. All right. So I'm gonna drop now. Actually, let me just quickly make sure Julie's got the mod to be safe. Whew. Thirsty. My throat's getting a bit rough. Don't know why. It's only been 10.5 hours of solo casting, right? Not much. Oh, let me check on YouTube. We haven't checked in on them in a while. Yo, what's up, Connor? Apologies, mate. I didn't see that. I'm not used to people donoing on YouTube. Thank you very much, Connor Holman. I hope you're still around. Much love, buddy. Appreciate the support. Sorry I didn't see that sooner. We've just been so distracted with the back-to-back community games. I didn't even glance across because I have to look at a different window. Might need to go for a free monitor setup again. Okay, so everyone's got the mod. I'm going to drop now. Someone invite Tomla stream. Oh, man. We should be doing more of these next week because obviously the Elite Classic recaps just can't happen now because the games have been played out, right? Like, so now it's going to be playoffs. All games are going to be cast by the main channel. I will be on EGC on Sunday, casting with Winston. So you'll be able to catch me then. I think Saturday might be, I want to say, I can't remember if it's Crackety or not. I can't remember who it's with, maybe Dabston or Tim. So, you left, Sawmin? What do you mean? Did you leave? Why'd you leave? Nani? Oh, you got back in. Thanks, Nomad. Oh, so yeah, we'll be doing more of these. We'll definitely be doing more community games next week. We'll be back to getting more of those in, which would be nice. So tell your friends, bring everyone along. I like to see like loads and loads of new faces. It's nice to mix up the players. I know for some people, like I remember I had this before where people like, I like that you're a small streamer because you respond to me. I don't want you to get big. Don't worry about this thing as like, oh, I don't want you to get big because if we have 30, 40, 50 people queuing, then I won't get on games. Honestly, trust me, it's much funner if it's able to grow. The funny thing is if actually we're able to grow like that, I'm able to justify doing community games for more hours. So actually increases the amount of entertainment and also the participation opportunities, which is so much better. All right. Oh, when you invite someone, the leave game button is behind. Oh yeah, dude. Like the UX there is so tilting. All right. Wait, we crashed? Oh, damn. Okay. All right. Well, let me restart my game as well. We'll remake the lobby, and then we'll look to get into this ASAP. What's always incredible about doing this format, by the way, is with a 10-min first elim and 4 minutes afterwards, you end up with a maximum game length of 38... Wait, is it 38 minutes? I think it's less, right? Is it not? I think it's 34 minutes is the latest a game can go, which is like crazy, pretty amazing, and it's funny because it's like I don't feel like I'm missing out on seeing anything. I feel like a lot of you guys aren't missing out on anything. You're not feeling anything as missing either, right? It's actually quite nice. Okay, so we had a crash, right? Guys, if you remember your picks, I'm happy for people to pick their pick again. Let's do like a refresh pick here. Instead of everyone now randoming me. You guys, like, I trust you to remember the civs you had. It's a fun community game. There's no need to like sweat it to an absurd degree of I'm going to sneak a new pick. Just everyone pick what you picked before. My game is not even allowing me to load in right now. I'm going to force close everything. I'll restart my game. I'll make the lobby again and make sure everyone just restart your game to be safe. Better safe than sorry, right? Like, you'd hate for you to be the one still causing crashes because everyone else restarted. Just always safe with AoE4. So bear with me a second. We'll get this started up. Oh yeah, guys. I haven't shown you my daughter and what she done today, right? Here. She's a pain in my ass, actually. As much as I love her. She discovered something. Check this. So. You cheeky git. The best bit is in that last second. Watch this. Watch that smile. Watch that psychopath smile. She's so incredibly happy with herself. She pushes those chairs. So, like, she'll actually push them over to the PC to sit there in front of, like, the little, like, Amazon Alexa to watch Peppa Pig. And then she'll, like, push them back towards the table when it's dinner time. Nah, dude, she's a climber to a fault. She doesn't also, like, she's the type of person that will fall from something and then just get up and go and do it again. That girl is dangerous to herself. All right. Let me get the lobby up here. So, make sure everything is same old, same old. Yeah, actually, saved all my options. Big Pog, very good. So, well, allow observers the only thing I have to like switch there. And now we need to get the people back in. So we had Krent, right? I'm pretty sure Krent was on the list. Yep. Let's get Krent in. We had Dragavan. Yo, what is up? Thank you very much, Shento. Appreciate the 5 gifted subs. You're an absolute legend. Welcome those 5 new people to the swarm. Let those amazing mods you now have access to tempt you to always resub mumps moving forward. Trust me, there are some absolute bangers in there. So be sure to start spamming those emotes. I love it when I see people spamming the emotes in like the EGC chat. Because I think some of them are really good for that as well. Like the K-Big Hype one, I absolutely adore. The Nunny is going to be great. If you guys actually see a Japanese game, I don't think anyone has a better emote now for Japanese matches in competitive. That is your go-to spam emote. All right. We've got Chris. Oh, sorry. Chris was in, wasn't he? Yeah, sorry. Misglanced that. Let me get them back in. And then when I leave, Tomla's going to be the final one to get in. What time is the stream tomorrow? I believe it starts at 3 PM, if I'm not mistaken. It's the standard time. Should be 3 PM GMT. Who am I missing? Make yourself known. We're missing someone here. Because Tomla's the final 8th to invite after I leave. Someone else is missing. Community games tomorrow? No. Because tomorrow there's going to be UGC. Oh, are we missing MSN? Fired. Let's try again. I'll quickly do this because that sometimes helps if people are having issues. Right, let's get him in. Come on. Final one of the night. Let's make it a banger. Shame if I hide my landmarks and spam Magadai. Jesus Christ, I hate you so much. Oh, fantastic. Dude, not this crap again. I still remember that Mangadai only game mode. Says unable to join match. We've hit that. Did you restart your game, MSN? since the crash. If you didn't take this opportunity to restart. Yeah, just do it again. I've sent quite a few invites at this point. It's quicker for you to quickly restart than me try and leave the lobby, restart, and invite everyone again. So, might as well take the shorter solution first. Guys, what do you think? I think Byzantines are actually going to be like nerf worthy after the Elite Classic playoffs. I legit think they're going to be the strongest Civ. Especially with the buffs that should be dropping, what, between playoff start and finals weekend? Byzantines are going to be like borderline S tier. They are about to be so freaking broken. I also think HRE are just about to go up to A tier. I actually think HRE might end up being the best Civ on water maps now. Holy crap, Gento, you absolute legend. Another 5 gifted subs. Something in me, like, I like to believe that there's something deeply, deeply evil and that you love to hear the spam of my voice line. Which has been purposely designed to throw people off. Thank you though, man. I appreciate you. Kren are absolute legend. Gold level Ukrainian player who's actually ranked up to diamond these days, by the way. Shout out to him. That noise is me? Yes. That noise is actually in Dota 2. If you search Dota 2 Killer Pigeon voice line, that is actually a thing that you can buy and use in Dota 2. So let's see if MSN can connect. I remember, like, I wasn't sure what I wanted to put in the game, like, voice line-wise for me. And I remember I sent that across to a friend, and I was like, what do you think of this? And he's like, it reminds me of the Keck W guy. I was like, perfect. I'll take that. Okay, so... Wait, it just said he accepted. What's happening? Are we just having... Like, are we just doomed to not get a lobby? What's going on here? Something's wrong. I can try leaving, and someone can invite invite this guy, and see if that works. See if you can get him in after I leave. It might work if we switch the host, because what I'm worried about now is the longer we sit on the host lobby screen, the more likely it is to desync, because that's the way AoE4 was made for questionable reasons. But yeah. All right. Were you able to get him in after I leave? After I left, rather? After I leave? I leave? And then the other person we need to get in is Tomla, right? That's the other person that someone needs to invite. Let me know when they're all in. Let me know when we're starting. Doesn't work? Crap. I think because we're getting quite deep in the stream, we can either remake or we can invite the next person. All right, I appreciate you, MSN, man. We'll get you in on other ones in the future. Someone invite Callum Dane. So invite Callum Dane and invite Tomla, and that should give you a full lobby. Interesting. So we're still going to end up with... 4 conks. We can get you in next time, MSN. I think I'm going to make this a regular part of Fridays. I quite like it for Fridays. We'll see about other weekdays. Like I said, the more we grow, the more doable it is. Oh, sorry. I forgot to put music on. Whoops. Only 4 conks? Exactly, Tom. Let's slap them. You and Krent need to team up. There we go. That's the power dynamic. Newfound gold and our previous golder. Stacking up for a good fight. Let's do 4v4. Oh, good God. Oh, thank you, Leaf. No, thank you, everyone who's been watching, supporting. I appreciate it, man. It goes a long way. Dragavan's on order? GG. Dude, the Order of the Dragon are looking nuts in this game mode, right? Landsneck spam is kind of bonkers from what we've been seeing so far. Can anyone solve it is the big question mark now. We good to launch? Is Callum still here? Ezra, you still here? Make yourself known, Ezra. If not, exclamation mark join for anyone else who wants in. He came and left. Okay, that's weird. Wait, please tell me the lobby's not bugged again. We're running out of time. Think the group is bugged? I'm thinking so too. Do I need to remake another lobby? Dude, I've got, like, this is starting to feel a bit doomed. I'm going to have to do something drastic. I'm now, because of the lobby time it's taking, I'm decreasing your time to survive to 3 minutes. Oh, no. You're going to have 10 minutes, and then you're going to have 3 minutes between elims. That's how we make up the time. This is going to be so fast. Oh, Jesus. Remember, no surrendering, or you may ruin it for other people. Oh, God. Alright, let me set up the lobby. This is gonna be so freaking insane. My brain was like, make it 2 minutes. I'm like, no. I'm gonna try to be semi-reasonable here. Alright, we're gonna need something tighter than high view just to compensate, to be fair. We're actually gonna do the mini-map Dry Arabia to keep you guys nice and kushki. I believe Teams Together was more resources. Yeah. Alright. There we go. So, Conquest, that's going down to 3. I'm getting 6 minutes of my time back. I will still give you the 10-minute mercy. And remember, guys, when you get in on your TC, there's going to be a bunch of buttons you need to push to get the quicker speeds. It's critical that you press that or you're going to be a mile behind. All right, let's get the people in. So let me double check. We had Dragavan, didn't we? I'm pretty sure Chris was in that. Krem was in. And then let's get the rest in. So Judy back. Give me hardcore vibes. Hardcore vibes. Somin. Let's get Somin in. MSN, you're still here, right? I'm going to send you an invite. We might better get you in now. Who am I missing? Tomla? I think Tomla, right? Others need to come through. Road, what you doing, man? 11 hours? Yeah, it's nothing. Oh, you're missing Hosin? Oh, sorry, I must have accidentally skipped you. All right, MSN can join. Big Pog. All right, so we just need Tomla after I leave. Yeah, dude, there's nothing. It's just 12-hour stream. You should see how long some of my days are when I'm like stage hosting away at Lance. 16-hour days, anyone? I still remember, like, we were meant to do extra stage hosting for the Olympic Games thing. And they were like, oh, dude, we need you at X in the morning. We want you to go home. Forget about this last, like, series because of technical delays. Otherwise, you're going to get 2 hours sleep. It's like, okay, I'll take 4. All right. There we go. So everything's set correctly. I'm going to drop now, and I need an invite to be sent out to Tomla. So send an invite to Tomla stream. Get them in. Your days have 24 hours? Yeah, but you don't work 24 hours, surely. Luckily, I don't really get affected by jet lag the way I think most people do. I don't really get jet lag proper. I just also don't get tired the same way. It's kind of weird. I don't know. Being away from me is like a high. I love it so much. But it's not like... It's work, but it's not work. I'm a performer, dude. I love performing too much. All right. This is going to be so stupid. And I love it. There's something very enjoyable about casting community games while drinking alcohol. I'm enabling myself. I didn't even finish on my energy drink. Need to get some more of that. I love blueberry and lemon. I need to find blueberry cocktails. I'm a sucker for blueberry. It's like my favorite fruit. Raspberries, actually, as well. Raspberries are pog. God tier. Tomla, you here? Have we got Tomla in? Are we good to go? Starred? Big pog. Thank you very much. Nice. There we go. Luckily, I get away with mixing cocktails. When I had my friend John round here for the charity quiz, because we'd done a cocktail round where we sampled them all, he was dead. He can't mix drinks. He's like, I can drink like a liter of gin and be fine, but the moment you start mixing, I'm dead. Few more hours of stream. I don't know about that, Packer. I've got things I need to catch up with, and other things I've got to do tomorrow. So I think we will have to call it after this one, which will be like 11.5 hours of streaming. So if you haven't subscribed, guys, subscribe, because that would be, in this one stream alone, you'd be dodging 44 minutes of ads, right? That's crazy. All right. So what have we got? Oh, we got some Japan? Dude, MSN, I love how he goes from one Zerg Civ to the other. I hope he doesn't end up against Hosted or Dragavan at the end, or he might just be dead. Oh, man. Double OOTD is OTP. Oh, sorry, OTTP, isn't it? Over the top. Wait, no, OTT. I think I've had too many drinks. All right, let's all both. I am so cruel. So cruel. Someone needs to punish me. One and all, welcome back to every X minute someone dies, and I have been brutal. It's the 10-minute start time as usual, but every 3 minutes after that, someone will be culled. This is absolutely vicious. A maximum game time then of 31 minutes, I believe, is feasible here. Going to be crazy. We had to go to a smaller map. We are on the mini-map Dry Arabia. We are using the 1.25 speed modifier that was created by Hosen over here in the purple. Shout out to Rasselbot, who created the Meat Grinder mod. Be sure to check out Meat Grinder. It's the one that gives you this timer where every X minutes a player is eliminated based on their score, their kills. And MSN already off to a golden start here. Actually has already accrued 90 points. So well played there. What did he kill? Wait, was there a Malian player? Oh, no, Sormian. Sormian lost their scout. Let's introduce the players, because this is quite interesting. Sormian right here is a conk level player, despite what you just saw them do to their scout. Up here, we've got Hosen, who is conk level in team games. To the north of them is going to be Tomla. Tomla is our gold 2 player, playing as the English. Golds love their English, right? Julie Beck to their side has been grinding up. They're up at plat out of gold now. They've been improving. They love Juji. We always see them pick this in the community games. Chris is going to be playing as the Mongols in the orange. He's going to hide everything, you can already tell. He is actually a conk level player. To the south of them, we're going to have Dragavan, who is most definitely a conk level player. This is the disgusting part. Hosin and Dragavan, 2 conk players, are on Order of the Dragon, and so far, they have been looking bonkers in this game mode with Mass Landsneck. Finally, our gold turned diamond. It is the return of Krent to the south side here in the Abbasids of the green. And MSN. Sorry, did I say finally? We've got about MSN. I'm a few drinks in. Got to be on a fun community night. We've got MSN funnily enough, who usually plays the Malians, getting another Zerg Civ, the Japanese here, in the blue. All right, fight. 7.5 minutes until this gets crazy. I'm wondering who's going to get away with cheeky Castle Age timing. Who's going to be forced to go for some desperate all-in feudal play? The interesting thing about this game mode is you can kind of sacrifice the arm to save the body, in that you can essentially run your Yami in, right? Knowing you're going to lose the fight, but knowing you'll get a few kills in response to save yourself from the round. And no, we are not playing Bounty Everything mode. This is not that mode, the one where you get refunded what you kill. This one is simply kills are tracked through the cost. And whoever has the lowest amount, every time that this goes down to next elim 0, that player is eliminated. So right now, if we have all these players remaining at 0 on kills, when the 7 minutes remaining are up, they're all out. And it would be an instant win for MSN. So peaceful right now, isn't it? Let's check if everyone's pressed their buttons. I'm having a quick look. You can't see it. I'll quickly pull it down so you can see what I'm talking about. There's a little thing over here. It's very important when you play this game mode that was created by Hosin. You need to click these buttons that you see behind the chat right here. If you don't click all 4 buttons here, you will not get the increased simulation speed. Very critical to unlock those. Seems a little bit silly, but that's the way that the mod was coded. It's a limitation Hosin was forced into because the modders that work incredibly hard to make this game incredible and so much fun have some very big limitations on what they can do. So just to kind of recap for people, cooldowns are not affected. Research time and build time are also not affected by the simulation speed. Everything else has been amplified. Some things are outliers that can be changed, such as wall low speeds are not going to trigger quicker. But these are things that, unless the devs give the modding community access to the state tree, aren't really feasible to apply to the game. Which is heartbreaking. I would love to see that. A little bit of pressure coming in from Kren. Bold. He actually, okay, he goes military wing opener, and MSN is immediately reacting with, wait, is this going to be Ono Bagisho as opening? That makes a lot of sense. I like that for MSN if that's the goal. No, he's going Samurai. I mean, they are fairly quick, but so's your opponent. I just love watching units move this quick. This is kind of like StarCrafting AoE, if you know what I mean, right? Like, StarCraft, by comparison, is one of those RTSs that has quite a fast pace to it in the way that things open up, the way that things move. It's kind of giving that simulation speed effect. I quite like this. MSN. The funny thing is, actually, this is a good trade for him. He's going to kill 2 spears. Dude, you have to pull away so quickly here or you lose out. And now the Ono Bagisha follow-up. Really love this from MSN. So, saved himself. Awkward now for Kren, who actually got nothing out of that. He didn't even get the Samurai kill. So he's going to have to find a way of diving in more aggressively here. Elsewhere, looks like... What the f... Wait! Oh my god! Chris! Look at the speed of this character! So wait, he tanked the TC with the Deer Stone so he could dive in with the Kha'Zix. That is so Giga Brain out of Chris. I can't believe this. Oh, this is the type of brain power I require in these games. I'm too drunk to keep track myself, but Chris is drunk on power. Now more Kha'Zix coming in to punish the second TC. I assume the TC was here before the Deer Stone, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it was Deer Stone first. I don't know. Like, this is chicken and egg theory right now. What came first, the Deer Stone or the TC? If you ask most Mongol players, they'll say the TC. But either way, this has been a perfect play to block out this TC extension. And remember, Dragovan is playing as the gilded version of HRE, not your standard. So it means, actually, this is extra points when you kill, and it's also shrinking Dragovan's economy so much. Oh my god. We're getting to a stage where he might just eventually hang out here. Once Undermesh comes in, he can genuinely camp and kill this TC. This is a good sign. I think all of the Dragon... Dude, I can't with this movement speed. They're breaking the sound barrier right now. Chris, please use the maneuver arrow. Please. I need to see the maneuver arrow so much. I actually don't care what's happening elsewhere on the map right now. I'm fully invested. We're going to check in the Lombos that are also pressuring the other Order of the Dragon player. In fact, he's getting sandwiched between Sormian and Tomla. So looks like the Order of the Dented is not going to survive too deep into this. Juliebeck does have a problem, though. She needs to kill really soon. She's running out of time. Chuganu are moving in. You can already see how 1.25 simulation affects this, right? Chuganu actually attack quite quickly. They attack again before all their bolts even disappear. God damn. I'm going to have to turn on the 1.5 speed again just to see how these things operate at that stage. That's going to be like watching paper shredding. Oof. Archer range going down. So that's not going to be enough to save Julie. She needs another kill. So 150 done. She's scaling more of these Chuganu, and I'm a little bit worried, Chris. What is his reaction to this? Oy. I actually think Somin might be the one going out here. They need to find more kills right now. They might think they're safe, right? They're playing a classic Fulani. What they don't realize is Julie is sneaking back into the game with this Chuganu play. Even better, the stable packs up. No ranged armor, none at all. Julie has to be safe, right? Just needs to snipe this down. 76 HP left over. She actually backs up. She's content. Uvu can still be targeted. She's got enough time to take that out. This game is getting spicy. She's raiding in again. Oh my... Dude, Dragoman has to be so tilted by this. He's not allowed to play his game, right? He's looking like one of the weakest players in the field right now. Look at his score. 870. Good God. Uvu down. Julie. Looking safe. Somin rather needs to find an attack. Musafadi Warriors is a peculiar choice. I guess they want to stealth and find freebies. I love that Hosin. Remember the minimap Dry Arabia, the way it works is all the relics spawn in the center and then a few spawn in the corners. So pretty easy drag here, right? Go to the center, rush those out, and then you can contest the one in your corner afterwards. Pretty, actually cozy start of the game for Hosin. Unlike Dragoman that's been kept back in Feudal Age. He's like that kid that failed to pass the basic, exams 5 years in a row. He's like, I shouldn't be here anymore. I'm good enough to make 5th grade, mom. Fails for the 5th time. That's how you feel when you're 9.5 minutes into this game as an Order of the Dented player. The quick ball! Okay, that was a bit too fancy. Spearman at least going to be able to chase this away. Does buy him enough time. Although at least also scaring away the Musafadi. Somin is gone. First player eliminated. Okay, get your bets in, guys. 3 minutes until we lose another head. Put the color in that you think is going to be dead next. Kren is not having a good time here. He has got up to the Golems. Wait, is MSN still... What? He's passing fuel and a Bikisha. Alright, this is wild. Villager kills coming in. These Golems are outnumbered. Double strike don't mean squat against this. Good God. At this stage, just kind of like crop yourself up and start spinning like a Beyblade. It's still a bad fight, though. The Golems able to win out. MSN, an expensive fight there. They need Castle Age ASAP. I love how Chris has just existed like a vampire here. Just sucking the blood out of Dragoman to stay in this game. Northside walls are up. Tomlin's pretty cozy. They need to attack someone soon, though. Relics. What's the count? Oh my God. That's a 6-relic Order of the Dragon game. This is scary because we're now reaching the stage in the game where OOTD takes over. It's all about the Lance next spam. Golems. No. The villagers, they don't build quicker in this mod. That is a failed gate. No doubt about it. MSN. Wait, no way, Kren. Dude, just target him down. You can block him out indefinitely here. Just don't run away. The attack speed on these Golems. No textiles either. MSN. It's a fail. And now the Golems are dealt with all the villagers. He can easily attack the Onabagisha as well. This is insane. MSN is a conk level player, by the way. Very capable. But right now, Kren is making him look like a gold. Good God. Kren, who used to be our gold, has ranked up to diamond, remember. A much more fearsome force these days. And in this round, he has looked unstoppable. 3,690 worth of kills. Crazy. This is on a 1 TC build as well, right? Like, there's nothing extra behind this. He's been punishing MSN's greed, right? Because MSN did go 2 TC. 39 villagers. Meanwhile, Krent has the exact same. Oh, man, he actually killed the Flowing Gate. So no Yorishiro play whatsoever to begin this age for MSN. Dude, this is brutal. We're now 30 seconds out. Hosin. Wait, Hosin? Go. Go fast. Oh, my God. He's in. Can he get enough here? What is this? You get 6 relics as the Order of the Dented, and you die like this. Put him in the trash can. Put him 6 feet under. I could not believe Hosin just went out like that. No. Just one Lance Neck, man. One Lance Neck is all it would have taken, and you had the food and gold as well. You greedy mother ducker. Someone lost track of the time. This is so crazy, man. We're 3 minutes away from another elimination. 2 players out already. Villagers fighting villagers here. Krent discovering Dragavan to the north side. An ambitious fight to take, by the way, considering that Gilded Villagers are a lot more tanky. Wait, is MSN actually dead? Wait, you lost 5 Landsneck to Archers? No way. I can't believe that. I actually think that MSN's in trouble here. He might want to send an instant message to a friend to help him. Because he's looking a little... over here. Oh, dude. It's not going to be an immediate landmark snipe, right? That's going to take too long. But, like, MSN doesn't really have much going for him here. Krent isn't even losing units at this stage. Like, this is absurd. Elsewhere on the map, walls are going up. People are chilling the north side. They're pretty content. They're like, we couldn't face elimination that easily. I'd be careful. MSN, if you can get just a few Golem kills, it's going to put other people behind. Dragavan has big problems, by the way. The Deerstone has been moving up. The Kurultai is now here as well. And his army is pathetically small. This has been crazy, right? We went from Order the Dragon looking OP to Order the Dragon not really getting truly into Castle Age in these games. For both of them. Dragavan is Castle, but this is about as Castle light as it gets. He's been shortchanged. A minute away from a likely elimination. MSN, the only person behind him here. MSN desperately needs some kills. These Golems are just insanely tanky, though. Just even with Undermesh level 1. This TC's not doing enough because MSN doesn't have Steeled Arrow at all. This might save him. No, it's not going to. Dragavan, look at the kills he just got. He recovered some heads here, so it looks like MSN, bar a miracle, is facing elimination here. Julie Beck is also fighting the north side. She's finding kills in return up against these Palace Guards, so she should be safe. That's going to be another Conk level player eliminated early on. MSN desperately trying to just get 1 or 2 kills. The Vet Samurais don't have the Odachi. I don't think he's got this. He needs to find low HP Golem to kill them right now. Like, he's got 10 seconds. 10 seconds to keep the Dream alive. He does it! MSN pulls ahead! Julie, she needs to kill anything. Anything right now. But, no! She's gone! Oh, that is brutal! She backed off because she thought she was safe. She stopped trading with the Lombos. Big mistake made there by Julie. And she goes out in 5th. I can't believe that. She actually could have killed the English there. I think she was much stronger at that stage with the amount of Palace Guard they're pushing in. But reset the fight, and now all of a sudden Tomless is going to be fine up here. MSN is going to get time to breathe. Not long, though. He's going to be drowning in Golem soon. Chris, in the meantime, is just gradually moving his entire base in. Chris is like that person that says, hey, man, I'm having a really hard time. Can I, like, stay with you for a few days? And you're like, sure, man. Yeah, mi casa, your casa. And then this is 3 months later when you're like, can you just leave? And Chris is like, oh, man, you know, I've got a gig lined up. It might be possible that I'm out of your hair in a short while, right? And then Dragavan's like, great. He brings his girlfriend home. She's like, I can't deal with this anymore. She leaves him. Dragavan then also like never gets any sleep because Chris is up at 2 a.m. playing like very loud drum and bass constantly. Dragavan can't actually stay awake in his job. He loses his job. He loses his house. He loses his life. That was a little bit too specific. But basically, like, that's the metaphorical equivalent of what's happening here. Dragavan does not have any good reaction to this. He's going to be going down and out. MSN, in the meantime, is out. He's been eliminated halfway through the timer. Oi, oi, oi. So we are down to just 4 already. Soon, in 1 minute, we're going to be down to 3. And Dragavan is looking like the likely culprit to go out here. Tomla does need to move in for an attack. Has got a Botcher in the center. They just need to move forward and attack Chris on the backside of this. Dragavan. There's could be some freebies, right? There's Rams. Okay, this is actually really tilting. Mongols is really strong in this game mode because of the A, the Kurultai with the buff for damage, and B, the healing that just makes you last a bit longer. This is a bit overzealous for dive coming out from Chris. It's saving Dragavan in a way. Tomla is now at risk of elimination, and they need to move quicker than this. The Lombos are being slowed down by the Mangonels. I think Tomla's too late. Oh my god, no! Guys, this is why you need to split formation. The Mangos were slowing him down. They still are. That's the reason he hasn't arrived. Remember, these guys move at 1.46 movement speed. It's the Mangos at 0.9 that has made him too late to this. So unfortunately, Tomla is going to be underwhelming in his outcome here. 4th place finish for Pink. Dude, if he was here 10 seconds earlier, this would have been a good trade. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough. Gullums will not get any points for these kills. But another threat has been eliminated. And oh my god, dude, Kren actually might win this, guys. This is getting scary right now. Our former gold turned diamond player is dunking on them. These two are conk level, but they've spent so long peeling the flesh off of each other. Nobody thought, what about Kren? Classic, what about Kren? Forgotten moment. Everyone always ignores it. And this is the outcome. 48 Gulam. Jesus. Love for the blood gods. Farms get burned. That's payday. Lanceneck, only one of them in here. That's a bad fight. Dragavan has no choice, though. And this is not your standard men-at-arms. These are premium men-at-arms, remember. Gulam now turn onto the TC. Dragavan has to find a way to hold on. There's just nowhere to go here. Chris is behind on raw score right now, so that should protect him. Houses and farms are going to be target. This is enough to make sure Krent does not get eliminated next. I genuinely don't see how he loses this now. He's out of control. Has Chris at least got something together? 42 military, but I guarantee it doesn't counter this many Gulams. In fact, last time we checked in, a lot of it was archers, right? Yeah, 14 archers, 20 crossbows. Chris is at least going to raid in the back of the base and find a few kills here, so that's nicely played. But I'm more concerned about the main army. God. Dragavan's like, please just leave me alone. Go attack him. Look, Orange up there. Big smiley. No. Burgrave is down again. Krent has no chill. The smaller group of raiders has been mostly cleared up, right? The Keshiks are now engaged. They aren't going to hold this back any longer. Wait, is he trying... Oh my god. Oh my god. Krent! Wait, guys, this is big. He's going for the elimination. 50 seconds until the player's eliminated. But remember, if the landmarks are gone, that means that the only player remaining to be eliminated is going to be Chris. Kren! He came for the buy one, get one free. Fine work being targeted. He needs to be fast about this. Do not waste any time. The landmarks, if you do this, it's a win. Kren, wait, what? What? I can't believe this. Chris is going to get a chance. Dragavan barely holds on, but he keeps the landmarks alive. He fades into the abyss saying, go, be all you can be, Chris. Believe. I can't believe that. If Krent had just killed these two landmarks, it would have been an immediate win. But now he has to fight an uphill battle. Krent in this retreat. Oh my god, he's going to feed over the lead. Chris, This is big. These Gulam kills are all he needs. All he needs to now do... Okay, guys, I can't... This is going to be disgusting. Hear me out. It's ratty. It's vile. But if Chris now just packs up all of his buildings, which you can do as the Mongols, and moves them into the corner, he can just win the game in the most lame way possible. Gulam's now arriving. Looks like Chris isn't that type of player. He says, no way, KP! That micro map took too long. I'm not going to do the same to you here. Fight! Kren. Dude, this is not working for Chris. It's so many Gulams. He needs to start a step away. He finally realizes that the micro is what was missing here. Kurultai comes in, and this is it. Kren, too late. Has to back away, but backs away at a disadvantage here. He needs mangoes, and he needs them ASAP. Crossbows. The Kurultai packed up. Wait, Chris, please buy pack up. I can't believe a building moves this slow in a 1.25 simulation. Oh my god. We are now 2 minutes away from what is likely a Chris win here. And Kren, I don't think he even realizes it. The golden opportunity he was presented here, if he just finished Dragavan's landmarks. 37 Gulam hiding. Crossbow count is good enough, right? 26 of them, in fact. With a Kurultai buff, this is an insanely powerful army. I have my reservations, my hesitations, but now it is undeniable. Kren, what's he looking for? Wait, he's going for the Raiders. That's not going to be enough, though. Dude, Chris, between the little raids and the way he took that main fight, this has to be a win for Chris. And yes, 24 minutes is the late game winner free-for-all. This is what free-for-alls are meant to be. This is so much better. 1 minute to go. Difference of less than 1,000 between them. We'd throw away the Horseman there. Makes it even tighter. I guess it keeps it interesting, Chris. Wait, whoa. Calm down. Let's not rush this, son. Fast gonna come in. Keshik, stand their ground. Kren retreating towards the TC here. He's got a castle. He's trying to bait him under. I mean, if Chris just backs up, this is now a win. Like, funnily enough, he's not the one who needs to go. It's Kren. And this is do or die for Kren. He moves in. Dives in deep. Just attack, man. This is your moment. Your one opportunity to recover it. But Chris getting just as much in the kill department here. This is going to be at a tight finish, 10 seconds away. But Chris, with just enough left over here. Kren, I don't think he's got it. It's a 2k difference now. He can't make up that type of gap. Chris will win. And Kren won't even realize that if he had just killed Dragavan's landmarks, killed the third place player, the elimination tickover would have then removed Chris and instantly gave Kren the win. Insane just how close he was to making this an easy peasy sweep. Ooh, dude. Is Kren in the chat now? I don't think he realized. I failed. Yo, Chris, did you realize that Kren almost killed you? You heard? Yeah, dude, it is rough. Like, I was sitting there, I was like, wait, this is Giga Brain. He's going to kill the landmarks, and then Chris is just going to die. So, Chris, Dragavan's landmarks were being sniped. If Kren had just finished them off, you would have died on the last tick over. Oh, you thought English was alive? No, they came way too late. The problem with the English player... what happened with his Pink, right? Tomla, his issue is he moved his mangoes and his lombos together. So his lombo army arrived too late. If he pulled the lombos away, he could have got in and sniped units to survive. Wow. Okay. Well, guys, it's been an 11.5-hour stream. Hopefully you have been premiumly entertained here. I'm going to find someone to raid and get ready to end. It's been an absolute pleasure. I will be on EGC on Sunday, and then we'll be returning for weekday streams next week as well. So we should have more time for community games because, of course, there's less to cast on the competitive sphere, right? Like the Elite Classic, every series will be cast now. So my recommendation to people will be definitely make sure that you're tuning in on every stream because you never know when community games are going to be happening. But definitely tune in on Sunday, Saturday as well. Playoffs kick off in 16 hours, 17 hours, I think it is. Pretty interesting here, right? Like Louis making it into the playoffs, and I actually think legitimately Louis has a shot at making grand finals. Louis' matchups along the way. The only thing I'd say his biggest challenge is actually Marine Lord, not Beastie. I think Beastie, that one's a bit tighter. Playstyle wise, Beastie versus Louis. Louis is very capable of taking a lot of games, but we also saw Marine Lord suffer against Louis. That series that was a 2-1 win for Louis. I think Louis' weird kind of question mark, we've yet to see if he can do it, is going to be up against Wham, if anyone. So very exciting bunch to watch there. B, I think is going to struggle, but I'm excited to see the potential for an Asian player to make it to a grand finals. Something that we have not seen since Nilly's last tournament a very long time ago. But let me get ready to raid someone. I'm going to have a look at our listings, see who's online. Is there anyone new that we haven't seen before? I don't think so. Let's listen to a few of them. Oh, wait, dude, Phyllis Bo's online. Guys, remember our prolific Mongol spammer? We actually streamed late enough that he's online now. So, guys, I'm going to raid through to Phyllis Bodo. He is a non-stop Mongol grinder. He's ranked 54th in the world right now. On this season, he has got 400 Mongol games. Go give him some support. Go hype him up. Or also question why he doesn't go insane playing Mongols, whichever you want to do. And don't forget to spam those emotes. Hype him up. Have fun. And I will see you guys all on the weekend for the EGC tournament. But for now, go have some fun with Phil's Bodo. I'll catch you soon. Toodaloo. Bye, YouTube. Actually, did I miss any extra comments? Do you get a cut of voice line purchases? Yes. I still get a small stipend from Valve. It's nothing like life-changing, but it's nice. But yes, thank you to all the YouTubers.